Chapter 1, Rebirth. There are no signs of life anymore. Relying on the respirator is no better than a living dead. Now she feels light as a feather, without any sense of burden, hazily listening to voices that come from who knows where. Go-on bitterly smiles and shakes her head. Even dead can't be quiet. The man's voice is very sorrowful, and the words he speaks are almost through gritted teeth. Pull it out. We should meet again.She. Hearing this, helplessly spreads her hands. Meet? You pulled out my oxygen tube. I'm about to be reborn. Although she says this, she is filled with gratitude towards this man she has never met but who saved her. If, as he said, they can meet again, she must repay him well. Ah! As soon as the man's words fell, Go-on was sucked into the void by a force. When she opened her eyes again, everything around her had changed. Looking around in disbelief, she realized it was her room. The phone screen clearly displayed that it was May 20th, 22,200, and there were still 6 months until the catastrophic blizzard arrived. She took a deep breath and quickly accepted the fact of her rebirth. In her previous life, her parents died in a car accident a year before the disaster struck, leaving her with 30 million in assets and a sizable company. At that time, she was naive, believing her best friend, waiting for marriage and raising children, thinking that managing money was enough and leaving the company to men. Her fiancé, Ching, had taken over the company within 6 months, and later, after the apocalypse began, he and her best friend forced her out of her home. When she sought help from friends and relatives, no one opened the door. Even more hateful was Lin Angel, who, after mocking her, splashed her with water, leaving her to freeze to death outdoors in -100 degrees. Go-on slowly got out of bed and walked to the window, looking up at the sunny sky outside. Surviving this calamity was already a stroke of luck, but such weather would soon be gone. Go-on gazed into the distance, calculating her future. No one knew how long the blizzard would last in 6 months, 10 years, 20 years. What she needed most now was to create a safe house, at least to ensure her safety. Space activated. A voice from nowhere entered Go-on's mind, and in an instant, she was transported to a vast white space, an endless expanse of white. What is this? Go-on wondered. This is a space where any items can be stored. Then who are you? Go-on countered. I am your sea of consciousness. When you break through life and death and are reborn, I awaken. From now on, I will answer your questions and provide various assistance. Go-on felt a surge of joy. The saying that the end of science is metaphysics was indeed true. How much can this space hold? Go-on thought that if it could serve as a warehouse, it would be a godsend. Endless, anything can be stored. That means I don't have to worry about where to put my supplies. But food has a shelf life. No matter how good the preservation technology is, it can only ensure freshness for a time. Finding doctors in the middle of a blizzard is not easy. In her previous life, no matter what measures the government took, they could not stop the accumulation of snow. Within a month, the temperature dropped to freezing point, the supermarkets were emptied, and even trees were cut down to keep warm. The streets were filled with dead bodies, some frozen to death, some starved. One muttered, I wonder how long this snow will last. How should I buy supplies? On November 20th, 2100, a blizzard will arrive and will last for 3 years, during which there will be volcanic eruptions, earthquakes, and cosmic debris colliding with Earth, plunging the planet into darkness. This is the current prediction. The system's words left her speechless. She initially thought that building a safe house would be enough, but now it seemed insufficient. First, she should buy large plots of land to excavate and build greenhouses. Food would be her vital support for survival. Next, she planned to convert her relatively remote villa into a safe house, and then stockpile enough supplies for food and daily necessities. Go-on exited the space, realizing she needed to prepare a lot of things. However, there was still one problem. Thinking of this, Go-on's gaze hardened. Her fiancé and her best friend, Ching, had nearly taken over the company, and he was no longer of any use to her. The most important thing was money, lots and lots of money to complete her current tasks. Wan, are you home? A clear sound of high heels tapping on the floor came from outside, along with a gentle female voice. Go-on sneered. Humph. Wasn't this her best friend, Avril? In her last life, she had frozen to death. In this life, Avril and Ching would have to try their luck. I'm upstairs sleeping. Go-on opened the door, rubbing her sleepy eyes and appearing listless as she greeted Avril downstairs. Soon, Avril in high heels stood before Go-on, her smooth curly hair and tight red mini skirt showcasing her figure perfectly curvy and alluring, with a delicate face that was captivating. Wan, didn't Song Ching say he was coming to see you today? Why haven't I seen him? Avril pretended not to know, glancing into the room. As usual, Gowon answered, he didn't come. How did you know he was looking for me? Her question left Avril momentarily stunned, but she quickly recovered, laughing as she playfully tapped Gowon's shoulder. I happened to run into him yesterday. Are you worried I might steal him from you? Gowon turned around and stretched lazily, then sprawled on the bed, adopting a nonchalant attitude. I don't believe you can steal him away. He only loves me. Besides, Song Ching's parents died when he was young. He said he doesn't like girls like you who have that kind of scent. What scent? Of course, it was the scent of flirtation. Gowon's tone sounded like playful banter between best friends, which was intentional on her part, as it was a thorn in her heart. Avril's face instantly flushed red, her eyes fixed on Gowon, as if she wished she could swallow her whole. Gowon noticed everything and suddenly turned to stare at Avril. Are you angry? You're not the petty type, are you? What's wrong with you? Gowon tilted her head to look at her. Avril finally reacted. How could that be? Your Song Ching is the best to you. Yes. Soon as she finished speaking, Song Ching appeared before the two of them, dressed in a suit, his gold-rimmed glasses accentuating his gentle and refined demeanor. Who would have thought that such a seemingly harmless man was actually a wolf in sheep's clothing? Hearing the word surprise, Song Ching immediately inquired, what surprise? Gowon puffed out her cheeks. What are you in such a hurry for? I don't know either. T was my mom's lawyer who called to tell me that there's another inheritance I need to go check on. Upon hearing the word inheritance, both of them visibly brightened, exchanging meaningful glances and sharing a knowing smile. Chapter 2, Building a Safe House. Watching the two exchange glances, Gowon couldn't help but want to slap herself. In her previous life, she was truly blinded by love, not seeing the obvious connection between the two. After about 10 minutes, she finished packing and left. This time, she wasn't going to the law firm instead. She was looking for an expert specializing in fortress construction. Her parents had once mentioned that this expert had built secret bases for the country. Just got into the taxi. Gowon skillfully put on her headphones and looked at the footage. From the cameras at home, as she expected, the two were again in their bedroom, cuddling and nibbling on each other. Thinking about how she sleeps every night hugging a blanket, not knowing how much dirtiness she has been exposed to from the two, she suddenly felt a churn in her stomach. Gowon turned off her phone and opened the car window for some fresh air. She initially planned to collect evidence to report to the police, but then thought, with less than half a year until the blizzard arrives, the prison would actually become his sanctuary. Moreover, over the years he had squandered a lot of money, and now she needed funds to build a safe house and stock up on supplies. The money was far from enough. Right now, she needed to get money into their hands first, and then build the safe house and stock up on supplies. There was plenty of time. A perfect plan quietly spread in her mind. At this moment, she wished her so-called fiancé had a bit more greed and desire. Knock, knock, knock. Grandpa Chun, are you home? Soon, footsteps accompanied by the deep voice of the old man came from inside. Coming, Zatwan? The door opened, and Gowon poked her head out. Grandpa, how did you know it was me? Grandpa Chun was in his 70s, already with a head of white hair. The first time she met him 10 years ago, he was already gray. Yuan's mother always said it was because of the hard work for the country. Whenever Grandpa Chun saw Gowon, he always smiled warmly. Come in, is it hot outside? Not too bad, Grandpa, it's only May. Saying this, Gowon followed Chinshur into the living room. And what caught her eye was a man, a very handsome man with a cold-blooded face, an impressive jawline, a high nose, bridge, and especially long eyelashes that made her envy. What a handsome man, Gowon exclaimed sincerely. The two looked at each other, and the man's eyes flashed with surprise, clearly not expecting to see her here. But did they know each other? This is my grandson, Chun-Yi. This is the first time you two are meeting, Grandpa Chun said with a smile, inviting Gowon to sit down. Little Chun quickly greeted her. This is the one I've been telling you about. Although our families are close friends, you two have never met in all these years. My name is Chun-Yi. Hearing his voice, Gowon felt a bit disappointed. His voice was deep and even a bit hoarse. Such a handsome face. How could the voice not match? However, his voice seemed familiar to her, like she had heard it somewhere before. The my name is Gowon. As soon as they finished introducing themselves, Grandpa Chin glanced at his watch. Chin-Yi, didn't you say you had something to do later? It wouldn't be good to break your promise. Grandpa Chun was meticulous in his life, especially when it came to time. He valued it greatly and always said that time flies. Chun-Yi stood up, bowed slightly to Grandpa Chun, said nothing, just nodded, and turned to walk towards the door, his gaze faintly landing on Go-Won. However, Go-Won didn't see it. She was looking for an opportunity to talk to Grandpa Chun about the construction of the safe house. And now that Chun-Yi was leaving, it was just what she wanted. Grandpa, I want to ask you how to build a house that can maintain a constant temperature, even in the case of earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, extreme cold, and heat. Grandpa Chun frowned, looking at Go-Won as if she were a monster. Why is this girl asking the same questions as Chun-Yi? What's going on with the two of them? Of course I know. That's why I came to ask Grandpa. Go-Won replied with a sweet smile. Grandpa Chun looked at Go-Won with a smile. He had a deep bond with her grandfather and had regarded Go-Won as his own granddaughter since she was little. Naturally, Go-Won saw him as her grandpa too. Grandpa Chun adjusted his glasses. Won, what made you think of asking this? Go-Won was not surprised by his question. A girl who usually only cared about eating, drinking, and having fun suddenly being interested in these matters and specifically seeking. And I would make anyone curious. One didn't want to hide it from him. But the matter of her rebirth was too mystical. How could someone who has treated science as a belief all his life possibly believe this? She had to come up with a reason to brush it off. It was the first time Grandpa Chun saw Go-Won like this. She usually had an indifferent demeanor, probably due to the trauma from her parents' passing. Grandpa Chun didn't continue to ask and silently got up to walk into the study. A few minutes later, he came out with a piece of paper in his hand. Here, take a look. Go-Won took the paper with confusion in her heart, and with Grandpa Chun's nod, she slowly unfolded. It was a design blueprint for a fortress or a scaled-down version of the Noah's Ark, with a foundation, main entrance, security system, and even the materials used clearly marked. Looking at this design blueprint, it was evident that it wasn't completed in a year or two, but at least 10 years. Could it be that he also had a rebirth? But how could Grandpa Chun have prepared a design blueprint in advance? Suppressing the tremor in her heart, Go-Won took a long time to calm down. Grandpa, this design blueprint must have taken at least 10 years to create. What made you think of doing this? About 13 years ago, it was little Chun who kept bugging me to design a fortress for him. 13 years ago, he asked me to draw one, but I was too busy until now to finish it, Grandpa Chun said. After hearing this, Go-Won said nothing and just silently looked at the design blueprint in her hand. This design blueprint is already the pinnacle of construction in the world, capable of withstanding extreme cold, heat, gunfire, and nuclear weapons. The system's affirmation of this blueprint greatly boosted Go-Won's confidence in the safe house. Won meticulously examined the blueprint over and over again. Chapter 3. Encounter. However, what exactly is this cold iron, Grandpa? Go-Won had only heard of aluminum alloy and steel. The concept of cold iron exceeded her comprehension. This cold iron was developed by Xiao Chun, who found the existing iron insufficiently robust. It could be constructed based on my design plans. One might say that even if Mars were to collide with Earth, you would still survive. Upon finishing his statement, Grandpa Chun wore an expression of immense pride. Where can I procure it? It is not available for purchase. Only Xiao Chen's company possesses it, and it is not in circulation in the market. Can I meet him? I must acquire this cold iron. Xiao Chun visits me every Sunday morning. You may come then. A hint of regret crossed Grandpa Chen's face, for in his eyes, his grandson was the one truly deserving of Won. Fate plays cruel tricks, as despite the two families being close friends for generations, the two had never met. Will Won invite Grandpa to her wedding? Go-Won momentarily froze, biting her lip, her heart conflicted. In this world, she had no relatives. The one closest to her was the grandfather before her. Sensing Go-Won's unease, Grandpa Chun could not help but inquire, what is wrong? Did he bully you? Grandpa suggested you go find him. Really? Upon hearing her words, Grandpa Chun immediately stood up, visibly excited. Really? Good. He repeatedly exclaimed, leaving Go-Won utterly perplexed. Won, come to my house for dinner tomorrow. Go-Won was bewildered. What was happening? All right. Confused, she nodded. After leaving Grandpa Chen's place, Go-Won went directly to a top construction company with her blueprints. Miss, do you have an appointment? The receptionist rushed to greet her as she entered the company. Go-Won shook her head. No, but I have a significant order to discuss with your chairman. The receptionist appraised Go-Won, noting her Hermes bag and designer attire. which collectively amounted to at least $1 million. I will make a call. Go-won glanced at herself, realizing that her outfit might symbolize wealth, but in 6 months, it would likely serve no purpose other than to be burned as firewood. Half an hour later, a portly man approached Go-won and seated himself before her. Hello, I am Jiarun, a director at this premier construction company. What significant order do you have, miss? He wore a tailored black suit, exuding an air reminiscent of a suave gangster. Go-won took a sip of her coffee and replied, I wish to construct a safe house. Is that possible? Jiarun's interest piqued immediately. Such a request was precisely what he desired. Nowadays, there were many wealthy individuals, and their mindset had shifted, fearing potential threats, especially from underworld figures who had sought his services for safe houses. What is your budget, miss? Go-won remained silent, simply unfolding her meticulously crafted design plans across the table. Jiarun picked them up, scrutinizing them for an extended period before reluctantly placing them down. This design was the most intricate he had ever encountered. He longed to commit it to memory on the spot. Miss, constructing according to this blueprint will cost at least $100 million. That is acceptable, but I will provide the steel myself. For all other materials, please use only the finest, employing aerospace-grade materials that are robust, high-temperature resistant, and cold-resistant. The ventilation system, artificial sunlight simulation, and photosynthesis are all essential elements. When Jiarun heard Go-won's requests, he was taken aback. Previous clients had always prioritized durability, and this was his first encounter with such demands. He did not need to concern himself with the specifics of the client's situation, only that they possessed the means to pay. A deposit of $10 million was required, and upon reaching the halfway point of construction, an additional $30 million would be due, with the final payment to be settled upon completion. What do you think, miss? Jiarun beamed with a smile. Upon receiving the $10 million in her Alipay account, Go-won reminded him as she was about to exit. It must be completed within 3 months. After stating this, she sent Jiarun a location on his phone, Gaohua District. This property was a villa built with the first fortune earned by her parents. Due to its remote location, it had fallen into disrepair over time, remaining uninhabited for long stretches. Rest assured, it will be completed within 3 months, he replied. Before heading back, there was one more matter to attend to. After a melodious tune, a man's voice resonated on the other end of the line. Wan, is there something you need? His tone conveyed impatience, even bordering on distaste. Uncle Sue, could you assist me with something? A prolonged silence ensued before he finally responded. Wan, if it involves transferring shares, I advise you to think it through. Song-Ching is not to be trifled with. Uncle Sue was a close friend of her parents, and only after her rebirth did Go-won comprehend why Uncle Sue had repeatedly discouraged her from transferring shares and insisted on distributing her inheritance in installments. In her previous life, she had believed he was merely trying to seize her money, but now she recognized the genuine concern he held for her well-being. Uncle Sue, I wish to break up with Song-Ching. He has deceived me multiple times, engaging with other women behind my back. I need your help. Regardless of what Song-Ching may ask you next, please align with me if you can, Go-won implored. Another silence enveloped the conversation, and then Uncle Sue replied, Wan, this will be the last time I assist you. If you continue to act impulsively, I will no longer intervene. Go-won understood that her previous actions had led to Uncle Sue's mistrust. Rest assured, Uncle, I am no longer the person I once was. Disgusting. Upon entering, she found Song-Ching lounging on the sofa, engrossed in financial news. He merely turned his head to glance at Go-won when he heard her approach. Gazing at his back, Go-won's eyes glinted with ferocity akin to a wolf prowling through a snowy night, ready to pounce and shred him to pieces at any moment. She had initially intended to let him face his own demise. He should not have harmed her parents, and the best course of action was to let him suffer humiliation and ultimately perish like a rat scurrying through the streets. Song-Ching? What is it, darling? He asked, still fixated on the television, his tone dismissive. Today, Uncle Sue summoned me and mentioned that my parents left behind an inheritance of $6 billion. Go-won feigned hesitation before revealing the information. $6 billion? Song-Ching reacted as if he were a dog catching a whiff of something foul. Rushing barefoot to stand before Go-won, she pushed him aside, poured herself a glass of water, and continued, however, This inheritance is in the form of gold. Isn't there a mountain next to the high-tech zone? Song Qing's mind raced, recalling Ge Wan's previous mention of her family's origins in that area. Where is the gold? He inquired impatiently. Chapter 4. The scoundrel deceived. This is precisely what troubles me. Ge Wan emphatically slapped the coffee table and remarked, my parents are truly something else. I heard that wealth should not be flaunted. They've buried 20 years of earnings in gold deep within that mountain. Song Qing, narrowing his eyes, encircled Ge Wan and suggested, why don't we just excavate it? Ge Wan forcefully pushed away from Song Qing's embrace, placing her hands on her hips as she exclaimed, excavate what? Do you even know where it's hidden? Uncle Su is just as frustrating. He only informed me after someone bought that mountain. What if they exploit it? My 60 billion would end up in their hands. Ge Wan feigned impatience. Do you have any idea how much that is? 3 billion, and I only have 20 million. Where am I supposed to borrow the rest? But you still have me, Song Qing replied earnestly. Over the years, I've saved $1 million for you. $1 million? Ge Wan's heart sank. Her parents worked their entire lives for merely 30 million. Yet he had squandered so much at the company. That is hardly enough. How annoying. If Uncle Su is deceiving me, which he very well might be, then my inheritance is doled out to me in installments. Ge Wan pouted, analyzing the situation logically. Our lives are quite good now. I feel we should not buy it. Before Ge Wan could finish, Song Qing hastily interjected. He was aware that Uncle Su held a particular fondness for Ge Wan and had approached him multiple times, urging him to distance himself from her. This time, his secretive warning to Ge Wan must surely be genuine. There was no way he would let go of 60 billion. Wan, this is your parents' legacy. Even if we sell the company, we cannot allow others to seize this inheritance, can we? I'll find someone to appraise the company tomorrow. Do you think we could sell it? If it's still insufficient, I'll take out a loan. Ge Wan observed his greedy demeanor and silently cursed him, all the while maintaining a facade of difficulty. Seeing her struggle, Song Qing continued to sweet-talk her. Once we secure the 60 billion, we can settle abroad, and I will take you on a grand tour around the world. Fine, then I'll sell the company tomorrow. By the way, Song Qing, transfer your private savings to me quickly. I know you have $1 million. Ge Wan asserted, displaying her spoiled temperament. This is all for marrying you. So here it is, Song Qing replied as he swiftly transferred the $1 million. Ge Wan smirked as she watched the notification on her phone. Song Qing, send me a screenshot of the transfer, along with a declaration of voluntary gifting. I want to flaunt it on social media and make those jealous girls envious. Especially that meddlesome Lan Yu, who always speaks ill of you, Ge Wan instructed. All right, whatever you say, Song Qing, clouded by the prospect of 60 billion, had nearly lost all sense of reason. As Ge Wan sighed in relief, she noted that Song Qing's pockets were nearly empty. After years of working as a companion, Avril must have saved quite a bit herself. She imagined Avril would be furious upon seeing her social media updates. As Ge Wan had predicted, it wasn't too long before Song Qing excused himself, claiming he had matters to attend to. Watching his retreating figure through the window, Ge Wan felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Go on, find that money for me, she thought. In the hotel, Avril opened the door and upon seeing Song Qing, immediately put on a stern face. I thought you had run off with that girl. I'm surprised you still came to see me. Song Qing quickly calmed Avril, recounting the entire sequence of events. Her expression softened considerably, though traces of skepticism remained. Song Qing, I advise you to verify this further. What if Ge Wan is deceiving you? Song Qing shook her head, declaring it impossible. She explained that the company was to be sold the following day, questioning the motive behind any deception regarding the sale. A woman's thoughts are often more intricate than a man's. After considerable contemplation, Avril picked up the phone and quickly connected the call. Lawyer Su, do you find it amusing to deceive my family S11? 60 billion in gold. Are you jesting? Avril exclaimed loudly. On the other end, Su Yan's expression was complex. He had not mentioned this matter, but recalling Ge Wan's words, he somberly replied, She mentioned it to you. Indeed, Avril responded. Well, convey to Ge Wan that from this moment on, should she find herself deceived and penniless, I shall no longer concern myself with her. My bond with her parents ends here. With that, she abruptly hung up the phone. After being disconnected, Avril turned to Song Qing and mused that there might indeed be 60 billion. She paused before continuing, however. I believe we must wait to see if she sells the company tomorrow. If the funds fall short, do you have any on your end, Weya? Avril smiled slightly. Not much, as you know I love to spend, merely 3 million. Once she sells the company, she intended to transfer 3 million to Go on, ensuring that when they purchased a mountain, it would be in their names. That girl is truly naive. The next morning, Go on agreed to dine with Grandpa Chun, rising early to prepare. To her surprise, the two guards awaited her in the living room upon opening the door. Raising an eyebrow, Go on exclaimed, "You're here." She rushed over to inform Avril of the situation. Avril embraced Go on, affirming, "Yes, Song Qing has mentioned it. Once I acquire the 60 billion, you will follow me to indulgences." Go on exclaimed with excitement, "Wonderful. Today, I shall take you to sell the company. Have you found a buyer?" Go on inquired. The Chinshur Group has been acquiring companies. Song Qing arranged everything last night. As long as you go today and sign, the process will be straightforward, Avril explained. Go on hesitated, concerned about raising suspicion. If I sell the company without the board's knowledge, will they sue me? Song Qing took Go on's hand and reassured her. You are the major shareholder. To them, it is merely a change of authority. Even so, it still feels wrong, Go on replied. With 60 billion, we could travel abroad. I know you dislike complicated matters. The company is not suited for you, Song Qing said, her eyes filled with affection. Go on scoffed inwardly. After distributing to shareholders, she would retain only 2 billion, which seemed inconsequential. In 6 months, it would be worthless. She examined the document for a moment, then set it down and nodded. All right, but how soon can I receive the funds? Go on's urgency lowered the guard of Song Qing and Avril. While the buyers exchanged puzzled looks, the company was profitable, so why the rush to sell? However, after a night of evaluation, they deemed the company a viable purchase and chose not to question the motive. Sign here, and the funds should arrive within a week. Excellent. Go on elegantly inscribed her name on the document. As she stepped out of the company, a dozen shareholders intercepted her. Your parents' hard work has been squandered, they exclaimed, hurling various disparaging remarks at Go on. Adopting an air of superiority befitting a young lady, Go on retorted, Do you have the right to speak? I can sell whatever I please. Now all of you get lost. Once the funds are in, I will compensate you. The entire company will benefit. With that, she dashed out of the company, accompanied by 2 friends, and upon reaching a CEF, she vehemently expressed her irritation. Those old geezers are incredibly bothersome. Avril, standing beside her. Offer consolation, don't be angry. It doesn't suit you. Chapter 5. Delivering clothes with 70 million still needed from the sale of the company. Confirming a transfer of 300,000 yuan. Shortly thereafter, a message popped up declaring, I voluntarily gift this amount. Overjoyed, Go on realized that Avril, in her simplicity, had provided her with a solution, saving her from unnecessary explanations. She then enveloped Avril in a warm embrace, exclaiming, You're so wonderful. I won't forget you when I buy a mountain. Song Qing then added, I also sold 2 properties last night, though I still fall short. Let me see if I can secure some high-interest loans to make up the difference. Go on nodded appreciatively, replying, You're truly great, Song Qing. As she linked arms with both of them, she marveled, I am so fortunate to have such friends and a husband. Stealing a glance at the time, she noted it was nearly 11 o'clock, and having promised Grandpa Chen a meal, she thought it best to concoct an excuse to depart. You are all so wonderful. I'll ensure that when I buy the mountain, it bears our 3 names. You've both emptied your pockets for me, and now I must go borrow some money. With that, Go on stood up, saying, Grandpa Chun is a retired state employee. I'll go see if I can borrow from him. Song Qing did not inquire further. He had heard of Grandpa Chun multiple times from Go on, and he knew that state-protected individuals enjoyed favorable treatment. At the dining table, He had also heard a group of business owners mention that people like Grandpa Chun possessed treasures beyond the reach of ordinary citizens. Countless antique calligraphy and paintings, no doubt. Suppressing the disgust rising within her, Go-won managed to smile and waved goodbye to her friends as she exited the CF. The moment she stepped out, however, her expression morphed into one of disdain as she muttered softly, "What a disgrace to my dignity." Once in a taxi, she dared to rub vigorously at the kiss mark on her cheek. Applying too much pressure left her right cheek flushed and swollen. The driver, a series of knocks echoed, and upon opening the door, Go-won was greeted by a sight of boxes strewn across the floor. "Grandpa, are you moving?" she exclaimed. Grandpa Chun waved his hand dismissively. "I've been waiting for you." He took her arm and led her inside, his expression laden with guilt. "I just received a call from an old friend urging me to travel. I was hastily packing up to leave." As they entered the living room, Go-won noticed a man seated on the sofa. "Chun-yi, once again, I find myself captivated by that charming figure from yesterday. Were it not for the clarity gained from living a second life, I might have been compelled to pursue him on the spot. He is simply too handsome." Knowing that acquiring the cold iron was paramount, everything else was mere trifles. "Ah, Chun-yi has spoken." The familiarity of his voice momentarily startled Go-won, causing her heart to race and her breath to quicken, pushing her to the brink of losing composure. This voice resembled that of the man who had saved her. Even with just 2 words, Go-won could ascertain that the man before her was indeed her rescuer. She stared blankly at Chun-yi, who looked back at her, and in that instant, time seemed to freeze, leaving only the 2 of them in existence. It was not until the sound of the door closing snapped Go-won back to reality that she realized she was face to face with her savior, who was also incredibly handsome, rendering her nearly speechless. She tapped her head, feeling a rush of frustration at her inability to articulate her thoughts. Chun-yi observed her flustered demeanor with a gentle smile and settled onto the sofa, inviting her, "Please, have a seat." "Ah, yes," she replied, and a minute passed in silence before Chun-yi broke it. "Are you looking to purchase cold iron?" Go-won nodded, saying yes, "but I'm uncertain if you would be willing to sell it to me. My grandfather mentioned that you have been researching this." After a brief pause, she added, "I am aware that it is not available on the market. It is valued, yet elusive. I am prepared to offer a substantial sum, 10 tons. Chun-yi raised an eyebrow slightly. "I sold the company today solely to acquire this." Go-won's heart skipped a beat. How could he possibly know? Chun Phone Group could belong to his family? Chun-yi discerned her thoughts, clarifying, "Chun Phone is mine. My grandfather is not one for idle chatter, hence your ignorance." Go-won couldn't help but smile wryly. The Chun Phone Group is the largest corporation on Earth. Money is hardly a concern for them. Recalling her previous words felt like a slap in the face. May I ask you a question, Chun-yi?" Go-won pondered for a moment before voicing her curiosity. He nodded in affirmation. "Do you know me? Why would you have my grandfather create the blueprints for a safe house for you? Lastly, nation of science leads to metaphysics?" She inquired cautiously. These questions were the very essence of her intrigue upon recognizing Chun-yi, and she even speculated whether he too had been reborn or possessed some extraordinary ability. Prior to her rebirth, she distinctly recalled Chun-yi stating that they would meet again. Who, other than a deity, possesses the power to transcend life and death? After experiencing rebirth, what could possibly remain beyond the realm of possibility? First, yesterday was indeed our first meeting. Second, perhaps this fascination is hereditary. I have always been particularly drawn to such matters. Third, the Chun Phone Group specializes in the creation of novel products that have never been seen before, which is essential for profit, is it not? Chun-yi's lips curled into a smirk, and he tilted his head, gazing at her with a profound intensity. Under his scrutiny, Go-won felt a shiver run down her spine. She dared not meet his gaze. She recalled their earlier eye contact upon entering the room, feeling as if he could see straight through her, evoking an unsettling sensation akin to wandering naked down a bustling street under his penetrating gaze. Without allowing her to speak, Chun-Yi continued, "Provide me with an address for the 10 tons of cold iron, and I shall dispatch someone to deliver it tomorrow. Yes, you. I will fulfill my grandfather's request without any expectation of payment." The notion of receiving no payment was certainly agreeable. All the funds would be allocated for supplies, which was quite delightful. Go-won did not hesitate to accept the offer, saying, "I truly apologize for the trouble you are going through." Feeling rather bored, Go-won glanced around, even naming the fish in the aquarium. Whenever she lowered her head, she would steal a glance at the young man, intently focused on the tomatoes on the table. His profile was undeniably attractive. She couldn't help but ponder why she hadn't met him sooner. If she had, she would have certainly pursued him, disregarding her entanglement with Song Qing. Chapter 6. The Despicable Man's Demise. Just then, Go-won's phone buzzed to life with a call from Song Qing, whose gentle voice resonated through the receiver. "Wan, I sold the house overnight for 10 million. Fearing it wouldn't suffice, I borrowed an additional 20 million from Avril. The funds have already been transferred to your account. Is that sufficient?" Listening to the voice on the other end, Go-won revealed a hunter's distinctive demeanor. "Sufficient? Indeed, it is more than adequate." No sooner had she spoken than Song Qing's voice escalated with excitement. "I'll come and pick you up." "Where are you?" Without hesitation, Go-won firmly replied, "No need. Let's part ways." She promptly ended the call. Upon hearing the words break up, Chun-Yi, who had been keeping his gaze low, lifted his eyes towards Go-won. Having concluded the call, Go-won felt it was time to depart. Her objective had been accomplished. "I will send the address to my grandfather's phone. Thank you. And if you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to contact me. This is my phone number." She placed a business card with her number on the coffee table. After Go-won exited, Chun-Yi picked up the card, scrutinizing it carefully. His long, elegant fingers swiftly entered the number into his phone. As Go-won strolled through the neighborhood, her spirits lifted, and she even began to hum a tune. She had not anticipated that things would proceed so smoothly. The 2 million loan from Song Qing would undoubtedly render his life unbearable for the upcoming 6 months. As for his fate, that was merely a matter of time. As she walked, she greeted the security personnel at various homes with enthusiasm and even struck up a conversation with someone she found appealing at a doorstep. A distance that could be covered in 10 minutes took her nearly an hour to traverse. "Goodbye, uncle," Go-won exclaimed as she reached the gates. However, just around the corner, she was abruptly confronted by 2 individuals blocking her path. Avril and Song Qing had hurried here after ending the call. Anxious not to miss Go-won, Go-won cast a glance at the 2 before turning her face away dismissively, feeling disgusted at the sight of their faces, which she would rather not see again in her lifetime. "Song Qing, I have already broken up with you. Leave." Song Qing's face was flushed with anger, his eyes bloodshot, and the veins on his forehead bulging ominously, presenting a rather terrifying appearance. Beside him, Avril wore a chilling smile, her gaze piercing like that of a venomous snake. Suppressing his fury, Song Qing attempted to soothe Go-won with a gentle tone. "Darling, please, let us not break up." Instinctively, Go-won took a few steps back, retreating from the alley, and scoffed coldly. "Not breaking up? Are you waiting to murder me like you did my mother?" The 2 exchanged glances, realizing that their secret had been uncovered, and they were puzzled as to how Go-won had come to learn of their affair. Their expressions gradually darkened. Avril blurted out, "How'd you find out?" In the next moment, she anxiously covered her mouth, for her words had inadvertently confirmed her guilt. Song Qing stared at Avril, his eyes wide with disbelief. He could not fathom the folly of the woman before him. If Go-won had recorded this, his life would be irrevocably ruined. The thought sent tremors through his body. "Rest assured, I shall not report you," Go-won taunted. 20 million in loans should suffice for you to repay. I suspect there are high-interest loans involved, and if you fail to repay, well, one can only imagine the consequences. She scoffed. "How gruesome, limbs flying everywhere. It's a harrowing picture." Song Qing was already terror-stricken by Go-won's words, his fingers clenched tightly as a wave of panic surged within him. He contemplated the implications of a 10 million loan being high interest. Failing to repay within a month would spell doom. Avril, too, trembled like a fallen leaf, her eyes shimmering with fright. Grasping Song Qing's arm in desperation, she implored him, "Song Qing, you still have money, right?" Song Qing glared at Go Wan with eyes brimming with fury, his pupils nearly bulging from their sockets, wishing he could devour her whole. Yet, Go Wan wore an air of indifference, questioning, "Do you still wish to avoid repayment, or are you contemplating a lawsuit against me for deceit? Even if you were to win, I would refuse to comply. A month from now, you may not even know where your body lies. This is the consequence of harming my family. You wretched couple," she spat, finally releasing the bile of frustration that had accumulated over the past few days. No sooner had Go Wan finished her words than Song Qing's hands seized her throat. "If I die, you must die too." Go Wan cast him a disdainful glance, reflecting on her years of training in Taekwondo, knowing well that if she were to unleash her skills, the world champion title could have been hers. Just as she prepared to retaliate, the pressure around her neck vanished, followed by the anguished cries of a man. "Ow, ow." Go Wan paused for a moment, then turned to see Chun. He's standing right behind her. "What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be at home?" Chun Yi's gaze swept over the two before landing on Go Wan, his expression devoid of emotion as he remarked, "What a coincidence." Avril, clad in a black strapless dress, had one half of her bosom exposed. Upon recognizing Chun Yi's face, she fidgeted, tugging at her dress to cover herself, revealing her allure. With a seductive grace, she approached the two, seemingly oblivious to Song Qing's pitiful state on the ground. With delicate, fair fingers, she lightly touched Chun Yi's sleeve, her voice dripping with charm. "Master Chun, you are even more handsome than on television. Would you care to join me for a drink?" Watching Avril's desperate attempts to ingratiate herself with Chun Yi, Go Wan felt her worldview shift, realizing how far one could go in pursuit of higher social standing. Chun Yi lowered his gaze, his eyes passing over the hand resting on his arm, his brow furrowing slightly, a look of distaste emerging. His body seemed to lean back spontaneously, and the arm that supported Avril appeared to lose its strength, causing her to lose her balance and fall to the ground with a thud. Chun Yi turned around and glanced at Go Wan, saying, "You owe me for the clothes you dirted." After speaking, he walked away, watching Chun Yi disappear into the crowd. Go Wan could not help but mutter, "It seems that heroism also requires compensation." Before leaving, Go Wan turned to look at the two. Avril had already gotten to her feet, though her arm bore some scratches, while Song Qing wore a contorted expression, beads of sweat dripping from his forehead. His brows tightly knitted and his lips pressed together, fixated on himself. This was merely the beginning. Chapter 7. Stockpiling. After resolving matters with Song Qing and Avril, Go Wan felt elated. She slept until noon and found that Aunt Hong had already prepared a meal laid out on the dining table. As a bowl of fragrant, sweet, and soft porridge filled her stomach, her taste buds were instantly gratified. Having endured months of hunger in her past life, she knew that the sensation of starvation was quite unbearable. Thus, even a bowl of porridge now seemed a luxury to Go Wan. "Aunt Hong, do you have a warehouse?" Go Wan called loudly towards the kitchen. Before long, a plump middle-aged woman, about 16 years old in spirit, emerged from the house. "Yes, Wan, you forgot. Aunt Hong's family is from the countryside. We have no shortage of warehouses. Yvonne knew it." Aunt Hong had worked tirelessly in her family for over a decade. With Aunt Hong's parents having passed away, she had also planned to study abroad. At this point in the conversation, Aunt Hong understood the implications. Having worked here for so many years, there was undoubtedly some emotional attachment, especially since the lady had treated her exceptionally well. Aunt Hong sighed as she surveyed her surroundings, saying, "Miss, if you ever wish to enjoy my cooking, you can always come find me. I wish you success in your studies." Seeing her say this, Go Wan felt a twinge of reluctance. With the end of days approaching in less than half a year, there was little she could do. Go Wan pulled out 100,000 yuan from her bag and handed it to Aunt Hong. Aunt Hong looked at the thick stack of money in surprise. Her monthly salary barely reached 10,000. Feeling embarrassed to accept such a large sum, she protested, Wan, this is too much. Just give me a month's salary." Go Wan grasped her retreating hand, her expression serious. "Aunt Hong, please accept this. It is merely a token of my appreciation. If If you refuse, I shall burn it. Unable to resist Go Wan's insistence, Aunt Hong smiled helplessly. I really cannot argue with you. With a smile, Aunt Hong finally acquiesced, saying, all right. Little did she expect that Go Wan would provide 1,000 bags of rice, flour, oil, and a multitude of various provisions to help her weather the impending apocalypse. After bidding farewell to Aunt Hong, Go Wan commenced her stockpiling plan. She headed to the largest supermarket in the city, Walmart, which boasted enough supplies to sustain 100,000 people for a day. Guided by the supermarket manager, she entered the vast back warehouse. Gazing at the dazzling array of goods that seemed to extend infinitely, this truly was a treasure trove. The manager, a young woman who appeared to be no older than 30, addressed her, Miss, you have seen the back warehouse. How much do you require? Go on waiver card, which held her entire savings, and declared, here is 100 million. Sell me all your goods at their original price. I do not bargain. How much? The female manager could hardly believe her ears and asked again. 100 million. Go on exclaimed loudly. The manager, in disbelief, reiterated, are you certain? 100 million is equivalent to clearing out my entire warehouse. Go on solemnly nodded, affirming, indeed. Just deliver to this address. Upon arrival, you need only toss the goods inside. There is no need to enter. As she spoke, Go on handed the manager a slip of paper with the address. She intended to open the spatial portal on the day of delivery, as anything thrown inside would be automatically absorbed. Though surprised, the manager instructed her subordinates to draft a contract based on Miss G's words. Wait, have her prepare a pre-purchase contract as well. After this batch arrives, I will place another order for 100 million worth of goods. Go on gazed around, gesturing towards the warehouse. Let us have another batch of these. The others present gasped in astonishment. Go on nodded once more. A young man beside the manager could not help but remind Go on that amount is excessive. Much of it will spoil if not consumed or sold. She had already anticipated this. The system had informed her that items stored in her space would never spoil, remaining consumable indefinitely without expiration. Upon hearing Go Wan's assurance, the group instinctively nodded, promptly commencing preparations for the shipment. In the current climate, it would be foolish to forego profit. As long as there was money to be made, the quantity mattered little. Upon exiting Walmart, Go Wan continued her shopping spree. Sweeping through clothing stores throughout the city, she could hardly be without attire. She purchased an array of garments, sweaters, shirts, short sleeves, outerwear, down jackets, suits, bras, fur coats, vests, and tank tops. For bottoms, she acquired shorts, trousers, underwear, long pants, dress pants, overalls, and jeans. Additionally, she secured an assortment of dresses, including skirts, long dresses, jumpsuits, and robes. She amassed an astonishing number of items, certainly no fewer than tens of thousands. Following this, she indulged in cosmetics, procuring eyeshadow, foundation, false eyelashes, lotions, creams, and serums, filling 3 delivery trucks to the brim. To acquire these goods, Go On dedicated a fortnight. With 5 months remaining before the impending apocalypse, her safe house was already halfway constructed, projected to be completed in another month and a half. The funds from the sale of her company had arrived a week prior, and her expenditures were nearing their limit. As she reflected on the items within her space that afternoon, she genuinely struggled to recall anything else she needed. She had everything for leisure and enjoyment. If only a man could join her. Ah, the mere thought thrilled her. Just as Go On immersed herself in her daydream, her phone screen illuminated with an unfamiliar number. Who could it be? Could it be Song Ching again, seeking trouble? Over the past fortnight, Go On had already confronted Song Ching 3 times. Hello, who is this? A deep, slightly raspy male voice resonated from the other end, sending a shiver down her spine. Chun-Yi. Go On's heart tightened. Why was he reaching out at this moment? Was he regretting his decision and demanding the payment for the cold iron? How could she possibly have the funds for him now? With a quiver in her voice, she inquired, is there something you need? Indeed, he replied. What is it? Have you forgotten to compensate me for my clothing? The voice on the other end seemed to be suppressing its emotions, tinged with impatience. As long as it isn't about money, Go Wan's mind raced, finally recalling the events of that day. She quickly apologized, filled with guilt. I'm sorry. I've been quite busy lately. I've already purchased the clothes and will deliver them to you tomorrow. All right, I will wait for you at Grandpa's house. Chapter 8. Stock preparation. The following morning, Go-won rose early, hastily purchasing a set of men's clothing before making her way to Grandpa Chen's residence. Chun-yi had been her savior in her past life, a debt she felt compelled to repay, even to the extent of preparing a room for him in her safe house upon her rebirth. Upon her arrival, the door was opened by a housekeeper. Grandpa had gone out for exercise, and Chun-yi was yet to arrive. She was directed to the living room to pass the time watching television. The moment the television flickered to life, a news segment captured her attention. Yesterday, a male corpse had been discovered on Lotus Street. Following police investigation, the deceased was identified as Song Qing, suspected to have been murdered due to loan shark debts. Beside the corpse lay a severely injured woman, currently undergoing emergency treatment, reportedly suffering multiple stab wounds. Go-won fixated on the images on the screen, nodding slightly, a cold smirk gracing her lips. How fortunate for Song Qing, she thought, initially anticipating he might last a few months, but he had met his end in merely half a month. How very convenient for her. I didn't expect you to arrive so early. Go-won diverted her gaze, landing on the clothing packaging beside her. Fortunately, it was nearly noon. Let us have lunch here, Chun-yi suggested. Go-won nodded in agreement, not wishing to refuse. Yet, Chun-yi furrowed his brow slightly, a fleeting expression of doubt crossing his eyes. He had anticipated she would decline or inquire about his reasoning, but instead, she had readily accepted. Aren't you going to take a look at the clothes? Go-won stepped forward, shaking the packaging bag before him, stating that it was too small and she would need to exchange it. She sighed inwardly, pondering how such a cold individual could have saved her. Perhaps it was solely due to his affection for her grandfather. Regardless of the reason, he had indeed saved her. And no matter his circumstances, this remained a fact. Ultimately, when the apocalypse arrived, she vowed to protect him. If it fits, please let me know. It was essential to confirm Chun-yi's size, so she could prepare appropriate clothing in the safe house. After all, it was uncertain how long the apocalypse would last. It was prudent to be well prepared. 3 months later, with 2 months remaining until the apocalypse, the safe house had been completed as scheduled. Backup power had also been established and stored within the safe house. Go-won calculated that the current power supply could sustain the safe house for 300 years. As for provisions, she had prepared enough for at least 1,000 years, including games, mahjong, books, and items deemed inappropriate for children. She intended to reside there until her demise, ensuring her mental state remained intact. Otherwise, she feared she might go mad. Your little darling has sent you a message. Go-won glanced down at her phone. Lanyu was inviting her out for shopping. Since time was still on her side, she decided to enjoy herself while she could. Arriving at the largest commercial street in the city center, Go-won waved from afar to Lanyu, who was waiting for her. Here I am. Upon meeting, Lanyu, somewhat exasperated, lightly thumped Gyun on the chest, saying, I thought your infatuation had improved, but it seems your intellect has diminished instead. What is the matter? Gyun, puzzled, inquired. What did you deliver to my home yesterday? An entire warehouse's worth of rice, flour, and cooking oil, and you even brought me water? I could drink for a lifetime and still not finish it. There's no room to store it. You must take it away immediately, or I shall sell it. Lanyu declared angrily, and as her words faded, she tapped Gyun's head again. Let us see if your brain is waterlogged. Gyun, fearing that Lanyu might actually sell the supplies, recognized their critical importance for survival. Lanyu gazed upwards, lost in thought, before lowering her head in silence for a moment. It seems this year has turned cold earlier than usual. Today is only July, the time when we typically experience sweltering heat. Yet households Haven-T even had the chance to use their air conditioners before donning thick sweaters. The temperature today is a mere 10 degrees. And some meteorological experts attribute this unusual phenomenon to the significant melting of Arctic glaciers, resulting in temperature disparities. Who could have imagined that this early onset of extreme cold would persist for 3 years? What will the Earth look like 3 years from now? No one can say for certain. Gyun, you don't actually believe those online rumors about the apocalypse, do you? Is that why you've hoarded supplies for me? Lanyu questioned, her gaze scrutinizing Gyun. Since the temperature had dropped, many individuals had expressed their opinions on forums, with numerous voices suggesting that doomsday was approaching. Over the past century, rumors of the end of the world have circulated countless times, and humanity has long since deemed such tales to be mere fabrications. Gyun sighed. I find it quite credible. After all, these are essentials, and having more one tea do any harm. Lanuel lightly tapped her forehead with the back of her hand, and then her own, her expression tinged with concern as she cautiously remarked, Gun, you haven't been influenced by Song Qing, have you? Can you truly believe such absurdity? Gyun rolled her eyes at her, finding her hopelessly naive, yet reflecting that had she not been reborn, she might have regarded anyone uttering such nonsense as deranged. Realizing further discussion was futile, Gyun took Lanue's hand and headed straight to the shopping mall without uttering another word. They browsed from day to night, with Gyun unleashing her pent-up shopping fervor, decisively purchasing hundreds or even thousands of items of everything she desired, not leaving until she had emptied the store's inventory. Within half an hour, her extravagant spending had made her a legend throughout the mall, even attracting salespeople who waited at the entrance for this living embodiment of fortune, eager to take her order, ensuring their financial security for the year. Lanue continuously urged her to be a rational consumer, warning her not to be deceived by rumors, her words almost turning to smoke. Yet Gyun remained unyielding in her pursuit of shopping. Since she could not be deterred, Lanue decided to join her. After all, shopping is a woman's nature. Lanue's family was even more affluent than Gyun's, and spending thousands was but a trifling matter. The two exited the mall around 10 o'clock at night. Stepping outside, a sudden gust of frigid air made them shiver involuntarily. It was only then they noticed that it had begun to snow. Chapter 9. Blizzard. The snow fell heavily. When they first emerged, there was only a thin layer on the ground, but in the blink of an eye, it had accumulated to a considerable thickness. At the entrance of the mall, an ever-growing crowd has gathered, each face adorned with expressions of astonishment intermingled with a hint of confusion. The heavy snowfall in July is indeed astonishing. People eagerly whip out their phones to capture the enchanting scene, wishing to immortalize this extraordinary moment. What kind of weather is this? It's my first time witnessing snow in July after 40 years. As Guwan listens to the discussions around her, she cannot help but reflect on her previous life, where she initially believed July snowfall was a government-orchestrated event. Was she truly so naive, her mind utterly befuddled? Suddenly, a comment from a child who appeared to be no older than 10 sparks laughter among the crowd. Isn't this a sign of the impending apocalypse? A man, seemingly in his 30s, scoffs with an air of superiority, the apocalypse? I've heard that narrative countless times, yet here we are, living quite well. He adds, children should watch fewer cartoons. It's affecting their intelligence. The boy, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment, stomps his foot and dashes out into the falling snow. Guwan stands before the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing at the thick blanket of white. In her past life, it was on this very day that the snow began to fall. She presses a button in her hand, and instantly, every door and window in her safe haven seals shut, activating the security mechanisms. The air purifier hums to life. In this life, she has resolved that upon the arrival of the third major snowfall, she will invite Chun-Yi and Grandpa Chun to reside with her, after which she shall refrain from venturing outside. Whatever the external conditions may be, they will no longer concern her. Ensuring her own survival is paramount. 2 months later, Go-on enjoys a premature retirement in her sanctuary, living in comfort without worries of food or drink. The only downside is the need for self-cleaning. However, this concern is soon alleviated as she purchases 3 robots online to assist with simple cleaning tasks and fetching items. The third heavy snowfall arrives as anticipated, heralding a new ice age. Online chatter abounds, with even some bored individuals initiating polls to determine if this snowfall will cease after 3 days like the previous one. Yet, unbeknownst to them, this snowfall and the drastic temperature drop are not fleeting. They will persist and escalate, ultimately leading to a catastrophe beyond anyone's endurance. At this moment, Guwan reclines on her sofa, leisurely sipping soda, while watching a drama on television, oblivious to the outside world where temperatures have plummeted to below -10 degrees. Her safe haven maintains a constant temperature of 26 degrees, the most comfortable for the human body. Scrolling through her phone, She is inundated with news about the global snowfall. Some experts speculate it to be a rare phenomenon that will soon dissipate, cautioning against stockpiling supplies. Go-on stifles a yawn, feeling a bit drowsy. The following day, she is awakened by a phone call from Lanyu. Irritated from being roused from her slumber, Go-on responds with an edge of annoyance. What is it? So early in the morning? On the other end, Lanyu's voice is bright and almost reverent. Go-on, you are simply incredible. Taken aback, Go-on wonders what she could have possibly done to earn such praise, especially since they hadn't seen each other in 2 months. With curiosity, she inquires, "What's going on? You must step outside and see," Lanyu urges. Go-on lifted the quilt, slipped on her slippers, and made her way to the floor-to-ceiling window. With a sight of the snow, captivated her gaze. She distinctly recalled that last night, when she went to bed, the snow merely blanketed the road. How could it have now engulfed the trash bins? A public trash bin stands a good 1.5 meters tall. In the distance, voice flitted rapidly. You can't get outside at all. The snowplows are struggling to clear one road before another layer accumulates. Without delay, Go-on donned her thick down jacket and dashed out of her haven. If she didn't seek out Chun-Yi soon, it might be too late. Fearing a fruitless endeavor, Go-on called Chun-Yi before leaving her home, and he answered promptly. Chun-Yi, where are you? She inquired. His voice was muffled at home. How exasperating. In such dreadful weather, who wouldn't he be at home? Surely, one cannot simply wait outside to perish. Go-on spoke gently. What is your address? I'll come find you. Without hesitation, he provided an address, but it seemed he was intentionally waiting for her to ask. It was as if everything had been meticulously prepared. A normal person would be momentarily taken aback when asked for their address, yet he responded with remarkable alacrity. Never mind that. Time was of the essence. If she delayed for just a few more hours, the roads would be utterly impassable. Fortunately, the snowplows were tirelessly at work, allowing for safe driving. As Go-on drove, the heavy snowfall caused her vehicle to progress slowly. She glanced at the sides of the road, where the snow had been piled into small hills, their size continually increasing. The streets were sparsely populated, and the mall was unusually quiet, with only a handful of salespeople occasionally chatting amongst themselves, seemingly unfazed by the relentless snowfall. Following Chun-Yi's directions, a journey that usually took no more than 40 minutes stretched into a full 2 hours. With a moment's distraction, her car skidded on the treacherous road. Initially, Go-on had intended to drive the snow vehicle she had specially commissioned, an 8-meter-long, 4-meter-high machine with 4 enormous tires, each adorned with robust anti-slip chains. The undercarriage utilized a turbocharged engine that could instantly melt snow with high-pressure gas. She had refrained from using it out of concern for drawing too much attention, a decision she now deemed a grave error. Upon arriving at Chun-Yi's neighborhood, the roads became more manageable. It was no wonder the affluent resided here. Her previous home could not hold a candle to this place. The security guard at the entrance was both handsome and tall. She had heard others say they were all retired special forces, and even the most audacious of underworld figures would think twice before causing trouble here. After undergoing thorough inquiries and receiving confirmation from Chun-Yi, she was permitted entry. Within the expansive community, she encountered no snow. It seemed to vanish before it even settled, as there were staff members diligently spreading salt every few meters. In this vast enclave, Go-on navigated countless turns before finally locating Chun-Yi's residence. My goodness, how unique this place is. Go-on gazed upon the 4 villas connected by an elongated corridor, their exterior exuding a simplistic elegance. The villas were devoid of ostentatious designs, their surfaces merely coated in a plain whitewash. Go-on halted her vehicle, and the distance from the parking spot to the entrance was a mere few meters. As she approached the door, only her face remained visible amidst the snowflakes that blanketed her. Are you Miss Go? Hurry inside. The young master is waiting for you. Just as she steadied herself, a man, appearing to be around 40, emerged from the house, braving the heavy snowfall. Go-on followed in his footsteps into the abode, which was adorned with minimalistic decor and numerous paintings gracing the walls. With a discerning eye, she recognized the ancient artworks that could fetch exorbitant prices in the black market. chiseled features were unforgettable at first glance. Go on, shivering from the cold, felt her nose turn crimson, and it took her a while to acclimate to the warmth of the room, which was even more inviting than her safe house. It seemed inconceivable, just moments ago. Her friends had complained about the ineffectiveness of the air conditioning. How could it be so warm here? In the next moment, Go-won realized the truth. Wealth afforded the best of everything. A 5,000 yuan air conditioner paled in comparison to one worth 500,000. Chun-Yi approached her, exchanging a glance with the man behind him, who then discreetly exited the room. With a piercing gaze fixed upon Go-won, his voice was crisp and low. Do you plan to freeze to death here? He glanced outside at the relentless snowfall and nodded slightly. Indeed, it does seem so. What is the matter? Before her departure, Go-won had rehearsed myriad seamless explanations in her mind, but upon arriving, she resolved to speak candidly. Taking a deep breath, she slowly articulated, You may think me mad when I tell you this, but every word I utter henceforth is the truth. The Ice Age begins with this snow. It will continue to fall, leading to a series of natural disasters. Collapsed homes, humanity left homeless, temperatures plummeting to minus 100 degrees. The apocalypse is upon us. By a twist of fate, I have come to know all of this. I have constructed a safe house and wish to bring you and your grandfather there. I want to protect you. Go-won spoke fervently, nearly gasping for air as she inhaled the fresh atmosphere. Do you believe me? She cautiously inquired of the silent Chun-Yi. A slight smile graced his lips, and she instantly felt deflated. So he thinks me a fool. This truth, no one will believe. It was too absurd. You don't believe me? Are you planning to take me to live there? Chun-Yi's words interrupted her as she reached for her keys. This was her contingency plan. If he did not believe her, she would offer him the key to her safe house, leaving him an escape route when the time came. She nodded like a chick pecking at grain, and Chun-Yi gazed at her obedient demeanor, his eyes brimming with tenderness, almost overflowing. Silently, he thought, Fool, how could I not believe you? Gowan abruptly raised her head and met his gaze, the intensity of his fiery eyes momentarily disconcerting her, causing her to quickly avert her gaze. Yet, in an instant, her expression returned to its characteristic coolness. Well, I suppose that will suffice. Gowan mused, reassured by the thought that her grandfather was under protection and that trouble would not befall him for long. Soon enough, he would come to trust her words, and then she could bring her grandfather over. Chun-Yi turned and ascended the stairs, returning moments later with a sleek black business suitcase. Have you packed everything so swiftly? Gowan inquired, astonished. Chun-Yi swallowed hard, his demeanor slightly awkward. I travel frequently. Everything is always prepared. Oh, she replied, nodding as if pondering the implications. No wonder he is so affluent, always ready to embark on a journey. What a relentless existence, rich and handsome, yet still so driven. Doesn't he allow anyone a chance to breathe? As the two stepped outside, the snow intensified, blanketing the ground in a thick layer that had not yet been cleared. The vehicles on the road, cars, electric scooters, and tricycles, were scattered haphazardly. Over there, Gowan pointed in the distance, where a house of cold iron stood in an oval shape, its roof free from snow accumulation. This was due to the heating system she had installed in the attic, ensuring that no snow settled atop, thus preventing the risk of a collapse from excessive weight. A single chopstick can be easily broken, but a bundle of them remains resilient. Similarly, even the strongest metals cannot withstand the relentless accumulation of time and pressure. Gowan led Chun-Yi in through the back entrance. From the outside, the house appeared as a unified structure, but she had deliberately designed it to be divided internally. At the junction of the two have stood a high-tech security door, crafted from cold iron, impervious to temperatures exceeding thousands of degrees. The door could only be unlocked by one means: Gowan's facial recognition. Should Chun-Yi wish to access her quarters, he would require her authentication. This was her safeguard. In her previous life, she had placed her trust in a deceitful man, giving him everything, only to be cast out and left to perish in the cold. Even in this life, as her savior, she felt compelled to maintain a degree of caution. In the face of hunger and the specter of death, the essence of humanity often fades away. Chapter 11. Introducing the safe house with a flourish, Gowan stepped through the doorway ahead of him. Eagerly introducing the room she had prepared for him. The house spanned 3 stories and covered approximately 50 acres. She first guided Chun-Yi to the gaming room, with him trailing closely behind, a smile lingering at the corners of his mouth whenever she was not looking. I'm not well versed in these matters. I purchased several hundred 4090 graphics cards. If you find it suitable, you might check the old box in the far corner, Gowan suggested, gesturing towards a weathered chest. They subsequently explored the gym, cinema, library, massage room, kitchen, and swimming area. Gowan had initially considered installing a hot spring for bathing, but ultimately abandoned the idea due to its excessive energy consumption. After completing the tour of the first floor, 2 hours had elapsed. The second floor was primarily designated for bedrooms. To the left at the top of the stairs was Chun-Yi's room, while to the right lay his grandfather's room, separated by a narrow corridor. This will be your bedroom, she stated. The bedroom is predominantly adorned in a minimalist shade of gray, with a bed measuring 2 meters by 2 meters, draped in satin bedding that harmonizes with the walls. A coffee table, television, and an array of men's skincare products are neatly arranged in the space. Chun-Yi furrowed his brow, casting a perplexed glance at the lineup of skincare items, as if questioning Gao Wan's sanity for preparing such an extensive collection. Noticing his confusion, Gao Wan sheepishly scratched her head, saying, I'm not sure what you use, so I bought a variety of brands. Without uttering a word, Chun-Yi turned and exited the bathroom, approaching the left side of the bed where a simple, oversized gray cabinet stood, far larger than a typical bedside table. Shouldn't there be a nightstand here? He queried, bewildered. Gao Wan, who was much shorter than him, hurried to catch a glimpse of what he was referring to, mumbling, what is it? Upon seeing the cabinet, Gao Wan's expression shifted dramatically, and she instinctively moved to obscure it with her body. Oh, it's nothing. I just thought a bedside table wouldn't do you justice, so I intentionally bought a larger one to compliment you. Her eyes darted nervously, unable to meet his gaze, and she fidgeted with the hem of her clothing. Observing her reaction, Chani grew increasingly curious about the contents within the cabinet, unconvinced by her earlier claims. Let me see, he said, lowering his gaze, his voice low and husky. Witnessing his displeasure, Gao Wan felt a chill run through her as his dark eyes glinted ominously. She bit her lip, knowing that the items were intended for him regardless of when he discovered them. As she spoke, she edged toward the door, reasoning that as long as she couldn't see the embarrassment, it wouldn't be hers to bear. Suddenly, a firm grip seized her wrist, halting her movement, accompanied by Chun-Yi's voice. What if you intend to harm me? With a loud clatter, the cabinet door swung open. He gazed into the cabinet, which was brimming with an assortment of items, and felt his cheeks flush, visibly shifting from pale to crimson, a delicate blush adorning his fair complexion. Gao Wan stared at the cabinet filled with condoms, ranging from the smallest to the largest sizes, having meticulously selected the 10 most popular brands on the market. Casting a sly glance at the dazed Chun-Yi, she felt a surge of pride, reveling in her thoughtfulness. We are all adults, and we understand our physiological needs, she mused. Chun-Yi remained silent for a considerable time, finally managing to utter a few words through gritted teeth. You really are quite thorough in your preparations. Gao Wan, with a delayed reaction, misinterpreted his words as a compliment and playfully blinked at him. Of course, I even soundproofed these walls. She gave him a knowing look, encouraging him to draw his own conclusions. She then patted the bed, adding, I purchased this bed too, 2 meters by 2 meters, spacious enough for comfort, so feel free to roll around. As she spoke, Gao Wan bent down, seemingly searching for something beneath the bed. Moments later, she found it. The bed began to move, demonstrating its massage function, capable of applying pressure to various acupoints based on one's body. What do you think? Isn't it splendid? Don't forget to bring your girlfriend along. Rest assured, we have plenty of provisions here, Gao Wan said, casting a proud glance in his direction. Chun-Yi frowned, pondering the mention of a girlfriend. He certainly wished for it. Yet, as Gao Wan observed Chun-Yi's cold expression, she could not help but curl her lip. Was mentioning his girlfriend truly that difficult? Had they just parted ways? She sought to console him, saying, It's perfectly all right to break up. Tomorrow, I shall arrange a blind date for you. I'm certain I can find you a match made in heaven. I have not yet fallen to the depths of needing a blind date. Go-on felt a surge of anger emanating from him, causing her to feel somewhat uneasy. Did his reluctance to engage in a blind date imply lingering feelings for his ex? Casting a cautious glance at his stormy visage, she was taken aback by his apparent devotion. Well then, all she needed to do in this lifetime was to protect him, repaying the kindness from a previous life. Beyond that, she would not concern herself with much else. Go-on refrained from further conversation, obediently trailing behind Chun-Yi as they continued to meander on the second floor. Suddenly, he halted at the staircase, wholly engrossed in his own thoughts. She focused intently on the path beneath her feet, oblivious to his abrupt stop. Shaking her head, she muttered, "It's nothing, just a moment of confusion." Rubbing her head, she urged, "Let us proceed. There is still one more floor." Yet, Chun-Yi remained motionless, his brow furrowing slightly, his expression devoid of any emotional hue as he fixed his gaze upon Go-on. She felt a shiver run down her spine under his penetrating stare. "Is something wrong? Why do you treat me so well? And what a grandfather." When he spoke, his eyes seemed capable of piercing through all deceit, accepting only authenticity and integrity. Go-on did not shy away from his intense gaze, focusing intently as he enunciated each word. "I shall protect you until my dying breath." Her declaration sent his previously tranquil heart into a frenzy, pounding so fiercely it felt as though it might leap into his throat. He struggled to suppress his emotions, yet the tremor in his voice betrayed him. "Why? We have known each other for such a short time." Go-on felt a knot of anxiety in her heart. How could she explain this? To speak of being saved by him in a past life and returning to repay that kindness seemed utterly absurd. Chapter 12. The unrelenting snow. With that, she swiftly dashed down the stairs in a flurry of steps. He gazed after her retreating figure, his hands instinctively clenching into fists. Though a faint smile graced his lips, his eyes remained frigid. He lingered for a moment, then scoffed softly. Indeed, she was merely here to repay a debt of gratitude, and with that thought, he descended the stairs. Upon awakening, he fumbled beneath the covers for quite some time before locating his phone, only to find that it was already 11 in the morning. Go-on stared at her phone in bewilderment for a while before exclaiming, "Sleeping in on a snowy day is truly delightful." Rising from her bed, she slipped into her slippers and forcefully pulled open the curtains, revealing a blinding expanse of white outside. Instinctively, she shut her eyes, waiting a moment before daring to reopen them. The snow continued to fall, blanketing everything in sight, rendering it impossible to discern how thick it had become. Only the distant branches of trees, now half buried, could be vaguely perceived. Go-on deactivated her phone's Do Not Disturb mode, and an avalanche of messages flooded in. It turned out these were from a previous group chat with the property management. "The snow is so thick. When will you clear it? Indeed, if we can't leave, at least the community should allow us to move about. We still need to go out and buy groceries. Why has the heating stopped? Even with the air conditioning running, it is futile. The temperature inside has plummeted to below 10 degrees. The property management group was in an uproar. It was only at 8 in the morning that the management finally communicated with the residents, stating that the heating had not ceased, but was simply unable to function effectively due to the frigid temperatures. The snowplow could not start, rendering snow removal impossible. They assured us that once the snowfall subsided, they would promptly arrange for the clearing of snow. Go-on refreshed her page, noting that the temperature outside had plummeted to minus 40 degrees, nearing the coldest point in the northern region. The mercury continued its relentless descent. Upon opening a video feed, the trending topics were all about the extreme cold. Even the streamers she once followed had halted their broadcasts. The government issued a notice urging residents to remain calm, assuring that the cold wave would soon pass. But when would it end? An automatically generated news alert occupied her entire screen. 2 news anchors appeared, clad in thick down jackets, as they reported the news. Go-on felt a jolt of concern, though she was aware of the severe cold outside. She had always trusted the central heating system to be top-notch. If the anchors were wearing down jackets, it must mean the indoor temperature had become unbearably low. The female anchor spoke directly to the camera, striving to maintain a steady tone. Early yesterday morning, a cold front swept across the globe, with global temperatures now plummeting to minus 50 degrees Celsius. The government is actively investigating the cause. Dear friends, please refrain from going outside unless absolutely necessary to avoid any potential fatalities. The authorities will address this snow disaster. Do not spread rumors or believe them. And do not engage in hoarding supplies. This snow calamity will soon pass. Hoarding will only hasten your demise. Her phone rang, displaying the name Lan Yu. Go-Wan answered, and Lan Yu's anxious voice came through. Wan, I truly feel the apocalypse is upon us. Go-Wan chuckled. You already said that yesterday. Oh, but truly, our heating is barely functioning, and we can't even step outside. Even if we had money, we couldn't buy anything. Lowering her voice, she added, last night, I secretly stashed away the supplies you sent in our underground garage. She continued, you should also be cautious. You've given me so much. And I'm sure you've stockpiled quite a bit yourself. In case the apocalypse really does arrive, one can never predict what people might do. Go-Wan raised an eyebrow. She had never mentioned her own stockpiling to Lan Yu. Suddenly, she understood, and a wry smile crept on her lips. So soon, and already someone was coveting her supplies. Rest assured, I've hidden everything well, enough to last me a lifetime. There was a brief silence on the other end, before Lan Yu's voice rose with an inexplicable excitement. Good. After ending the call, Go-Wan reflected on her own vulnerability. Despite Lan Yu's previous admonitions to not be misled by the media, she had intended to repay her kindness in this rebirth. Yet unexpectedly, Lan Yu had already begun to think of her. As her thoughts wandered, Go-Wan's gaze drifted towards the door of the adjacent room. She wondered if he, too, was contemplating her supplies upon witnessing the current calamity. Human nature can be treacherous. This was a reality she could not afford to overlook. She had stocked the food in Chun-Yi's room to last only a month. Should Go-Wan perish, all that was within her space would vanish. If he did not freeze to death, hunger would surely claim him. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Someone is outside. Someone is outside. Hearing the alarm from the security door, Go-Wan hurriedly rushed over, her panic causing her to lose one of her slippers in the process. Through the screen on the door, Go-Wan let out a sigh, wondering who had arrived. She placed her finger on the fingerprint lock, and the security door slowly opened, revealing the handsome face of Chun-Yi. Waking up to the sight of a handsome man was truly delightful. Did I make any food? Yvonne knew did. Feeling even more pleased at the thought of a handsome man cooking for her. Chun-Yi's gaze fell upon her feet, and his brow furrowed slightly. Is it fashionable for girls to wear only one shoe now? Go-Wan looked down at her right foot, her fair toes wiggling awkwardly. I ran too fast and lost it. Chun-Yi approached her and bent down to pick her up. Go-Wan quickly stepped back, thinking he might be plotting something. What are you doing? I'm going to help you put on your shoe. Chun-Yi's voice was low, carrying an undeniable authority. Although Go-Wan's mind screamed to refuse, her body betrayed her, remaining rooted in place as Chun-Yi effortlessly scooped her up. Her heart raced uncontrollably, and she dared not meet his gaze. Go-Wan's face flushed crimson as Chun-Yi gently placed her on his bed. I'll go find your shoe. Go-Wan watched him in a flustered state, her mind conjuring an alluring image, her gaze inadvertently drifting toward the large wardrobe. What size does he wear? She startled at her own thoughts, chastising herself for being too forward. After all, it had been over 20 years since she had been close to a man, and she could not afford to lose her principles. Chapter 13. Seeking help under the shade of trees soon. Chun-Yi returned with a shoe in hand and knelt before Go-Wan. The sight of him startled her into standing abruptly. No, don't do that. It's inappropriate. Inappropriate how? Chun-Yi's voice was deep and devoid of emotion. I don't have a girlfriend. I lied to you yesterday. Unfazed, he continued his actions, placing the slipper by her feet. Lift your foot. Go-Wan replied softly. Hearing that he had no girlfriend filled her with unexpected joy, although she couldn't quite understand why. Come, let us eat. Following Chun-Yi, Go-Wan found the table sparsely set with 2 bowls of plain porridge, each accompanied by a single egg. She had expected something more delectable. Is this it? She huffed, plopping down at the table, resting her chin on her arms. Her cheeks puffed up as she glared at the porridge. Although she had recently developed a fondness for porridge, having consumed it excessively, she had hoped for a feast today, only to find herself faced with yet another bowl of it. Noticing her displeasure, Chun-Yi handed her a peeled egg, placing it in her bowl. Eating some porridge in the morning is good for your health. Go-won blinked, glancing out the window, exasperated. Brother, it's noon, not morning. It's best to start your first meal with something light. Go-won scooped a spoonful of porridge into her mouth, finding it bland. In no time, she finished the bowl and set down her utensils, feeling satisfied. As a drama played on the television, Go-won lounged on the sofa, scrolling through her phone. The coffee table to her left was laden with snacks and fruits. Every now and then, she couldn't help but smile at the sweet moments between the lead characters on the show. For several consecutive days, Go-won lay in a state of languor, indulging in ample sustenance and slumber, interspersed with brief moments of exercise, for one cannot solely feast without maintaining one's physique. During this time, Chun-Yi had knocked on her door multiple times, urging her to join him for meals, but she consistently declined, feigning fatigue, as she truly had no desire for porridge. Go-won mused that a young master like him might only know how to prepare porridge. After all, it was simpler than cooking noodles with tomatoes. Sitting by the floor-to-ceiling window, she gazed vacantly at the incessantly falling snowflakes, her mind awash with myriad thoughts. It seemed the populace had begun to grasp the severity of the snow disaster, as they spontaneously organized efforts to clear the snow, attempting to unearth the roads to the supermarkets stocked with provisions. Some fortunate souls resided near the supermarkets and had hoarded ample supplies at inflated prices, while those farther away found their paths to the stores still buried under snow. And as they cleared one section, another would become covered anew. Anxiety permeated the air. Her phone screen illuminated. Since her fallout with Avril, the sister group chat had remained dormant. The group consisted of 4 members, with only Go-won being an outsider among Avril's circle. Won-won, do you have any food left at home? Linning inquired in the chat. Go-won scoffed softly, recalling how she had been cast out by Song Qing in her previous life, enduring the cold as she sought refuge with Lin Ying and Angel, only to be met with scorn and cold water poured upon her, hastening her demise. She quickly typed a response. Yes, why? Do you lack provisions? Please send us some. Our supplies can only last a few more days, and we cannot venture out, Linning replied. Go-won retorted to her phone, if you cannot go out, how can I? I don't have wings. After sending her voice message, silence enveloped the group for a considerable time. She tapped on the group video chat, and soon it connected, revealing only Lin Ying and Angel, as she presumed that Avril had not been saved. Hey sisters, what are you doing at home? It's so boring. This heavy snow prevents any fun outings, Go-won remarked, simultaneously capturing her surroundings for them to see. The 2 girls stared in astonishment, their eyes wide. In the frigid landscape, they were bundled in down jackets and blankets, their homes heated yet still trembling from the cold. Meanwhile, Go-won donned a breezy nightgown, a half-eaten cake beside her. They could hardly believe that she was dressed so lightly in such bitter weather, leisurely nibbling on cake. Jealousy surged within them, though they maintained smiling facades. Won-won, it's too cold. We're coming over, they insisted. Go-won, once the quintessential people-pleaser, was expected to readily acquiesce to their request. Upon hearing their words, she chuckled. How do you plan to come in this weather? What if you freeze to death? It's fine, just give us your address. We'll come over now, Linning and Angel resolved, concluding that they could simply hire someone to clear the snow to her residence. Enduring the cold momentarily was preferable to starving or freezing at home. Suddenly, the faces of the 2 girls vanished from the screen. On the other side of the video call, they were bewildered, wondering what had caused the sudden disconnection. Fortunately, they were able to make a phone call, discovering that the heavy snowfall had severed the internet lines, and repairs could not be made for the time being. Go-won disregarded the abruptly disconnected video call and instead turned to the chat of the previous homeowners. The property manager, Mr. Su, had made a statement. Dear homeowners, the snowfall has brought us a calamity like no other. On behalf of the property management, I would like to propose a suggestion. What suggestion? I can barely find food. As representatives of the community, we should face this disaster proactively. I propose that tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, All the gentlemen in the neighborhood bring sufficient funds and snow removal tools, and we will collectively clear a path. Upon hearing this, the group fell into stunned silence. They too needed sustenance, and this idea had already been attempted by others, but the risks were daunting. In the nearby Tongji community, 1,000 men had ventured out 2 days prior to clear snow. Yet after a whole day, they had scarcely managed to clear the entrance, and many suffered from frostbite. Guan sighed, wondering if those who conceived such a plan were out of their minds. Chapter 14. Minus 100 degrees on the 5th day of the Ice Age. Temperatures plummeted to minus 100 degrees. Globally, electricity was rationed. Power would only be available for 2 hours at noon, and heating was halted, causing water pipes to freeze and cities to experience water shortages. Humanity began to surrender, collectively attacking national accounts at designated times, demanding governmental action. At noon, the government issued a statement mandating every city to exert every effort to clear the snow and ensure the health and safety of its citizens. Within an hour of this announcement, Guan observed hundreds of snowplows appearing on the streets. High-temperature snow removal vehicles traversed the roads, instantly melting the snow in their wake. People rushed to the streets to purchase groceries. Guan knew it was time to fetch her grandfather. It was on a day like this in her previous life that people resumed normalcy and began stockpiling supplies, yet human capacity was always limited. Normal travel lasted only 3 days. Machines gradually froze and broke down, left unattended and covered by the accumulating snow. Subsequently, the world faced power outages, internet failures, and water shortages. Guan, fully equipped in specially designed thermal clothing, which boasted warmth and durability comparable to an astronaut's suit, stepped outside. Before she could reach the road, she was intercepted by Chun Yi, who had been waiting there. Sensing her intention, he asked, "Are you going to fetch your grandfather?" Guan nodded. While there was still time, she had to bring her grandfather home. "He is quite safe. You won't be able to find him." Chun Yi's words filled her with confusion. "Not able to find him? Why? Your grandfather was the first to construct fortifications globally. Before this snowfall began, he was taken away. Someone will protect him," Chun Yi explained. Unwilling to trust without seeing for herself, Guan shook off Chun Yi's hand. She needed to ascertain whether her grandfather was truly not home. Just as she was about to step forward, the system announced, "Chen Shi, lifespan 99 years, passed away in 2120. The system's words acted as a balm to Guwan's anxious heart. The system was infallible. This year, her grandfather was 79, with 20 years of life ahead of him. CHNY gazed at her, noting her expression was unusually grave, an intensity he had never witnessed before. Her deeply set brows and eyes added an air of frigid severity. He felt a pang of panic. It seemed she had indeed been taken away for protection by the state. Why then had CHNY deceived her? Trembled slightly, and her eyes to well with tears as she shouted, "Why didn't you tell me that day?" CHNY, witnessing her distress, felt a surge of compassion. He regretted not revealing the truth to her at that moment. He reached out, intending to comfort her, but she recoiled. His lips quivered. Words caught in his throat. GWN waved her hand dismissively, a light laugh escaping her lips. "Never mind. It is your freedom, and I have no right to interfere." Indeed, she held no authority to meddle. In this life, she was merely repaying a debt of gratitude. Turning her back, she entered the house, leaving CHNY alone in the tempest, standing until the ache in his knees reminded him of reality. Inside, GWN was consumed by a tempest of emotions with no outlet for her ire. Everything seemed irksome. Even a dog by the roadside would have earned a kick from her. Grabbing a bottle of water, she drank it in one go, but the icy liquid could not extinguish the fire within her. Unable to contain herself, she let out a frustrated scream. Just then, an untimely phone rang. GWN glanced at her phone and cursed under her breath. How annoying. Fuming, she answered the call with little courtesy. "What do you want?" On the other end, NQR's overly affected voice chimed in. "WNWN, I'm at your doorstep. Hurry and let me in." At this, GWN snapped to attention. Through the surveillance screen, she saw two figures peering through the door's crack, clad in at least 4 layers of down jackets. They resembled 2 oversized polar bears rather than the slender figures she once knew. Behind them trailed several bags of varying sizes, suggesting they intended to stay for a while. GWN marveled at their speed. Having given only her address in the morning, they had arrived by afternoon, likely having queried many of her relatives. Now, her relatives must be aware of her stockpiling, and her shameless uncle surely knew as well. The code is 785623. Hurry inside, she urged them anxiously. Okay. They nodded like chicks pecking at grain, and within moments, she heard the sound of the keypad being pressed outside. But just as the final button was pressed, they pounded on the door, shouting, "Open the door! Open the door!" Suddenly, a torrent of water cascaded down upon them from above. In a frigid outdoor temperature, the shock of the icy deluge was nothing short of excruciating. As the cold water made contact with their skin, a chilling sensation coursed through their bodies, leaving them feeling as though they had been frozen in place. The expressions on the faces of the two individuals instantly turned pale, their lips quivering slightly as if attempting to emit sounds to Gowan outside, yet thwarted by the chilling sensation. Gowan gazed through the screen at their impending state of frostbite. Soon, both began to tremble uncontrollably, their breaths becoming rapid. Gowan raised her head slightly, observing the disheveled duo on the screen, a smug smile radiating from her face. In a previous life, they had doused her with a bucket of water. In this life, she returned the favor with an equivalent measure. Their lips turned a shade of violet as they curled up on the ground, desperately trying to warm themselves, though their efforts proved futile. Layers of ice had formed on their down jackets, encasing them completely, while their damp hair had transformed into icicles. Driven by survival instinct, they discarded their bags and fled from Gowan's doorstep, their destination unknown, a matter of little concern to her. Once they had departed, Gowan promptly adopted a relaxed posture, scrolling through her phone as she observed the happenings outside. People flooded the streets, scrambling to purchase supplies. The entrance to the supermarket was congested beyond measure, with reports of stampedes in certain areas. One could only imagine the chaos of thousands rushing into a single store, and those fortunate enough to emerge with vegetables were truly the chosen few. At noon, the property group chat buzzed with renewed activity. The prices for vegetables are exorbitant. I nearly risked my life to obtain a mere handful of greens, $200 for a pound. This is profiteering in times of crisis. Rumors spread that all supermarkets in the city had been emptied by midday, with claims of complete vegetable shortages. Chapter 15. The world is devoid of supplies. Do not trust those with wealth. They must be hoarding. And what can you do about it? Call the police to arrest them. The chat erupted with various opinions. Gowan observed the rising discontent within the group, realizing she had severely underestimated humanity's survival instinct. Within mere hours, not a single leaf of vegetable could be found nationwide. Supermarkets had begun closing their doors, food and water suddenly becoming invaluable commodities. No matter how much money one possessed, it could not procure supplies. Currency, gold, and jewels began to depreciate in value at that moment. Possessing an abundance of cash proved less useful than a single piece of wood to boil water. And antiques paled in comparison to the worth of a bushel of rice. Growing weary of her phone's incessant updates, which were either about stampedes or food shortages, began to overtake her, a series of knocks echoed from the door. Struggling against her drowsiness, Gowan approached the screen, her eyes brightening at the sight of 3 police officers standing at the entrance, accompanied by Angel and Lenny. Observing the two, full of vitality, she mused that calamity seemed to keep them alive for millennia. The moment they opened their eyes, they burst into tears, accusing Gowan of attempted murder for having splashed water on them. Had this been in the past, the officers might have chuckled and advised them to let the matter rest. Yet, in the current frigid conditions, throwing water on someone could indeed constitute attempted murder. Gowan coldly inquired, "Is there something you need?" The officers outside, wearing serious expressions, displayed their badges on the screen, declaring police business. "Please open the door." "I can open the door," but the two girls behind you are not permitted to enter. If you insist on bringing them along, please ensure you take them with you when you leave. Otherwise, what am I to do with them here?" Go-on stated. The three officers exchanged glances, their eyes then turning in unison towards the two individuals behind them. And She and her companion lowered their heads, unable to meet their gaze. Filled with trepidation, the officers pondered silently, questioning why it was suggested that the girls would linger at her residence. "Rest assured, that will not be an issue," one officer, appearing to be in his early 40s, spoke first. Moments later, the door creaked open. As the five stepped into Go-won's abode, they were enveloped by a comforting warmth, instantly thawing their chilled bodies, prompting an unspoken desire to remain indoors. One officer, acting on impulse, inquired, "How is your house so warm?" Since the cessation of heating, the police station felt as frigid as an ice cellar. Although they were not subjected to power restrictions, the air conditioning, running continuously, offered little relief. They had to huddle with heating pads and wrap themselves in thick blankets just to manage a phone call. If the heavy snow continues, we may soon find ourselves unable to afford heating pads. I saw one selling online for 3,000 yuan today. "Greetings, you may call me Officer Long." The elderly officer once again presented his badge to confirm his identity. "We received a report from the two of them alleging that you intentionally splashed water and attempted murder. Hence our inquiry. We encountered them on the street, and they were completely frozen." Officer Long gestured towards the girls. Go-on tilted her head to glance at the two behind her, a sly smile creeping onto her lips, before she turned towards the sofa and retrieved her mobile phone. After a few taps on the screen, she handed it to Officer Long, explaining, "I do know them, but they came to visit me this morning and mistakenly entered the wrong password, resulting in the system automatically spraying water on them." Upon viewing the footage of the girls being drenched, Officer Long confirmed Go-won's account. And She, unable to contain herself, interjected, "You told us the password. How could we have entered it incorrectly? It was 785,623. Go-won chuckled. "It was 785,723. You must have misheard." She proceeded to the door and entered the password she had just mentioned, causing the door to slowly open. And Shiener's face flushed with anger, alternating between pale and red, before finally exclaiming, "You are playing me for a fool." Her words cut like a blade, leaving both She and her companion blushing, while the officers appeared somewhat embarrassed. Though unspoken, they were not oblivious and could discern that Go-won's words implied they were foolish for believing another's one-sided account. Go-won then issued an eviction notice. "If there is nothing else, I am tired and wish to rest." The three officers, feeling the weight of the moment, nodded in acknowledgement. "Very well, we shall take our leave." However, as they turned towards the door, Go-won halted them. "Officer Long, there are still two individuals here." And She immediately knelt on the ground, followed by Lin Ying, who joined her in clasping Go-won's legs and pleading, "I do not wish to leave. There is no food at home. You can command me to do anything while I stay here." Tears streamed down their faces, accompanied by a cacophony of sobs and sniffles, obliterating any vestige of their once dignified and composed appearances. They resembled nothing more than petulant women throwing tantrums on the ground. Go-won cast a disdainful glance at the two of them, attempting to free her leg, but despite their slender frames, they possessed surprising strength, thwarting her efforts repeatedly. "Officer Long, I beg you to take them away in the next few days." The three of them bore the marks of her grasp, their faces marred and bloody. A ghastly sight to behold. Angel was dragged to the door, once more breaking free from their hold, gripping the doorframe with both hands in a desperate refusal to leave. They could only pull her legs forward. Fortunately, Linning no longer resisted, thus alleviating some of their burden. As the five exited, Go-won promptly shut the door. Resetting the password, she gazed at the police car receding in the distance, along with the two solitary figures standing on the road. Moments later, Angel and Lin Ying reappeared at the door. Lin Ying whispered the password, 785723, confident that she would not have changed it in such a short span. "Once we're inside, we'll deal with her." With that, Angel swiftly pressed a sequence of numbers. Almost immediately, the familiar alarm blared again, and before they could react, the two vanished without a trace. Chapter 16. A complete blackout a week later, the world was plunged into an ice age. Snowplows of various designs lined the streets. Go-on sat at the dining table, indulging in snacks while watching television, thoroughly content. Messages flooded her phone. 99 notifications from her Uncle S family inundated the screen. Wan Wan, do you have any candles or food? Uncle Wan Wan, we have nothing left to eat. You must help us. Aunt, our supplies will only last half a month. Can you spare us some food? Go-on ignored them all. Ever since Lin Ying had left, her aunts and uncles had bombarded her with calls for assistance, prompting her to remove her SIM card in frustration. When her calls went unanswered, they began to bombard her on WeChat, their ugly faces laid bare in that moment. With a delicate swipe of her finger, she exited WeChat, enveloping her world in silence. She had truly become isolated from the world, indifferent to the happenings outside, content to safeguard her own little domain. Go-on turned her gaze toward the door leading to Chun, wondering if he had already left. A surge of anger coursed through her, but she could not allow him to perish outside. She slowly made her way to the computer, quickly inputting the password to access the camera in his room. Cameras had been discreetly installed upstairs and downstairs, their pinhole size making them nearly invisible. Even if she were to search for them now, she might struggle to locate them, only recalling their general vicinity. As the screen illuminated, the sight of Chun-Yi brought her a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he had not ventured out and succumbed to the cold. Suddenly, in the video, Chun-Yi lifted his head, gazing directly at the camera, as though he were staring straight at her. Go-on startled, shivering, and promptly shut off the screen. As she gazed at the darkened screen of her computer, she patted her chest in a bid to soothe herself, assuring herself that he could not possibly discover the camera. It was merely a coincidence. A month later, when Go-on opened her phone to log into WeChat, her device was inundated with messages from the residents group, and it was then that she learned the truth. The community had experienced a complete power outage since noon, and she discovered that the designated power supply hours were from 12 to 2 o'clock, yet even as evening fell, there were no signs of electricity returning. Go-on had anticipated this turn of events, but not so soon. The biting cold weather had hindered hydropower, wind power, rendered the mountains impassable for logging, water was frozen solid, and the blades of wind turbines were encased in ice. Furthermore, a report for duty, preventing any continuation of power generation. As countries around the globe depleted their reserves of energy, power outages became inevitable. Presently, the only source of electricity lay in nuclear energy, but the generated power was reserved exclusively for governmental use. While people could melt snow for water to sustain their lives, the cessation of electricity plunged ordinary lives into darkness, instilling a profound sense of fear. Before the heavy snowfall arrived, Go-on had prudently stocked up on fuel from 20 gas stations, enough to sustain her power needs for 3 centuries. Now, as the clock struck 8, she wondered why the electricity had not yet returned. Indeed, her phone was on the brink of dying, with gas supplies halted and now a power outage. Even a cup of hot water was a distant luxury. At that moment, Old Wong from the property management spoke up. "Everyone, please remain calm. It is likely just a temporary supply issue. Let us rest early and reassess the situation tomorrow at noon." Old Wong, who guarded the entrance of the community, was a lifelong bachelor with no children. His station next to Go Wan's unit allowed him to observe her, perhaps due to the flourishing nature of her enterprises. With a kindly visage and a perpetual smile, he exuded warmth, yet beneath this amiable exterior lurked the heart of a wolf. In her previous life, Go Wan had been cast out of her home and sought refuge within the community, only to be driven away by others like a dog. When she approached the security office to escape the cold, Old Wong had blocked her entry, demanding she share his bed before he would allow her inside. Naturally, she had rebuffed him and left the community alone, muttering a word of disgust. The residents in the group found solace in Old Wong's words. A temporary power outage was not uncommon, especially in these trying times. However, after 3 consecutive days without power, restlessness began to stir among the residents. One by one, they turned to Old Wong. "Mr. Wong, it has been 3 days without electricity. Is the property management planning to address this?" Another resident implored. "Indeed, you asked us to wait 3 days ago, and we have yet to hear a word. Another added, "My child has no water to drink. Please provide an explanation." With the battery life of their phones dwindling, they feared being cut off from the outside world, left to freeze in the dark. Old Wong replied, "Currently, there has been no communication from the authorities. We must wait. Please minimize outdoor activity and turn off your phones when not in use. I firmly believe we will weather this storm." "Mr. Wong," another voice chimed in, "my friend just texted me that the authorities distributed supplies to every community a few days ago. Why have we not received any?" Before the power outage, the government had arranged for military helicopters to deliver provisions to each community. This was a distribution of emergency food supplies from the government as reserves, and it represented their maximum effort at present. After this, survival would depend solely on their own resilience. Old Wong received a delivery of vegetables and rice 3 days in advance, a full ton of each. At the entrance of the community, he was alone, concealing the bounty from his neighbors. Under the cover of darkness, he discreetly transported the goods to the security room for safekeeping. "What vegetables and rice? Where are they?" Old Wong stammered, "I've been here every day. There's not a soul in sight, let alone any goods." Guwan curled her lip and shared a photograph in the group chat, an image captured by the entrance surveillance camera, showing Old Wong in the act of moving the vegetables. "Old Wong, how unscrupulous of you to hoard all this food." The destitute, upon witnessing such a hoarding of resources, became frantic. The moment those words were uttered, an eerie silence enveloped the group. It was a silence that was chilling. Old Wong fixated on the messages in the chat, trembling uncontrollably. In a desperate bid, he barricaded the entrance to the security room with cabinets, chairs, and even the water dispenser, attempting to thwart the impending mob. Yet, he underestimated the ravenous crowd. Within minutes, a throng of men began to converge at the entrance. "Let me at it," shouted a muscular man, towering at 6 feet tall, as he approached the door. Bang! Bang! Merely watching as he was encircled. "Where's the food? Speak quickly, or else you will pay dearly." Someone shouted. "There's a small door," came a cry from the crowd, and all eyes turned towards the back door. A tremendous noise erupted as the door swung open, revealing a mountain of grains that sent the crowd into a frenzy. Normally, they would have dismissed such staples, rice and flour, as mundane, but in their current state of hunger, they appeared as precious as gold. It had been far too long since they had eaten their fill, having to ration even a single noodle each day. In that moment, primal madness took hold, and they surged forward, jostling for space, drowning in a cacophony of shouts and curses. "Get out of my way! Don't touch me, you bastard! I'll kill you!" The scene devolved into chaos as they fought over the food. Fists flew and feet kicked. The muscular man who had kicked the door now seized the smaller man's head and slammed it against the wall, blood gushing forth and splattering his face as he cursed. "What do you think you are doing, trying to take from me?" Minutes passed, and the warehouse was stripped bare, leaving a heavy stench of blood in the air. A number of individuals lay motionless on the ground, their clothes soaked in crimson, while cries for help echoed from within. The group chat remained quiet until around 9 o'clock that evening, when it suddenly buzzed with activity once more. A multitude of women voiced their sentiments within the group, and at that moment, the malevolence of humanity was fully unleashed. They all understood that survival was the paramount concern, while the means of enduring this crisis was a matter for another time. Go-On observed the messages in the chat with keen interest, shaking her head in disbelief. Just then, she noticed a newcomer entering the group, only to be abruptly removed. All she could discern was that the new member's username included the character Lin. Uneasy, Go-On glanced around her home, which was encased in cold iron, with concrete poured within its protective shell. She sighed and reclined on her soft bed, stretching leisurely, dismissing her worries. Meanwhile, Lin Yin had taken over the administrator's position in the group and expelled Go Wan from the conversation. "Everyone," she declared, according to the latest updates, "the entire city is experiencing a power outage, and the authorities have abandoned us. How long will your supplies last? Who are you? What do you mean by that?" I know of a place where, while we suffer through the frigid darkness of night, someone at home is comfortably clad in a short-sleeved shirt, sipping wine and enjoying a lavish feast. Do you think that is fair? With that, Lin Ying shared a photograph of Go-won's home. In the image, a grand house was illuminated and a girl in pajamas practiced yoga inside. Anyone who beheld such a scene would be consumed by jealousy. Where is this? Why does she have electricity? It goes without saying, someone in a high position must have anticipated the blizzard and stockpiled supplies. Bah, we are entitled to our share of those goods. Indeed, where's this place? We should seize it. Lin Ying then interjected, everyone, hold your horses. Modest lawn that required maintenance. The residents kept chainsaws handy for their domestic staff to tend to the greenery. Since everyone agrees to this plan, let us gather at the entrance at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. I recommend turning off our phones to conserve battery. All right. Due to the prolonged blizzard, the snow on the roads had hardened, making it passable for pedestrians and even vehicles. As Lin Ying set her phone down, the white light emanating from the screen cast an eerie pallor on her face, devoid of any color, resembling a thick layer of makeup akin to that of a corpse. The following morning, before the dawn had fully broken, Go-won was startled awake by a cacophony of discordant buzzing sounds. Instantly alert, she sat up, her ears acutely attuned to the noise, and within moments, she discerned the source. She slipped on her slippers and hurried to the door's display screen to ascertain the identity of the intruders outside. A throng of men, dark and foreboding, stood vigil outside her home, while a burly figure wielded a chainsaw, attempting to breach the electronic lock. Go-won recognized the stout man as her neighbor, Fatty, who had previously been in the building materials business. Although she was only familiar with one or two of the men, most of their faces seemed vaguely recognizable, confirming her instinct from the previous night. The orchestrator of this gathering was Lin Ying, inciting the residents of the community to seize her possessions. What she had not anticipated was their swift arrival. It seemed they had been driven by hunger for far too long. The din of the chainsaw throbbed in her head, causing her discomfort. She rushed to the sofa, retrieved a white remote, and pressed the mute button as per its instructions. In an instant, a layer of gray soundproofing material enveloped the interior, gradually cloaking the entire ceiling and walls. Having endured a week in the flames without deterioration, the door, forged from 10 layers of cold iron, was virtually indestructible. Yawning, Go-won ambled to the kitchen, where she found the refrigerator brimming with provisions. After a swift scan, she selected a carton of yogurt and a bag of nuts, mumbling to herself, I've indulged in too much oil these past few days. Time to cleanse my system. Chapter 18. Temptation After Breakfast. Go-won retrieved a comic book from the second floor. This was the 4th volume she had read, with a total of 28 more to follow. Eventually, every television series reaches its conclusion, and even her phone could grow tiresome. Thus, she had meticulously amassed a library of hundreds of thousands of books to enrich her mental landscape during her leisure hours. Outside, the men continued their efforts on the electronic lock, the chainsaw roaring and sparks flying, while Fatty's hands became visibly swollen from his prolonged grip on the tool. Despite their efforts, the lock remained unscathed by noon, while the crowd behind him, exposed to the frigid air, could barely endure the cold. They urged Fatty to hasten his efforts, exclaiming, Come on, can't you do it? You've already broken 5 chainsaws. In this bitter chill, they risked frostbite. Fatty, feeling the urgency himself, was well versed in building materials and had encountered various substances, but the lock before him was an unexpected challenge. Frustrated, he cursed, Damn it. Stop your whining. If you want food, wait for me. If not, get lost. Lin Ying, having moved to the front of the line, approached Fatty with a calm demeanor. No need to rush. If we cannot open it, we shall devise another plan. Though she was aware of the lock's formidable strength, witnessing its resilience after an entire morning of attempts still took her by surprise. Her gaze flickered toward the house, a glint of shrewdness crossing her eyes. With a loud clatter, the hefty man discarded the chainsaw he had been wielding and plopped down onto the ground, gasping for breath as he glanced at the several ruined chainsaws strewn about. What on earth are these made of? So tough. In all my years, I've never encountered such materials, he muttered in frustration. A bespectacled young man, seemingly refined, squeezed his way out of the crowd, pulling a small bottle from his pocket as he approached. The bottle contained a clear, colorless liquid. Upon reaching the door lock, he cast a disdainful glance at the burly man, his tone dripping with condescension. All brawn and no brains, I see. The hefty man bristled at this remark, springing to his feet, ready to confront the bespectacled youth. Fortunately, Lin intervened, positioning himself between the two. Everyone, let us keep our tempers in check. We need to secure the supplies. Upon hearing the word supplies, the hefty man's demeanor shifted, casting a menacing glare at the young man. We'll settle this after the job is done. Time seemed to slip away while reading, and Go-On rubbed her aching neck before rising and heading to the door. She glanced at the clock. It was already 1 in the afternoon, and she wondered if the other group was still around. The moment the screen flickered to life, she observed the bespectacled man pouring the transparent liquid onto the password lock. As the liquid met the lock, it emitted a hissing sound accompanied by thick white smoke. This was highly concentrated sulfuric acid, known for its formidable corrosive properties, capable of melting iron, yet utterly ineffective against the password lock. Watching him incessantly pour the liquid, Go-On felt a surge of mischief. She picked up a white remote and pressed the mute button, simultaneously drawing open the curtains at her home. Instantly, the interior of her abode was laid bare before the crowd outside. At that moment, every gaze was drawn into the room, with onlookers staring in astonishment. The lavish furnishings elicited no joy from the wealthy observers. Rather, their interest was piqued by the assortment of snacks and decorative flowers adorning the dining table. What incited a deeper envy was Go-On, clad in a light, athletic outfit, cheerfully greeting them. "Isn't it rather rude to wield a chainsaw at my home?" she remarked. "We can manage with just soup if you have meat." Go-On found their boldness amusing. Why should she share her stock provisions with them? Had beggars become so brazen? With a smile, she crossed her arms. "You break into my home, attempting to rob me, and now you have the audacity to plead for my charity?" The crowd exchanged glances, their heads drooping in silence. Go-On clapped her hands, growing weary of their banter. "If you're capable, come and take it." After her declaration, she casually grabbed a bottle of cola, the sound of the cap popping open causing the onlookers to swallow hard. They were struggling to quench their thirst, let alone enjoy a cola, and the memory of its taste flooded their senses in that moment. A sudden commotion erupted as people rushed forward, desperately attempting to breach the door. They pounded on it with their feet, electric saws, and iron pipes as if driven mad. The security door, forged from 20 centimeters of alloy, was impervious to even minor explosions. It was futile to think they could break it down through sheer force. After an exhausting effort, only a few insignificant white spots appeared on the metal door, merely some paint chipped away. They had not even succeeded in creating a dent, let alone forcing it open. The keypad lock remained entirely unscathed. Bewilderment washed over them. What material was this door even constructed from? Just then, Go-On pressed a button, and this time, the situation was far more complex than mere water. She had deliberately upgraded her formula, transforming water into ice. Blocks of ice cascaded down from above, pelting them relentlessly. "What the hell is this?" they shouted in panic. Instinctively, they cradled their heads and fled outside. Those who had been at the front were the most unfortunate. They found themselves trapped, unable to escape as the crowd formed an impenetrable wall. Their heads were split open, blood trickling down and starkly contrasting against the pristine white ground. In the blink of an eye, everyone at the entrance had fled, leaving behind an empty plastic bottle and a pile of electric saws strewn across the floor. Go-On observed their retreat and ceased the barrage of ice. "Someone is outside. Someone is outside." At that moment, a disturbance came from the door behind her, beat as she instinctively turned and ran towards it. Chapter 19. Sleeping in someone else's bed, the password door unexpectedly swung open. In Chun-Yi appeared momentarily dazed, seemingly astonished that she had opened the door so easily. "Is there something you need?" Go-On inquired coldly. Chun-Yi averted her gaze awkwardly, looking off into the distance as he replied in a detached tone, "It's too noisy outside. It disturbed me. I wanted to check if you needed anything." This was the first time they had spoken since their last argument, and Go-On remained cautious in her demeanor. "Nothing of importance," she replied, but then a sudden realization struck her. His room was soundproofed, equally effective as her own. How could he possibly hear the commotion outside? How'd he know? Her brow furrowed as she scrutinized Chun-Yi, a flicker of unease in her eyes. "How do you know there was noise outside?" Hearing her question, Chun-Yi's lips curled into a subtle smile as he relaxed against the doorframe, arms crossed. "Guess," he said playfully. Go-On rolled her eyes dramatically. What was there to guess? She pretended to close the door, but Chun-Yi, flustered, blocked the gap with his body. "I was bored and went outside to listen," he clarified. Go-On halted her action, incredulous that he could be so reckless in such cold weather. His sudden apology caught her off guard, momentarily diffusing her anger. After a brief silence, she responded, "If it's Grandpa's wishes, I understand. Is there anything else?" "Nothing much. I cooked. Would you like to join me for a meal?" Go-On's mind drifted back to the porridge she had eaten that day, wondering if it would be porridge again. A hint of embarrassment colored her cheeks, and though she longed to decline, rejecting an invitation to dine from such an attractive gentleman felt almost unconscionable. However, the blandness of playing kanji made her wish to refuse even more fervently. It seemed that Chun-Yi had discerned her thoughts. He paused momentarily, and then a flicker of amusement danced in his enchanting eyes, emanating a warmth he himself was unaware of. He gently patted Go-On's head, assuring her, "It's not porridge, so you can relax and join me." Instantly, she nodded in agreement. As long as it wasn't porridge, she was willing to follow him into the room. To her surprise, the space she expected to be chaotic was instead impeccably tidy. Various books adorned the desk, the coffee table beside the sofa, and the nightstand. Go-On cast a skeptical glance at Chun-Yi, who was busy serving dishes from the kitchen. He appeared to be only a few years her senior. How could someone so young possess such a passion for reading? What kind of books were these? In a bid to satisfy her curiosity, she seized a book as he turned away. The cover bore 4 characters she did not recognize. Despite being a graduate of a prestigious university, she found it baffling that she could not decipher them. She muttered to herself, "What is this book?" grabbing another volume. She quickly realized it was equally incomprehensible. A voice from behind startled her. "Can you understand it?" Unbeknownst to her, Chun-Yi had approached silently. Go-On shook her head, setting the book down. "Were these books?" His gaze swept over the neatly arranged volumes, some of which appeared ancient. "Oh, I have never seen these characters before. You must be quite knowledgeable, almost like an ancient sage." Go-On, seated at the chair, couldn't help but voice her thoughts as he took a moment to serve rice. His movements abruptly halted, an unusual flicker of discomfort passing through his eyes before he regained his composure. Engrossed in the sight of the abundant dishes laid out before her, Go-On remained oblivious to him. Braised pork, kung pao chicken, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, braised fish, and stir-fried spicy meat. These were all her favorites. Although she had access to resources and had sampled many 5-star restaurant dishes, nothing could compare to the aroma of home-cooked meals. Greedily inhaling the fragrant scents wafting from the dishes, she nearly succumbed to drooling. "Go ahead and eat," he encouraged. With his approval, Go-On dug in heartily. "I can't believe you can cook. This meat is exquisite, melting in my mouth. The stir-fried spicy meat is perfect with rice." Throughout the meal, she was the one doing most of the eating, while Chunny occasionally picked up his chopsticks, mostly to serve her more food. Satisfied, she rubbed her round little belly, reclining lazily in her chair and emitting a contented sigh. "I had no idea your cooking was this good." In a state of fullness, her mind became blissfully vacant. By the time Chun-Yi returned after tidying up the dishes, Go-On had already dozed off at the table. He turned to grab a few sheets of paper, diligently wiping his hands dry of any moisture. CHNY gazed at the serene figure of her sleeping on the table. Though devoid of makeup, her beauty was undeniable, pure to the point where even a touch felt sacrilegious. He bent down, his arm gently encircling her slender legs, lifting GWN with utmost care. He placed her softly on the bed, fearing that any abrupt movement might rouse her from her slumber. Tucking her in, he turned off the bright lights of the hall with a flick of the bedside lamp, allowing the soft glow to illuminate the room just right. He made his way to the sofa, reclining upon it, as time seemed to still in that moment, leaving only the sound of their breathing. His face nestled into the pillow, his short eyelashes fluttering delicately like soft feathers. With heavy eyelids, he couldn't help but gaze in her direction, a contented smile playing at the corners of his lips. The following morning, she rolled over in the softness of the bed, stretching languidly before slowly opening her eyes, a look of sleepy bewilderment gracing her features. Had she fallen asleep while leaning on the table? How did she end up here? As her gaze swept around, she spotted CHNY still blissfully asleep on the sofa. A wave of embarrassment washed over her, prompting her to bury her head beneath the covers. Oh my goodness. How could I have fallen asleep? Did I drool? Did he find me heavy? GWN silently fretted under the blanket. After a moment, she peeked out, observing CHNY still lost in slumber. She carefully descended from the bed, slipped on her slippers, and tiptoed toward the door, anxious not to disturb him. In Chapter 20, Two Clowns from the Sky, around 10 o'clock, the community meeting room was bustling with people, with LNYN seated in the center, exuding an air of authority. The room was filled with chatter. I went to check yesterday. That girl was wearing a short-sleeved shirt, and it seemed she had plenty to eat, one voice remarked. What can we do if we can't get in? Another chimed in. As LNYN's furious shout commanded attention, silence gradually fell over the crowd. Are we all quiet now? Do we want food or not? DPing, a notably tall and robust figure in the crowd, posed a pragmatic question. How do we get in if we want to eat? His inquiry garnered nods of agreement from the others. Indeed, if she possesses mountains of treasures, it's futile if we can't enter. One voice lamented about a family member injured by hail, while another echoed similar sentiments. A loud bang resounded as LNYN's palm struck the table, creating a sharp, resonating sound that echoed through the room, cutting through the cacophony like a bolt of lightning piercing the dark sky. The previously raucous crowd fell silent, their chatter swallowed by the sudden noise. All eyes turned toward the hand on the table, filled with astonishment. Once the room quieted, LNYN slowly proposed. Fire attack. No matter how sturdy her house is, it must have some ventilation. We'll go up the mountain, chop down trees, and cover it all with wood, then set it ablaze to smoke her out. The crowd exchanged glances, a moment of silence enveloping them as their eyes reflected confusion and skepticism. A bespectacled man raised his hand and cautioned, what if we burn her alive inside? We would never be able to get in. Indeed, such food would be wasted. Let us not engage in futile endeavors. Linning rose from her chair, her steps resolute and powerful, each stride imbued with an air of cold determination. Her visage bore no warmth, only a chilling expression. The corners of her mouth curled ever so slightly, hinting at a barely perceptible mockery. Human nature inherently resists death. She would surely find a way to escape. Why shouldn't we take a chance for sustenance? Linning's voice flowed like silk, imbued with a seductive allure that irresistibly led thoughts to align with her own. Miss Lin had a point. The timid perish while the bold thrive. My man has fallen, yet here I stand. So count me in. Me. Hands shot up one after another, and Linning looked down with satisfaction at the continuous wave of raised hands, a triumphant smile gracing her lips. Will you still meet your demise this time? Within the safe house, Guan lounged leisurely on a plush sofa, occasionally shifting to stretch her limbs. As noon approached, her stomach emitted a low growl, akin to a famished beast calling for food. Guan gently rubbed her belly as if to pacify it. After a morning spent on my phone, I nearly forgot to eat. I'll be right there. She rose and approached the refrigerator, surveying the array of delicacies. Takeout from a five-star restaurant, convenience store rice balls, and salmon sashimi. She rummaged through the delectable assortment before finally selecting a plate of curry rice, casually placing it in the adjacent microwave. The steaming curry rice was set upon the table, yet Guan did not immediately partake. Instead, she gazed at it, lost in thought. Suddenly, she found life to be rather mundane. Before the apocalypse, she believed that stockpiling food and enriching her life with mental sustenance would suffice. But now, merely a month in, a sense of ennui had begun to settle in. What would the future hold? With a sigh, she lamented the dullness of it all. If only someone would join her for a game of mahjong, share a drink, and perhaps bring a man to comfort her weary spirit. As Go-won extended her right hand, preparing to grasp a spoon, a blinding light suddenly illuminated every corner of the room, compelling her to shut her eyes against the intensity. The light streamed through the windows, flooding the room with a dazzling white glow, enveloping everything in its brilliance. Even with her eyes closed, she could still sense the powerful radiance, as if it sought to dispel all darkness. In that fleeting moment, time seemed to stand still. As the blinding light erupted in the adjacent room, Chun-Yi, engrossed in a book, lifted his eyelids slightly, seemingly aware of the commotion in the neighboring space. What on earth? Go-won shielded her eyes with her hands, uncertain of what was unfolding, yet in this apocalyptic world, anything was plausible. Her mind instinctively conjured the image of Lin Ying leading a charge into her sanctuary. As she pondered this, even as the blinding light made it difficult for her to open her eyes, she erupted in a furious exclamation. Who the hell is being so arrogant? No sooner had the words escaped her lips than a heavy thud echoed, resembling the sound of some substantial object plummeting from the heavens. Oh dear, you're crushing me. Big fellow, little one, just give me a moment to come down slowly. Accompanied by the unexpected voices, the dazzling white light gradually diminished, fading away. And with her tightly shut eyes, Go-won began to sense the change in illumination, cautiously opening her eyes. Initially, her vision remained somewhat blurred, but as her eyes adjusted, clarity emerged. What on earth are you two? Go-won exclaimed, her sight sharpening to reveal two figures sprawled on the ground, as if engaged in a human pyramid. Upon hearing her voice, they swiftly scrambled to their feet, adopting defensive stances and fixing their gazes upon her, fearful of any adverse action she might take. Yvonne, Stockpiling, couldn't help but feel a surge of trepidation at the sudden appearance of two individuals. She scrutinized them closely. One was male and the other female, both adorned in attire and hairstyles starkly different from her own. The girl appeared to be no older than 17 or 18, her features still retaining a youthful innocence, particularly her bright, round eyes. The boy bore a similar youthful countenance. Clad in long robes, the girl was draped in red while the boy donned white. Both had long hair flowing freely down their backs, devoid of any superfluous embellishments. Thank goodness it was broad daylight. Had these two, one red and one white, descended upon her in the dead of night, merely imagining it sent shivers down her spine. Go-won glanced up at her ceiling, relieved it remained intact. Who are you? She inquired. In unison, the two appeared to have conspired, turning their heads away in disdain. Ignorant human. How dare you call me ignorant? Go-won's temper flared at their audacity, incensed by their slander. Grabbing a nearby chair, she raised it above her head, exclaiming, You insolent ones. Today I shall teach you a lesson. With that, she feigned an attempt to strike them with the chair, intending merely to intimidate these two apparitions. To her astonishment, they vanished in an instant, moving with the swiftness of lightning. In the blink of an eye, they reappeared by her bed, a distance of 10 meters away. This sudden movement left Go-won both shocked and bewildered, as if they had traversed the very fabric of time and space. Their forms materialized from the void, akin to phantoms emerging beside her bed. The rapidity of it all was almost beyond belief. Go-won's mouth fell agape, her eyes widening in disbelief. She attempted to articulate her thoughts, but found her throat constricted, rendering her speechless. Her lips moved several times, yet only silent murmurs escaped her. What on earth is this? No, could they truly be ghosts? Suddenly, a voice from the system interjected. They are beings from another dimension, commonly referred to as the underworld. This unexpected explanation jolted Go-won from her astonishment. Did the underworld truly exist? Wasn't it that a realm spoken of in legends, the place where souls return after death? Before her stood two individuals from the underworld, alive yet seemingly dead, an utterly surreal sight. The astonished Awa and Xiao gazed at Go-won, who was struck speechless, her expression still one of disdain. What a fuss over worthless humans. Suppressing her astonishment, she felt a tinge of fear towards the two before her. Yet she could not allow herself to appear inferior. with her hands firmly placed on her hips. She adopted the stance of a shrew scolding in the street. You think you're valuable? You look like mere green cucumbers, hardly worth a decent price. What even are green cucumbers? Are they tasty? What brings you here? In response to Gowon's inquiries, the two exchanged glances and nodded at one another. Subsequently adopting a condescending demeanor, Gowon shot them a disdainful look, thinking, what are you two so proud of? One ghost boasting about superiority. We hail from an alternate dimension, but I fear explaining would be beyond your comprehension. One declared. Gowon muttered under breath. How grandiose of a ghost to speak so. At this, both sighed in unison, alas. Gowon interjected, if you can't endure, why not switch off with someone else? Just because you're a ghost doesn't mean you've lost your wits. The figure in white suddenly appeared before Gowon, stating, what do you know? Mengpa soup can only be brewed by Mengpa. Refrain from interrupting and listen. It turned out that the number of souls arriving in the underworld had surged in recent months, predominantly those who had perished from starvation or exposure. Upon arrival, these souls immediately sought sustenance, eager to warm themselves in the cauldron, and even the dogs of the Evil Dog Ridge had reportedly been burned, perhaps devoured by passing hungry ghosts. Seeing the situation escalate, the King of Hell dispatched two of the least useful underworld inhabitants, neither a gain nor a loss, to investigate the matter in the human realm. Having grasped the situation, Gowon accepted this reality and said, well then, proceed with your investigation, but kindly leave. My home does not accommodate outsiders. I certainly cannot have two ghosts lurking about at night. Upon hearing her words, the expressions of the two shifted to discomfort. The relentless blizzard outside rendered their thin attire inadequate for survival in the cold. According to natural law, beings from different dimensions forcibly entering an alternate realm would lose all abilities, even gods, with the exception of the God King. Currently, they possessed only the ability to teleport, and venturing outside would surely lead to their demise from the cold. The elder of the two, dressed in white, cleared his throat and surveyed the room. This house is rather nice. We have decided to temporarily reside here while we attend to our matters. Gowon regarded them with incredulity. Are you two out of your minds? This is my home. Did I invite you to stay? Have some boundaries, will you? You're ghosts. Aren't you? Aren't you supposed to be elsewhere? Hurry up and leave. Gowon was not inclined to accommodate them. What right did they have to occupy her space? Every inch of this house was the fruit of her labor, even if they were ghosts. They could not take advantage of her. Frustrated, Dewa shouted, you ignorant fool, to which Gowon responded coldly, get out. The two looked at her, who moments ago had appeared endearing and genuine, now exuding an air of frigid indifference, as though an entirely different person had emerged. As the two children felt a chilling breeze piercing into their bodies, they couldn't help but shiver. The second child whispered to the first, expressing that this girl was far more terrifying than the King of Hell. Seeing them still standing there, Gowon was filled with helplessness, thinking that even ghosts could be shameless. Get out, thank you. Once again being shooed away, the pride of the two children took a significant blow. Open the door. How can I leave if you don't open it? What hassle? Gowon thought, if only she could teleport away. Just as she approached the door, her hand brushed against the button to open it, but she halted. The door couldn't be opened. If Lin Ying was waiting outside with the group, once the door opened, they would rush in, and the outcome would surely be more tragic than in their past lives. You all teleport out, reminded by her words. The first child suddenly regained clarity, and in an instant, they disappeared from the room, reappearing outside. The biting cold hit them like a freezing blast, and the moment they stepped outside, their bodies felt as if they had been instantly encased in ice. It's so cold. It's freezing out here. No wonder so many had perished. The cold was unbearable. Within mere seconds, the two were covered in thick layers of snowflakes, with frost adorning their brows and eyelashes. Their teeth chattering uncontrollably as they spoke, their words becoming indistinct. It's so cold, sister. Please take us in. The sudden shift in emotion left Gowon momentarily disheartened. But she quickly regained her composure and disdainfully brushed off the first child's arm. Go away. Hurry up and leave. I won't take anyone in. The second child, seeing this, clung to Gowon's other arm, pleading, sister, I beg you, it's too cold. We can only teleport. If we freeze to death out here, we won't just be reborn. we will truly vanish. Chapter 22. Will Mom and Dad survive? No, absolutely not. Hurry up and leave. Having witnessed the grotesque nature of humanity in the apocalypse, she would not be swayed by tears. Feeling pity for others only hastened her own demise. No. It's also my brother's fault for thinking it was a trivial matter and accepting the king of hell's assignment. Stop crying. What do you mean by resurrection? Go-On's furious shout caused the two to cease their lamentations. The first child wiped away the tears at the corner of their mouth, asking, "Did you say that, little one?" The second child, with a quivering voice, replied, "I didn't say anything. If I let you stay, can you speak now?" Yes. The two changed their expressions, their faces full of flattery. "Sister, this is a secret of the underworld. You mustn't tell anyone. This is merely the king of hell's idea." Go-On furrowed her brows, seriously doubting the intelligence of the two before her, as she was about to run out into the icy world to share this with others. "All right, can I speak now? My boss says that our numbers are too high right now. Many have not yet reached the end of their lifespans, and there are more living than dead. The reincarnation pathways are overcrowded, and the underworld cannot accommodate so many souls. They specifically send us to manage this situation, and once it is properly resolved, that group will be revived." Revived? Can Mom and Dad be revived? Go-On's heart raced as she absorbed this news, her body trembling uncontrollably, her voice quaking with excitement. Can those who died in October 2099 also be revived? What is the name of the year 2099? Which city and country does it belong to? Dowa spoke as he pulled out a thick notebook from his pocket, the pages yellowed, yet possessing a fine texture, clearly indicating its age. Go-On felt a pang in her heart, biting her lip tightly, suppressing the deep sorrow within her. Her lips trembled, and before she could utter a word, tears streamed down her cheeks like broken strings. Goping and Tanya passed away on the morning of October 20th, 2099, in China, reciting her deceased parents' names word by word. Even after more than a year, she still could not face their memory with tranquility. Xiaohua followed Dawa's hand as it flipped through the pages, exclaiming, "This is from 2022. Brother, are you okay? This is from 2088. How foolish." After a considerable time, Dawa's excited voice broke the silence. "Here it is." "Where?" Go-On turned around, eagerly inquiring. "This, Guping and Tanya, have yet to be reincarnated. These two did many good deeds in their lifetime and were meant to be reborn into a wealthy family, but they have yet to find a suitable position. Dava explained it. Then, if you handle matters well, can you help them come back to life?" Go-On asked. Xiaohua appeared troubled, hesitating for a long time before responding. "It's not impossible." She glanced out at the blizzard. Such a heavy snowstorm would not occur without someone wielding natural powers. Currently, the cause of the blizzard was elusive, and according to the order above, your parents would be reincarnated in 5 years, fearing they might not make it in time. 5 years? That's fine. I will accompany you to discover the cause. However, you must promise me one thing. If you complete your task within 5 years and help me resurrect them, will you agree? Dawa and Xiaohua did not immediately consent. They pondered for a considerable while before nodding in agreement. All right, with Go-On's permission. Dawa and Xiaohua introduced themselves. Dawa was a registrar of the underworld, while Xiaohua served as a guide for souls to reincarnate. The two quickly became familiar with Go-On, treating her home as their own. By midday, they had fully settled in, running up and down the stairs, exploring freely. Go-On observed the two indulging at the table, noting that the trash can was already filled to the brim. "Could you stop eating? Is it too much to have a bit of refinement?" Go-On remarked, pointing to the disarray of snacks on the table and the discarded fruit peel strewn about. Dawa patted his belly and let out a loud burp. Go-On, feeling disgusted, kicked the fruit peels on the ground. "Having eaten your fill, clean this up, and tomorrow morning, we will go out to investigate the cause of the blizzard." Just then, a familiar knocking sound emanated from the direction of Chenyi's house, causing Go-On to panic. With the sudden appearance of 2 new individuals claiming to be from the underworld, she figured it best not to invite trouble upon herself. "Coming. Just a moment." Go-On shouted towards the door while gesturing for Dawa and Xiaohua to hide in her wardrobe. Although they were curious about her strong reaction, they complied with her signal and concealed themselves within the closet. As they arrived, Go-on quickly ensured that the two individuals were well hidden before letting out a sigh of relief and making her way over with a light jog. It was her first time hiding people in a house, and her heart raced a little as her grip on the doorknob momentarily slipped. The door opened to reveal Chun-Yi, who was clad in a casual gray ensemble, his hair having grown slightly longer since their last encounter. When he looked down, the loose strands brushed just above his eyebrows, softening his demeanor and rendering him less austere and more approachable than before. Why the delay? Chang-Yi inwaited. Yvonne, caught off guard by his question, instinctively cast a furtive glance towards the wardrobe, her heart pounding. Taking a deep breath, she replied, "It's a bit messy at home. I was cleaning up." Chun-Yi, towering a shoulder above her, let his gaze drift past her to the banana peel that lay on the floor, a smirk playing on his lips that hinted at something deeper. "Is that so?" Following his line of sight, Go-on noticed the scattered fruit peels and offered an awkward smile, her anxiety escalating. She absent-mindedly tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, realizing she hadn't finished tidying up. To steer the conversation away from the mess, she asked, "Do you have something to discuss?" "Not really. I'm just a bit bored and thought I'd come by to chat." "Are you free?" Chun-Yi said, moving past her and heading straight for the sofa. Go-on tightened her grip on the doorknob, her brow furrowing. What was going on with him today? They had been living together for several months in the same house. Yet he had never stepped into her room, and they had only exchanged a few words. "Don't you want me here?" Chun-Yi asked as he settled onto the sofa, seemingly intent on lingering for a while. With people concealed in the house, Go-on couldn't possibly allow him to stay. She had no inclination for small talk, especially with two individuals potentially suffocating in the wardrobe. "I'm fine waiting for you to finish cleaning," he said with a slight smile, his tone languid. "I'm slow at cleaning. I worry about making you wait." "Not a problem. Take your time," he interrupted, his behavior today perplexing her. He had never shown such initiative to seek her out for conversation. Why the sudden insistence on staying? Was he feeling unwell? As he gazed at her with an amused expression, Go-on felt a chill run down her spine. Suddenly, it dawned on her that perhaps he had been cooped up too long. He was a man, an attractive, wealthy man, used to a life of indulgence and revelry. Perhaps abstaining for months had been difficult for him. With that thought, Go-on nervously bit her lip and walked over to her bed, grabbing a jacket to slip on. He was undeniably handsome. Sharing a bed with him could be advantageous, but that was not her intention at the moment. "Forget the cleaning. Where shall we go?" "My place is too chaotic," she said, awkwardly kicking at a piece of trash on the floor. Chun-Yi looked down, his tone relaxed. "All right, that works." He stood up and headed towards the door, while Go-on quickly grabbed her phone from the bed and stepped ahead of him. Once he entered the room, her fingers danced swiftly across the phone screen. "All right, have a seat," she said, gesturing towards the sofa as he settled onto it. With that, she extinguished all the lights in the room. The room was suddenly engulfed in darkness, the only source of light being the television screen that had just been turned on. Before he could utter a word, Go-on sincerely opened her mouth. "I understand, we are all adults here. As for the life of a wealthy heir, it's not like I haven't seen a pig run after all." This statement left Chun-Yi perplexed, yet an ominous premonition began to stir within him. "What do you intend to do?" Go-on sighed softly, then continued, "It's also my fault for not considering this. I forgot to find you a companion to alleviate your boredom. That was my oversight." As her words fell, Go-on swiftly swiped her fingers across the screen once more. Moments later, the television darkened, only to illuminate again, accompanied by music. Chun-Yi let out a soft breath, the weight in his heart lifting. It seemed he had overthought, assuming she would show him something akin to a Victoria's Secret fashion show. As the music faded, two naked figures entwined on the screen, occasionally emitting sounds that would make anyone blush. Unacquainted with such matters, Chun-Yi felt his cheeks flush intensely, his ears burning with an inexplicable heat, as if a fire were about to erupt within him. His Adam's apple bobbed as he hoarsely exclaimed, "Turn it off. Yvonne, unfaucet." Assumed his embarrassment was the reason for his request, thinking that a grown man should not be hindered from his affairs. I understand. I shall step outside. Your phone remains here, so I shall not impede you." Before her words could fully resonate, Go-on darted out like a rabbit, swiftly closing the door behind her. In the instant the door shut, she proudly commended herself. What an understanding girl I am. In the pitch-black living room, the television screen had gone dark, and the phone remained undisturbed in the spot where Go-won had placed it. Chun-Yi wore a cold expression, remaining silent for a moment, before gradually opening his eyes. The redness on his cheeks had yet to fade, and suddenly, the corners of his mouth curved into an uncontrollable smile as he softly murmured, "Thank goodness you ran fast." In her presence, he was certainly not a gentleman. Meanwhile, as soon as Go-won closed the door, the children gathered around her, each eager to hear the gossip. "Sister Go, who is that? He seems extraordinary, not someone of ordinary stature." The little one, with sparkling eyes filled with curiosity, exuded an indescribable vitality, her eyelashes fluttering adorably. Go-won affectionately patted the little one's head, reassuring her, "He is the most renowned entrepreneur in our area." The little one continued, "Sister, do you invite only handsome people to stay here?" The older child chimed in, "Yes, you didn't let us stay here this morning. How fickle of you." "He's my savior, you know," Go-won remarked, gently tapping the older child's shoulder. The two exchanged knowing glances, nodding as if to say, "So he must be very important to you, sister." The little one added, "It seems you've invited 2 ancestors to serve you at home. This task is one that no one else would dare to undertake, given that a lady's stature requires the service of a maid. Come on, lift your feet. Can you not aim properly when throwing something into the trash can?" The older child, munching on sunflower seeds, idly observed Go-won as she tidied up. Suddenly, a familiar figure sprang to his mind, causing him to halt his actions. He leaned closer to the little one and whispered, "Why do I feel as though I've seen that man before?" The older child, fixated on the sunflower seeds in hand, discreetly cast a sidelong glance towards the door, pondering if he had indeed misremembered, for the visage was undeniably familiar. Chapter 24. Arson in the deep of night. Snowflakes danced in the air, resembling silver feathers fluttering gracefully in the frigid wind. The howling wind pierced through the bone-chilling cold, blanketing the earth in a shroud of white, enveloping everything in an atmosphere of silence and mystery. Within the warmth of the house, the 3 of them succumbed to a deep slumber. Abruptly, the older child opened his eyes, startling the younger one awake with his sudden movement. She rubbed her sleepy eyes, her tone tinged with irritation. "What are you doing?" "Older one, keep it down if you're not going to sleep. You've woken me up." With a gentle finger pressed to his lips, he signaled for her to quiet down. His gaze alertly scanning their surroundings, ears perked to catch the faintest sounds from outside. Receiving the cue, the younger one instinctively closed her mouth. After centuries of companionship, they shared an understanding. Although the older child appeared childlike, he bore a profound sense of responsibility when faced with significant matters, which was why he had been adept at navigating the realms of life and death for so long. Outside the house, a group of individuals moved stealthily, each bearing a thick piece of wood upon their backs. Their footsteps were light and cautious, each step carefully placed to minimize noise. They tread lightly upon the ground, as if communicating silently with it. Their movements were synchronized and orderly, working in harmony to avoid unnecessary sound. "Keep it down, while she is still asleep. Let's hurry and stack the wood. Quick, move faster." They aimed to complete their task within an hour, intent on setting fire to her. The older child and the younger one swiftly emerged from the house. They were beings from the underworld, capable of vanishing into the night, rendering them invisible to ordinary eyes. "What are they doing? Are they bringing us firewood?" The younger one queried, pointing at the flustered group. The older child shed his usual nonchalant demeanor, donning a look of concern. It appeared that Sister Ge had attracted quite a few adversaries, and they intended to set her ablaze. "Shall we frighten them away?" suggested the younger one. "Are we not already the ghosts they speak of? Is there any need to pretend? If they offer us wood, we shall graciously accept." "Let us find a spot on the 3rd floor to store this wood," replied the older child, leading the younger one back inside. The 1st floor was shrouded in darkness. He had no intention of disturbing Go-won's slumber. He guided the younger one directly to the 3rd floor, where the space was expansive yet sparsely furnished. To avoid disturbing those outside hauling wood, they moved the scant furniture into one corner, creating room to stack the wood. Thus, while the individuals outside continued to transport wood to the rooftop, the older and younger children followed suit, bringing the wood inside. An hour elapsed. The night was as dark as ink, nearly obscuring everything in sight. The group outside had heaped the wood around the house, creating an imposing mound. Yet, in the dim embrace of the night, it was impossible to discern how much had been piled up, nor could they detect that once the front was completed, the two older children had already moved the stacks into the house. They could not move any further. Truly, they could not. Let us frighten those outside. In this way, we might alleviate the troubles for Sister Gu. The delicate and tender hands of the younger child resembled the fragility of petals. However, prolonged labor and the strain of heavy burdens had rendered her hands weary and in pain. The sensation of blisters caused her to bite her lip tightly. With a sudden click, the light illuminated the space, prompting both to rise from the wood in unison, exclaiming, "Who is there?" Almost immediately under the glow, Guwan appeared before them. Her silhouette flickered in the light, and their gazes were fixed upon her, filled with perplexity and curiosity. Wasn't she supposed to be asleep? Their steps were so light they could rival a ghostess. How could they possibly disturb her? Sister Gu? Guwan smiled faintly, leaning against the wall, her eyes betraying a hint of satisfaction. Her voice was melodious, akin to a clear spring. "I'm not a ghost." Why the surprise? As she spoke, she glided past them, approaching the mound of wood. Her slender, fair fingers gently tapped the logs, producing a crisp sound. So much wood. These two were merely in their teens, and it appeared they had exerted considerable effort. "Sister Gu, have you been awake for long?" The younger child, deciphering her expression, could only suppress her curiosity. Guwan nodded, admitting that she had awakened at the slightest commotion outside. Nestled under her covers, she had observed the activities of those beyond the camera set up outside and was already aware of their actions. She had little desire to engage with them. The safe house was equipped with a unique ventilation system. Not to mention, the exterior was constructed from cold iron, impervious to fire. Furthermore, Guwan had anticipated that they might resort to arson and murder to force her out for their food. She had arranged automatic sprinkler systems around the house. Should the temperature outside rise suddenly, they would immediately douse the flames with a torrent of water. Whether the fire would ignite was yet to be seen. The actions of the two older children were unexpected, as mere acquaintances from a day's interaction had devised a plan to rescue her. This realization stirred a sense of reflection within Guwan. When people become fearsome, they can be even less reliable than ghosts, for ghosts can treat others with sincerity, while humans often cannot. How absurd. If we turn on the lights, might we startle them? The older child remarked, glancing outside. No, they cannot see what lies within. The interior is uniquely designed with special materials. We can see outside, but they cannot see in. Only by pressing this button can they view the scenes inside. Guwan explained, waving the remote control before them. Upon hearing her reasoning, the younger child, infuriated, stamped her foot and exclaimed, "You!" Her finger pointed at Guwan. Her words caught in a stammer, unable to articulate her thoughts. Guwan swiftly approached and gently grasped her fingers in a comforting manner. "I sincerely apologize. It was not my intention. Imagine if you were asleep and suddenly two individuals entered your room with lumber. Wouldn't you feel frightened?" The little one, taken aback by her question, pouted in indignation and after a moment, replied, "I would indeed feel afraid." The older one remained silent until Guwan articulated her reasoning, at which point he asserted, piercingly revealing her underlying intentions. "You are using this opportunity to test us." Guwan did not display displeasure. Instead, she regarded the older boy with newfound appreciation. She favored the forthrightness of straightforward individuals over the flattery of sycophants. Although she suspected his earlier nonchalance was a facade, she chose not to expose it. After all, everyone wears a protective facade. Yes, with two extra people here, I must be cautious. What if your intentions are malicious? Chapter 25. Extinguishing the flames, we will not harm you, the little one shouted defiantly. Guwan yawned lazily and replied, "Now I understand. You should rest quickly. It has been a long night." After watching Guwan turn away, the older boy remarked thoughtfully, "She plays the fool to catch the tiger. She isn't even chubby." "How can you call Sister Gu a pig?" the little one asked, puzzled. The older boy suppressed his anger, forcing a strained smile. "She is not chubby. You are." With the obstruction of the older and younger boys no longer present, The wood was swiftly piled high in the outer room, stacked in layers. It seemed intended to roast Go-Wan like a pig. Lin, clad in a black down jacket, stood out strikingly against the pristine white snow. "Miss Lin, everything is piled up. Shall we proceed?" The hefty boy nodded, bending over in a sycophantic manner. When a group of individuals is at a loss concerning survival, the emergence of a person who offers strategies commands their attention, and their minds unconsciously gravitate toward their leadership. Lin had thus become the leader of this group. Nodding in affirmation, Lin issued a precise command, and the hefty boy turned to the crowd, whispering, "Pour on the oil," and ignite it. As the flame from the lighter touched the gasoline, a fierce blaze erupted, and within mere seconds, Go-Wan's sanctuary was engulfed in flames. A roaring inferno blazed in the darkness, flames dancing and consuming every corner of the house. Thick smoke billowed, saturating the air and making it difficult for those outside to breathe, forcing them to retreat a kilometer away to avoid collateral damage. In a moment, the fire erupted. A fervent cheer arose from outside the house. "Ha! Burn that woman alive! Once the flames are extinguished, we shall plunder her belongings. How detestable it is for her to hoard everything for herself." The searing heat permeated the atmosphere. The snow began to melt under the intense heat, transforming into crystalline droplets of water. Go-Wan sat on the sofa, gazing at the roaring flames outside, extending her palm as if to test the fire's warmth. The madness of these people, driven by greed, was astounding. Lin had devised such a cruel scheme. The heart of a woman can be most ruthless. Go-Wan fixated on Lin Yin's image on her phone screen, her expression frozen, devoid of any smile or warmth. Her brows furrowed slightly, resembling a lake's surface cloaked in ice. A chilling gaze emanated from her eyes. Deep within, she understood that Lin could not be spared any longer. She was capable of setting fire to her own existence. If she were to let her go this time, it might very well be her own downfall next. Suddenly, Go-Wan's expression grew tense as her eyes darted across the screen, silently counting in her mind to ensure nothing was overlooked. 1, 2, 3, 4. Abruptly, she rose to her feet, realizing someone was missing. Where was Angel? With Lin present, Angel should have been too. Logically, they were inseparable. A terrifying thought crept into Go-Wan's mind, and disbelief washed over her. Was humanity truly capable of such distortion mere months before the apocalypse? Her heart felt heavy, as if an invisible weight pressed down on her chest, making it hard to breathe. Ding! A bell rang from Chun-Yi's room. "They've arrived," Go-Wan murmured, composing herself as she approached the door. In an instant, she adjusted her demeanor to its most composed state. She gazed at Chun-Yi, rubbing her eyes, appearing as though she had just awakened. "What is the matter?" she asked, yawning and expressing her fatigue. "Do you need something from me?" Chun-Yi raised an eyebrow, knowing full well that fire raged outside, but he chose not to expose her fade. "A fire has broken out. Are you unaware?" Feigning surprise, Go-Wan looked around, her gaze landing on the curtains scattered by the window. "I'm accustomed to sleeping with the lights on at night. I didn't notice the curtains were drawn," she admitted with a hint of embarrassment. After a brief silence, she reassured him, "Do not be alarmed. I have an automatic sprinkler system in place. The fire will not spread, so you may rest easy." If only he knew that her protective measures were a gesture of gratitude for his life-saving intervention. He might have felt elated. Instead, a bittersweet sensation lingered in his heart, and he lowered his gaze, remaining silent for a long moment. Noticing his distraction, Go-Wan waved her hand in front of his eyes. "What's wrong?" He raised his gaze, inadvertently meeting her concerned eyes, and instinctively averted his glance. "Nothing. Just lost in thought." Chun-Yi did not pursue the previous topic, instead shifting the conversation. "Have you stirred up quite a bit of trouble outside?" At his words, Go-Wan felt an unspoken frustration welling within her, letting out a sigh. She had not bothered anyone nor initiated any conflict. All she had done was gather supplies after her rebirth, yet she found herself the target of envy. She shrugged. "I haven't provoked anyone, nor have I wronged anyone. I cannot fathom why they harbor such hostility towards me." As she spoke, her emotions surged, her hands clenching into fists, her voice rising. "Do I have to share my food just because I have it?" I am neither Guanyin nor a deity. Why should I be expected to save everyone? No wonder, she thought, that in palace dramas, those young empresses often met untimely ends, watching their husbands share beds with others. How could they endure such torment without succumbing to despair? He gently placed his hand on her head, his voice soft and soothing. You are not at fault. It is their insatiable greed that is to blame. Go on, pouted, then walked over to the sofa, bending down to activate the automatic curtain opener. As the curtains slowly drew back, the flames outside had already vanished. Water dripped incessantly from the eaves, and the snow surrounding the house had melted completely within a radius of at least 300 meters, revealing the extent of wood and gasoline consumed to create such a fierce blaze. The onlookers outside, standing at a distance, observed as the once roaring fire gradually diminished within a mere 10 minutes, leaving the safe house shrouded once more in darkness. Depeng was the first to step forward, undoubtedly seeking Lin Yin's attention. Lin Yin remained transfixed, her gaze fixated on the direction of the safe house. She stood frozen, her complexion pale as parchment, her eyes betraying a glimmer of terror. She could not fathom that a house could withstand flames unscathed. In her recollection, Gowon was nothing but a debauched girl, perpetually indulging in pleasures without a thought for ambition. How could she have transformed so drastically? Had her previous camaraderie been nothing but a pretense? She struggled to steady her breath, fearful that the tremor in her voice might reveal her fright. The flames had raged intensely, consuming rapidly. We should be able to retrieve food now, Lin Yin stated, her explanation prompting the others to nod in agreement as they followed her towards the safe house. Chapter 26. Kill her for food. Anxious and tense expressions adorned the faces of the crowd, their eyes shimmering with desire and unease. They hurried towards the safe house, well aware that only by entering first could they secure precious food and resources. This was a contest for survival, and no one wished to be left behind. As they approached the safe house, the interior scene became increasingly vivid before their eyes. They halted, their faces etched with fear and confusion, their eyes revealing a sense of helplessness and panic. She didn't die? The crowd exclaimed in shock, their gazes fixed on Chun, Yi, and Gowon within. Gowon raised her hand, greeting them with enthusiasm. Hi, did you think I wouldn't survive? Her smile was bright, yet her eyes reflected a chilling indifference. As her gaze swept over Lin Yin, a fleeting glint of malice emerged. How is it possible that you're still alive? Lin Yin trembled with anger. Gowon smirked derisively, casting a scornful glance at Lin Yin, her posture exuding a sense of triumph as she folded her arms, as if to say, you wish to kill me, yet you cannot. With that, Gowon patted Chun Yi beside her, exchanging a knowing glance, and the two turned towards the refrigerator. She picked up a bamboo basket from the ground and opened the refrigerator, retrieving an array of meats, pork, steaks, pig's trotters, and yellow croaker, along with watermelon and grapes. Finally, she placed a bag of fluffy white buns atop the already overflowing basket. Through the glass window, Lin Yin and the others beheld Gowon continuously extracting food from the refrigerator. The pleasant warmth and abundance of food rendered them utterly speechless, as if they were gazing upon paradise itself. The eyes of the crowd were fixed hungrily on the food in the basket, particularly the fluffy white buns. When one is in a state of hunger, the most tantalizing allure lies within carbohydrates. How they longed to partake. Gowon playfully waved a bun before them. Their eyes widened, revealing a desperate glint of longing. Their cracked lips moistened as they licked their tongues, as if savoring the delectable flavors of the food. Trembling hands reached toward the glass door, yearning to touch that pile of sustenance. They thought they wished to eat. Among the crowd, a few women of slightly older age began to feign helplessness before Gowon. Perhaps they understood that no matter the means, they could not gain entry into this safe haven. Better to gamble on her compassion, as girls are often more empathetic. One middle-aged woman, appearing no older than 40, had disheveled hair, likely a result of her strenuous efforts with the wood, neglecting her appearance entirely. Miss Go, my baby hasn't eaten in days. I beg you, please give us some food. Another chimed in, mine too, my child is only 4 months old. We have no formula left. Several women knelt on the ground, their eyes swollen and red, resembling a shattered sunset, their lips trembling slightly, tears brimming in their eyes, ready to spill. In the past, Go-On might have softened at such pleas, but after her experiences in a previous life, she held nothing but disdain for such individuals, duplicitous and insincere. Without hesitation, she retorted, "Madam, your child is 20 years old, yet you call him a baby? And you, sister, my home is not a maternity store. What use is it to come to me? What do you mean by that? Are you mocking us, you wretched creature?" With Gu-Wan refusing to entertain their manipulations, their facade crumbled, and they resorted to the theatrics of scolding and cursing. She had no desire to engage with their antics, shaking her head. "I am indeed toying with you. If you wish to eat, then kill her." Go-Wan's gaze fixated on Lin Ying, prompting the crowd to follow suit. At that moment, Lin Ying was thoroughly rattled, her legs trembling uncontrollably as she recalled the scene in the security room, where a fierce struggle had erupted over food. These people had succumbed to madness for nourishment. You mustn't believe her." Lin Ying swallowed hard, a chill creeping in her heart as she instinctively stepped back, the crowd mirroring her retreat. Her mind raced, conjuring various arguments in a desperate attempt to save her life. Suddenly, she halted, a revelation striking her, and shouted, "Have you all lost your minds? We've set the place ablaze. If she doesn't come out, killing me will not bring her forth to provide food for you. Is a single basket of food sufficient for all of you?" The crowd was momentarily silenced by her outburst, and as they paused in their advance, Lin Ying recognized that this strategy could work. She realized that Go-On merely wished to incite them to murder her, effectively destabilizing their resolve, thus preventing them from seizing the food. Upon hearing her words, Go-On mentally applauded. Goodness, Lin Ying is quite the master manipulator. In a past life, I might have been her pawn, but now I must remember her cleverness. If you desire this basket of food, bring me her corpse. With that, Go-On closed the curtains once more, isolating herself from all external sounds. "Everyone, do not trust her. I have a plan to test whether she would indeed kill me and then provide you with food. I shall not leave this place. Rather, why not gamble with me? What method? Speak." The crowd exchanged glances and nodded. With so many of them watching her, she could hardly escape. The room fell silent, and Go-On observed Chun-Yi, who remained uncharacteristically quiet, seemingly intimidated by her earlier actions. What sort of virtuous young lady demands the corpse of another? "Are you all right? Did I frighten you?" Go-On inquired cautiously. Chun-Yi replied with a smile, "You underestimate me. However, it appears that young lady understands deceit better than you do." Go-On scoffed. "There isn't a blade of grass to eat outside. Even if she didn't propose such a condition, it would only be a matter of time before she starved to death. She merely wishes to witness the expression of fear on my face. Of course, if she could die sooner, she would relish that outcome. Her demise is inevitable." Suddenly, applause echoed from above, accompanied by the sounds of clapping. "Sister Ge, you truly are ruthless. My eldest has not the heart you possess." The two turned instinctively towards the source of the sound, as the older child followed closely behind the younger one down the stairs. Go-On's expression changed dramatically. "Goodness, I forgot to hide these two." Chapter 27. I know brother like sister. Upon seeing the two, a barely perceptible smile flickered across Chun-Yi's lips. She had been so preoccupied with displaying her authority that she completely overlooked the presence of two ticking time bombs hidden upstairs, not wanting him to discover them. Now that the proverbial bomb was presented to him, she was curious to see how she would handle the situation. Chun-Yi felt that honesty had no place in her repertoire. "What is this?" Chun-Yi inquired, pointing curiously at the two. This is," Go-On stammered, her mind momentarily blank. What should I say? The truth would come off as too contrived. Yet lies eluded her. Chun-Yi pressed, a smirk dancing on her lips. Go-On's cheeks flushed crimson as she bit her lower lip in frustration. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck her. She pointed at the two and declared, "These are my younger siblings." "Younger siblings?" "Indeed, they're my adopted sister and brother," Go-On added, casting a meaningful glance at the two. The younger child, quick-witted and astute, instantly grasped her implication and chimed in, Yes, I'm the brother of this sister." At this, the younger child feigned a sorrowful demeanor. My brother and I are all alone, and thanks to our sister's kindness, we are able to survive. You cannot imagine how cold it is outside. The wind is biting. Go-on winced at her words, while there was a grain of truth in them. They felt so disingenuous that even a ghost would not believe them, let alone Chun-Yi. After all, Chun-Yi was a recognized genius, her logical reasoning surpassing even Go-on's. Could you refrain from speaking? Go-on interrupted awkwardly. Some things are better left unspoken. The younger child fell silent, pouting, "Oh." Go-on managed a sheepish smile. "My apologies. Children can be quite rambunctious." Chun-Yi chuckled softly. "No harm done. They are quite lively and charming." Chun-Yi glanced at the younger child holding an open bag of potato chips and frowned slightly. "It's not good for children to eat chips." "Not all," she said, as her sister declared that these were exquisite delicacies. From her pocket, she produced a bottle of cola, a delightful treat. Go-on explained, "They're merely snacks. I shall prepare meals for them as well." Go-on shot a fierce glare at the little one, irritated by the child's incessant chatter, as if she were a professional at undermining her. "Sister can't cook. Shall we dine at brother's place?" Chun-Yi said indulgently. The little one nodded eagerly, "Yes. I want to eat too." Curious, she followed along, walking side by side with him, turning to glance at Go-on, who had already busied herself with other tasks. She whispered, "Brother, how did I assist?" Chun-Yi smiled, "What assistance?" The little one giggled, "Brother, stop pretending. Just because I'm small doesn't mean I can't see that you like sister." Upstairs, the child observed how Chun-Yi gazed at sister with such tenderness, reminiscent of countless scenes she had witnessed in the underworld, where couples would reluctantly part as they reincarnated. "Rest assured, I won't tell her," the little one assured, patting her chest confidently. Chun-Yi chose not to engage with her topic, quietly gathering ingredients to begin cooking. Meanwhile, the older boy had revealed his true colors the previous night and could no longer feign innocence. However, the snacks in the human realm were undeniably delicious, and he continued to lounge on the sofa, indulging in the treats with sheer delight. In another part of the community meeting hall, Linning remained in her prominent position, now surrounded by 5 robust men. Their presence served dual purposes: to prevent her from attempting any tricks to escape, and to swiftly eliminate her should she fail to provide a means to access the safe house. Yesterday, she had been the aggressor, and today she found herself as the prey, a fish upon the chopping block. How ironic. Linning swallowed nervously, her breath heavy due to the intense tension in her mind. Surely, everyone has heard the saying that human nature is inherently good. So what if we have? Linning feigned calmness, smiling nonchalantly. "Sister Huang, how old is your baby?" Her inquiry caused a disheveled woman in the crowd to tense up instantly. This was the same woman from the previous night, begging Go-on for baby formula. For months. What's the matter? The instinct of a mother kicked in, and she sensed that Lin Ying's plan was somehow related to her child, prompting an almost instinctive response. "No, absolutely not." Their dialogue left the onlookers bewildered, unsure of the conversation's meaning. "What plan are you referring to, Linning?" "I intend to borrow Sister Huang's baby." "That is out of the question." Sister Huang nearly shrieked in fury, her expression contorting into one of rage. Linning retorted loudly, "Why not? It's not as if I'm sending her to her death. I merely want her to cry outside the safe house for a while. Just dress her warmly, so she doesn't freeze. If Go-on inside can open the door, then you won't have to worry about your child as formula. Will you?" Linning, having never been a mother, underestimated the power of maternal love. The previously submissive Sister Huang, who had always obeyed others, experienced an explosion of emotion in that moment. "How dare you speak such nonsense? Go-on, seek your life, if she kills you. At least we could obtain a basket of food, yet you gamble with my son? You are inhumane." Ms. Huang spat on the ground, exclaiming, "Damn you. Why don't you just die? If she wouldn't even open the door to see you perish, I might as well wager my son." Lin Ying was taken aback by her boldness. She had never anticipated that this typically meek individual would confront her so fiercely. Stunned into silence, Lin Ying found herself at a loss for words as Ms. Huang seized the opportunity to rally the crowd, raising her arms high. "Everyone here is a parent. A woman capable of using her child as leverage. Do you truly believe she would share any resources with us if she gained access to the safety bunker? A murmur of agreement rippled through the crowd. Ms. Huang's assertion struck a chord. The notion that someone could stoop so low sent shivers down their spines. Lin Ying, acutely aware of the hostile whispers surrounding her, cast her gaze downward, realizing she was encircled with no escape. Was she truly destined to perish at the hands of these foolish individuals? No. Suddenly, a series of loud thuds echoed through the air. The onlookers turned their attention to the source of the sound, ultimately fixating on Lin Ying, who was repeatedly bowing her head to the ground. Chapter 28, Murder. What are you doing? The crowd was utterly perplexed by her actions. Had she lost her mind, or was she begging for her life like they were? One by one, her forehead met the earth with a dull thud, producing a heavy sound. It wasn't until her brow began to crack and blood seeped forth, staining her cheeks, that she slowly lifted her head, her eyes glistening with tears. "I'm so sorry," she sobbed, her voice dry and hoarse. "I lost my senses in the frenzy over food and entertained such madness. I truly apologize." Upon witnessing the blood on her forehead and her sincere apology, Ms. Huang's anger subsided considerably. "Fine, you did this for all of us." As Lin Ying rose, her legs trembled from the repeated bowing, and she struggled to regain her balance. Her naturally beautiful face was now devoid of color, her lips pale, lending her an air of vulnerability. The men present could not help but feel a surge of sympathy for her. Lin Ying appeared utterly frail, her voice barely a whisper. "Sister Huang, I can record the sound of a baby crying at your home. Tomorrow, I will leave it at the entrance of Go On. If that doesn't work, I am willing to sacrifice myself in exchange for food." The crowd had witnessed her earlier actions, and now, seeing her in such a weakened state yet still thinking of others, they began to lower their defenses, one by one voicing their support for her proposal. "Miss Lin, recording the baby's cries is a good idea. You can rest assured." "Yes, I think that's splendid. With so many of us, how could she possibly escape?" As a mother, Ms. Huang's wariness of Lin Ying remained, but seeing her injury and the crowd's encouragement softened her stance. Her brows slightly furrowed as she mused to herself. What harm could recording a voice do? It should be harmless. If successful, there would be baby formula. Even if not, some rice boiled in a porridge would suffice. After a considerable pause, she nodded in agreement, yet her gaze swept across the crowd, ultimately resting on the burly figure of Depao. She pointed decisively. "I want him to accompany me. I fear this woman may have ulterior motives." "Very well, Depao. You shall go with her." The crowd, hearing her acquiescence, found the condition exceedingly easy to fulfill. Lin Ying, Depao, and Ms. Huang departed the hall under the watchful eyes of the onlookers. The moment they stepped outside, Depao and Lin Ying exchanged knowing smiles, while Ms. Huang, walking ahead, remained oblivious to their unusual demeanor. Despite the cold weather, with 5 or 6 wood-burning stoves ablaze inside, the chill was still pervasive. The elderly and children were bundled up like sacks. Yet the children continued to cry incessantly from the cold. "Mom, this is—" Suddenly, Depao pulled a thin, transparent fishing line from his pocket, ensnaring Ms. Huang's neck before she could react. The elderly woman froze in shock, and as she turned to flee, a shadow of a hammer flashed before her eyes. The hammer struck the elderly woman with brutal force, and Lin Ying, her expression devoid of emotion, continued to swing the hammer repeatedly until the woman's head was reduced to a bloody pulp, only then relinquishing the weapon. In less than a minute, both lives had been extinguished. Lin Ying, splattered with blood, bent down to cradle the crying infant in the stroller. Depao approached her, playfully pinching her ample backside. "You were quite the actress just now. After such a grand favor, how will you thank me tonight?" Lin Ying shyly buried her head in Depao's embrace. Gradually kneeling down, her face aligned with his sensitive area. "What do you think?" Her words elicited a hearty laugh from Depao. "Haha, truly audacious. In the safe house. 80,000. Bang. 40,000. And what else? What have we come to? Teaching the apprentice will starve the master." She spent 10 minutes instructing 3 disciples, playing from day until night, with only 2 eyes visible amidst a sea of paper slips covering her face. Frustrated, she thought, "My luck shouldn't be this poor today." She scrutinized the 3, reassuring herself that this was merely the beginner's grace bestowed by the god of games. I'm done. I'm fatigued and need a break. The little ones, caught in the excitement, were unwilling to accept her departure. The older child, growing impatient, remarked, "Hurry up, you really just run off after losing? Where's your ambition?" I'm done, Go-won said, reaching for the phone placed on the cabinet. Too absorbed in mahjong to remember to check the external cameras. Although she had activated soundproofing within the safe house, making it impenetrable, Go-won still frequently checked the cameras to see what tricks Linning was up to, which had gradually become a source of amusement for her. Go-won carefully observed the nearby surveillance cameras and found nothing unusual until her gaze fell upon the one at the entrance. Her expression gradually turned grave. Chun-yi, perceptive to the change in her demeanor, inquired, "What's wrong? Has something happened outside?" Go-won glanced at him but remained silent, placing her phone on the table for the three of them to see. The screen displayed an infant still in swaddling, positioned at the threshold of the door. "These people are utterly heartless, using a child to force my sister to open the door," the little one exclaimed angrily. A turmoil of emotions stirred within Go-won. A child left at the door. How long had it been there? Was the child still alive? Even if she could ascertain the child's survival, would she dare to open the door? Surely, there were numerous individuals lurking nearby, waiting for her to make that move. Not opening the door equated to relinquishing a life. What difference was that from being a beast? Yet, upon further reflection, safeguarding her own interests was paramount. Excessive compassion would only place her in peril. She was no benevolent deity, devoid of boundless mercy. Noticing her furrowed brow, Chun-yi discerned her inner conflict and lowered his gaze, stating, "In such times, the instinct for self-preservation is paramount. Seeking to protect oneself without causing harm to others is, in itself, a form of kindness." His words provided Go-won with a measure of solace, offering her a means to justify her reluctance to open the door. Who does not fear death? Who does not wish to live? Suddenly, Go-won slammed her hand on the table, causing the mahjong tiles to rattle, and exclaimed an expletive. "Damn it. I refuse to believe that opening a door will lead to my demise. I have played the role of a timid turtle for long enough." The trio was momentarily stunned, quickly grasping the meaning behind Go-won's words. The little one leapt up excitedly, raising a metaphorical flag for her. "Sister, you are magnificent." Go-won reveled in the flattery, raising an eyebrow with a smirk. "Of course." She shot a glance at the older boy. "Go outside and check if that child is still alive." "Me?" The older boy pointed to himself, astonished. Hadn't She just expressed a desire to venture out and rescue the child? Why was the responsibility suddenly thrust upon him? "Of course it's you. What is wrong with running errands for me after consuming my food and drinks?" Go-won crossed her arms, assuming a petulant demeanor. With the ability of the older and younger boys to teleport, sending them out to assess the situation was the most prudent course of action. It would be reckless to venture outside without certainty of the circumstances. If the little one were dead and she were captured, it would be a grave misfortune. "Understood. I'll check from the back door shortly." The older boy gazed at Go-won with a look of reluctant resignation. "What about him?" he queried weakly, glancing at Chun-yi, having forgotten that the latter was unaware of their identities. Chun-yi sighed in resignation. The older boy thinks I should accompany you." No, I can go alone. You needn't accompany me," the older boy immediately countered. The little one interjected, "Brother, my older brother is quite capable. He is just afraid of you realizing the potential blunder." The little one paused mid-sentence, his mouth opening and closing in silence. "Afraid of me?" Sensing the situation was amiss, Go-won hastily interjected with a tangential remark. "Chun-yi, could you help me carry the mahjong to the storage? It's a bit heavy for me to manage alone." Chun-yi did not inquire further about the child's earlier words. The two swiftly tidied up the mahjong tiles and stored them in their box, after which Go-won accompanied him to the second-floor storage room. As they ascended the stairs and vanished around the corner, Dawa immediately slipped out of the room, reappearing outside the door in the next moment. He reached out to check on the infant nestled in the swaddling blanket. The child's breath was faint, suggesting they had been left at the doorstep for quite some time. Tears, still fresh and glistening, had now turned to ice on the baby's tightly shut eyelids. Dawa shivered from the biting cold, appalled that anyone could use a child as a means of intimidation in such frigid weather. He felt deep pity for the child, but was constrained by his own limitations. In the realm of the afterlife, he could only ensure his invisibility and ability to teleport. To rescue the child, he would have to reveal his true form and enter at lightning speed. Realizing this, he scanned the surroundings to ascertain the number of people outside and their distance from him. After a thorough inspection, his gaze landed on a distant patch of snow. The flat expanse of snow revealed a mound that was slightly elevated compared to its surroundings. He estimated that the protruding mound could accommodate no more than 3 individuals. Just as he steadied himself, footsteps echoed from above, signaling the approach of the two. Hua moved forward and whispered in an almost inaudible tone next to Go-On. "There are 3 people outside." Go-On's lips curled into a slight smile, secretly pleased. 3? That is hardly enough for a workout. She halted her steps, declaring, "I must go and check on that child." Chun-Yi displayed no astonishment, yet his eyes reflected a glimmer of admiration, leaving Go-On puzzled. She couldn't shake the feeling that Chun-Yi seemed to possess an understanding of matters that he simply chose not to disclose. Unable to contain herself, she asked, "Are you already aware of everything?" Chun-Yi's gaze subtly shifted, and after a brief pause, he replied calmly, "Aware of what?" He regarded himself as just another ordinary person. "Sister, you can do it." Go-On shook her head. "Do what?" "Let us go together." She gestured towards the 3 individuals. You, and you come with me. In case I am overpowered, you can assist me." The other 2, aside from Chun-Yi, cast disdainful glances at Go-On, thinking it reckless to drag 3 others into danger. "Stop staring, let us go. If we delay any longer, that child might perish." With that, Go-On grasped the doorknob, and the frigid air and blizzard swept into the room in an instant. The temperature plummeted, and the steaming water that had recently been on the coffee table was now solidified into a hard block of ice, ignoring the chill enveloping her. Go-On lowered her gaze to the infant lying on the ground not far away and hurried towards it. But it had only taken a few steps when 2 figures suddenly emerged from the distant snow mound. The storm obscured their identities, making it difficult to discern who they were. Instinctively, Go-On scooped up the child and turned to hand it to Hua, saying, "Take the baby inside." "Inside? You must let us in too." The 2 figures raced forward with remarkable speed, reaching the group in the brief moment it took Go-On to turn and speak. Struggling to open her eyes against the blinding snow, which felt like tiny blades against her skin, she could hardly see. "Linning, is that really you?" "It is I." "The door is open. Want you let us come in for a while?" Go-On shot them a disdainful glance, replying, "Humph. You 2, and we 4. Yet you still wish to enter my abode. Have you lost your minds? Who bestowed upon you such audacity? Are you truly so foolish as to court your own demise?" With a mere turn, I stepped inside, and you cannot possibly be faster than I am. Go-On's agitation grew as she recalled her earlier concerns within the house, yearning to strike her own head in frustration. She glanced sideways to see that the infant had already entered the house, and now Lin Yin had brought along an accomplice. If action was not taken now, when would it be? Today, she must deal with this matter to prevent a repeat occurrence, lest she return with a multitude of followers employing the same tactics. Go-On positioned herself defiantly before the 2, taunting, "You are courting death today. Speak. How do you wish to perish?" Lin Yin's lips curled into a slight smirk. He wrapped his hands around the arm of his hefty companion, saying, "Go-On. If you desire a swift end, relinquish your hold on the house. I can assure you a more dignified demise." With a dismissive huff, Go-On swiftly drew a handgun from her pocket. During her stockpiling, she had invested 200,000 in acquiring 3 firearms from the black market. The handgun was lightweight, easily concealable, and remarkably accurate. Thus, she had enrolled in a shooting class and trained for 2 months. Before Lin Yin could react, she fired 2 resounding shots. It was her first time using a real gun, and she was taken aback by the stark contrast in recoil compared to a mere air gun. The first bullet struck Lin Yin squarely in the chest, while the second, due to the gun's recoil, went astray, passing through Lin Yin's body and leaving him lying straight in the snow. Instantly, the garments on his torso became soaked with the blood that gushed forth. He emitted a few muffled sounds before blood continued to spill from his mouth, his body trembling briefly before falling utterly still. Chapter 30. This child is quite challenging. The hefty companion's eyes widened in shock. He was frozen in place at the sight of Lin Ying sprawled on the ground. His complexion ashen, his tongue rendered speechless, and his entire being paralyzed with fear. Go-on observed the two with a cold gaze, her heart racing in her throat. This was her first act of murder. An overwhelming wave of terror washed over her, and she struggled to quell her trembling form. Sensing her distress, Chun-Yi reached out, gently placing his hand on her shoulder, and soothingly remarked, "Do not be afraid. She has tested you time and again, and you have spared her. She did not value it." Chun-Yi's words were like a soft night breeze, calming her panicked heart. After a prolonged silence, Go-on exhaled deeply and mischievously stuck out her tongue at the two, saying, "I wasn't scared, really. I was merely pondering how the second shot went astray." Chun-Yi chuckled softly, casting a glance at her without exposing her fib. Once the door closed, Go-on began to fidget again, exclaiming, "Goodness, it's so cold. I truly do not wish to venture outside in this dreadful weather." Chun-Yi stood there, watching her playfulness with a tenderness that was almost unbearable, a smile gracing his lips. "By the way, where's that child?" Go-on suddenly remembered and hurried over to the infant nestled in the swaddling cloth. The baby's complexion had improved, the pallor giving way to a hint of color. Go-on extended her finger to gently probe the infant's nose. The baby's breath was steady. Having merely fainted from the cold, Go-on collapsed onto the sofa, exhaling a sigh of relief. At last, she had dealt with Lin Ying, imparting a lesson to the plump fellow. Surely, for the time being, the residents of the community would refrain from troubling her. However, the presence of this infant posed a conundrum. Rescuing the child was one matter, but how was she to care for such a little one? With a resigned pout, Go-on muttered to herself, "I shall check the warehouse for some formula." Without further ado, she dashed upstairs, hastily selecting a room and slamming the door behind her. In the pitch-black room, she sank to the floor, grappling with the shocking realization that she had taken a life. The sensation was utterly horrifying. Resting her forehead on her arms, her shoulders trembled in quiet sobs. Outside, Chun-Yi, under the pretense of having business to attend to, ascended the stairs. Upon reaching the landing, he heard the faint sound of a girl weeping from the adjacent room. Following the sound, he raised his hand towards the doorknob, but halted mid-motion. The sobs resonated painfully in his ears, igniting a dull ache throughout his body. He remained silent outside, his lips moving slightly, reflecting the same stubbornness as before. After an indeterminate amount of time, Go-on slowly lifted her head, her eyes rimmed in red, gazing into the darkness of the room. She rose to open the door, then stepped in the bathroom to splash her face with water, also retrieving a can of formula from her space before hurriedly making her way downstairs. I'm coming. There's just too much stock in a warehouse. I couldn't find it and wasted time." Go-on explained her prolonged absence while racing down the stairs. Dawa could not help but comment, "It took you half an hour just to grab a can of formula. How ridiculous. Get lost. It doesn't take that long to find something." Suddenly, a piercing wail echoed throughout the house. Go-on jumped in alarm, glancing at her fingers that had just touched the baby, and hurriedly reassured the three witnesses. "I didn't hit her." The infant's cries surged forth like a dam that had burst, ceaseless and loud. Xiao Hua cradled the baby in her arms, bouncing her gently. Yet the crying persisted. The baby's mouth was wide open, emitting a sharp and shrill sound. Her little face was flushed, tears streaming down her cheeks as her tiny hands flailed about. "Feed her. I must prepare the milk." Go-on surmised the child was hungry. With no prior experience in preparing milk, Go-on fumbled clumsily. The formula remained unopened, and the bottle tipped over. "Are you done yet?" Xiao Hua, holding the infant, was drenched in sweat from anxiety. "Here it comes." Go-on swiftly scooped 10 scoops of formula into the bottle, soon filling it to the brim with milk. "Here. Those waiting are impatient," she exclaimed. Her urgency was not the same as theirs. Xiao Hua took the bottle and placed it in the baby's mouth. The infant latched tightly onto the bottle, suckling eagerly. As the milk flowed in, the baby's cries gradually subsided. "My goodness, this little one is quite the handful." Go-on wiped the sweat from her brow with a rough hand. After catching her breath, she glanced at the clock. It was already 11 o'clock. No wonder she felt a bit drowsy. Turning her gaze to the infant on the bed, she mused that after drinking, the baby should sleep until the following day. Are you certain you wish to take care of her alone? I can stay with you. Ah. Go-Won let out an exclamation, her thoughts swirling chaotically. How could one possibly sleep on just this bed? Together, perhaps? Oh, oh, oh. The wail of a baby jolted her from her momentarily hazy reverie. They exchanged glances, and Go-Won sensed that this night was not destined to be an easy one. I'll go prepare the formula. Chun-Yi, gazing at the hungry infant on the bed, stood frozen in place, awkwardly shifting his arms in an attempt to cradle the baby. Before he could even manage to hold the child, panic surged within him. The baby's cries grew louder, and Go-Won, in her haste to prepare the formula, urged him, "Come on, take the baby. It's so noisy." "Oh, right." Chun-Yi cautiously extended his arms, cradling the baby with utmost care, adjusting his hold meticulously to avoid any mishap. Once the milk was in the baby's mouth, he searched for diapers on his phone, and under the pretext of propriety, he passed the honorable task of changing diapers to Go-Won. Upon encountering a pile of golden excrement, the sour odor nearly made her retch. After the baby was fed and changed, she thought to herself, surely, I can sleep until dawn now. So incredibly weary, Go-Won found her eyelids heavy. It was already 1 in the morning, deep into the night. Staying awake at this hour was simply unbearable. Suddenly, a familiar voice pierced the silence. Go-Won erupted. Why is it still crying? The baby was just fed. She tugged at her disheveled hair, regretting her decision to save this child, finding it all quite bothersome. Chapter 31. Finding a home, Go-Won observed that as long as she walked with the infant in her arms, the child remained silent. Yet, the moment she sat down, the crying resumed. What a peculiar law of nature. They took turns holding the baby throughout the night, and it wasn't until nearly noon that they finally descended the stairs with the little ones. What were you two up to yesterday? They exchanged weary glances, both sporting bloodshot eyes and dark circles. Chun-Yi had sprouted a scruffy beard overnight, and his disheveled hair added to his untidy appearance. Hurry, hurry! Give the baby to them. Upon closing the door, she promptly activated the soundproofing features of the room. She could no longer bear the sound of the baby's cries. It was excruciating. I'm going to sleep now. Go-Won leaped into bed, and Chun-Yi, equally exhausted, had not anticipated how draining caring for a baby would be. He retrieved a blanket from the cupboard and nestled on the sofa, quickly succumbing to sleep once more. When they opened their eyes again, it was already evening. Go-Won dreaded the thought of having to tend to the baby again. However, she realized that leaving the infant there was not an option. She lacked both experience and patience. She feared losing her sanity, as the life of a caregiver felt overwhelmingly suffocating. Yet, in their current predicament, with the orphanage closed and food scarce, who would take a needy child? The older and younger infants were in the same state as they had been that morning. Go-Won sighed, alas. Is this not simply inviting suffering upon myself? She stared at the infant on the bed for a long time, pondering deeply before speaking. Chun-Yi, you know many people. Is there anyone who has food and likes babies? I want to find her a new home. Chun-Yi set aside the task of washing the baby bottles, turning to face the infant. He leaned down to gently caress the baby, unable to resist playfully pinching the chubby cheeks, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Well, do you truly care? Go-Won's pupils constricted. Her gaze momentarily darkened as she averted her eyes to the distance, dismissively remarking, It's not my biological child. I have no reason to feel attached. With that, Go-Won pivoted and strode purposefully toward the warehouse, calling out, Let us go. Let us go. I'm not keen on spending another night here. I'll start packing my things right now. As the warehouse's rolling shutter opened, a snow vehicle came into view. Originally a long motorhome, it had been expertly modified to replace the air conditioning with gasoline heating, ensuring the driver remained warm and comfortable. The snow vehicle had been outfitted with 8 wheels, each towering 2 meters high and measuring 1.5 meters in diameter. Each wheel was equipped with anti-slip chains forged from cold iron, ensuring it would not skid on snowy terrain. Initially, she had intended for this vehicle to serve as her coffin in her final moments, but it appeared she would be utilizing it sooner than expected. Go-Won first warmed up the vehicle while retrieving baby formula diapers, and children's clothing from her storage space. She had secured supplies from 2 major Walmart warehouses in Asia, enough diapers to cater to 100,000 children. However, she didn't take too much, only 20 boxes of baby formula and over 100 packs of diapers. In her storage, the formula and diapers would never expire. Once removed, they would have a shelf life. Chun-Yi kicked a diaper at his feet, finally finding a spot to sit. "Have you brought too much?" he inquired. Go-on waved her hand from the driver's seat, dismissing his concern. "Not at all. One can never be too prepared. Are we ready to depart?" "Indeed. Let us be on our way. But tell me, are you certain they will take us in? With the power outage outside, we cannot contact them. What if we arrive and they refuse to adopt?" "They will take us in." Chun-Yi's assured tone instantly eased Go-won's anxieties. In her heart, she felt that whatever he undertook seemed destined for success. The rumbling of the vehicle echoed as Go-won ventured out into the snow for the first time since the apocalypse began. Outside, everything was blanketed in snow, a vast expanse of white. Without the sun's guidance, one could hardly discern directions. The snow vehicle traversed for an hour from the safe house to the city. "My goodness, what has happened here?" Go-won exclaimed in astonishment at the scene before her. The trees, lampposts, and buildings along the streets were all encased in ice and snow, glimmering with a silvery sheen. The houses in the neighborhood were frozen over, resembling naturalized sculptures. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings, with only the sound of the wind breaking the stillness. As Go-won gazed upon the frost-laden city, curiosity stirred within her. The entire city, nay, the entire world, seemed to be ensnared in an icy grip. Just days prior, the residents had besieged her. Where could they possibly be now? With the houses frozen solid, it seemed unlikely anyone could dwell there any longer. Where have all the people gone? Go-won, observing Chun-Yi's demeanor through the rearview mirror, noted his calm and composed expression, unfazed by the scene before him. With a heart full of questions, she traversed the city according to Chun-Yi's directions, driving eastward for approximately 2 hours until they arrived at a dilapidated house. The structure was in such a state of disrepair that it seemed beyond mere description of being old. It could only be classified as a hazardous dwelling. Remarkably, it was constructed of earth, and despite the prolonged snowfall, it had not collapsed. Indeed, the earthen house appeared more resilient than reinforced concrete. "Is it habitable?" Go-won inquired, pointing at a window that had lost half its panes, precariously hanging on the ledge as if it would fall at any moment. "Yes. This is a research facility that my grandfather built underground for the purpose of concealment while studying national defense. It may not be as grand as your home, but it is certainly more discreet," Chun-Yi explained. He then got out of the car, cradling the child, while Go-won followed closely behind. Outside, in the biting cold of -100 degrees, the environment was inhospitable. The distance from the car to the house and down to the underground was scarcely 10 meters. Yet Go-won felt as if her body were on the verge of freezing, a sensation akin to approaching death. Chapter 32. Two sisters. The passage was exceedingly narrow and low, forcing them to walk with bent backs. Suddenly, a faint glimmer of light appeared ahead, flickering in front of them. "Is someone ahead?" Go-won wondered. "Yes, we are almost there," came a gentle voice from the light's source. Little Chun, could this be the girl he had hidden away? Go-won mused, a ripple of anticipation stirring within her. As they reached the end, they encountered a woman in her early 30s, clad in a white knitted dress, with elegant, flowing curls and a delicate touch of makeup that accentuated her gentle demeanor. Go-won discreetly glanced at Chun-Yi, her lips curling into a secret smile, so he preferred gentleness. The woman seemed momentarily taken aback upon seeing the child in Chun-Yi's arms. Yet her composure quickly returned as she noticed Go-won trailing behind. "Is this little Chun?" she inquired, gesturing toward the child. "This is a child we found," Chun-Yi replied, casting a glance at Go-won. "Neither of us knows how to care for a child, and we thought to bring him to you." "Oh, so he is adopted?" The woman's voice carried a hint of disappointment. After Chun-Yi explained their situation, Go-won graciously accepted the circumstances. "Sister, my name is Go-won. Caring for a child is quite a challenge, so if it proves inconvenient for you, please feel free to say so, and we shall find another way." Go-won's generosity sparked a glimmer of admiration in the woman, who appraised her with interest. Go-On was indeed beautiful, and her demeanor was both gracious and poised. The woman instinctively nodded, her gaze lingering on Go-On, filled with satisfaction. Go-On, feeling slightly flustered under her scrutiny, edged closer to Chun-Yi, only to be unexpectedly grasped by the woman's arm. A wave of anxiety washed over Go-On. Could she be mistaken for a rival? Don't worry, Wan. As long as I have food to eat, there will be plenty for the child, the woman reassured her. Sister? Go-On shot a puzzled look at Chun-Yi. She had never heard her grandfather mention having a granddaughter. This sudden claim of sisterhood was bewildering. Shao Jia, do not bury yourself in those books every day. Your brother and sister-in-law have brought the child over, and Ning shouted from within. Goodness! Upon catching sight of Go-On, Shao Jia's eyes widened in disbelief, as if she were dreaming, rubbing her eyes to affirm the reality that her aloof brother had brought a woman home. Hello, sister. The group entered the Research Institute through the grand entrance, where the walls gleamed with aluminum alloy, illuminated by exceptionally bright lights. The room spanned approximately 100 square meters, furnished with all necessities for the kitchen and living space. On the eastern wall, a door hinted at the existence of additional rooms beyond. Chun-Yi gently placed the child on the bed, patting him softly. Xiao Chun, we couldn't reach you after the power went out. The expressions of the two women gradually shifted from initial delight to a more somber demeanor. Go-On noticed the subtle changes in their faces. It was understandable for them to speculate. A young girl like her, if she had been wealthy in the past, could have easily acquired such baby supplies. Now, it was impossible to find even milk powder or rice, yet she could confidently assure them of a steady supply of milk and diapers for a child. Go-On entwined her right arm around Chun-Yi's, leaning against him with a shy demeanor. At the moment of contact, he subtly shifted his body. Assuming he intended to withdraw, she instinctively tightened her grip. The two sisters exchanged glances at their brother's bashful reaction and Go-On's coyness, resembling a young couple in love, and they shared a knowing smile, refraining from further inquiries. After engaging in light conversation, Go-On learned that, remarkably, the official Meteorological Bureau had predicted a prolonged snowstorm sweeping across the globe a month before its arrival. To ensure human safety, the authorities had come to retrieve their grandfather, who had constructed a house capable of protecting humanity. Following their grandfather's departure, Chun-Yi had begun stockpiling supplies at the Research Institute, accommodating his two sisters there. The food here is sufficient for us to survive indefinitely, although we lack electricity and internet. Thankfully, there are books to read, and now we have a baby to keep us company, which adds some joy, and Ning remarked, playfully entertaining the child beside her. However, the little one had once said, cough, cough. Chun-Yi was evidently reluctant for Ning to mention his unwillingness to come here, as he interrupted her. The four of them toiled for 20 minutes to unload the vehicle, which was laden with supplies, into the Research Institute. Staring at the towering pile of milk powder and diapers, Shao Jia quipped, Are you planning to have several children with all this? On the return journey, the absence of the child rendered the car unusually silent, leaving Go-On feeling somewhat unaccustomed. As she drove, her thoughts began to drift. Suddenly, a figure appeared abruptly in the road ahead. By the time Go-On reacted, it was too late to swerve. Instinctively, she pressed the brake pedal to the floor. The screeching of the tires against the ground was jarring and sharp, slicing through the stillness of the night like a blade. In that instant of abrupt braking, the car lurched forward, and the passengers were propelled by inertia. Go-On clutched the steering wheel tightly, pressing the brake hard, but the vehicle was unable to withstand the speed on the snowy road, hurtling directly towards the figure ahead. After driving for several hundred meters, the vehicle gradually came to a halt. My goodness! Go-On took a deep breath and immediately exited the car with Chun-Yi to investigate the shadow they had just seen. Where did that figure go? Following the abrupt brake marks, Go-On walked several hundred meters without discovering any traces of blood. While it might be overlooked at night under the bright daylight, with the ground covered in white snow, even a slight hint of unusual color would stand out strikingly against the pristine white. Scanning the area, not a single drop of blood was in sight. Could it be that I was merely seeing things? Go-On rubbed her eyes and opened them once more, reaffirming the absence of any bloodstains nearby. Chapter 33. The shattered eyes figure you are not imagining things. I too witnessed a shadow just now. But how could it have vanished? His voice was deep and resonant, each word imbued with an unmistakable authority. How could it disappear? Go-won noted the unprecedented seriousness in his expression, stirring an unsettling intuition within her. Her sixth sense hinted that this matter was far from simple. Suddenly, her gaze fixated on a distant point where sunlight reflected off the snow, casting shimmering rays that dazzled the eyes. What could that be? Snow should not emit light unless something akin to crystal was refracting the sunlight. The two exchanged a knowing glance, and, with a shared understanding, they hurried toward the glowing area. As they approached, the scene that unfolded before Go-won made her gasp in shock. A humanoid ice sculpture lay shattered in the snow. No, it would be more accurate to describe it as a living person encased in ice, now transformed into an ice figure. Judging by the facial features, it appeared to be a young girl, seemingly no more than 20 years old. A living being turned into an ice sculpture should be lying on the ground. How could it be standing? Go-won gazed at the ice figure, her eyes sweeping over its features, and in that moment, she felt an inexplicable pull, a suffocating sensation tightening in her chest. Chun-Yi pondered for a moment. I don't know. Perhaps this person was already dead and moved here. That might be the case. Go-won agreed. After all, in today's society, people have sunk to unimaginable lows to seize food. This seemed to be the most plausible explanation at present. Let us go. It is far too cold. If we linger outside any longer, we will soon succumb to the freezing temperatures. Frost clung to Go-won's hair, and the chill had permeated her entire body, her breath forming icy mist as she spoke. It was unbearably cold outside. Go-won climbed back into the car, yet the warmth inside offered little respite from the cold she had just endured. She attempted to rub her arms together, but no matter how vigorously she tried, the cold continued to spread through her. Shivering uncontrollably, she curled up in a corner of the vehicle. Chun-Yi sighed and removed his coat, intending to drape it over her. Go-won noticed his gesture and raised her arm to block the coat, saying, "Are you certain you don't have a girlfriend?" Her words came out slowly, her frozen state making it difficult to speak, and she couldn't forsake her inner boundaries in the face of Chun-Yi's concern. Her greatest disdain in life was for mistresses. "No, Chun-Yi replied firmly. You don't have a wife or a lover, do you?" "No. Can you throw this on now?" Chun-Yi said as he draped the garment over her shoulders once more. Even after putting on a coat, it proved futile. Go-won lamented her earlier haste in not wearing a winter jacket. It was excruciatingly cold, and she felt foolish for not dressing appropriately. It's too cold, too cold. The word cold was all that remained in Go-won's frozen mind. Chun-Yi glanced down at her, still shivering uncontrollably, her lips pressed tightly together, and her brows furrowed in distress. After a few moments of silence, he turned and walked to the back of the car, swiftly returning with a blanket in his arms. Go-won assumed it was for her and managed a wry smile, saying, "Thank you." However, contrary to her expectations, Chun-Yi did not cover himself with the blanket, but instead placed it aside and began to remove his own shirt. In no time, he stood bare from the waist up, his slender waist and defined abdominal muscles a testament to his strength. Go-won stole a glance, unable to suppress a swallow. He then wrapped the blanket around himself, hesitating for a moment, before saying, "I might warm you up if I hold you." "All right." Go-won's remaining rationality dictated that embracing him would be mutually beneficial, alleviating her cold while providing comfort. With Chun-Yi's assistance, she shed all but a gossamer thin shirt, the outline of her undergarments barely discernible. Go-won continued to murmur about the cold, her consciousness fading into a daze. He closed his eyes and crouched down, enveloping her in his embrace. His warm hands reached around her shoulders, their bare skin touching. The intense warmth of his body elicited a soft sigh of comfort from Go-won as her icy form gradually began to thaw. Chun-Yi felt as if he were a blazing fireball, and Go-won hungrily absorbed the heat radiating from him. Instinctively, she wrapped her arms around his neck, her entire being pressed against his chest, skin against skin. Chun-Yi's heart raced from the moment of contact, his body yearning to touch hers. No, he fought to restrain the illicit thoughts that surged in his mind. Yet, Go-won's body frequently roamed against him. He dared not open his eyes, fearful that doing so would lead to an uncontrollable urge. An hour later, Go-On's body had warmed completely, even beads of sweat forming on her back. She glanced down at the blanket draped over her and the sensation beneath her palms, realizing that she was clinging to him like an octopus, her position indescribable. For a fleeting moment, her mind went blank. Surely, she had just been frozen and confused. At this point, to refrain from action would be a disservice to her adult self. Go-On shifted slightly, and Chun-Yi's breath hitched. He tightened his hold around her, thinking it was merely her small movements as she dozed off, and he murmured softly, asleep, yet still restless. Who is being restless? She lifted her gaze, locking eyes with Chun-Yi, and the air stilled momentarily. Chun-Yi's face flushed suddenly, the color spreading rapidly to his ears. He embraced Go-On, whose hands trembled inexplicably. The contact of their skins heightened her sensitivity. At this moment, she felt that to refrain from intimacy would be a disservice to the charged atmosphere. If he were unwilling, would she not lose face? Suddenly, a voice echoed in her mind, as if another version of herself lurked in the shadows, observing her. If he is unwilling, so be it. The world is on the brink of collapse. What use is there in preserving one's pride? It seemed to make sense. What if they did indulge? Such a handsome man. With this thought, Go-On tightened her embrace around his neck. Chun-Yi. Go-On seldom called his name. What is wrong? He replied in a low voice, the sound raspy and magnetic, effortlessly stirring her restless heartstrings. May I sleep with you? The ambience had reached its peak, and Go-On articulated her desire with clarity, devoid of shyness or hesitation. When one sheds their sense of shame, all else fades into oblivion. She lifted her gaze and noticed the subtle curve of his throat as he swallowed instinctively. It was evident that Chun-Yi was tense, exceedingly so, after a prolonged silence. She nestled into his chest, assuming he was deliberating on how to decline her proposition. All right, but I fear you may regret it. As the words left his lips, a powerful hand cradled the back of her head, drawing her in for a kiss, pressing her down gently, careful not to hurt her. Her body responded naturally, escaping a soft moan. This sound shattered the last barrier within Chun-Yi. His kisses deepened, initially landing softly on her lips, but gradually traveling lower as his breaths grew heavier. He kissed her neck, her collarbone, and continued his descent, while his hands wandered aimlessly. Chapter 34. Awakening of the bone roots suddenly. A sound of knocking on the window interrupted their intimate moment. Yvonne! Yvonne! The world around her faded. A sensation of falling enveloped her, akin to plummeting into an abyss. She felt utterly weightless. After what felt like an eternity, she sensed she was no longer descending, but suspended in midair. Surrounding her was an inky darkness, intangible and unseen. Her mind was a chaotic whirl, unable to focus. Thoughts jumbled. Go on, wake up. A voice persisted, and as she attempted to discern its origin, she realized it came from all directions. It was unbearably loud. She wished that a brief slumber would suffice to restore her. Suddenly, a heavy weight pressed upon her mind. Her eyelids felt as though they bore 1,000 pounds. Each attempt to lift them felt insurmountable. No, I can't. I'm too tired. In a moment of clarity, Go-On recognized this sensation. She had experienced it before, in a life that had ended in oblivion. She could not die again. Heaven had granted her a chance at rebirth, and she could not let it slip away without reason. She struggled desperately to rise and seek an escape, yet her limbs remained unyielding, as if bound by countless iron chains. With a piercing scream, Go-On's limbs began to exert force simultaneously. The more she struggled, the more intense the pain in her wrists and ankles became. She felt as though her limbs had been bloodied by iron chains. Any slight movement inflicted excruciating pain upon her body. Yet, with each attempt to break free, she sensed a peculiar power awakening within her, seemingly intent on mending her battered form. It was a gentle force. She became acutely aware that something in her chest was radiating light. If only she could free herself from the shackles, that entity within her would also be liberated, and she knew it could only bring her good fortune. The pain was unbearable. She summoned all her strength, desperately striving to escape the restraints. Suddenly, Chun-Yi flicked his sleeve, and the vision of Go-On in the illusion materialized in midair. Are you a deity? They wondered, recognizing that the power he emanated stemmed from divine origins. In the illusion, Guwan's hands and feet were ensnared by chains, and with every forceful effort to break free, invisible blades sliced through her flesh, crimson blood gushing forth. Her anguished cries reverberated in Chun Yi's ears, hauntingly persistent. Little one and big one watch her reflection in the mirror, tears streaming down their faces. Throughout their time together, they had come to regard her as family, and witnessing her suffering was unbearable. They were powerless, their hearts filled with sorrow. God, please save her, they implored. She had entered the secret realm. If she could not escape, she would perish, even losing the chance for rebirth. Sister, she is a good person. Chun Yi fixed his gaze on her image in the mirror, his eyes unwavering. His hands, clasped behind his back, instinctively formed fists. Her agonized cries gripped his heart like a vice, sending sharp pangs of pain coursing through him. No, he could not intervene. In the past, when her roots had awakened, his moment of weakness had led to a lifelong regret. This time, he must restrain himself. He repeatedly reminded himself that he could not act. Even deities experience helplessness. If heaven has granted me rebirth, then it cannot dictate my demise. This time, my fate is not yours to command. In the illusion, Guwan amassed all her strength, determined to defy fate. She expelled every distracting thought from her mind, as if the relentless agony, akin to 1,000 blades piercing her, was not her own. Time and again, the invisible knives scraped against her body, pushing her to the brink of collapse, yet they could not sway her unwavering resolve. To survive, she had to persevere. Blood poured forth from her wounds, forming crimson droplets that fell from her skin. She could even taste the metallic tang of blood in her mouth. The pain was excruciating. In an instant, a golden radiance erupted from her chest, enveloping her completely. The golden light transformed into delicate threads, weaving into her very being. As the golden strands coursed through her, the agony gradually receded, and a sensation of lightness and buoyancy enveloped her, an experience she had never known. Chun Yi's clenched fists relaxed, a smile breaking upon his lips. She had succeeded. She had triumphed. Next, all that remains is to await her awakening. Could a mere wisp of fog deter one whose innate potential has been unleashed? The older and younger children gazed at Guwan in astonishment, their eyes fixed, unblinking, upon her reflection in the mirror. She will awaken shortly. Do not weep. Chun Yi's words served as a comforting assurance to the two. The words of the divine cannot be mistaken. Chun Yi paused, turning once more to admonish them. Do not disclose my identity to her. If she learns of it, I shall summon your elder to impose a punishment upon you. The dark dimension requires 2 sentinels. The dark dimension? The two exclaimed in unison, their faces betraying sheer terror. The inhabitants of the dark dimension are monsters, a myriad of aberrant beings, both human and animal. Their most terrifying trait, apart from their ghastly visages, is their insatiable appetite. Their small frames would barely suffice to serve as a morsel for any of those voracious creatures. The two, startled into resolve, fervently assured, Fear not, it shall not happen. System upgrade? What does that entail? Guwan inquired, her confusion palpable. Have you ever heard of myths and legends? Yvonne Nudit. And Mu Ran raised his gaze, saying, Are you suggesting that my cultivation resembles that of mythological tales? In truth, it pertains to certain individuals among humanity who possess extraordinary abilities, allowing them to harness the forces of nature. The realms of gods, immortals, demons, spirits, and ghosts exist in alternate dimensions. Each individual endowed with extraordinary abilities must embark upon a unique path of cultivation. So if one possesses demonic roots, must they inevitably cultivate as a demon? Precisely. Then what kind of root do I possess? Chapter 35. I can cultivate to become an immortal. Am I truly that formidable? And dual cultivation as well. By the way, what does it mean to upgrade the system? No sooner had Guwan posed her question than a colossal display screen materialized before her. The screen delineated various segments according to levels of cultivation, with an array of items, golden elixirs, and even herbs arrayed beneath each segment. Human, you have just awakened your roots, and your senses have been heightened significantly. Go on. Do you wish to accept the cultivation system? Complete the tasks issued by the system to acquire progress in your cultivation. Is that even a question? Gido. Binding successful. Task. Investigate and resolve the cause of the recent anomalous blizzard in society. Reward. 5 cultivation points. Following this, a guide to utilizing the system was transmitted to her mind. Although she had previously encountered tales of extraterrestrials or monks and Taoists achieving immortality on television, these notions had always seemed fantastical to go on. Now, experiencing it herself, she took a considerable time to regain her composure. Stealing a glance out the window, she noted that night had fallen. She remained in a daze for a while, gradually regaining her clarity, yet remnants of chaotic memories lingered in her mind. When had she entered that realm? Enduring the pervasive ache throughout her body, she propped herself up and gently shook her head. The motion stirred Chunny, who had been keeping vigil at her bedside. You are awake? Yes, but how'd I end up here? Weren't we in the car? Go-On turned to Chunny. In the car? In the car. In an instant, Go-On's memories surged forth, and their gazes met. Flustered, Go-On hastily averted her eyes and cautiously inquired, what transpired in the car? Uncertain whether the events that unfolded within the vehicle were reality or mere figments of imagination. Chun-Yi recalled everything that had occurred in the void. Her body had been so pliable that he nearly lost his composure. Fortunately, Da-Hua and Xiao-Hua arrived just in time. Otherwise, he might have truly taken advantage of her. His face flushed with heat, as if the very essence of his being surged to his head, his hands fidgeting restlessly. In the car, we both fainted. And then? Go-On pressed urgently. That's all. Did you dream of something? Chun-Yi shifted the focus on Go-On. Of course, I dreamed of nothing. What could I possibly dream about? You had nothing. How could I? Chun-Yi observed her face, which was nearly as red as a boiled crab. Was she blushing? Sister, you're awake, Xiao-Hua exclaimed, rushing down the stairs and enveloping her in a tight embrace. Xiao-Hua was surprisingly strong, squeezing Go-On so tightly that it felt as though her back might snap. Sister, let go. You're going to break my waist. Upon hearing Go-On's plea, Xiao-Hua recalled the injuries sustained in the illusion and hurriedly released her grip, a look of remorse crossing her face. Sister, I forgot you were hurt in the illusion. Illusion? How do you know I was hurt? You entered the Iceman's illusion. Thankfully, your will was strong enough to awaken. Iceman? What is an illusion? Go-On's head throbbed from the overwhelming events of the day, her right hand resting on her forehead. Chun-Yi, noticing her discomfort, expressed concern, take a moment to rest. I'm fine. I just slept too much. Xiao-Hua, please continue. Go-On waved her hand dismissively, her headache intensifying, yet she insisted on remaining strong, fabricating a reason to brush it off. She truly disliked showing weakness in front of others. When had she become so resolute? After Xiao-Hua's detailed explanation, Go-On gathered the gist of the situation. Last night, a multitude of icemen had suddenly attacked their safe house, only retreating as dawn broke. Da-Hua sensed the gravity of the situation, suspecting someone had used ice magic to transform people into ice sculptures. They deliberated and decided to search for Go-On. When they found the two of them in the car, both had fainted and entered the illusion. So that's how it is? Who possesses such power to manipulate others? Da-Hua, having listened for a while, shook his head in uncertainty. Get up and eat something, then we can continue our discussion. It was at that moment Go-On realized Chun-Yi had been by her side all along. In her preoccupation with questioning, she had momentarily forgotten about him, and he had overheard their conversation. You heard everything? Yes, my ears are not deaf. Observing his nonchalant demeanor, devoid of curiosity, Go-On tilted her head, her breath quickening. Could he also be someone with extraordinary abilities? Chun-Yi smiled. They have already shared their story with me. A quick glance from the corner of his eye indicated understanding between the two. Yes, we did. Oh, it was no wonder he was not curious. Go-On lay in bed for 2 days before her spirit returned to its usual state. In recent days, she discovered that her senses had become exceptionally acute. She could see 100 miles, though 1,000 remained elusive. Her speed had also increased remarkably, allowing her to traverse from the bed to the bathroom in mere seconds. This transformation in her physical capabilities brought her immense delight. It's nothing. I feel quite comfortable, she remarked cheerfully as she accepted the egg from Chun-Yi. Well then, I must confess, I prefer to sleep nude at night. If you don't mind, you can continue resting on the sofa. Chun-Yi paused for a moment, then responded with a smile. Oh, I have no interest in your physique. What is wrong with my figure? It's perfectly curvaceous, and my skin is exquisite. There are suitors lining up to my community. Even the beggars beneath the bridge would chase after me if they saw me. I walk past the community entrance every day and have yet to see anyone in line, she retorted, shoving the remaining half of the egg in her mouth, casting him a disdainful glance. In her haste, she swallowed the half-egg without proper chewing. The yolk lodged in her throat, rendering her breathless. Oh, my sister, why is your mouth turning purple? The observant child, holding a remote control, noticed her distress. Before she could utter a sound, she pointed to her throat. Chun-Yi, sister is choking. The child cried out urgently towards the kitchen. What? Chun-Yi's tone was filled with disbelief. How could an adult choke? He rushed out of the kitchen, gently patting her back, leading to the expulsion of the lodged yolk. GA1 exhaled in relief. Goodness. I almost met my end not from the cold, but from my food. Chun-Yi chuckled helplessly. That's what you get for lying. Chapter 36. To the city the four of them convened and decided to explore the community in the city, seeking to uncover whether any residents remained in the ice-encased area and the origins of the ice dwellers. In their quest to trace the source of these icy beings, they resolved to embark on a perilous journey. They meticulously prepared their luggage, placing it in the snowmobile. Although the distance was not great, they were cautious of unforeseen incidents, ensuring ample provisions and gasoline to fuel the snowmobile. At home, the older and younger children were left to guard the house, ready to teleport to her aid should there be another attack from the ice dwellers or any other unforeseen challenges. As they set out once more, GA1 felt none of the trepidation she had experienced during her initial venture. She switched the snowmobile to autopilot mode, inputting the destination of her former villa community. She and Chun-Yi each claimed a recliner, justifying their rest as essential to maintaining their strength should they encounter the ice dwellers. They would need the stamina either to confront or to flee. Since their departure, they had not exchanged a single word during half of the journey. GA1 yearned to engage him in conversation, yet every word that formed in her mind seemed to rebel against her, refusing to leave her lips. Her thoughts oscillated between gossip, discussions of love, and preferences for libations. She longed to share these with him, fearing he might deem them trivial. Yet, Chun-Yi always seemed to instinctively grasp her unspoken thoughts. She wished to converse with him, but the path to initiating dialogue eluded her. What would you like to discuss? I am open to anything, Chun-Yi remarked. I fear it may be too mundane. You simply do not understand. Go-won sighed deeply, reclining on the sofa, her hand pressed against her forehead. Chun-Yi set aside the antiquarian book in his hands and smiled. If you wish to drive, I shall accompany you. Should you wish to deliberate on the past and present, I possess some knowledge in that realm. Are there still people in the city? According to the conversation between the two children, there were hundreds of ice men besieging the safe house that day. With a population of approximately 20 million in the city, it seems implausible that they all transformed into ice men. If not, where could they have vanished? The houses have been encased in ice. What intrigued Go-won further was how individuals became ice men. I do not know. Seeing is believing. You do realize you are rather dull, don't you? Go-won coughed lightly. Chun-Yi chuckled softly. Not particularly. I merely speak the truth. Do you find me beautiful? Upon hearing this, Chun-Yi abruptly lifted his gaze. Glancing at her, mediocre, perhaps a 6 out of 10. Go-won was puzzled by the rating. Was it a percentage scale? However, she refrained from clarifying, turning away and choosing not to engage further. Chun-Yi, perplexed, wondered if he had misspoken. Was a perfect score unattainable? Upon arriving at the designated community, as they exited the vehicle, Go-won, having been frozen previously, took extensive measures to keep warm this time. Her thermal suit maintained a comfortable temperature of 52 degrees. Standing at the entrance, she felt a slight breathlessness, white mist escaping her mouth, immediately crystallizing into tiny shards of ice that scattered in the air. The temperature seemed to have plummeted once more. Go-won zipped up her thermal suit to shield herself from the biting wind. Yet the frigid air still pierced her like tiny daggers through the seams. Let's step inside and take a look. The two entered the community, which was eerily quiet, with only the howling north wind breaking the silence, their own breaths audible in the stillness. The atmosphere was profoundly unsettling. The entire community, or perhaps the entire city, shrouded in an oppressive silence, the air seemingly frozen, evoking a sense of suffocation. Go-On found this environment deeply unsettling, even harboring a fleeting desire to flee, as she could feel only a sense of oppression here. Every household had its doors firmly locked. Go-On and Chun-Yi wandered through the community, which was particularly vast, knocking on doors one by one, and by the time they completed their circuit, evening had fallen. Yet, it appeared that the inhabitants had vanished, perhaps turned into ice men. Suddenly, Go-On and Chun-Yi halted in their tracks, exchanging a glance before continuing, their ears straining to discern the footsteps echoing from behind them. The sound was light and furtive, as if an invisible pair of feet were stealthily approaching. At times, the footsteps quickened and became urgent. At others, they slowed and grew heavy, eluding their grasp. Reaching a corner, Go-On instinctively pulled Chun-Yi into the turn. The pursuers, having hastily followed, peered around the corner only to find that the two had already vanished from sight. We've lost them. This is troublesome. If they discover our hiding place, we are finished. Who are you, and why are you following us? Go-On called out, having circled behind the group with Chun-Yi. Are you human or beast? What do you think? Can monsters still allow you the luxury of conversation? Her typically straight spine suddenly curled slightly. Who are you, and why are you following us? Go-On reiterated her previous inquiry. We are human. I am aware. I am inquiring about your motive for tracking us. If you do not speak, I shall slay you and transform you into ice beings. As she spoke, Go-On's expression darkened instantly. The four individuals exchanged terrified glances, their faces turning pale with fear, hands trembling slightly, evidently struck by terror. Especially upon the mention of ice beings, their faces blanched in an instant. Are you also sent by the Ice Master? One of the slender men stammered, gathering his courage. Ice Master? Go-On lifted her gaze to Chun-Yi, her tone nonchalant yet tinged with curiosity. Are you not one of the Ice Master's followers? Certainly not. Who is the Ice Master? Aside from you, are there others in this community? Go-On hastily inquired. The bespectacled man, noticing that Go-On and her companion bore no ill intent, disclosed the truth. 6 days ago, in the dead of night, a woman suddenly appeared in our community, accompanied by thousands of ice beings, searching each household. Upon discovering someone, they would bind them and take them away. What did the leading woman say she would do with them? Go-On pressed further. The woman, that night was precisely when Lin-Yi met her demise. We managed to hide in our wine cellar and escaped. By dawn, they vanished, seemingly terrified of sunlight. We do not know the fate of those taken. If you are not from this community, how did you come here? Chun-Yi queried. Seeing them disappear, we feared they would return. A group of us stealthily came here to hide. Chapter 37. The Return of the Ice Beings. How did you find us? The four scrutinized the two, noting their thorough armament and their rosy complexions, a stark contrast to the gauntness of their own forms. Go-On and her companion followed the four as they turned towards the square. The square was devoid of life, an expanse of white snow stretching endlessly. The four adeptly took up shovels and began to dig into a patch of snow. Within a minute, a manhole cover emerged, and the bespectacled man pointed. The living are all concealed beneath here. If it is so safe below, why come up? Why not simply hide? One of the younger boys, appearing no older than a teenager, voiced his discontent. Do you think we do not wish to? We need to eat. Go-On paused, having overlooked this crucial detail. Descending through the pipe, they found the space below already hollowed out. Before they could steady themselves, the dark expanse was suddenly illuminated by light. Dozens of individuals were seated closely together on the ground. Upon seeing Go-On and Chun-Yi, they swiftly rose, adopting defensive postures. These too are human. Do not be afraid. Following the bespectacled man's words, the crowd lowered their guard, swarming towards him like a tide. They encircled the four newcomers, forming layers of bodies that left no room for even a fly to enter. Go-On found herself pushed out of the crowd, her foot slipping. But thanks to Chun-Yi's quick reflexes, he caught her. Be careful. Shaoli, have you found anything to eat? Why have you been out for so long? Are there any Icemen outside? What's it like out there? The crowd erupted into a cacophony of voices, their incessant chatter giving rise to a throbbing headache. Enough! Go-Wan's sharp command cut through the noise, for she despised raucous environments. Instantly, the clamor subsided, and the bespectacled man adjusted his glasses and droned listlessly. There's nothing out there. No food, no Icemen, nothing at all. What are we to do? If we venture out, we'll be captured. If we stay in, we'll starve. I'm on the verge of starvation. What is happening to this world? Are we still meant to live? The lamentations from the crowd only served to irritate Go-Wan. They merely lingered underground, waiting for others to find supplies, and when none appeared, they lamented their fate. They deserved it. Go-Wan tugged at Xunyi's clothing. Let us go. All right. The two turned to leave, but were soon pursued by the bespectacled man. Please wait. What is it? Noticing the color in their faces, he presumed. You must have food at home. Could you spare us some? His eyes sparkled with cunning. Xunyi grasped Go-Wan's hand with one and forcefully pushed the man aside with the other. No, we are leaving. Don't block our path. Undeterred, the bespectacled man seized Go-Wan's arm. Xunyi's gaze fell to the man's grip on her, momentarily halting his movement as his demeanor turned sharp, his previously calm presence shifting into something more volatile. Before Xunyi could react, Go-Wan executed a swift shoulder throw, sending him crashing to the ground without affording him a moment to respond. She raised her fist, lunging at him fiercely. Before he could grasp her wrist to halt her, she landed a punch, causing blood to flow from his mouth. The onlookers sat frozen, none daring to intervene, utterly intimidated by Go-Wan's display of ferocity. Yet she remained unsatisfied, delivering a swift kick to his side, her strikes unrelenting and vicious, causing the men present to collectively gasp, instinctively tightening their legs. Even Xunyi felt a chill creeping up his spine. The bespectacled man clutched his groin, wailing ouch. He writhed in agony, curled up with his chest pressed against his knees, suffering immensely. Go-Wan scoffed. You deserve this for daring to touch me. With that, she kicked him once more in the abdomen before pulling Xunyi away. As they ascended to the surface, just as they were about to exit the door, a woman's delicate laughter echoed behind them. The familiar sound of Lin Yin's voice resonated. Turning around as she suspected, Go-Wan saw Lin Yin, devoid of color, her eyes vacant as she stared at her, resembling a mere shell of a person. Lin Yin, what have you become? Go-Wan questioned, unable to believe that she could still be alive, especially given her lifeless demeanor. I am now the Ice Master's assistant. By serving him, I can attain immortality. Go-Wan, today marks your death. Go-Wan dismissed her with disdain. You, who can hardly be considered human, dare to claim my life? Lin Yin, take a look at yourself. You hardly resemble a human being, not even a ghost. You serve that wretch with such diligence. Go-Wan's tongue is so sharp that even she fears it. Lin Yin trembles with rage, finally managing to stammer out a word. You? What about you? Are you capturing those people? Lin Yin smirks wickedly. They've all been devoured by the Ice Lord, though some that do not suit his taste have been turned into ice figures. Look, following the direction of Lin Yin's finger. Go-Wan's eyes widen in horror as a long line of figures emerges slowly from the shadows, their forms faintly visible in the dim light. The procession seems endless, making it difficult to discern their numbers. Are you afraid? Go-Wan, if you perish before me, I shall spare him. Lin Yin's voice drips with mockery. Me? Xunyi laughs. I mean you. You are rather appealing. I might just take you in. Go-Wan displays a hint of impatience. Casting a sidelong glance with a teasing smirk, Lin Yin, do you still have needs in that regard? Frozen to such an extent, can you even spread your legs? Xunyi, overhearing her suggestive remarks, cannot help but interject, cough. Perhaps she should tone it down. Go-Wan continues. Where's the Ice Lord? Is it responsible for the snowfall? The Ice Lord's power is supreme. It alone can command nature, and its whereabouts are beyond your comprehension, you lowly creature. We are lowly? You are the truly despicable one. Realizing that Lin Yin is not divulging any useful information, she grows weary of their verbal sparring. Observing the increasing number of approaching figures, she knows that if they delay any longer, escape will be impossible. Kill her. Lin Yin lightly raises her hand, issuing the command. The ice figures charge at Chun, Yi, and Go-Won with the frenzy of wild dogs. Run! Go-Won seizes Chun-Yi's hand, fleeing with all her might. She is outnumbered and outgunned. The 36 stratagems dictate that retreat is the best option. Never engage in a battle without preparation. Chapter 38. The Merchant of Treachery. They sprint with every ounce of strength, finally breaking free from the relentless pursuit of the ice figures. Go-Won pulls Chun-Yi into a nearby building. The moment they enter, Chun-Yi conceals his right hand behind his back, and a burst of golden light emanates from his palm, spreading outward to form a vast, translucent dome that engulfs the entire building, rendering it invisible in the neighborhood. Inside, darkness envelopes them. They cannot turn on lights. Go-Won dares not make any sudden movements. The number of ice figures outside is overwhelming, especially in the eerie silence of the night. She fears that even the slightest sound might betray their presence, and her fists would be no match for their countless foes. Shh! Speak softly. Go-Won urges him in a whisper like a mosquito's buzz, advising caution. In the pitch-black night, the two huddle in the corner of the sofa, engaging in idle conversation. You couldn't handle them. You were so brazen outside. What do you know? That was called momentum. But you fled. Doesn't that make it more embarrassing? That was strategy. Retreat is the best plan. Go-Won recalls the bespectacled man from earlier who mentioned that the ice figures fear light. They vanish with the dawn. They only need to wait here for another 8 hours to survive this ordeal. Do you need an invisibility cloak? The system interjects at that moment. In recent days, she has become intimately familiar with the system's usage guidelines, able to recite them verbatim. Credit can be utilized. The invisibility cloak can be activated with a score of 0. 1 points. Once the host reaches the golden core realm, double the points will be refunded. Go-Won could not help but curse the system's unscrupulous merchant. You wish to profit from me? You must be insane, charging exorbitant interest like a loan shark. How can the system even tolerate you? Host, will you exchange? Go-Won clicked her tongue in disdain at the system's opportunistic actions. I will exchange. Preserving her life was paramount. One must be alive to earn points. Once dead, all would be lost. Exchange successful. The host owes the system 0, 4 points. Within the space, 2 white raincoat-like garments glimmered, suspended in light. Go-Won snatched one down. Is this truly worth 0? 4 points? How exorbitant! Here, wear this. Go-Won, in the dark, handed the invisibility cloak to Chun-Yi. Wear it. This is the high-priced invisibility suit I acquired, the latest technology. All right, shall we proceed now? The two quickly donned their attire and, clasping Chun-Yi's hand, made their way outside while reassuring him. Do not worry, they cannot see me. Go-Won intentionally circled around the ice figures, and indeed, they could not perceive them. Ecstatic, Go-Won realized the system's offerings were genuinely effective. As they approached the main door, she spotted Lin-Ying standing motionless in the shade, her eyes scanning the surroundings like a machine gun, fearful of missing them. Upon reaching Lin-Ying, Go-Won examined her closely and shook her head. At present, she resembled a wooden stake, devoid of movement, only retaining consciousness. Was this truly living? Just as Go-Won pondered this, an ice figure approached with measured strides. Master, we have not located the couple from earlier in this neighborhood. Shall we continue the search? Lin-Ying, unable to move her limbs, turned her stiff neck with a hint of impatience in her tone. Search? Why not? Find them, eliminate them, and then you may partake of their remains. Go-Won gasped in horror. It was not enough to kill her, but they would not even leave her body intact. She touched her cheek, finding her features rather charming. How could one bear to be so cruel? Beside her, Chun-Yi allowed her to play the fool in front of Lin-Ying, believing that her happiness outweighed any situation. Suddenly, Lin-Ying seemed to have an epiphany. Tomorrow we shall head to the Wahasha Desert. If she runs, I shall ensure she delivers herself. Go-Won realized Lin-Ying was referring to her, yet in the Wahasha Desert, she had no friends or family. She could not fathom any reason that would compel her to present herself willingly. Turning to Chun-Yi, she found his expression darkened, his gaze filled with complexity as he observed her. A wave of inexplicable panic surged within her, and she hurriedly approached. Who is there? She already had an inkling of the answer, but sought confirmation from him. Chun-Yi gently draped his arm over her shoulder and whispered, Your grandfather is safe. Guan glared at Lining, wishing she could slay her on the spot, yet she remained utterly unaware of how to accomplish such a feat. The overwhelming sense of helplessness left her deeply unsettled. Gowan ascended to the driver's seat and pressed the accelerator with fervor, causing the vehicle to surge forward like a wild stallion pierced by a lance. "Hold on tight." The Iceman, recovering from the initial shock, and the nearby Lining, drawn by the roar of the engine, found themselves unable to catch a glimpse of the RV as it vanished from sight. Damn it, she got away. As they drove into the outskirts, Gowan finally breathed a sigh of relief, having temporarily evaded the Iceman. The Wahasha Desert, a forbidden zone for humanity, lies in the extreme south, perpetually shrouded in sand, basking in prolonged sunlight, and characterized by its aridness. Death is its hallmark, making survival for any living creature exceedingly difficult. According to the map, Gowan was situated 600 kilometers away from the Wahasha Desert, and even with relentless driving day and night, it would take a week to reach there, especially under the current icy conditions where the treacherous snow could easily cause skidding. Even with snow chains, caution was paramount. Gowan calculated that it would take at least 10 days at the very least. Chapter 39, and Ed Gowan activated the autonomous driving mode, and for several consecutive days. The two of them only paused occasionally for restroom breaks, remaining on the road throughout. After days of this relentless travel, Gowan's back and legs ached. She reclined on the lazy sofa, massaging her sore back, exuding a despondent lament. "I truly seem to lack the fortune to enjoy life. Even too much sleep brings discomfort. We should get out and stretch a bit. I'm exhausted from lying down for days. Those icemen surely cannot match our speed." Chun Yi's suggestion resonated with her sentiments. All right, Gowan exclaimed, springing to her feet and halting the autonomous driving system. Donning her cold weather gear, she exited the vehicle. "Finally, I can stretch my limbs." Gowan extended her arms and yawned. Ah, how refreshing. The tension in her muscles dissipated, and the discomfort from the car vanished entirely. The snowfall continued with no end in sight, and the resolution of the Icemen remained uncertain. After saving Grandpa, "Is there anyone else you wish to rescue?" Gowan inquired curiously, as they had spent considerable time together, yet she had never heard him mention anyone else's name. "No," Chun-Yi replied with a smile. Gowan, slightly skeptical, pressed on, "Really? You don't have a white moonlight or anything like that? What did you like about your fiancé?" Chun-Yi deftly shifted the conversation, leaving her momentarily bewildered. When the name Song Ching came up, Gowan reflected on how she had initially developed a fondness for her. "I don't know. I only remember we met at a bar. Despite his polished appearance, I felt a sense of aversion, but by our second encounter, it was as if he had transformed completely, you know?" As she spoke of their second meeting, her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "Did he approach you after he got engaged?" Chun Yi's expression hardened, a chilling glare emanating from his eyes, exuding an aura of menacing intensity. "No, I was already irritated with him. Why would I engage further? I suppose it was my fault for maintaining appearances and not ending things after the engagement, or else none of this would have happened." Reflecting on it, Gowan concluded that her affection was truly for the Song Ching of their second meeting. "Looking back, I still feel that without the twins, Song Ching would surely be suffering from a split personality." Listening to her, Chun-Yi maintained a calm demeanor, though his gaze flickered momentarily. Gowan playfully patted his shoulder, cheerfully asking, "What about you? Don't you have a white moonlight?" "No, but I'm quite happy now." As Gowan observed his animated expressions, her eyes sparkled with delight. Unable to suppress her joy, she spun around to find nothing but a vast expanse of white, devoid of any girls. With a dismissive wave of her hand, she scoffed, questioning what could possibly warrant his exuberance. "Here." Chun-Yi pulled a bracelet from his pocket and presented it to Gowan. "What is this? A bracelet?" Gowan examined it in her palm. The bracelet was quite simple, a uniform slate gray, yet intriguingly adorned with two rough stones etched upon its surface. Given Chun-Yi's affluent background, the simplicity of the piece puzzled her. She expected something far more extravagant than a mere silver bracelet, perhaps gold, if not diamonds or jewels. How typical of the wealthy to be so frugal. Noticing her evident disdain, Chun-Yi extended his palm and gently stated, "You need not keep it." With a soft smile, he remained silent, crouching down to scoop a handful of snow, which he rolled between his hands until it formed a snowball. Suddenly, he hurled it at Go-won's face, causing a burst of snow to envelop her. Fuming, Go-won shivered, her teeth clenched as she retorted, "Just wait." She swiftly retreated to her vehicle, only to return minutes later wielding a shovel. Chun-Yi stared in disbelief for a moment. Isn't there a better way to communicate? At that moment, Go-won's face radiated with a captivating smile, rendering her even more enchanting. Yet, Chun-Yi appeared increasingly alarmed. "Speak. I demand you to speak," Go-won declared, setting the shovel down to splash snow towards Chun-Yi's face. He stood frozen, unable to flee as she buried him in snow. As the shovel pierced the snow, it struck something hard, obstructing her efforts. Go-won tried repeatedly to break through the frozen ground, frustration mounting. What could it be? She wondered, abandoning the shovel to kneel and dig with her hands. Chun-Yi approached, curious. "What's inside?" "I'm not sure. It's just something solid." "Could it be a diamond?" She speculated. This area was desolate, and after millennia of transformation, unearthing a diamond was not out of the realm of possibility. "If you desire diamonds, I can offer you some. Just don't dig in this frigid weather." "Huh. You present me with a silver bracelet and expect me to accept diamonds?" As they continued to dig deeper, an egg emerged before them, its surface gleaming like jade, adorned with intricate patterns and spots. Go-won quickened her pace, delicately extracting the egg from the snow. This egg was as large as a basin, transparent and radiant, verdant like agate, its markings shimmering in the sunlight. "What kind of egg is this?" "It's enormous," she exclaimed, having never encountered such a size in her readings. The shell was exceptionally hard. Even after several strikes with the shovel, it remained unscathed. Chun-Yi, with keen insight, asserted, "This is a fire phoenix egg." "A phoenix egg? How could that be?" She gasped, momentarily halted by the thought. Yes, the realm of immortals belonged to myths, yet here it was, perhaps a phoenix egg indeed. "How do you know this?" she inquired. Chun-Yi gently patted Go-won's head, remarking, "Reading more books is quite beneficial." "Can this phoenix egg be eaten?" "It has been lying in the snow for so long. Surely it cannot hatch any offspring now." Go-won, her large eyes sparkling, replied brightly, "If you wish to eat it, you must first open it." With all her strength, Go-won managed to lift the phoenix egg from the deep pit in the snow. Cradling it in her arms, she waited. The egg was remarkably heavy, approximately 30 pounds. Chun-Yi took the phoenix egg from her grasp, stating, "All right, let us board the carriage and continue our journey." Go-won playfully stuck her tongue out at him from behind, teasing, "You speak so quaintly. Since we are on the road, let us set off." Chapter 40. The offspring. She understood that if the egg were spoiled, the sound of it being struck would be sharp and piercing, contrasting starkly with the dullness she now heard. Suddenly, a crisp crack shattered the tranquility, as if time itself froze in that moment. The egg, its surface glimmering with a faint jade sheen, quietly split open along a slender fissure. A soft glow emanated from within. With another delicate sound of fracturing, the shell finally succumbed to its burden, and a small creature tumbled forth. It was a fluffy, crimson being, its eyes not yet fully opened. Go-won stared in astonishment at the newly born offspring, momentarily at a loss for words to convey her inner amazement. She stammered, managing to utter a few words. "Is this a phoenix? Is it truly a phoenix?" Her voice brimmed with disbelief as she turned to Chun-Yi, seemingly seeking confirmation. Could this little creature that had just emerged be the legendary phoenix? Unable to suppress her curiosity, she repeated her question, observing her astonished expression. Chun-Yi's lips curled into a subtle smile. He stepped forward, crouched down, and gently caressed the tiny creature, his voice steady and confident. "Indeed, this is the phoenix, the sovereign of avian beings." His tone resonated with assurance, as if imprinting a seal of certainty upon this incredible truth. Go-won gazed at him, her astonishment gradually transforming into an indescribable excitement. She tenderly stroked the phoenix chick, its feathers a vivid red, seemingly stained with blood. The chick slowly opened its eyes, its gaze wandering around the carriage before finally resting upon Go-won. It appeared to trust her, cautiously shifting its body closer to her. Surprised by its behavior, Go-won remained still, squatting on the ground as the chick rubbed against her clothing, her affection evident. "Let's call you Little Red," Go-On decided, inspired by its entirely crimson plumage. Chun-Yi smiled silently, feeling a twinge of pity for the chick. The illustrious offspring of the Phoenix Queen, the Fire Empress, was perhaps not aptly named, yet it was destined to belong solely to its own master. "Little Red, do you like this? Beef-flavored potato chips?" Go-On inquired, offering various snacks. However, the pungent aroma caused the chick to sneeze repeatedly, turning its head away, displaying no interest in the food presented. "Well, I wanted to eat." Go-On placed a chip in her mouth, savoring its unique and fragrant spicy flavor. In the past, her pet birds, primarily phoenixes, feasted on fruits and plants. Chun-Yi tossed an apple onto the ground. Xiaohong quickly approached and pecked at it eagerly, devouring it with gusto. Go-On smirked. "They're quite easy to feed. I can certainly provide fruits." At that moment, the automated voice announced, "Destination reached." Go-On leaned out of the car window, surveying her surroundings. It was now dark outside. The sky shrouded in heavy clouds, stars obscured, with only the cold moonlight casting a faint silver glow upon the snow-covered ground. In the vast expanse of snow, the biting wind howled, leaving no other sounds but its furious roar. Go-On closed the window, her brow furrowed, and asked, "Do you know where Grandpa's research facility is?" Chun-Yi gently shook his head, a hint of helplessness in his voice. "I have no idea. This desert is vast and boundless, spanning millions of square meters. Searching for someone here is akin to finding a needle in a haystack." Upon hearing this, Go-On's hopes deflated instantly, akin to a punctured balloon. She bit her lower lip tightly, attempting to mask her disappointment and anxiety. However, she recalled her grandfather's words, stating that this area was uninhabited, and they generally did not venture deep within. A previous expedition team had entered for research and never returned, as if something was guarding this place. Go-On pondered for a moment. So, Grandpa might be on the outskirts of the desert. She paused, gazing at the screen in front of the RV. Wherever there are people, there must be traces of life. I will activate the camera and take a lap around the desert. With that, Go-On moved to the driver's seat and pressed a red button on the steering wheel. A projection appeared on the window, displaying the surroundings of the RV. "Zoom in a bit, so we can see more clearly." She sank into the soft sofa, clutching Xiaohong tightly, her eyes sharp like a hawk, fixated on every subtle change on the screen, fearing to miss any valuable clue. As the long night wore on, the RV had only completed a tenth of its journey across the vast desert. Go-On's eyelids grew heavy as sleepiness washed over her like a tide, while Xiaohong had already succumbed to a sweet slumber, breathing evenly. Go-On rubbed her hazy eyes, nearly overwhelmed by drowsiness, and turned to Chun-Yi, her voice soft and infused with a hint of affection. "Could you keep an eye out for me? I'd like to rest a bit." Before she could finish her sentence, she had already drifted into a deep sleep. Chun-Yi turned to see her peaceful face, as if the entire world had quieted down. A tender smile graced his lips as he observed her. His brow furrowed slightly. "On such a cold night, why aren't you covered with a blanket?" He gently shook his head and retrieved a soft blanket from the trunk, carefully draping it over Go-On, mindful not to disturb her. When she awoke again, the vehicle had come to a halt. "Why have we stopped? Did you find something?" It is evident that these footprints were recently made. The heavy snowfall outside means that even the freshest tracks would be covered within mere minutes. This indicates that someone had just passed by when they arrived, suggesting that Grandfather was nearby. Go-On quickly donned her winter gear. Little Hong, being quite small, insisted on sticking close to her, despite her initial intention to leave it in the car. Thus, she had no choice but to carry it along. After locating a rough direction, she would have to rely on her own strength to search further. With such deep snow, where could they possibly be hiding? Chapter 41. The mutated wolf pack clutching Little Hong. She trudged through the thick snow, each step feeling as if lead weights were strapped to her ankles, making it nearly impossible to lift her feet. Chun-Yi reached out to assist her, but she waved him off, saying, "We've hardly gone far. There's no need for help yet. If you want help, you might as well carry me." "Carrying you is not out of the question," he replied. Go-On met his gaze, a serene smile gracing her lips as she gently averted her eyes. "I fear I may be too heavy for you." "Too heavy?" "You're nothing but bones," Chun-Yi murmured softly. Go-won furrowed her brow, clearly not having heard him well, and inquired, "What did you just say?" Flustered, Chun-Yi quickly waved his hands in denial. "It's nothing, nothing at all." "Oh." Seeing that Go-won did not press further, he internally sighed in relief, patting his chest, grateful that he had nearly let something slip. As they ventured deeper, the snow accumulated thicker. With each step, it enveloped her knees. Ouch! Go-won lost her balance, stumbling forward and vanishing into the snow. She had lost count of how many times she had fallen, and, as she struggled to rise, she stomped her feet in frustration, exclaiming, "This snow is impossible to navigate. Once I become formidable, I'll set a fire to melt all this snow away." The young creature in her arms seemed to have received a command, flapping its wings desperately to escape her grasp. With surprising strength, it broke free, soaring into the sky. In mid-flight, it radiated light, its feathers ablaze like fire. A thunderous cry echoed, piercing through the clouds, resonating like the clash of metal and stone. The diminutive phoenix chick, accompanied by its melodious call, ascended from the flames. Its feathers blazed with a fiery glow, vibrant and intense. The flames transitioned from deep crimson to golden hues, then to a dazzling orange-white, cascading in layers. The phoenix's wings unfurled, seemingly capable of blocking out the sun as flames erupted from their tips, creating a magnificent pillar of fire shooting toward the ground. In an instant, the phoenix's fiery embrace swept over the land, melting the snow for miles ahead as if it were mere frost under the sun's warmth. Go-won stood rooted to the spot, gazing upwards at the phoenix clearing the snow for her, utterly astonished, her expression betraying her awe. Her eyes widened, unblinking as she stared at Little Hong, her mind echoing just two words, impressive. Boom! The sky once again resonated with the melodious cry of a phoenix, echoing across the desert. This time, Xiao Hong did not continue to incinerate the accumulated snow. Instead, she was enveloped in flames once more. After a few moments, a diminutive phoenix fluttered down from the heavens, gracefully landing in Go-won's embrace. The instant she made contact, Xiao Hong curled up and fell into a deep slumber. Go-won was utterly astonished by Xiao Hong's sudden transformation. The ease with which she commanded her own body surpassed all of Go-won's expectations. Was what she had just witnessed truly her authentic form? Could that legendary phoenix indeed breathe fire? Go-won's heart brimmed with wonder and uncertainty. Could it be that the phoenix had risen anew from the flames? In disbelief, Go-won gazed down at Xiao Hong nestled in her arms, her presence undeniable. My goodness, a phoenix reborn from the fire is right here in my embrace. Go-won's voice was imbued with shock and joy. This stroke of fortune was more astonishing than winning the lottery. After a considerable pause, Go-won managed to compose herself, taking a deep breath. Now her path forward should be much clearer. Free from the constraints of the snowdrifts, their pace significantly quickened, and they soon traversed the surrounding area. Yet they still found nothing. Her grandfather and the others seemed to have vanished into the desert. Although footprints were evident, their origin remained elusive. The desert stretched endlessly before them, barren of anything but sand, devoid of caves or shelters. Where could they possibly be hiding? A sudden thought struck Go-won. Could they be underground? She recalled that Chun-Yi's two sisters resided in an underground research facility. The subterranean realm was the most concealed of places, not easily discovered, and the snow cover provided an additional layer of camouflage. Living underground was the safest option available. How wonderful it would be to have an excavator to dig directly. Even a weasel's burrow could be unearthed. Wait a moment, I do have one. In her spatial realm, she possessed a tilling machine, which she had purchased at a wholesale market earlier. However, retrieving items from her space without Chun-Yi noticing posed a challenge. After a moment of contemplation, Go-won clasped her abdomen and feigned a pained expression. I need to visit the restroom. Please wait for me here. Before the words had escaped her lips, she vanished like a gust of wind, reappearing behind a sand dune elsewhere in the desert. Chun-Yi, left in confusion, could only chuckle helplessly. Go-won surveyed her surroundings to ensure no one was watching, and after rummaging through her space for several minutes, she finally located the tilling machine. Constructed of iron, It was not overly large, but quite heavy when attached to a vehicle. With immense effort, Go-Won managed to pull half of the machine from her space, drenched in sweat from the exertion. The remaining half still lay hidden within, and panic surged within her. With determination, she crouched low, gripping the tilling equipment tightly as her calves began to exert force. 1, 2, 3. Summoning all her strength, she heaved the machine, which clattered to the ground with a resounding thud, causing her to tumble backward and land squarely on the ground. Breathless, Go-Won stared at the tilling machine she had just dragged out. Despite its modest size, its weight was anything but trivial. She gasped for breath. Her hands pressed against the ground as she finally rose to her feet. Rubbing her backside, a sharp pain shot through her, and she silently hoped she hadn't injured her tailbone, or else she would truly be at a loss. Just as Go-Won was contemplating how to utilize the farming tools, a pair of emerald green eyes appeared in the distance behind her, flickering like will-o'-the-wisps. Since awakening her spiritual roots, her senses had heightened. The sound of slow footsteps drew her attention, and she turned in shock. Such a massive wolf. A pack of colossal wolves with black backs and white bellies emerged, each the size of a house, their gaping maws lined with fangs half a foot long. Stark white and ominously contrasted by their blood-red tongues, presenting a terrifying sight. How could there be such enormous wolves, surviving the frigid weather and growing to such size? Dozens of green eyes fixated hungrily on Go-Won. Chapter 42. The wolf pack anxiety gripped Go-Won's heart. She wished to call out for Chun-Yi, yet feared that such an action would provoke the ravenous wolves before her. Cautiously, she shifted her feet, attempting to leave no trace, hoping to retreat unnoticed. However, the pack seemed to sense her fear, advancing with every step she took back, like shadows of death that she could not escape. Go-Won carefully slowed her breathing, her gaze fixed intently on the wolves ahead, acutely aware that even a moment's lapse could incite their ferocious attack. Good heavens, what do these wolves eat to grow so large? She was utterly terrified. This was her first encounter with such gigantic wolves. Any one of them, if it merely opened its mouth, could easily swallow her whole. Yet, in that fleeting moment, a glimmer of determination flickered in Go-Won's eyes. She took a deep breath, staring down the pack, and silently resolved, rather than waiting here to perish, she would rather fight back. Chun-Yi, there are wolves. Go-Won cried out, her voice echoing as a wolf's howl pierced the night. Dozens of famished wolves surged towards her like a black tide, their sharp claws glinting in the moonlight. Go-Won spun around, narrowly evading the initial onslaught of the pack. Upon hearing her voice, Chun-Yi vanished in an instant. Before Go-Won could turn back, the wolves lunged again, and one wolf leaped, pinning her beneath its paw. The wolf seemed almost telepathic. Upon capturing Go-Won, the others refrained from attacking, instead forming a circle around her. Wolves are social creatures. They always have a leader in battle, their hunts meticulously planned and executed. Rarely does prey escape their gaze. The alpha wolf bared its immense jaws, revealing sharp fangs, and lunged towards Go-Won's throat. Go-Won gripped the gray wolf's foreleg tightly, attempting to thwart its assault. The wolf was momentarily startled by her unexpected resistance. The alpha lunged once more, its lethal fangs aimed directly at Go-Won's throat, intent on tearing through her neck in one swift motion. Confronted with the overwhelming disparity of power, Go-Won exerted every ounce of her strength. Gripping the wolf, Lord's jaw tightly in an attempt to push it away and secure a glimmer of hope for herself. Yet, regardless of her struggles and efforts, she could not avert the gaping maw from drawing perilously close to her neck. Her heart raced, and despair surged within her like an unstoppable tide. I can't endure this any longer. I am truly exhausted. Go-Won despaired silently within her mind. Just as she was about to surrender, a piercing cry shattered the silence of the air. Go-Won, it was the voice of Chun-Yi. Go-Won caught a glimpse of him rushing toward her. But having exhausted her energy and with her legs numbed beneath the wolf lord's weight, she could only remember his approach before succumbing to unconsciousness. Chun-Yi raised his wrist, for which a brilliant golden light erupted, as if an all-consuming force began to emanate from all directions. The pack of wolves, upon encountering the radiance, let out chilling howls of agony. In an instant, several colossal wolves were consumed by the light, vanishing without a trace, leaving not even a speck of dust behind. Gyun, Gyun. Chun-Yi cradled the unconscious Gyun in his arms, his voice trembling with fear. How could a pack of wolves appear in just a matter of minutes? How could he have been so careless? He had failed to scout the area in time. Gyun's legs had suffered severe injuries from the wolf's assault, her protective gear shredded by the sharp claws, exposing her once flawless, snow-white skin. Her legs were now marred by claw marks, bloodied and torn. Chun-Yi dared not gaze upon her legs for long. Even a fleeting glance filled him with an unbearable sorrow. He extended his palm, channeling a vast reservoir of energy to mend her wounds. A tempest raged around them, sand swirling violently, accompanied by the resounding roar of thunder. An ancient voice echoed from afar, imbued with authority. To defy fate, you have taken a life for her. You possess the power to save all. Yet her fate is not yours to dictate. Chun-Yi held Gyun close, bowing his head in quiet contemplation. Suddenly, a bittersweet smile appeared on his lips, tinged with self-mockery. He rose, cradling Gyun, and began to make his way back toward the vehicle. He gazed down at her pallid face, an ache gripping his heart as feelings of helplessness washed over him. With a pair of scissors, he carefully cut away the excess fabric from her clothing. Aside from her legs, her arms bore numerous claw marks as well. Gently, he tended to her wounds, the antiseptic in his hands transforming into a soft, gentle rain. However, as the antiseptic made contact with her wounds, fine bubbles erupted around the edges. The cleansed wounds began to darken ominously. Chun-Yi realized that these wolves were no ordinary beasts, but rather aberrations. Their immense size suggested they had ingested tainted snow water. Others might not understand, but since the blizzard had struck, the snowflakes, though seemingly identical to ordinary ones, bore a distinctly sour taste. Chun-Yi chuckled to himself as a small vial of powdered substance materialized in his palm, muttering, "I suppose this could be considered speculative trading." He evenly applied the powder to her wound, subsequently wrapping it gently with a bandage to prevent any excessive movement that might cause the injury to tear. Chun-Yi let out a sigh of relief as he delicately cradled Go-won's head, administering anti-inflammatory tablets he had found in her medicine box with water. After a considerable amount of time, Go-won's consciousness gradually returned, and the pain coursed through her body like a relentless tide. She uttered a soft cry of pain. "Chun-Yi, Go-won, are you awake? What does it hurt?" "Everywhere. I feel like I'm falling apart. My entire body aches terribly." "You just regained consciousness, and your wounds haven't healed yet. It's only natural to feel some pain." Go-won moved her fingers, tears streaming down her face as the pain intensified. "This is not just a little pain, it's excruciating." Seeing her in good spirits, Chun-Yi's anxious heart began to settle. "With so many wolves around, aren't you afraid of running?" "Run? How could I? They have 4 legs, and I have only 2. In any case, it would be a death sentence, considering their numbers." Only when the topic of the wolves arose did Go-won remember how close she had come to death. "What about the pack? Did you scare them away?" "It was Xiao Hong. She burned them to death." "Oh, so that is how it was." Xiao Hong indeed possesses such capabilities. She is a phoenix, a divine beast. Chapter 43. Snow Water. After lying down for an entire night, Go-won felt significantly better, though she was still hesitant to move. Any slight motion caused her body to feel as if it would tear apart. She refrained from inquiring how Chun-Yi had saved her. The mere fact that she was alive sufficed. Due to her severe injuries, she temporarily abandoned her quest to locate her grandfather. Yet she remained vigilant to prevent the Iceman from finding him first. Each evening, Chun-Yi would observe their surroundings from the car. During the day, the two would lounge on their respective recliners, watching television. Whenever a dramatic moment occurred, Go-won would tease Chun-Yi. "This is a bit unrealistic. He was unconscious, and the spoon couldn't even pry his mouth open to feed him. How could he possibly manage to consume anything? Is his tongue a power drill?" Chun-Yi merely gazed at her, silently listening to her banter. 5 days later, Go-won's wounds had nearly healed. As she removed the bandages, the marks left by the wolf's claws were revealed. Now, only faint red impressions remained, devoid of any deep scars. Yet, to her, These marks still appeared glaringly prominent. She gazed down at the red impressions, pursing her lips slightly, a hint of bitterness rising within her. Surviving was already a blessing, at worst. She would simply refrain from wearing skirts in the future. Chani perceived her unspoken thoughts. These scars will fade with time. There is no need for concern. Really? All right. If they don't leave scars, even eating porridge and reciting scriptures will suffice. Chani picked up a cup of water from the table. The liquid was somewhat murky. Although it lacked the clarity of pure water, it was not immediately discernible unless scrutinized closely, making it suitable for drinking. Go on, ever astute, quickly grasped the implication. Are you suggesting that the wolves grew larger from drinking this water? Chun-Yi tacitly agreed with her conclusion. Give a taste. Go on gently dipped her finger into the cup and then placed it in her mouth. Just a single drop filled her mouth with a sour and foul taste. The flavor was indescribable, a blend of sourness and bitterness that made it difficult to swallow. This was water derived from melted snow, and any animal that drank it for an extended period would undergo genetic mutations. Moreover, their bodies would harbor a multitude of viruses, making it exceedingly difficult for humans to survive without vaccination after being bitten. Have I been injured by a wolf? The ointment I have for your wound is a family heirloom, containing a rare herb that can no longer be found in this world. Go-On nodded, half convinced. She sat silently on the bench for a long while, reflecting on recent events. She had gained a clearer understanding of the situation. The global snowstorms were caused by the Ice Sovereign, who could manipulate the weather by harnessing the forces of nature. This entity had infused the snow with an unknown substance, resulting in the gradual physical mutations of any living creature that drank the snow water over time. Was this act a form of revenge against humanity? Or did it aspire to become the master of Blue Star? Nevertheless, Go-On took it as a warning. Henceforth, firearms would be essential whenever venturing outdoors. Who could predict the sudden appearance of colossal rabbits or giant tigers, creatures that could easily overpower her even without weapons? For now, the priority was to locate her grandfather. Go-On donned an extra set of winter attire and descended from the vehicle with Chun-Yi. Just days prior, Xiao Hong had cleared the snow, but unsurprisingly, a thick layer had accumulated again over the week. Since the day Go-On was injured, Xiao Hong had remained in slumber, not having awakened since. Go-On speculated that the exertion from breathing fire twice in one day had exhausted him. The two supported each other, navigating through the snow as they continued their search. Suddenly, Go-On misstepped, her hands instinctively grasping Chun-Yi's clothing, and they both tumbled into a cave. They lay awkwardly in the cave, her beneath him, an undeniably awkward position. Their eyes met, and in that moment, it was challenging for any normal man and woman not to experience a physical reaction. Go-On, influenced by hormones and captivated by his striking features, found it difficult to suppress thoughts of intimacy. Soft and fresh, Chun-Yi glanced down at the girl lying beneath him, akin to a delicate lamb, his heart racing and breath becoming ragged as he sensed an unusual stirring within himself. Dust kicked up from their fall invaded Go-On's nostrils, inducing an irritating tickle. Achoo! 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 After several sneezes, she felt somewhat better. The previously charged atmosphere dissipated with her sneezes. She patted Chun-Yi's back. Get up. I still need to sneeze. Chun-Yi couldn't help but chuckle. Don't you think your words are somewhat mood-destroying at this moment? He stood up as he spoke. Achoo! Go-On, rub her nose. Not at all. The depths of the cave were shrouded in thick darkness, and a nauseating stench wafted from the shadows, mingled with a heavy scent of blood. Unable to endure the odor, they both covered their mouths and noses with their sleeves, attempting to shield themselves from the suffocating stench. Yet, despite their efforts, the foul smell still infiltrated their nostrils, provoking a wave of nausea. Gowan furrowed her brow, retrieving her phone from her pocket and gently illuminating the screen. The faint glow flickered in the darkness as she and Chun-Yi cautiously peered into the depths of the cave. The closer they approached, the more intense the overwhelming scent of blood became. Gowan felt a sticky sensation underfoot and directed the light downwards. The sight nearly sent her into a panic. The ground was stained with pools of blood, and some organs lay scattered, exuding a nauseating odor. The gruesome evidence on the floor spoke volumes about the brutality that had unfolded here. Gowan suddenly collapsed beside a large tree and retched violently. Chun-Yi observed the gruesome scene with a cold gaze, gently patting her back in a futile attempt to soothe her. After expelling the contents of her stomach, Gowan gradually regained her composure. How could there be so much repulsive evidence? Perhaps these were remnants of animals hunted by humans. She mustn't be afraid, for he was there. Chun-Yi's comforting words offered her a semblance of reassurance, and there was a semblance of truth in his reasoning. With his support, Gowan ventured further into the cave. Given the fresh bloodstains, it was likely that someone had recently been here. As they delved deeper, the pungent odor of blood dissipated, replaced by an enticing aroma of meat. Chapter 44. Stewing Humans. The rich scent of meat wafted toward them, yet it stirred a wave of discomfort in Gowan's stomach, suffocating her with dread. The presence of this meat aroma left her reluctant to contemplate further. Having already emptied her stomach, she feared that if her suspicions were correct, she might even retch bile. As they progressed, the light ahead suddenly brightened, as if daylight had descended upon them. The gentle, warm illumination transformed the once dim underground cavern into a vast, bright expanse. This unexpected brightness astonished both Gowan and Chun-Yi, while the tantalizing meat aroma drew closer, mingled with a hint of steam. Each gentle breeze felt like an eager embrace, wafting into their nostrils. Following the contours of the wall, they cautiously advanced, turning a corner at the end of the passage. What lay before them left Gowan utterly astounded. Suspended in midair over a roaring fire was an enormous iron pot, approximately a meter in diameter. The broth within bubbled like a rolling sea of clouds, producing a rhythmic gurgling sound amidst the rising steam. Beside the pot, three grotesque entities dozed, resembling a fusion of human and beast. Their hair was gray, their bodies heavily furred, evoking the image of wild men. Their lips protruded, revealing canines several times larger than those of ordinary people, and their faces were adorned with vibrant paint. What on earth were these creatures? Humans. Suddenly, the faces of the three figures appeared before Gowan and Chun-Yi. Their greenish faces and sharp fangs fixated on Gowan with predatory intent. Gowan gasped, "What the hell, ghosts?" Chun-Yi shielded her behind him, narrowing his eyes as an aura of cold, palpable menace enveloped the underground cavern. Two words escaped his lips: "Get lost." Although the three felt the chill emanating from him, hinting at a lethal intent that sent a shiver down their spines, they were unable to resist their baser instincts. Their gazes converged upon Gowan, whose beauty was ethereal, akin to that of a celestial being, momentarily rendering them entranced. Unconsciously, they wiped the corners of their mouths, greedily surveying her, as if attempting to memorize every inch of her flawless skin. Such a stunning maiden was indeed a rare sight. One of them, with a lustful grin, remarked, "It seems fortune smiles upon us today." Gowan furrowed her brows, feeling the unabashed scrutiny of the trio. A wave of revulsion surged within her. Chun-Yi let out an angry snort, unabashedly releasing his oppressive aura. They felt a sudden constriction in their chests, their bodies involuntarily retreating a few steps, their faces displaying shock. When they attempted to act, they discovered they were utterly immobilized, regardless of how hard they struggled. Chun-Yi was exerting his pressure, shielding Gowan from the effects, which is why she remained unaware of any disturbance. She merely observed the three retreating, their expressions grave, standing frozen in place. With a smile, Chun-Yi opened his palm, revealing 5 silver needles nestled within. They were so fine that they could easily escape notice unless observed closely. "What is this?" "This is a needle coated with anesthetic. Once inserted into the skin, it renders any being unconscious immediately. Their robust physiques would only allow for a temporary stupor." As he spoke, Chun-Yi placed the remaining golden needles into her hand, saying, "Keep these for self-defense." Chun-Yi was correct. The golden needles were genuine, and their effects were real, yet they were manifestations of his divine power. He then withdrew a sharp military knife, swiftly brandishing it before the trio, creating a chilling breeze. "What on earth are you rascals brewing in that pot?" "My temper is flaring." A glint of fierceness flashed in Go-Wan's eyes. She was unwilling to squander any more time. With a swift motion, the blade gleamed and plunged into one man's thigh. "Arg!" he cried out, blood gushing forth. Not in the vibrant red one would expect, but in an eerie, deep green hue. The other two exchanged glances upon witnessing the strange color of the blood. Go-Wan swiftly drove the blade into the other leg, and the recipient of her assault was soon drenched in cold sweat, his once fearsome visage now contorted in agony, appearing more horrific than a specter. "I said," Go-Wan declared, releasing the hilt of the knife embedded in the thigh and brushing off the dust from her hands. "Speak." They revealed that they were the indigenous inhabitants of the area. Living near the desert, their village had been suffering from scarcity of water resources. When the heavy snow fell, they were elated to gather the melted snow for their needs. They used the snow water for drinking and bathing, and initially, all seemed well. They even expressed gratitude to the heavens for providing them with snow to alleviate their water shortage. However, as time passed and the snow continued to fall, the local wildlife perished, and the crops in the fields froze, leading to the depletion of food supplies in every household within the village. When they felt hunger, they resorted to drinking water, and over time, some began to suffer from skin ulcers, while others succumbed to complete bodily decay and death. A few managed to survive, yet gradually transformed into grotesque figures, sprouting fangs. What was simmering in that pot? One individual stammered for a long while. That is, what exactly was it? Go-Wan's heart had already begun to guess the truth. She had glimpsed something resembling a palm in the midst of the pot. It was human. He paused, then began to weep. "We have no other choice. The villagers have either perished or mutated. We dare not consume the deceased. If you fear eating the dead, then whom do you feast upon alive?" She pressed. "It was the National Research Team. Have you consumed them all?" Go-Wan exclaimed in exasperation. No. We only ate a few young ones. There are still a dozen more inside." Upon receiving the answer from the mutated ones, Go-Wan felt a slight relief, though concern lingered in her mind about their honesty. These three aberrations, even in the face of calamity, should not resort to cannibalism. Crime must be met with appropriate retribution. If she were to spare them today, there could be no guarantee they would not commit the same heinous acts again, continuing their murderous ways. As this thought crossed her mind, Go-Wan's gaze hardened, her eyes shimmering with a cold, lethal intent, sensing the intense, murderous aura emanating from her. The three individuals were struck with terror, rendered motionless, and could only shed helpless tears, pleading for mercy. "Please, do not kill us. We recognize our wrongs." Go-Wan retrieved 3 syringes from her space, the euthanasia drug she had stockpiled. With swift precision, she injected each of them without any unnecessary movements. The needles pierced their skin, and within mere seconds, they fell back, convulsing for a brief moment before lying still. Watching the 3 now lifeless figures, Go-Wan let out a sigh of relief. It was better to allow them to be reborn than to let them continue their misdeeds. Chapter 45. Finding Grandfather. After dealing with the 3 mutated individuals, the 2 hurried deeper into the cave. Outside, there were not only icy beings, but also mutated humans and animals. Exiting the safety of their shelter was akin to stepping into the jaws of a tiger. As they walked, their attention was drawn to an approaching figure that appeared exceptionally destitute, clad in tattered clothing that fluttered in the wind, with hair long and unkempt like wild grass. As the distance closed, the light illuminated the figure, gradually revealing its identity. Joy surged in Go-Wan's eyes like a spring tide. She recognized the person instantly. "Grandfather! It's Grandfather!" she exclaimed, turning to Chun-Yi with excitement. Unable to contain herself, she rushed forward, her face aglow with a radiant smile. "Grandfather! It's me, Go-Wan. Do not come closer. Quickly leave." 2 figures halted as a group of aberrations emerged behind her grandfather, hastening towards him with outstretched hands. Go-Wan dashed forward, leaping to place herself between her grandfather and the mutated beings, with Chun-Yi closely following. The creatures fixed their gaze upon the 2, unleashing a deafening roar that seemed to shake the very air around them. His arms resembled 2 colossal iron rods, striking fiercely towards the 2 individuals. Undeterred, they exhibited agility and seamless coordination, One deftly evaded the mutant's assault while the other seized the moment to counterattack. Their fists sliced through the air with a sharp whoosh, landing with a resounding thud against the mutant's form. Go-On produced two sharp military knives from her bosom and tossed them to Chun-Yi beside her. Eliminate them. Chun-Yi received the blades, his fingers gliding over the cold steel. Excellent. The duo skillfully maneuvered behind the mutant, their knives flashing like lightning, sending sprays of crimson in every direction. The mutant let out a piercing scream and collapsed to the ground, the stench of blood quickly saturating the air. Go-On, nearing her physical limits, knelt in the icy pool of blood, her complexion ashen. Chun-Yi hurried to her side, supporting her with steady hands, his eyes filled with concern. Are you all right? Go-On waved her hand dismissively, managing a bittersweet smile. I'm fine, just a bit weary. Whereas Grandpa, with Chun-Yi's support, Go-On barely managed to stand, and in a dimly lit corner, they discovered the unconscious Chun-Shi. Grandpa? Her voice quivered slightly. Grandpa, she called again, her tone laden with worry and anxiety. Inside the RV, Chun-Yi changed Chun-Shi into a clean set of clothes. His hands appeared as frail as withered grass, his eyes sunken, and his complexion akin to that of pale parchment. Go-On's heart ached, tears cascading down her cheeks as she pondered the hardships her grandfather must have endured, resulting in such drastic weight loss. After an extended period, Chun-Shi's eyelashes fluttered, and he slowly opened his eyes. His gaze fell upon the pristine white of the ceiling. With great difficulty, he rasped, "Where is this?" "Grandpa, it's very safe here." "It's me, Go-On." She grasped his hand tenderly. Chun-Shi glanced at Go-On and then at Chun-Yi, a long-lost smile gracing his lips. Good. A year prior, a mass die-off of Arctic fauna had occurred, with the surviving creatures exhibiting mutations. Scientists from various nations were dispatched to capture these mutated animals for testing, and they all revealed the presence of a virus capable of inducing genetic aberrations in any living being, altering their form and appearance. Most alarmingly, the mutated entities began to gradually lose their capacity for control, becoming increasingly bloodthirsty. Before the cause of the anomaly could be thoroughly investigated, meteorological anomalies were detected, leading nations across Blue Star to speculate that this could threaten human existence. Consequently, scientists were convened to construct a Noah's Ark capable of sheltering humanity. Regrettably, just as they arrived at the research facility, heavy snowfall ensued, sealing off the mountains and roads, thereby jeopardizing food and water supplies. Subsequently, someone proposed melting snow for drinking water, only for mutations to emerge. Instances of cannibalism began to surface, and Chun-Shi managed to survive by hiding in another cave, though he too had consumed blood water without any apparent adverse effects thus far. After a week's journey, the trio finally reached the safe house. Following 7 days of recuperation, Chun-Shi's complexion gradually regained its rosy hue, and his face bore more flesh, indicating a significant improvement in his health. "Grandfather, behold the shelter I have constructed. Isn't it splendid?" Go-On supported Chun-Shi as she introduced Awa, Xiao-Wa, and her secure abode. "Wan, are you aware of the impending blizzard?" Faced with a well-stocked and fortified sanctuary, it was difficult for Chun-Shi to suppress his suspicions. Go-On, realizing she could no longer conceal the truth, decided to lay everything bare. "Grandfather, in my previous life, I was graced by Chun-Yi's kindness, and in this life, I shall protect you all." Upon hearing Go-On's experiences, Chun-Shi's eyes glistened with tears. "Child, though I am an atheist, I believe in you. You have endured much suffering." Go-On's eyes reddened as she shook her head gently. "Grandfather, it is not suffering. With this shelter, I can ensure your safety, and that is enough." Chun-Shi gazed into the distance at Chun-Yi and sighed. "Grandfather, you've consumed the snow water. Although no immediate changes have occurred, I fear that one day, mutations may suddenly threaten you." He paused, satisfied, and continued, "As long as I know you are well, that is sufficient. Wan, please see me out." "Grandfather, what nonsense are you speaking? Your current well-being signifies that you shall remain well." "You are overthinking this," Go-On replied, gently guiding him to sit on the sofa. "Rest assured in this place, Look around. I am here, along with Chun, E, and the two little ones to keep you company. You can relax here. Chapter 46. The search for a vaccine. Chun and Chun, E resided in another suite. For 3 consecutive days, aside from the occasional incursions of ice beings at night, which posed little threat since they could not enter, all was well. Through their interactions, Go-On learned from Chun that the virus was not without a remedy. The authorities had summoned numerous researchers to a secret institute prior to the blizzard to develop a vaccine. It was said that progress had been made. Yet shortly after notifying the officials, those involved went missing. However, the specifics remained unclear. Missing? When did they disappear? Chun-Shur's expression grew grave as he pondered before replying slowly, "It is uncertain. I merely overheard them mention a remote mountain. My conjecture is that it lies within the Shinong mountain range. The Institute's location is indeed a favorable one." After a brief moment of contemplation, Go-On suddenly rose, her eyes aglow with determination. "I must go to Shinong Mountain. No, it is fraught with danger. Outside lurks ice beings, mutated humans, and animals. Even if you are a skilled martial artist, you cannot contend against many. Venturing out would be tantamount to seeking death," Chun-Shur immediately countered. He understood her motivation for seeking the vaccine was for his sake, but he could not permit Go-On to recklessly risk her life. "Grandfather, do not worry. I am quite capable. I'm not doing this merely for you, but for myself as well. Look outside. The ice beings and strange beasts guarantee that this shelter will eventually be breached. Rather than await death, it is better to carve a path through blood." Had she never ventured outside, she might have forsaken the path of cultivation, hiding in the shelter for a lifetime. Yet, she understood the dangers that lay beyond. The breach of her sanctuary was only a matter of time. Rather than wait for death, she chose to fight with all her might. After listening to Go-On's words, Chun-Shur sighed deeply after a prolonged silence. "Alas, I am an old man, lacking the vigor of youth. You young ones should seize this opportunity. I support you." As Chun-Shur concluded his words, he rose gracefully, his hands clasped behind him, and slowly made his way toward another room. Upon reaching the threshold, he spoke in a husky yet warm voice. "Wan, please confine me. I fear that after you depart, I may transform and harm those two little ones. And you and Xiao-Chan must take good care of each other." The following day, Go-On and Chun-Yi embarked on their journey once more. Shinong Mountain was a daunting 500 kilometers away, requiring at least half a month to traverse by car, and potentially up to a month for the slower route. Go-On had meticulously prepared an array of supplies for the journey. The vehicle was laden with arms and ammunition sufficient for a 1,000-man battalion, alongside a box filled with various antibiotics, anti-inflammatory medications, and adrenaline. For the world outside was fraught with peril, necessitating ample medical provisions. Food and drink were also abundantly stocked. The trio, accompanied by a phoenix, set off once again amidst the roar of the automobile. The little one languidly reclined on the sofa, a can of cola beside him. After taking a sip, he exclaimed with delight, "Ah, I was about to go mad from being cooped up in this house all day." The journey unfolded smoothly, devoid of ice men or any mutated creatures. Within a fortnight, Go-On and her companions reached the foot of Shinong Mountain. However, an unsettling sensation lingered within Go-On. The ease of their travels felt eerily ominous, as if it were the calm before an impending storm. How could Lin-Een harbor such animosity and not seize the opportunity to strike? As the engine of the vehicle fell silent, the slumbering Xiao Hong in Go-On's arms stirred slightly, her wings quivering before she gradually opened her eyes in a haze, stretching languidly. "How delightful!" she chirped, prompting all but Chun-Yi to widen their eyes in astonishment, their mouths agape in disbelief. Go-On was taken aback, realizing that the phoenix could indeed speak, much like the little one. Yet her astonishment did not stem from the utterance itself, but rather from a sheer incredulity that she was truly in the presence of a phoenix. When Go-On had first mentioned finding a phoenix, she had perceived the sleeping Xiao Hong merely as a colorful rooster, far from the grandeur of phoenix. Xiao Hong surveyed the interior of the car, her gaze eventually landing on Go-On, whom she regarded with a disdainful glance, her wings folding dismissively at her rear as she took a few steps forward. Go-on furrowed her brow, pondering if that disdainful look had been directed at her, and noted the haughty demeanor of the phoenix. Go-on would not permit such insolence. She swiftly approached and seized Xiao Hong by her wings, lifting her into the air. "Release me, ignorant human. Do you dare lay hands upon the phoenix?" Xiao Hong protested, flapping her wings in a futile attempt to escape, while simultaneously asserting her royal lineage in an effort to intimidate Go-on. Go-on remained silent, merely tightening her grip on Xiao Hong's wings and spinning her around in a dizzying motion. After several rotations, the little phoenix, overwhelmed, began to foam at the mouth, her eyes rolling back in her head. "Do you know what has become of the last individual to utter such words?" Yvonne inquired menacingly, glancing at the little one as she crouched down. "How are you faring?" The little one, understanding the gravity of the situation, suddenly knelt before Gyun, clutching her thighs tightly, tears and snot streaming down as she pleaded, "Elder sister, I haven't done anything wrong. Please don't skin me alive." The mention of skinning sent a shiver down Xiao Hong's spine, yet she defiantly turned her face away, saying, "Humph, I don't believe you. Don't think you can scare me. You wretched human. Slay it. I have yet to taste the phoenix soup." With that, Gyun strode to the back of the vehicle, rummaging for a time before emerging with an exceptionally sharp kitchen knife, a menacing aura radiating from her as she approached Xiao Hong. Both Chun-Yi and the little one understood that Gyun was merely attempting to intimidate her, hence they refrained from intervening. Seeing Gyun advance with a knife, Xiao Hong puffed out her chest and stared defiantly at her, as if challenging her. Gyun was not one to indulge her, and a cacophony erupted from within the vehicle. "Ah, that S.A. Phoenix." Gyun. Feathers scattered across the ground, and the knife, having been thrust with force, embedded itself into the corner of the table, while the little one's astonished expression rendered her speechless. "If you dare to belittle us, I care not whether you are a phoenix or not. If you wish to leave, I shall open the door for you. Do not act as if anyone owes you anything. If you wish to stay, hold your tongue. If you continue to speak in such a disgraceful manner, I shall stew you right away." Chapter 47. Under the canopy of trees, Xiao Hong, the little phoenix, hid beneath the table, her gaze following the knife in Gyun's hand, silently thanking her quick reflexes. Otherwise, it would not merely be a few missing feathers. "Why you?" Her voice trembled, each word seeming to be squeezed out from between clenched teeth, filled with terror and anxiety, fearing that any misstep would lead Gyun to slay her. "What do you mean you? If you don't want to stay, leave. If you wish to remain, be silent," Gyun retorted, donning her winter attire, her mind, too, burdened with matters to console a phoenix that looked down upon her. She shook her head, perplexed by Xiao Hong and the little one's arrogance, believing themselves superior merely because they possessed a modicum of extraordinary powers, constantly referring to humans as wretched. Hiding beneath the table, Xiao Hong gazed out the window, watching the relentless snowstorm outside, blanketing the ground in white. Although she was a phoenix capable of breathing fire, she felt abysmally weak. According to her, she should be brimming with energy upon her emergence. Yet here she was, utterly feeble, unable to even manifest her true form. She turned her cold gaze towards Gyun, who was now clad in her garments, appearing sweet and charming. Yet her actions were excessively ruthless, nearly severing half of Xiao Hong's wing. Grinding her teeth in frustration, Xiao Hong thought it best to bide her time. After all, they had plenty of delectable food awaiting them, and revenge could wait. After all, a gentleman's vengeance is never too late. After tidying up, the three donned their winter gear. The vehicle could not ascend the mountain, leaving them with no choice but to traverse the path on foot. The mountainous terrain was already treacherous, and with the blizzard, Gyun could not suppress a gasp of cold air. This would be a considerable test. "Shall we proceed?" Gyun asked, looking down at Xiao Hong, who was still cowering beneath the table, her voice laden with irritation. She had no intention of acknowledging Xiao Hong. Had it not been for the memory of her saving her in the desert, she would have simmered her down for the remarks she had just made. As a phoenix, Xiao Hong possessed an air of pride. With a huff, she fluttered her wings and flew into Chun-Yi's embrace. However, at that very moment, Chun-Yi's hands released her like a kite severed from its strings, leaving her to plummet helplessly. Falling from such heights, Xiao Hong was filled with panic. unable to muster the strength to spread her wings, and she descended rapidly towards the ground. Oh no, am I going to perish? I am a phoenix. Chanyi, casting not a glance at the fallen Xiaohong, directed his disdainful gaze into the distance, sneering. A phoenix? No different from roasted chicken. Xiaohong felt the urge to retort, yet held her tongue, sensing the man before her exuded an ethereal aura that few could possess. She feared he might truly turn her into a roasted chicken. Crouching on the ground, she looked up pitifully at the three individuals before her, pouting before the next moment she soared into Go Wan's arms. Go Wan glanced down at Xiaohong, whose drooping head elicited an involuntary chuckle from her. Little one, I shall have my way with you yet. As the trio disembarked, they had scarcely determined the direction up the mountain when they were encircled by a sudden emergence of ice beings. Linning stood before Go Wan, her icy gaze fixed upon her, and with merely a glance, Go Wan sensed her animosity. The little one surveyed her surroundings, realizing they were ensnared by a throng of ice beings, with no opportunity for escape. It was evident that Linning had been tailing them since their departure, and she had only now revealed herself. Linning, tired from the chase, are we? What trickery are you up to? Yevon responded nonchalantly. Do I possess any tricks? Just look at the multitude of ice beings you've brought. Such high regard for me. However, as Go Wan spoke, she fell silent, leaving a tantalizing pause. Linning, flustered, pressed. What do you mean by however? You are up to no good. Go Wan, exasperated, spread her hands. Are you suffering from paranoia? With your current state, how could I possibly afford to play tricks on you? Tear her apart, Linning commanded, prompting the ice beings to charge toward Go Wan. Go Wan gently patted Xiaohong's head. Quickly incinerate them. I lack the strength to reveal my true form. What? Just as the ice beings approached, in a moment of desperate urgency, Chun Yi, taking advantage of Go Wan's distraction, brushed his hand against Xiaohong. Instantly, she felt her inner power multiply exponentially. With a resounding cry of the phoenix, a fiery crimson bird shot into the heavens, its feathers seemingly ablaze with an intense flame, brilliant and fervent. The colors of the fire transitioned from deep red to golden, then to a dazzling orange and white, each layer more radiant than the last. The phoenix's wings unfurled, capable of obscuring the sun, as flames erupted from the tips, forming a magnificent pillar of fire directed towards the ground. Countless ice beings, upon contact with the flames Xiaohong expelled, had no time to emit a cry of despair before they melted into a puddle of water. In no time, thousands of ice beings had dissolved into the snow, leaving only Linning, sensing the dire situation, hastily retreated with mechanical steps. Gu Wanshun solemnly handed the child a small doll, her expression grave. Child, keep a close watch on her. Today, Linning must perish. With that, Gu Wanshun set the doll down and retrieved a portable flame bottle, anticipating that Linning would not let her escape unscathed. The ice master fears fire, and this time she was thoroughly prepared with an ample supply of incendiary devices. Linning moved at a sluggish pace, even in her desperation to flee. Her steps resembled those of a robot, devoid of urgency. In just a few strides, Gu Wanshun intercepted Linning, positioning herself directly in her path. Spare me, and I shall no longer harm you, Linning retorted coldly. To spare you would only allow you to feast upon the flesh of my sisters. Such mercy would merely leave me with a knife to my throat. Upon hearing the name of Inshier, a flicker of indifference crossed Lin Ying's eyes. Her? At this moment, my survival demands her sacrifice. Gu Wanshun, with all the sustenance at your disposal, why can you not share even a morsel? Just a little, and we would express our gratitude. Yet you choose to deny us, casting us into the abyss. I have arrived at this juncture due to your actions. I am human, a living being. To survive, I would willingly become the Ice Masteress slave, caught in a liminal space between humanity and monstrosity. Linning's body seemed ensnared by invisible shackles, rendering her immobile, her voice tranquil, yet laced with profound hatred towards Gu Wanshun. In a moment of vulnerability, tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Seeing her weep stirred something within Gu Wanshun, compelling her to question if she had erred. However, she quickly reassured herself. What connection does she have with Linning? Chapter 48. The blood of the merfolk Linning. You have brought this upon yourself. Yevan Fun Vispirid. Her lips parting slightly as she turned the switch on the flame bottle. In an instant, a searing blaze erupted from the bottle's opening, surging toward Linning like a ravenous wolf. Though this flame lacked the intensity of Xiao Hong's inferno, it was nonetheless pure and fierce. Flames come in myriad forms. Some can melt gold and stone into rivulets, while others merely ignite dry timber, reducing it to ashes. Under this scorching assault, Linning's wails persisted for what felt like an eternity, ultimately fading into a puddle of snow water, extinguished by the merciless flames. As Guanshun gazed at the remnants of Linning, a sense of relief washed over her. At last, she had resolved her most formidable dilemma. As long as Linning lived, driven by her hatred, she would relentlessly pursue Guanshun. With a soft sigh, Guanshun reflected, "Is it truly wrong to withhold my belongings from others? How absurd." Host's primary mission 1/3 complete. Eliminate the Ice Master's aid. Outstanding completion reward. 1 ingredient of the virus vaccine, merfolk blood. As the system spoke, a transparent glass vial filled with green liquid was deposited into her backpack. Are merfolk akin to the mermaids we speak of? Surely they do not exist? They do. The authorities had long been aware of this secret, and had even conducted experiments on merfolk. What else is required for the vaccine? What must I create to obtain the remaining vaccine components? There are a total of 3 types, and no additional tasks are necessary. However, I can offer you a hint related to your primary mission. The primary quest involves locating and vanquishing the Ice Lord, which means that by accomplishing this task, one can obtain the coveted vaccine. However, even upon acquiring the vaccine, it is imperative to find someone skilled in its creation, indicating that a journey up the mountain is still necessary. Go on, what troubles you? The gentle voice of Chun pulled Go Wan from her reverie. Yem me fine. Let us set off. Is Xiao Hong well? She is all right, just asleep. Go Wan glanced at the distant sight of Xiao Hong cradled in the arms of the little girl, wondering how long she would sleep this time. The trio did not linger at their current location, knowing that the ice creature would not appear for the time being. Taking advantage of the daylight, their journey would be somewhat easier. The mountain path proved arduous. The 3 traveled an entire day before reaching the halfway point. They gathered around a flickering campfire, its glow illuminating their serene faces as the aroma of 3 roasting chickens wafted through the air. The surroundings were so tranquil that it felt as if time itself had come to a standstill. Even the usual chirping of birds had vanished. The normally talkative little girl was now surprisingly quiet. "I'm so tired. If I had known, I wouldn't have come with you. I'm utterly exhausted." The little girl rested her head on her hands, displaying her fatigue. Go-On nodded in agreement, understanding her sentiments. The little girl was merely expressing the whimsical nature of childhood, and Go-On felt reluctant to see her suffer. The little girl eyed the roasted chickens with longing, her hands itching to reach for a piece. "Could I have some to eat?" Suddenly, a young boy's tender voice broke the silence, and the trio instinctively turned towards the source of the sound. A boy, appearing to be around 17 or 18, emerged from the shadows. His down jacket and pants were tattered, feathers scattered around him, and he was barefoot, his feet exposed to the frigid snow, turning a bright red. His face was pale, devoid of color, as if he might collapse at any moment. Go-On felt a surge of empathy for the boy. His frail appearance suggested he had endured many days of hunger, yet he refrained from lunging at the food before him, a testament to his good upbringing. "This is for you." The little girl unexpectedly offered a piece of chicken from her hand to him. Go-On and Chun exchanged curious glances, both intrigued by the little girl's change in demeanor. Typically, she would argue with the older boy over every morsel in their safe haven, yet here she was, sharing food with a stranger. The boy looked down and murmured, "Thank you." He grasped the roasted chicken and began stuffing it into his mouth, taking bite after bite, his cheeks bulging as he continued to eat. Go-On watched, a frown creasing her brow. She feared he might choke on his food. "Eat slowly. Be careful not to choke," the little girl said, producing a cup of water from somewhere and placing it before him, gently patting his back. Go-On looked down and realized that the water in the cup had come from her water bottle, a feeling of inexplicable discomfort washing over her. akin to seeing her own cabbage being ravaged by a pig. The boy was indeed handsome, with delicate features. Let us go. I will go wherever you go. I shan't leave this place. The little girl feigned amnesia. Observing her disappointing daughter, Go-won felt an overwhelming urge to kick her away. With a muffled sigh, she expressed her discontent. What is wrong? Chun-yi whispered softly in her ear. My precious daughter has been led astray. Chun-yi chuckled quietly, clearly pleased with his future son-in-law, as he had spent ample time with him. After all, given his age, he could very well be her father. The boy exuded no trace of malice. At a time when everyone was enduring hunger and cold, facing threats from icy beings and various mutations. It was indeed remarkable that he remained untainted by bitterness, revealing his inherently kind nature. Gazing at the scattered chicken bones, Go-won noted that all 3 chickens had vanished into the boy's stomach, leaving not a morsel for her. You've had enough. It's time to leave, she declared, ushering him away. Just as she turned to depart, a small child obstructed her path. Wait. My sister was just joking. She may be sharp-tongued, but has a good heart. Go-won shot the child a glare, then pulled him closer, whispering a warning. Don't be a sycophant. You might end up with nothing. What sycophant? I don't care about that. Don't you think he is handsome, sister? The child, having grown up in the underworld, was oblivious to the term's meaning, utterly captivated by the boy's charm, feeling free to express her admiration. Get lost, Go-won exclaimed, unable to contain her frustration at her daughter's behavior. Chapter 49. And Go-won sighed deeply. One must spoil their own child. She then approached the boy. Where do you come from? How did you end up here? Where are your parents? What do they do for a living? She adopted a parental demeanor, her expression serious as she began her inquiry. The boy, taken aback by her sudden questioning, displayed a flicker of confusion before quickly regaining his composure. He politely bowed to Go-won and introduced himself. My name is Chun. And Chun? What a lovely name. The child's interjection interrupted him, prompting Go-won to lightly kick the child's backside. A parrot, are we? She then turned her attention back to Chun. Please continue. My name is Chun, and my family is in the jewelry business. Jewelry? Go-won's eyes lit up at the mention of it. Let us get to the point. Oh, please continue. The child chimed in. You're just a pile of worthless stones. The child quipped. Get lost. Yvonne Rietutiet. Continue. My name is Chun, and my family runs a jewelry business. The company is called New Group, I believe. Chun-yi interjected. Yes, that is correct. And Chun nodded. You know. The child, along with Go-won, buzzed around him like bees drawn to nectar. Have you encountered them before? Their business is quite substantial. And Chun shook his head. Not that large. It pales in comparison to the Chun phone group, which is immensely wealthy, having recognized Chun-yi as the heir to the Chun family. And Chun recalled their prior meeting at a banquet, where he had been struck by his presence, making it hard to forget. The child eagerly nodded in agreement. Indeed, he is not just extraordinary, he is a divine king. Given that the blizzard has only just begun this year, with your family's resources, acquiring necessary supplies should not pose a problem. Should it? Go-won inquired about the doubts that lingered in her heart. Even if a single vegetable were to fetch 10,000 yuan, it should not be beyond the means of his family to purchase several tons. How could he have fallen to such a state? At this point, Chun's body involuntarily trembled, his hands clenched into tight fists. The 3 exchanged glances, a silent understanding passing between them. Discussing such matters was akin to reopening a wound with a knife, the pain excruciating. After a prolonged silence, Chun lowered his head, the strands of hair falling over his forehead concealing his reddened eyes, his voice hoarse. Subsequently, I journeyed here in search of my brother. Having gone too long without food, the scent of meals drew me closer. How did you know a blizzard was approaching? Moreover, what is your brother doing here? Go-won, having experienced rebirth, pondered if someone in his family had also undergone a similar fate. My brother is a prodigy in biomedical science. He was recruited by the authorities to a research institute at the tender age of 14, purportedly to study vaccines. It was through him that I learned of the impending blizzard. Vaccines? Your brother is involved in vaccine research. Where is he now? Yvonne inquired, struck by the serendipity of encountering the brother of a researcher, a twist of fate that might have saved his life and made their endeavors significantly easier. I do not know. All I am aware of is that he is here, beyond that I am entirely in the dark. Oh, Yvonne exhaled softly, unable to mask the disappointment that clouded her expression. She had hoped this situation might unfold more favorably, yet alas. Gowon refrained from pressing further, instead beckoning Chun to join them. Come with us. We are also searching for individuals involved in vaccine research, though our objectives may differ. Our search is for the same people. Of course, Gowon harbored ulterior motives, should his brother still be alive. Witnessing her care for his younger brother might inspire him to assist her in return. The calculations in Gowon's mind clinked like beads on abacus, audible even to the distant Bigwa in the safe house. And Chun, clad in tattered clothing and lacking any winter gear, was at risk of perishing within days. Little Wah, please fetch a set of thermal clothing from the vehicle, Gowon instructed. Okay, sister. No, that's not a good idea. Little Wah is a girl. In this cold, it is perilous for her to be running back and forth, and Chun expressed concern, causing Little Wah's cheeks to flush crimson. She lowered her head, avoiding his gaze, and merely nodded in acknowledgement. Seeing her nod, Gowon felt a surge of urgency. She was the only one capable of teleportation. If she did not go, who would? Swiftly, Gowon approached Little Wah and whispered, Sister, are you waiting for him to die? We cannot teleport. Gowon's words jolted Little Wah into action. You're right. Without allowing Chun a moment to respond, she dashed off, disappearing from sight. Gowon awkwardly pointed in the direction Little Wah had just taken. My sister is a long-distance running champion. This distance is trivial for her. A night passed, and the four of them prepared to ascend the mountain once more. As they climbed higher, the snow hardened into ice, making the path increasingly treacherous. One misstep could send them tumbling down the steps. The surroundings remained hauntingly silent. Woof, woof. The sound of barking dogs pierced the air, reaching the ears of the four. They turned to see a woman leading a dog, but the distance was too great to discern her features. What astonished them was not the sudden appearance of a woman, but the large dog she held in her grasp. This canine, resembling an Alaskan breed, possessed extraordinarily long teeth that protruded from the corners of its mouth. Its corpulent body was almost excessive, waddling as it walked, its ample rear swaying awkwardly. In an age where sustenance is scarce, how could such a dog be so well fed? A child remarked, leaving the crowd momentarily speechless. Indeed, with so many perishing from hunger, how had she managed to keep her dog so plump? As the woman approached, her visage gradually came into focus. Her cheeks were charming, yet her eyes betrayed a glimmer of greed. She soon stood before them, her silence accompanied only by a chilling smile. Her cold gaze scrutinized the bodies of Gowon and her companions, as if deliberating which of them might offer the most flesh. Finally, her eyes landed on Chun, a fleeting look of surprise crossing her features. Even in that brief moment, Gowon keenly sensed the familiarity between them, catching a glimpse of the unease that flickered across Chun's face. Sister Binger, where's my brother? Chun stepped forward, calling out to Binger. The mention of her brother elicited a flicker of disdain in Binger, though her predominant expression was one of anger. And what of the researchers? Chapter 50. Feeding dogs with human flesh. Binger chuckled ominously, a laugh that sent chills down their spines. Eat them? At the mention of the researchers, she knelt down, her right hand caressing the dog's belly. They're inside me and the dog. Is this some sort of devilish serpent? My brother? Your brother and I share a deep bond. How could I bear to consume him? Yet he is quite stubborn. At this moment, I kindly offered him human flesh, and he refused to eat it. Now he is as thin as a wraith. I had intended to feast upon him, but then I encountered you. She paused, a slight smirk playing on her lips, and continued, Never mind. I shall feast upon you instead. Your brother's life has been long enough. Good dog. Upon hearing the command, the large dog lunged towards them with the speed of a wild stallion. Gowon swiftly drew her pistol without hesitation. Bang! Bang! The sharp report of gunfire sliced through the air, each shot striking the dog's heart with unerring accuracy. Good heavens! The wounded dog collapsed, green blood oozing from its body. Yet, within moments, it struggled to its feet. To their astonishment, the dog stood upright on its hind legs and spoke. Master, you ought to vaccinate me more. Perhaps I too could mutate and control nature's forces. Instead of enduring this indignity. Silence. Kill them. Yes. Woof. A deafening bark erupted, and in an instant, a fierce wind surged, snowflakes slicing through the air like daggers. Guwan shouted above the howling storm, her voice piercing through the chaos. Quick, find a tree to hold on to. Don't let the wind sweep you away. The four of them reacted swiftly, racing towards the nearest trees, wrapping their arms tightly around the trunks to withstand the tempest's might. They pressed against the bark, striving to maintain their balance, fearful of being swept away by the sudden onslaught of the storm. The host is in danger, as indicated. The dog before them has mutated, making it impossible for humans to kill. Enough of the nonsense. Tell me how to kill it. Life and death talisman. 1 minute. I owe you. A talisman fell into Gu Wan's backpack. Life and death talisman. Ignite. Gu Wan shouted loudly, and a talisman radiating golden light descended from the sky, growing larger as it fell. The giant dog looked up, its eyes widening in shock. What is this? As the words were spoken, the talisman enveloped the giant dog, emanating golden light while spinning, ultimately transforming into an oval shape that contained the dog within. The giant dog, trapped, rammed against the talisman, producing thunderous booms. As the creature was confined, the fierce wind subsided. Where is that dead woman? Gu Wan steadied her footing, scanning the surroundings, but the woman had vanished, undoubtedly fleeing in terror. Without the dog, how could she abandon her living food for sustenance? Dead dog, where's your lair? To the east. There's a cave covered in snow not far from here. I'll take you there. Just let me go, please. I didn't want this. That woman injected me with a vaccine, and that's why I am like this. Life and death talisman. D. Upon uttering the incantation, the talisman ignited, flames soaring into the sky, accompanied by the dog's wails. Let's go find your brother. The group sprinted forth, reaching the cave. As they entered, a thick stench of blood assaulted their senses. Gu Wan had encountered this scent in the desert, and recalling what Bing Er had said earlier, she surmised that corpses were strewn about within. As they ventured deeper, the horror within the cave was suffocating. The earth was stained a deep red with blood, and the walls bore splattered traces. Countless human bones littered the ground, skulls, femurs, and a ghastly array of remains scattered everywhere. It was a chilling sight. This place had become a slaughterhouse, as Bing Er had deemed it. Who was in Chun Bing Er? How could she enter the research institute? Enshin slowly replied, Sister Bing is my brother's girlfriend. Like him, she's a genius. And they entered the institute together. He paused, reflecting on her behavior today, causing a shiver to run down his spine. It seemed that the research institute had run out of food, and she had injected something into the dog, causing it to mutate and acknowledge her as its master. Subsequently, to survive, she began to kill. It was that woman. The little one was surveying the area when suddenly her gaze met Bing Er's. Chase her. The group reacted swiftly, one after another rushing into the cave. Hey you, stop. The little one mumbled while running. Dead woman, hurry up and stop. The further they ran, the darker it became, until they could scarcely see their own hands in front of them. Go on quickly grabbed the little one, whispering urgently, teleport quickly. All right, with a huff. I'll show you how to run. A sharp sound echoed in the darkness, followed by a resounding slap. The little one had caught up, and they all came to a halt. Gowan heard the voice of the young child and smiled with satisfaction, signaling for the two to halt their steps. She then removed her backpack, opening it to find the interior shrouded in darkness, making it difficult to discern its contents. After a considerable amount of searching, her fingers finally grazed the flashlight she had prepared earlier. With a soft click, the flashlight illuminated the space, akin to the first light of dawn, dispelling the shadows of the cave. The young child stood with her feet planted on the icy ground, her right hand gripping a pallid man, whose gaunt visage bore a striking resemblance to that of a corpse. On the ground lay Bing Er, writhing in a desperate struggle, a vivid handprint marking her face. Let me go, she cried, but no matter how fiercely she fought, she could not escape the grip of the young child. Bing Er was baffled, wondering how a girl could possess such formidable strength. Sister, how should we deal with her? Bing Er gasped, feeling as though her insides were about to shatter from the pressure of the young child's foot. which felt heavier than 300 pounds. And what about this? The young child said, lifting the man and shaking him in the air. And Chun was astonished by the young child's earlier display of strength. Despite her brother's frail build, the man's larger frame made it perplexing that a girl could effortlessly lift and shake him. Put that man down. Chang Yi interjected. Yes, brother. And Chun hurried over to catch the man, who had nearly been thrown to the ground. Regardless of Chen's calls, his brother showed no signs of waking. Chun Yi stepped closer, prying open the man's eyelid to find his breathing faint but devoid of fatal injuries. He has merely fainted from hunger. We need to give him something to eat, Chun Yi said, retrieving a bottle of cola from the man's backpack and shaking it before Chun. Let him sip some water. We can feed him food once he regains consciousness. Without a moment's hesitation, Chun opened the cap and began to feed the cola to his brother. Gowan raised an eyebrow, observing this. Aren't you concerned he might harm your brother? Is cola suitable for someone who has fainted? Upon hearing this, Chun Yi and the young child nodded in agreement, appreciating the honesty in their actions. What vaccine did you administer to the dog? Gowan directed her inquiry at Binger, who lay beneath her foot. Binger scrutinized Gowan with a disdainful smile. You think you're worthy to speak to me? She retorted. As she spoke, the atmosphere thickened with tension. Everyone except Chun, who was unaware of the circumstances, drew in a sharp breath, recalling the feathers of Xiao Hong still lingering in the vehicle. What did you say? Gowan's expression darkened, her eyes narrowing, revealing an aura of menace. Binger scoffed. I said you are insignificant. I am a genius. It is truly pathetic that I have fallen into your hands today. You would do well to spare me, and I might consider revealing information about the vaccine. Gowan, unable to contain her laughter at Binger's predicament, regarded her with a look of incredulity. Are you out of your mind? Doesn't Shin's brother not know? Does the world cease to turn without you? You hold yourself in far too high regard. Look at him in such a state. There is barely any food left outside. What will you feed him? Will you resort to slicing off your own flesh? Binger taunted. Gowan was infuriated by her arrogance, placing a hand on her chest as if speaking to a fool. Her words fell on deaf ears, akin to playing music to a cow. The child rummaged through his backpack. Good. The child unzipped the bag, and a cascade of snacks spilled forth. Cola, Sprite, biscuits, instant noodles, self-heating meals, and steaks scattered everywhere. You think I have nothing to feed him? Even if you brought 1,000 more like Chun, I would still manage. Gowan chuckled. Binger, skeptical of the bounty before her, widened her eyes in disbelief at the snacks rolling at her feet, unable to comprehend how someone could hoard such an abundance. If you guarantee me food that will keep me alive, I will tell you. Upon seeing the food, Binger's demeanor shifted to one of sycophantic eagerness. I've already mentioned Chun. I don't need you. I only asked to know the outcome in advance. Don't you want to know who caused the snowstorm? He hasn't awakened. Are you certain he knows? But I do. If you spare me and provide food, I will tell you. Not interested. Gowan's icy retort shattered Binger's confidence. She believed that by offering this, she could secure a chance at survival. Yet she was unaware that after experiencing the events in the Shaded Path, Gowan had learned that showing mercy to an enemy is akin to inflicting harm upon oneself. Bind her up, and when Chun wakes, we can ask if there's a way to grant Binger a merciful release. I fear using a gun would be too merciless, Gowan instructed. Immediately, the child produced a rope as thick as a wrist and bound her tightly, sealing her mouth with tape. The group settled on the ground, awaiting Chun's awakening. His physical condition was so poor that it took a full 5 hours for him to stir, during which Gowan managed to catch 2 short naps. Brother, you're awake? And Yang's eyelashes fluttered slightly. His eyes remained shut as he repeatedly murmured, water, water. And Chin fed him a few sips of cola, which calmed him. Slowly, he opened his eyes, gazing at the ceiling before finally landing on Chun. A flicker of confusion crossed his face, quickly replaced by a serene smile as he murmured, If I'm dead, I'm free from suffering. Brother, I'm Chun. You're not dead. And Chun called out loudly, attempting to draw him from his stupor. What? And Yang's voice brimmed with disbelief. His eyes widened, and his body trembled involuntarily. She said, You're not dead. You merely fainted from weakness. Now, eat something to regain your strength. There are matters that require your attention regarding the vaccine. Guwon approached, offering them a bowl of self-heating porridge, clearly stating her intentions. After consuming the porridge, Eun-young's complexion visibly improved, returning to a healthier hue. No longer resembling a corpse, and his speech regained some vigor. Leaning against Chun, he smiled faintly at Chun-yi and the others. What do you need to discuss? You saved my life. I promise to share everything I know. No, it's 2 lives, including your little brother S. Guwon corrected him. Initially, saving Chun had not been her primary concern, but after learning of his identity, she felt it prudent to acknowledge such debts. And Yang's gaze lingered on Guwon for a few seconds before he smiled slightly. All right. First, how was the snow created? Second, has the vaccine been developed? Without a moment's hesitation, Anyang believed that the individuals before him were not malevolent, having already recognized Chun-yi, who was also his mentor. From Anyang's account, the others grasped the underlying circumstances. 2 years prior, a merman had been captured in the east and delivered to an official research facility, where representatives from various nations gathered to study it. They extracted blood from the merman for analysis and discovered a unique gene within its blood that, when combined with human blood, could alter human genetics, a process referred to as genetic reprogramming. However, one researcher, in a misguided attempt to utilize genetic reprogramming, administered an experimental vaccine to the merman. Consequently, the merman mutated, wreaked havoc in the research facility, and seized the still-developing vaccine during its escape. 3 months after the merman's flight, satellite detection indicated an unprecedented blizzard approaching, leading the nation to suspect that the mutant was responsible and to assign personnel to investigate the vaccine status. Has the vaccine been completed? Guwon inquired. No. The merman has escaped, and the remaining blood samples were taken by Bing Air, which were then transformed into a virus. As Anyang spoke, his voice grew somber. Quickly, where's the merman's blood? A young boy kicked Bing Air's thigh with all his might. Unable to withstand the pain, Bing Air cried out, "Ah!" At that moment, Anyang noticed Bing Air, who had been concealed in a corner. How did she end up here? The boy clasped his hands and bowed, saying, "Of course it's me. What about her dog? Sister, what are we to do with this woman?" After several kicks, the boy ultimately relinquished the decision-making power to Guwon. After a moment of silence, Guwon turned to Anyang, saying, "I will not inquire about your research facility. You decide how to handle this." Bing Air lay on the ground, tears and snot streaming down her face, pleading with Anyang. "Anyang, I was wrong, but I have never harmed you despite having killed everyone else. You know I have feelings for you. I beg you, spare me." Chapter 52. Locusts. Anyang's gaze was firmly fixed on Bing Air, an indescribable feeling of reluctance swirling in the depths of his eyes. He opened his mouth, yet it felt as though invisible shackles bound his words, rendering him uncertain of how to proceed. If he spared her, what would become of those she had consumed? To take her life seemed unjust, for she had never harmed him, and the bond forged over the years could not simply be dismissed. After a prolonged silence, he struggled to utter a few words. According to the law, she must die. Upon hearing his verdict, Guwon smiled with relief, as though a heavy burden had been lifted from her heart. Should Anyang choose to spare Bing Air, she might have left him there, for one must never harbor sympathy for an enemy's ally. The young boy clapped his hands in front of her, as if trying to catch something. "What is it? Sister, look, when did mosquitoes return?" Skeptical, Guwon approached to investigate. It seemed implausible for mosquitoes to be present in such frigid temperatures. To examine closely, Guwon switched on her flashlight and directed it toward the boy's palm. The creature there was a dull brown, with compound eyes on either side, its diminutive form possessing serrated hind legs that clung tightly to the boy's skin. This is not a mosquito. It is a mutated locust. When locusts swarm, they leave behind barren fields. As herbivorous and gregarious creatures, they typically travel in the millions. A swarm has now emerged, indicating that it will not be long before this place is besieged by locusts. "Oh, how it hurts!" A locust suddenly bit a child, causing the little one to cry out in pain and promptly hurl the creature to the ground, crushing it beneath their foot. Guwon seized the child's hand, which bore the mark of the locust's bite, while the locust on the ground savored the morsel it had just taken. The mutated locust no longer feasted on grass, but craved flesh. If the locusts arrived soon, they would surely become the creature's next meal. Come on, we must leave. Go on urged, panic rising within her. The locusts were approaching rapidly, and the cave was long. If they did not exit in time, they would inevitably encounter the swarm. Locusts moved with astonishing speed. She had seen the devastation they wrought on television, where in mere seconds, vast fields of wheat were stripped bare. And what of her? The child pointed at Bing Air beside her. Go-On looked at Bing Air, her fingers drumming against the wall as her mind raced. You handle that child. It must be eliminated. With that, she gestured to Enyang, Chun-Yi, and Chun. Let us go, the locusts are almost here. And Chun carried Enyang on his back, while Chun-Yi supported him, alleviating Chen's burden as the child lagged behind. The four of them ran, but not far from their escape, they heard Bing Air's cries of despair. The child, emerging from the depths of hell, was a tormentor skilled in countless methods of killing. Bing Air's fate would surely be gruesome. The child directed a split body and severed head toward Bing Air, kicking once more in frustration. This is so dull. There are far more wicked spirits to torment. How'd you get so fast? And Shen's brothers were momentarily taken aback upon seeing the child, who was asleep in the car. Oh, the two had no doubts about the child's explanation. Being young and unburdened, along with having taken a shortcut, allowed for this advance. Upon returning to the vehicle, they found locusts perched on the sofa and steering wheel, having infiltrated through the toilet pipes and door cracks. A chill ran down their spines at the thought of a locust crawling up while seated on the toilet, an unbearable image to contemplate. To prevent any locust from re-entering through the gaps, Go-On and Chun-Yi used cloth to seal every opening, including the drains, with all precautions in place. The car's engine roared to life, while the distant sky darkened rapidly, despite it being daytime. The locusts are nearly here. Drive. As they spoke, the exterior was engulfed in darkness, rendering the outside world invisible. The buzzing of locusts grew increasingly closer as the vehicle navigated through the swarm, the lights inside illuminating the glass. Locusts clung to the windows, their compound eyes greedily watching the occupants within, their gray bodies adorned with vibrant red and green spots. It was fortunate that the glass was bulletproof, preventing them from being devoured. An entire hour passed, and the sky gradually brightened. The locusts that had clung to the glass flew away, leaving countless eggs stuck to the surface, creating a dense, unsettling sight that made one shudder at a mere glance. The young girl cast a glance. The haunting image lingered in her mind, driving her to madness. Sister, stop the car. I must rid myself of this torment. It is unbearable. Grasping her head with both hands, the mere thought of the scene made her scalp tingle with discomfort. Armed with a flamethrower, she vented her frustrations as she sprayed flames onto the glass. How revolting. I shall make you regret this. The moment the insects met the fire, they fell like rain onto the pristine white ground, creating a chilling sight with their dark, clustered forms. Only after eradicating the pests from the window did she finally enter the vehicle. Once inside, she couldn't help but shudder. That was truly disgusting, utterly horrifying. The others, aware that Go-On was merely teasing her, stifled their laughter, lowering their heads to conceal their amusement. Quickly dispose of it. I refuse to eat. Just thinking about it makes my scalp crawl. The girl, cheeks puffed in indignation, stomped her foot in frustration and sulked onto the sofa, burying her head. On the journey back, what were once verdant plants had been reduced to bare trunks under the onslaught of locusts. Occasionally, white human bones could be seen scattered across the ground, the flesh entirely devoured by the swarms. Ding! System upgrade in progress. Mission announcement. 30 kilometers ahead. A group of survivors awaits protection. Completing the mission will reward you with a vaccine schematic. An upgrade means I can obtain items through missions from now on. What about my initial tasks? The sudden system upgrade left Gu-1 somewhat perplexed. Main missions must still be completed. Side missions are optional. Understood. This task seemed to designate her as a savior. The weight of responsibility was immense. Chapter 53. The last batch of survivors. Those survivors won't harm me, right? What if they harbor ill intentions? Go-On was reluctant to risk her life for the sake of the vaccine schematic, as the development of the Anyang vaccine was merely a matter of time. No, only the kind-hearted can survive in the face of calamity. That is reassuring. After traveling 30 miles, as the system indicated, they were obstructed by a group of individuals. It was not that the survivors intentionally blocked their path. Rather, a dozen men and women were weeping ahead. Each one knelt on the ground, some clutching garments, while others mourned before a series of unidentifiable skulls. Their wails filled the air, so engrossed in their grief that they failed to notice the approaching vehicle. Except for Shun, who cared for Nyang. The others followed Go-won as they exited the car. As they drew closer, the extent of their suffering became painfully evident. Countless human bones lay scattered on the ground, stripped of flesh by the ravenous locusts. Go-won speculated that they must have survived by hiding in a relatively safe location. But who could have predicted that they could evade a blizzard only to fall prey to locusts? "Father, wake up! My child! Oh, my child!" The cries of an infant caught Go-won's attention. Her senses had sharpened, and ever since unlocking her spiritual roots, her endurance and strength had significantly increased. By merely following the sound of the cries, she determined the direction. She sprinted forth, with a young girl and another companion trailing closely behind, until they discovered a baby 1,000 meters away. The infant trembled uncontrollably, her lips tinged with a faint shade of purple. Go-won swiftly cradled the baby and handed her to the child nearby, urging, "Quick, get her into the vehicle, offer her some water, and warm milk if possible. It's far too cold here. She cannot endure this." "Oh, certainly." Go-won watched as the baby was taken away, her gaze drifting to the ground where the infant had lain, flanked by 2 lifeless corpses. It was evident that her parents had shielded her with their bodies, allowing her to survive. The scene before her, marked by the heart-wrenching separation of loved ones, stirred Go-won's emotions, causing her eyes to well with tears. Chunni gently patted Go-won's shoulder, inquiring, "Do you wish to save them?" Go-won remained silent, merely nodding slightly. "Then let us assist. I shall accompany you." "Indeed. Everyone, set aside your despair. Our priority is survival." With a rallying cry, Go-won captured the attention of those around her, who had only just noticed her presence. "I can help you. We must endure." They wiped their tears, no longer questioning the path to survival, but instead gazing at Go-won with sorrowful expressions. At that moment, an elderly woman with silvery hair, leaning on a cane, staggered out from the crowd, her tears still glistening on her cheeks. Her words took Go-won by surprise. "Child, if you can manage to survive, it will be better for you than for all of us. There are too many of us. We cannot even secure food or water. You should leave swiftly." The old woman's sentiment resonated with the others, who echoed, "Yes, child, you must go. It is too difficult for us all. With so many mouths to feed, your presence would be a burden." Having witnessed numerous instances of people turning on one another in the struggle for food since the calamity struck, Go-won's heart had hardened to stone. Yet now, as she offered her assistance only to be met with refusals, her heart began to soften once more. "Fear not. I possess 2 plots of land, spanning 100 acres, equipped with robust safety measures. Additionally, I can provide seeds for crops. You may reside there." Go-won had envisioned a day when emergencies might arise and had preemptively acquired the land near her safe house, constructed to the same standards, and stocked up on various seeds as a precaution. "If you doubt my words, I invite you to see for yourselves. If I can offer you shelter, I can also ensure your survival." Her proposition was immensely appealing to them. Food and safety were their utmost desires. Who would not wish to survive? Yet, they were hesitant to become a burden. Each individual fell silent, lost in contemplation and uncertainty. "Come now, let us go. Trust me." Seeing their hesitation, Go-won stepped forward to assist one person into the vehicle, demonstrating her sincerity, and called out to the others, "Let us go. Rest assured with me, you shall not starve." As some climbed aboard, the group began to stir, and under Go-won's encouragement, they formed a line, boarding the vehicle one by one. "Thank you. You are truly kind-hearted. We are immensely grateful." Once inside, the warmth enveloped them, eliciting exclamations of relief. "How warm it is! Truly, it feels wonderful. Young lady, you are a savior." The long-awaited warmth enveloped everyone, igniting expressions of excitement on their faces. An elderly woman, with tears brimming in her eyes, clasped Go-won's hands tightly, unwilling to let go. This warmth, they believed, was a sensation they would never experience again in their lifetimes. Go-on reciprocated the gesture, assuring her from now on, "Such warm days shall be our norm." Counting meticulously, Go-on realized there were 14 individuals in total, 3 children for elders and 7 young adults. As the vehicle continued its journey, she learned from their conversations the reasons for their survival. They hailed from the mountainous regions, relying on their geographical isolation to live in caves. Despite the cold, they had managed to survive for 6 months by hunting. They had expected to live out their days in this manner until an unexpected swarm of locusts descended upon them. The locusts viciously attacked anyone they encountered, forcing the group to descend the mountain with torches, believing they had evaded the danger. However, fate had other plans. Upon reaching the base of the mountain, they were again besieged by the locusts. Their sons, wives, fathers, and mothers were devoured in a desperate attempt to protect them, leaving behind nothing but heaps of white bones. As Go-on gazed at the frail and vulnerable individuals in the vehicle, a chilling thought crossed her mind. "Everyone, please be silent. I have something to discuss." Her voice gradually quelled the previously raucous atmosphere within the vehicle. The snowmelt contained a significant amount of viruses. If they had consumed the snowmelt, she would have no choice but to abandon them. Even if the mission remained unfulfilled, she could not risk the lives of Chun, Yi, and the others. No one could predict when they might mutate. "What about water?" she inquired. "We all drink from the water in the caves. Fetching water from the mountains is troublesome, so we send people down at specific times to bring back enough for a year." "Surely, you did not store water after the snowfall?" Go-on asked. The group unanimously shook their heads. No, that is impossible. We store water during the summer when clothing is lighter, making it easier to collect." The heavy snowfall had begun in the previous autumn, ensuring that the water they consumed was safe. Chapter 54. The 100 Moon Manor. The journey proceeded smoothly, and soon they arrived at their destination. A colossal iron shed, constructed entirely of rebar, loomed before them. The steel used was cold iron, impervious to the locusts that would have devoured ordinary steel. The group eagerly leaned out of the vehicle windows to admire the imposing structure. "Wow, it's enormous," they exclaimed in unison. Go-on clapped her hands, calling for attention. "Everyone, it's quite cold outside. Please look around the vehicle for anything you can use to keep warm. Elders and children, come to me for winter clothing." There were only 7 pieces of winter gear available. The injured and young required one, leaving 6 for the others to discuss among themselves. Chini approached Go-on and whispered, "What about you?" She coyly raised an eyebrow, covering her face with her hand, and replied, "I still need winter clothing. My body feels quite chilly." Chun-Yi sighed softly, shaking his head. "All right, just take care of yourself and don't catch a cold." As he spoke, he draped his down jacket over her shoulders. "Wear it." His voice carried an irresistible command. Go-on shrugged and remained silent. Since he had said so, she felt it inappropriate to contradict him. It was her first time exiting the vehicle without wearing a winter coat, and as soon as she stepped out, the frigid wind, akin to 1,000 tiny blades, struck her face. Goodness! Go-on was already yearning to retreat into the warmth of the car. The cold was unbearable, her teeth chattering uncontrollably, and she swallowed hard, striving to steady her shivering body. "Everyone, follow me." The distance from the vehicle to the greenhouse estate was a mere few hundred meters, yet it took Go-on nearly 10 minutes to traverse, her frozen limbs making it difficult to walk. With a series of swift motions, Go-on's fingerprints activated the lock, and the moment the door swung open, the lights inside flickered on one after another. The estate illuminated brightly, and the onlookers gasped at the vast expanse of land before them. "Ah, there really is land. It's far warmer here than the cave." Go-on had refrained from turning on the heating to conserve fuel, yet now, with the cold iron serving as insulation, the temperature inside, while not as warm as the safe house, felt considerably more bearable compared to the outside chill. Wearing only a down jacket sufficed. This will be your living quarters from now on. However, the land has yet to be cultivated. I will provide seeds, and as for your accommodations, I will bring in tents. The heating has not been activated yet, but it will gradually be turned on over the next few days, so you can rest assured here. Thank you, thank you, thank you. One by one, those who had come with Go-on knelt before her, bowing in reverence. Having never encountered such a scene, Go-on was taken aback. While she could tolerate the younger ones kneeling, it felt utterly absurd for those older than her grandmother to do so. "Please get up. I cannot accept this." Her voice rang clear, and despite her repeated pleas, no one moved. In a moment of instinct, she too knelt on the ground. "Please, everyone rise. I truly cannot bear this. Some of you are older than my grandmother. By kneeling to me, are you not wishing for my demise?" When they remained unmoved, she declared, "If you do not rise, I will stay here on my knees." A small child beside her chimed in, "Please, get up. If you kneel, my sister must kneel too." The crowd exchanged glances, and after a moment of reluctance, they finally lifted themselves. Go on beckoned them to bring the food and drinks from the vehicle into the estate. As she turned to leave, a sense of unease compelled her to add, "If you hear any sounds outside, do not open the door. I have a fingerprint lock, so I will not knock." Understood, Yvonne. Once outside the estate, she sneezed. Rubbing her nose, she felt a slight itch. The safe house was not far from the estate, a mere 10-minute drive away. Go-on arranged for Enyang and Chun to stay in her room, entrusting the care of the little ones to them. Gowan lifted her gaze upon hearing a sound and beheld Chun-Shur, who was slowly approaching with the aid of a cane. She hurriedly moved to support his arm, saying, "Grandfather, take it slow." Was the journey smooth? Gowan smiled, but remained silent, leading Chun-Shur to the sofa before speaking. "Look who is here." Chun-Shur glanced down and, upon seeing Enyang, visibly brightened with excitement. "Enyang, it's my teacher." Fearing her grandfather might become overly emotional, Gowan quickly helped him sit down on the sofa while recounting the events of their journey. As she spoke, Chun-Shur could not contain his emotions and tears streamed down his face. He looked at the group of children before him, born into such challenging times. It was truly not easy for them. Gowan gently wiped away the tears from his cheeks, offering comfort. "Grandfather, it's not so difficult." Once Chun-Shur's mood stabilized, Gowan went to the storage to prepare for their trip to the manor. Wheat requires at least 4 months from sowing to harvest, and irrigation is essential. Gowan needed to ensure a water source, but how to transport it? The space was hidden within her mental realm and could not be extracted. This dilemma troubled Gowan immensely. "Ding, has the host encountered a problem? I sent it obvious. But this is simple. The mall has an invincible water tank that can hold as much water as you need. Consider using a credit note." Gowan, feeling skeptical, searched the mall and ultimately found it in the Immortal Realm Mall. 1 point. What a ripoff. "Oh, points are just a fleeting concern. Complete the task, and it will be fine." "All right then, I'll take 1. "Great. 1 invincible water tank for 1 credit note." As the system concluded, a large white transparent box, 3 meters long and 1 meter wide, plummeted from above with a loud clank. Having resolved the water storage issue, Gowan began to transport items from her space. Milk powder, diapers, flour, fruits, rice, clothes. Then she suddenly slapped her forehead. "There's one more crucial task. People consume grains. Who doesn't need to use the restroom? If I don't set up a few toilets with over a dozen people, the Manor 1T remain habitable for long. It would be a disaster." The thought of that scenario made her stomach churn, and she felt nauseous. Chapter 55. Everything completed in the end. Gowan loaded 7 toilets onto the vehicle, along with some pipes for waste disposal. After finishing the transportation of all goods, a wave of dizziness suddenly overcame her. She instinctively grasped the handlebars, her mind swirling in confusion as if she had fallen into an endless black hole. Time passed, though she could not tell how much, until her consciousness gradually returned. Her eyes moved slightly. What had just happened? After a brief moment, she opened her eyes and checked her phone. Only a few minutes had elapsed. She reassured herself, "Perhaps I didn't sleep well. My blood pressure must have risen." After organizing the items, she took Chun-Yi to the manor. Upon their arrival, Gowan enthusiastically directed everyone to begin unloading. Except for those cradling children, each person was filled with excitement and eager participation. "Wow, there's rice here. I want that pile of snacks. That's mine. I have come to fetch water. It is indispensable. I am here to carry the hoe." Amidst laughter and joy, everyone worked together diligently, unloading items from the vehicle and transporting them into the estate. Ultimately, Go-Wan placed the formidable water tank in the most secluded corner of the estate, purposefully diverting the attention of the crowd. She waited until she was certain no one was nearby before she began to fill the tank with water from her spatial realm. The water surged forth like a dam bursting, creating magnificent waves as it cascaded into the tank. The water flowed into the tank as if it were a stone sinking into the ocean, continuing to fill for about an hour. Yet the tank showed no signs of nearing fullness. Dear sister, enough already. We might as well be filling a river. Isn't it due to fear of scarcity? That should suffice. I estimate it will last them a year. Upon hearing the voice of the system, Go-On closed the spatial realm, a year's supply being ample. She then coordinated with the others. The men set about installing toilets while the women connected the pipes. The infant, nestled in the snowy expanse, appeared much revived after receiving formula. Go-On had also prepared a plethora of medications, knowing the elderly, women, and children are particularly susceptible to illness. As long as it was not a grave ailment, the antipyretics, hormones, and antibiotics she had stocked would suffice to sustain them. By the time all preparations were completed, darkness had enveloped the sky. Toilets, water sources, food, and shelter had all been arranged, along with seeds. The seeds Go-On provided included corn, sweet potato sprouts, wheat, and peanuts, in addition to various vegetable seeds. She had also gathered an assortment of condiments, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and more. Go-On gazed upon the amassed provisions, each carefully calculated. Each person consumed approximately 1 pound of rice daily, along with a pound of meat and vegetables, with a total of 14 individuals. That amounted to 14 pounds of rice, 14 pounds of meat, and vegetables each day. Crops could be harvested in about 4 months, and clearing such a vast land would require a month. Thus, a month's supply would yield 450 pounds of rice, 450 pounds of meat and vegetables, culminating in 800 pounds over 4 months. The resources here would only increase, never diminish. This was Go-On's first delivery of supplies, and it would also be her last. She would not indefinitely sustain idlers. With everything in place, Go-On gathered everyone together, feeling it prudent to express a few words. Everyone, I have something to say. Here are the farming machines and seeds. I have also prepared 4 months' worth of food for you. This duration is sufficient for the crops to grow and mature, yielding ripe fruits and vegetables. This is my first and final supply for you. Henceforth, you must rely on yourselves. Miss Go, even if you do not provide us with food, having a safe haven is already a satisfaction, let alone your thoughtful provisions. Indeed, you have done far too much for us. Miss Go, rest assured that when you return, this place will be abundant with fruits and vegetables. Hearing such confidence from the crowd, Go-On reaffirmed that she had not erred in her choice of whom to assist. Mission accomplished. Reward. Vaccine manual. Vaccine completed, revealing the Ice Lord's whereabouts. The vaccine manual promptly entered Go-On's backpack. Chun-Yi, observing the camaraderie among the crowd, smiled knowingly. As darkness fell and the road stretched ahead, only Go-On and Chun-Yi remained in the vehicle. In order to avoid provoking any mutated beings, the lights inside the vehicle had been extinguished, plunging the interior into darkness. Over the past 2 months, an overwhelming series of events had transpired, significantly altering her mindset. The hardships of her previous life had led her to believe in the inherent malevolence of humanity, until she encountered the group she had saved the day before, which made her realize that morality is often contingent upon the individual, regardless of what might unfold thereafter, as long as these people survived. Even if every creature on Blue Star were to perish, at least they would endure. After so many days of relentless travel, you must be weary, she remarked, her voice breaking the surrounding silence. Chun-Yi could have remained safely in the sanctuary, but chose to accompany her through perilous journeys, facing life and death together. Before she could finish her thought, he interrupted her with a resolute and powerful declaration. I'm not tired. I am willing to run alongside you. His tone resonated with determination and fervor, truly sincere. His words fell like stones into a tranquil pond, creating ripples that stirred something deep within Go-On's heart. Go-On, no fool, was acutely aware of her own feelings. If she had previously spoken without conviction, now she was undeniably affected by the presence of this handsome man. There's someone ahead, a mechanical voice announced as the vehicle came to a halt. The pair quickly rose, alert, and switched on the lights. The moment illumination flooded the interior, a frantic knocking echoed from outside. "Help! There's a monster that wants to eat me. Save me." A girl, disheveled and panicked, was desperately pounding on the door and windows. True to her words, a few bears were slowly advancing towards her from a distance. "System, can this person be saved? Allow me to conduct a rapid assessment." A kind-hearted individual, compassionate towards animals and benevolent towards others. Before the system could finish, Go-On swiftly opened the door, seized the girl, and hurled her into the vehicle, promptly shutting the door behind her with seamless efficiency. "Damn, you're reckless. You didn't explain. It's your impatience. Forget it. We've already saved her." With the vehicle now in auto-drive mode, it sped away. "Are you all right?" Go-On asked, hastily helping the girl who had fallen. "I'm fine. Chun-E, brother." Chapter 56. Jealousy, do you know each other? Go-On inquired. Turning to Chun-E, he glanced at the girl, his eyes growing slightly colder, his demeanor exuding impatience. Before he could respond, the girl eagerly stepped closer to him and said softly, "Our parents are good friends. We were even set up on a blind date once." At this, she shyly lowered her head. "I didn't go." Chun-E retorted coldly. "Oh." She cautiously observed the girl, noting that she appeared younger, at least a few years junior to Chun-E, who was known to prefer youthful companions. "You two chat," Go-On said, her brow furrowing slightly, regretting her decision to rescue the girl. Noticing the way the girl was gazing at Chun-E, an unsettling feeling began to creep into her heart. Go-On awkwardly turned away, leaning against the window and gazing intently outside. Yet, her mind was plagued by images of the girl's infatuated eyes upon Chun-E, causing her to pout in discontent. CHNY's gaze was steadfastly fixed on GWN, observing her pouting lips, a clear indication of jealousy, which elicited a subtle smile from him. The girl's eyes sparkled as if they were affixed to CHNY himself, upon witnessing his smile. She assumed it was a delightful response to her presence. Elated, she wrapped her arms around his, exclaiming, "I knew you would be happy to see me, brother CHNY." In that instant, GWN experienced a sudden epiphany. Why should she feel jealous? How dare anyone vie for a man? CHNY forcefully shrugged off the arms encircling his arm, disdainfully brushing his sleeve as if something unpleasant had clung to it. "What is your sister's name?" GWN inquired, her curiosity piqued as she settled on the sofa. "I am Linjia, and I have known brother CHNY since childhood," she proclaimed, her demeanor radiating pride as she raised her brows at GWN, almost as if to challenge her. GWN, unaccustomed to indulging such antics, retorted sharply, "Oh, childhood sweethearts, are we? Well then, get out of my car." "What did you say?" GWN reiterated emphatically. "I do not like you, leave." "Brother CHNY, leave." The girl's expression shifted drastically, her face alternating between crimson and violet, resembling a chameleon in distress. "If you wish to remain here, then be silent. I do not keep hens that do not lay eggs." "You, what do you want?" The girl frowned slightly, a hint of grievance creeping into her expression. Having grown up under the tender care of everyone around her, she had never been treated in such a manner before, and the recent chase only compounded her distress. Her face paled, and suddenly she burst into tears, collapsing onto the floor. A smirk crept across GWN's face, silently thinking, "If I cannot handle a mere child, then who am I?" Ignoring her, she strolled toward the back of the car, and, standing beside CHNY, couldn't resist a quip. "You're already charming someone so young?" CHNY reached out, intending to grasp GWN's arm to explain, but she hurried away, leaving his hand suspended in midair. He gazed at his empty palm, filled with a sense of triumph, relishing her jealousy. GWN, staring out the window, found herself reminiscing about the verdant scenery they had passed. Before long, Lin Jie's sobs diminished, eventually fading into silence. GWN leaned in for a closer look, only to be exasperated. Lin Jie had cried herself to sleep, tears still lingering at the corners of her eyes, unfallen. She had just been envious of this little girl, who was nothing more than a half-grown child, crying when she couldn't have her way, then falling asleep when exhausted. Such a carefree existence. What a disgrace. GWN chastised herself in her thoughts. Lin Jie lay on the cold floor. The temperature inside the car was high, yet sleeping on the chilly surface was certainly detrimental to her health. GWN patted Lin Jie's thigh. Hey, wake up. When she received no response, she shook her vigorously. To her astonishment, Lin Jie began to snore. GWN found herself in a mix of amusement and frustration. The more she moved, the more soundly Lin Jie slept. It seemed futile to expect her to wake up now. Why not simply carry her over to the sofa? Go-on assessed the petite frame and felt confident she could manage it. 1, 2, 3, let us go. She maneuvered the lazy sofa next to Lin Jie and hoisted her legs, tossing her up effortlessly. Perfect. Then, she cradled Lin Jie's head and proceeded to carry her along. Chun-Yi stood by, showing no inclination to lend a hand, firmly believing in the distinction between the genders. After finishing with Lin Jie, Go-on was drenched in sweat, surprised that someone who looked so fragile was quite substantial to lift. Gasping for breath, she plopped down on a chair, downing nearly half a bottle of water before feeling a bit cooler. Chun-Yi, this girl can't be under 20. How could she be trying to set up a date with you? Could it be that her family is on the brink of bankruptcy? And marrying you would save the business? He shrugged at Go-on. You've been reading too many novels. We merely exchanged glances at a banquet. And then she insisted on a date with me, which I naturally ignored. Go-on scoffed dismissively. Who would believe such theatrics? Chang Yisimidet, faintly. There are countless rivers and streams, yet I only drink from one bowl. Go-on, with her delayed reaction, failed to grasp the meaning behind his words and merely rolled her eyes. Humph. Then, she reconsidered and misinterpreted his intent. Since he was so sought after, why had he never mentioned that woman? He hadn't even watched the little film she prepared for him. Could it be that he was inclined towards the same sex? Gently tracing her fingers along Chun-Yi's arm, she cautiously inquired, You're not gay, are you? Chun-Yi was taken aback. He had poured out his heart, only to be met with such a blunt query. Was there anything wrong with his words? They were so straightforward and unambiguous. He could only smile helplessly. However, his smile sent Go-on into a fluster. Heavens, she had developed feelings for someone who might be gay, competing with men for a man's affection. Her eyes widened in disbelief and astonishment, hands covering her gaping mouth as she stammered out a few words. You really are gay? Then why don't you try? Without warning, Chun-Yi lunged forward, enveloping Go-on in his embrace. He pressed his lips against hers, though only lightly, without any further action. Finally, he asked, Have you figured out whether I'm gay? In that fleeting moment, as he kissed her, Go-on's mind went blank, and she nodded in a dazed manner, soon realizing that he was not gay after all. Chapter 57. Back to the safe house, hurry, wake up. Around 4 in the morning, having arrived at her sister's place, Go-on hesitated to rouse the sleeping Lin Jie, fearing it would be dangerous to leave her alone in the car. What's going on? Lin Jie mumbled, rubbing her sleepy eyes. What? A bear is here. Go-on feigned a scare. What? A bear is here. Where? Where? Alarmed by the mention of a bear, Lin Jie jumped up. Her earlier drowsiness completely vanished as she scanned her surroundings in vigilance. I was just kidding. Come with us, Go-on said, tossing Lin Jie a set of winter gear. When she saw Lin Jie frozen in place, staring blankly at the clothing, she added, If you don't go, you can stay here and take your chances. We want to be responsible for what happens to you. Go-on tossed her words aside and alighted the vehicle with Chun-Yi. As Lin Jie observed their departure, she found herself alone in the empty car. Reflecting on the events involving the bear from the previous day, she blinked nervously and hastily donned her cold weather attire. Wait for me, I'm coming too. I am scared, she called out. Sister, Go-on shouted back as they walked, and after a few moments, dim lights flickered in the distance. It was her sister, who had turned the lights on knowing they were arriving. Why did you choose to come at midnight? The children are all asleep, and Ning exclaimed as she spotted Go-on, immediately rushing over to affectionately wrap her arms around her. Due to the darkness of the cave, she had not noticed Lin Jie trailing behind until they reached the room. Only then did Ning realize another girl was accompanying them. Upon seeing Lin Jie, Ning's expression shifted to one of surprise, followed by a glare of indignation directed at Chun-Yi. Why did she come along? and Ning's tone was as frigid as winter's breath. Go on. Sensing Ning's tone hinted at knowledge of Lin Jie's past, sought to alleviate Chun Yi's discomfort by saying, Sister, we rescued her along the way. It's not Chun Yi who brought her. Oh. Upon seeing Lin Jie, and Ning felt a surge of anger rise within her. Although she was merely a child, her parents had indulged her to the point of arrogance. Having previously encountered Chun Yi at a gathering, she had insisted on a match. And when her parents could not bring her to the Chen family, she had audaciously insulted Lin Jie, calling her a homewrecker and even an old woman. The term old was particularly galling, and Ning had retaliated by striking her, effectively silencing her raucous behavior at the Chun residence thereafter. Now, upon seeing Ning, Lin Jie couldn't help but shudder and instinctively retreat behind Go On. Wan, what brings you here this time? Ning's demeanor transformed as she turned to Go On, her expression brightening with warmth and affection. Go On recounted the events that had led to their visit, ultimately revealing their purpose. Wonderful. I shall awaken Shao Ji at once. I can hardly wait to see grandfather. With that, Ning made her way towards the bedroom, casting a scornful glance back at Lin Jie, who had dared to call her old. A woman is not considered so until she reaches 30. Go On and Chun Yi approached as Ning emerged with a child in her arms. The infant, swaddled tenderly, was plump with a cherubic face, a stark contrast to the frail appearance of the child when first brought in. It was evident that the two sisters had been diligently caring for the little one. Whose child is this? Lin Jie inquired from the side, observing the tenderness with which Chun Yi and Go Wan regarded the baby, her lips curling into a scowl. What does it matter whose child it is? Whoever holds them claims them as their own, Chun Yi retorted with a fierce glare. Impossible. My brother Chun Yi has not even married. Where would this child come from? Lin Jie challenged. Is it wrong to have a child out of wedlock? Do you wish to throw yourself into a den of wolves? Speak again, and I shall toss you out myself. And Ning emerged, her face darkened with fury, her gaze fixed on Lin Jie, as if she yearned to strike her once more. The mere sight of her invoked the phrase old woman in Ning's mind, inciting a fury she could hardly contain. Lin Jie was terrified of Ning. The last time she was struck by Ning, her face swelled for an entire month before it finally subsided. She dared not utter a word and sought refuge in a secluded corner, her head drooping, resembling a pitiful victim. Go On cast a glance at her, but chose to ignore her presence. After a brief tidying up, the group made their way to the car as dawn began to break. She feared that if Lin Jie were to throw a tantrum in the safe house, it might frighten her grandfather. Upon arriving at the estate, Lin Jie clung tightly to the door handle, unwilling to disembark. Fortunately, Ning resorted to both threats and force to unceremoniously toss her out. Despite her seemingly brash demeanor, Lin Jie had a rather unique passion. Ning Muset. While others from affluent families pursued business management, she opted for agricultural studies, spending her days toiling with seeds in the fields. Go Wan had not anticipated that she would stumble upon an expert in farming. Just yesterday, she had worried about the inability to cultivate food. But it seemed this issue had now been resolved. Heaven had bestowed upon her a university student. How could she not take advantage of that? As long as Lin Jie refrained from exhibiting her temperamental tendencies, all would be well. It appeared necessary to address Lin Jie's unruly behavior at the estate before their journey to the South Sea. During the drive, Go Wan opened a vaccine chart. The virus vaccine required blood extracted from merfolk, whales, and lastly, mutated animals and humans. The South Sea, being relatively close, was home to whales, and once everything was prepared, they would set off. Securing the vaccine would allow them to inject it before her grandfather had the chance to mutate. Afterward, they would locate the Ice Master and eliminate her to complete their mission. As Go Wan gazed at the bustling safe house before her, she could hardly fathom how desolate it had been merely a month ago. The silence had been palpable, with no one speaking throughout the day, save for the hum of the television. Suddenly, her vision darkened for a moment before returning to normal. Since yesterday, she had been experiencing intermittent headaches and upon touching her forehead, found it to be burning. Perhaps she had caught a chill. The discomfort intensified. Yet unwilling to disturb the lively atmosphere, she stealthily made her way to the second floor, found an unoccupied bed, and swiftly covered herself with the blanket, falling into a deep slumber. Chapter 58. Fever. While Go-Won was sound asleep, she was startled awake by the sound of a key in the lock. Squinting her eyes, she could barely make out a familiar figure entering the room. Uncertain of how long she had been asleep, she only felt increasingly fatigued, her body aching, and found it nearly impossible to open her eyes despite her best efforts. Her throat was parched, and, as the pain intensified, she felt as if she were about to faint, her mind muddled with incoherent murmurs. "Water. I need water." Chun-Yi had noticed her on his way upstairs, assuming she might need assistance. He recalled her unusual behavior from the previous night, when she had not emerged for a long time. After knocking several times without receiving a response, he finally pushed the door open. Upon entering, he found Go-Won lying in bed, her face flushed with fever, continuously muttering her need for water. He gently placed his hand on her forehead, instantly feeling the heat radiating from her. So hot. Chun-Yi felt a surge of frustration. She had clearly been unable to withstand the cold, yet insisted on wearing the protective clothing, stubbornly trying to prove her resilience. The flames had ravaged the place. Yet one person remained hidden away, an act bordering on folly. He propped up Go-Won's upper body, allowing her to lean against him, and at some point, a cup of water appeared in his right hand. He carefully fed her the water, and once she had finished, Go-Won felt a notable sense of relief coursing through her body. Chun-Yi gently brushed aside the stray strands of hair from her forehead, his brow furrowing deeper with concern, a flicker of tenderness rising within him. He pressed his lips together, choosing silence. Soon after, Chun-Yi descended the stairs to fetch some antipyretics, which he administered to Go-Won. After taking the medicine, she began to sweat slightly and then fell into a deep slumber. Miraculously, Go-Won's recovery was swift. By the following morning, she felt significantly better. As she opened her eyes and surveyed her surroundings, she spotted Chun-Yi seated at her bedside, resting against a chair with his eyes closed. So it was him she had seen yesterday. No wonder he seemed so familiar. Go-Won closed her eyes again, taking a moment of stillness. When she reopened them, she unexpectedly met Chun-Yi's gaze as he stirred from sleep. "Awake?" he inquired. "Yes." Go-Won blinked and stretched her limbs, the lingering soreness having completely dissipated. With agility, she tossed aside the covers, got out of bed, and approached the window, flinging open the floor-to-ceiling glass door. Sunlight streamed in, enveloping her in warmth. She inhaled deeply, stretched luxuriously, and smiled. Being well again feels delightful. Chun-Yi rose, stretching his muscles, and with a slightly hoarse voice remarked, "How could someone in such robust health fall ill?" His words stirred an inexplicable irritation within him, and his lips twitched slightly. "It appears I have overstepped," he retorted bitterly. "Indeed, unappreciative of kindness." Chun-Yi's tone turned grave, his voice chilling, as he left the room with a biting remark. The sound of the door slamming behind him only fueled Go-Won's ire. Having just recovered from illness, she found his sarcasm intolerable. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and with a swift kick against the wall, she let out a muffled roar of frustration. "Who needs your care? Outside?" Chun-Yi paused on the steps, deep in thought. What had transpired for such a disagreement to erupt over a mere exchange? Reflecting on his words, he realized they had stemmed from concern for her well-being. Just then, Go-Won's furious outcry echoed from within the room, igniting his temper further. He kicked the wall in retaliation and shouted back upstairs, "Yes, who needs to be catered to? Get lost." Once again, her voice reverberated with anger. Downstairs, the others were enjoying breakfast when they heard the commotion, prompting them to ascend and surround Chun-Yi. "What is happening here? What transpired last night to ignite such fury?" "Xiao Chun, have you two quarreled?" As they exchanged words, Chun-Yi felt increasingly vexed, hastily offering a vague excuse to deflect their inquiries, leaving them all bewildered. Suddenly, Ning wore a mischievous grin, suggesting, could it be that Xiao Chun is lacking in satisfaction? A discontented bed can easily lead to disputes. Her remark sparked a realization among the group. Disregarding the propriety expected of elders, Chun-Shi declared, "I shall prepare some nourishing broth for Xiao Chun immediately." "What should we do now?" a young one queried. After contemplating the matter, They concluded there was little they could contribute. Let us continue our meal. Let the quarrel stay in bed while we feast. Big baby, if you take my soy milk again, I shall annihilate you. Those eggs are for Brother Anshin, so do not snatch them. The two remained indoors the entire day, leaving others with unspent energy. How could bystanders comment on such a situation? Anning kicked Lin Jia. Go. Ask Awan if she's having dinner. Then she nudged Big Baby. Go inquire if Xiao Chan will eat. All right, I'll go now. Lin Jia clapped her hands on her thighs, rising from the bench and heading upstairs. Big Baby stood frozen, his face darkened. He dared not move. She was a deity, capable of obliterating him with a mere finger. Moreover, it was due to this hidden ailment that they quarreled. If the city gates were set ablaze, why should he suffer the consequences? Wasn't he that courting disaster? After much contemplation, he resorted to being obstinate, plopping down on the sofa. I won't go. She has too cold, and I'm afraid. At that moment, little baby, fearing the fallout would also affect her, quickly waved her hands, exclaiming, I want to go either. I'm scared. Lin Jia, upstairs, coaxed Gawan until she finally called her down for dinner. As she descended the stairs, she did not forget to take a jab at Chun Yi. No matter who you're angry with, you must eat. That little rascal, I'll deal with him later. When Gawan arrived at the dining table, she found Chun Yi, invited by their grandfather, sitting expressionless. He merely glanced at Gawan before shifting his gaze to the table. The two faced each other in silence as the last dish was served, neither uttering a word. The others exchanged glances, hesitant to break the heavy atmosphere that enveloped the table. Chun Shi's voice finally pierced through the awkwardness. Gawan had been too angry to notice the dishes earlier. Glancing down, she realized that the table was laden with tonics. Bird's nest, goji berries, soft-shelled turtle soup, roasted kidney, spicy kidney, chives with scrambled eggs, oysters, ginseng chicken soup. These were all highly nourishing dishes. It was said that not only men would suffer a nosebleed after such a feast, women too would find it overwhelming. This was an extravagant spread. Gawan raised an eyebrow, looking at the men at the table, puzzled. Did any of you injure your waist? Why prepare such rich dishes? Aren't you afraid of sleepless nights? Everyone waved their hands dismissively. No, we just thought we've been working too hard lately and should indulge in some nourishment. Oh, Gawan exclaimed, as Anning's reasoning seemed somewhat valid. Chapter 59. Avalanche Shout, Chun, Eat More. Yes, this soup is delightful. You must try the turtle. It's delicious. The kidney is also well prepared. Their voices flowed in a harmonious exchange, their chopsticks never faltering in their task. Chun Yi, dodging Anning's attempts to serve him, forgot that their grandfather was diligently piling food into his bowl. Amidst the shoving, Chun Yi's bowl, larger than a palm, had become a mountain of food. He stared at the overflowing contents, his throat bobbing. He felt full just by looking at it. Shout, Chun, eat. Your health is poor. This will help. Chun Shi urged. Gawan set down her chopsticks, smiling gently, her left hand cradling her cheek while her right fingers tapped lightly on the table. A glimmer of mischief flickered in her eyes as she remarked softly, listening to Grandpa, if your health is lacking, you must nourish yourself. A deficiency is harder to remedy than a fever. The implication behind Gawan's words was clear. Those who feign weakness are well aware of their own condition. How dare she claim to be unwell? I have had my fill. You may take your time to recover. Gawan swiftly rose and carried the still sleeping Xiao Hong upstairs, completely disregarding the furious Chun Yi behind her. I do not require any recovery. As a man, one must assert oneself in such matters, especially since his health was perfectly fine. I suggest that this is indeed a matter of such nature. Wan believed it unacceptable, while Chun Yi thought otherwise. Thus, a quarrel ensued, and Ning said quietly, it is also my fault for not considering Xiao Chen's feelings. Grandfather had not anticipated this either. I shall secretly send some soup tomorrow night. Yes, that sounds good. Indeed, that is a good idea. Everyone unanimously agreed with Chun Shi's plan. Yet, they overlooked the fact that throughout this entire exchange, no one inquired about the cause of their quarrel. They merely indulged in their own conjectures. In the dead of night, Gawan, cradling Xiao Hong, descended the stairs with utmost caution. To her, researching vaccines was of paramount importance. Men merely served to slow her pace. She stealthily approached the garage and opened the car door. Activate silent mode. Silent driving initiated. The RV glided out of the safe house without a sound. It was not until the following afternoon that everyone realized Go-won was missing, along with the RV. They hurriedly knocked on Chun-Yi's door, calling out Xiao-chun. Xiao-chun. Shortly after, footsteps echoed from within, and the door swung open. Upon seeing Chun-Yi at home, panic gripped the hearts of the group. It seemed that Go-won had departed alone the previous night, and they could not help but worry. After all, she was but a girl, alone in a frigid world rife with mutated beings and peril at every turn. What happened? Seeing the anxious expressions on their faces, and recalling the footsteps he had heard last night, Chun-Yi's heart began to form a vague understanding. Go-won has left? Xiao-chun, what on earth transpired? How could she survive out there alone in this icy wilderness? And Ning was on the verge of tears, her voice trembling with emotion. I will go find her. Without further explanation, Chun-Yi burst out the door. By now, Go-won had already traveled over 100 miles in the RV. If all went smoothly, this journey could take a considerable amount of time, approximately a month. Go-won leaned against the car window, praying that this journey would be as uneventful as the last. Suddenly, a range of mountains appeared before her, seeming deceptively close, though traversing them would still require ample time. Fixating on the mountains, her brows furrowed, and a serious expression emerged on her face as she stared intently at the peaks. The surrounding mountains were blanketed in snow, with drifts accumulating to unknown depths on the slopes. Traveling through these mountains, even the slightest disturbance could trigger an avalanche, though the RV operated in silence. The slick roads of a snowy day could cause the traction chains to slip and create noise. Go-won took her place at the driver's seat and reduced the vehicle's speed, prioritizing safety as she navigated through the mountain range. Stability was of utmost importance. Once it occurred, in such an extensive mountainous region, her only route lay toward demise. Escape was utterly beyond possibility. It was already past 11 at night when she entered the forest, and Go-won found herself so fatigued that her eyelids felt heavy. However, the mere thought of an avalanche was sufficient to stave off her drowsiness. Should she succumb to slumber and an avalanche ensue, she might truly find herself unable to awaken. Extracting a cup of concentrated coffee from her supplies, she poured it into a glass brimming with ice cubes. The chilling temperature of the ice combined with the bitter essence of the coffee jolted Go-won's lethargic mind into a state of alertness. Revitalized, she reclined on the sofa, cradling Xiao Hong, while a silent palace drama played above her. Go-won's senses were remarkably acute. She could discern any movement from 100 meters away with clarity. As dawn broke, the eastern horizon lightened, and she realized that only a few dozen kilometers remained until she would traverse beyond the forest. Finally, a sigh of relief escaped her lips as she contemplated the uneventful night as a fortunate escape. In her heart, she fervently prayed that the path ahead would not lead her back into the mountains. It was far too terrifying. Wrapping herself snugly in her blanket, she prepared for a much-needed sleep, her mind weary from the night's ordeal. Xiao Hong, it's time to sleep. Just as her eyes began to flutter shut, a sudden alertness surged through Go-won, causing her to sit upright, motionless, as she strained to hear the distant rumbling approaching her. An avalanche. She confirmed that 100 meters behind her, an avalanche had indeed begun. The snow cascaded down from the mountain peak, akin to a colossal predator lunging forth. The sky was filled with flurries of white, as chunks of compacted snow plummeted to the ground, burying all life in their path. Quick-witted and agile, Go-won leaped into the driver's seat, deftly adjusting the vehicle's speed to its maximum. At 400 kilometers per hour, it surpassed even the swiftest trains of the time, allowing her to cover several dozen kilometers in approximately 10 minutes. The vehicle surged forward at an extraordinary pace, but the avalanche pursued with even greater velocity. Go-won pressed her forehead against the rear window, witnessing the relentless tide of snow barreling toward her. All conceivable options had been exhausted, and Go-won realized she was trapped in her fate. She gazed out the window, her resolve suddenly strengthening. As long as she lived, there remained a chance. Clutching Xiao Hong tightly, she flung open the car door and leaped from the vehicle just before the avalanche engulfed it. Though the car provided some protection, the sheer force of the impact was insufficient to claim her life. Yet, her physical strength and the air within the vehicle could not sustain her long enough to open the door. The glass of the RV was fortified with anti-theft materials, impervious even to the world's hardest diamonds. The snow surged toward Gowon, enveloping her in mere seconds, completely obscuring the spot where she had just stood. Chapter 60. Buried. Gowon found herself entirely ensconced in the snow, her eyes fluttering open to a pitch-black void. Her legs were immobilized, yet she could exert some force with her hands. Buried beneath the snow? Had she not been clad in thermal attire? She surmised she might have succumbed to the cold long ago. With painstaking effort, she began to dig at the snow atop her head. But the accumulation was so thick and the temperature so low that the snow had solidified into ice, making it a formidable task to dislodge. From dawn until dusk, her fingers, battered and bruised by the unforgiving snow, had suffered grievous wounds. Her nails had been torn from their beds, and crimson droplets streamed from her fingertips. The excruciating pain, akin to a piercing torment that connected her heart to her fingers, made her wish for instant oblivion. The following morning, a bloodied palm emerged from the earth, followed by the slow emergence of another hand. Gowon, panting heavily, gradually maneuvered her body from the snowdrift. She collapsed onto the ground, greedily inhaling the thin air. The atmosphere was so scarce that surviving without suffocating felt like a stroke of fortune. By heavens! Gowon seethed. Her luck seemed woefully poor. Just as she was on the verge of escaping the mountainous terrain, a snow avalanche had caught up with her. She glanced around, only to find an expanse of white, devoid of any vehicle. Her own was buried beneath the snow. Tears threatened to spill, for the journey to the South Sea lay several arduous days ahead, and traversing it on foot would take months. Good grief! Suddenly, a thought struck her, and her eyes widened in realization. Xiaohong. During the avalanche, the force had flung Xiaohong aside, and now it dawned on her that she was likely buried as well. Where are you? From behind a snow mound, Xiaohong slowly emerged. You're alive. Why didn't you dig me out? Gowon exclaimed, relief flooding her as she noticed Xiaohong was unscathed. Her heart, which had been suspended in anxious anticipation, finally settled. Xiaohong, momentarily stunned by Gowon's inquiry, seemed taken aback. Was it the customary response to embrace and weep together? I'm asking you a question, Gowon reiterated, noting Xiaohong's stupor. After a moment of contemplation, she conceded that the area was indeed vast. Here, Xiaohong then spat out something onto the snow, a round, glistening ice orb that blended seamlessly with the snow, nearly invisible to the eye. What is this? You expect me to consume this? Gowon retorted, disgusted as she kicked the ice ball aside. Xiaohong, incensed by her reaction, flapped her arms and shouted in indignation. This is ice crystal. It has miraculous healing properties. Consume it, and your wounds will mend. What? Gowon could hardly believe Xiaohong's words, suspecting a mistake. Eat it. It will cure your injuries. Xiaohong insisted earnestly. Get lost. I'd rather endure the pain than eat your disgusting ice crystal. Gowon shot her a disdainful look. Suit yourself. With that, Xiaohong popped the ice crystal back in her mouth. Gowon, witnessing the act, nearly retched. The sight was repulsive, and this phoenix was utterly revolting. Turning her back to Xiaohong, she sought to ease the nausea building in her stomach. Then, she retrieved some alcohol from her spatial pouch, pouring it into a basin without hesitation. Gritting her teeth, she plunged her hands into the frigid liquid. The pain was excruciating, akin to knives slicing through her flesh. Gowon's features contorted in agony, and beads of cold sweat quickly adorned her forehead, trickling down her cheeks. As her wounds met the disinfecting alcohol, a delicate froth began to surface. The hissing sound that accompanied it tightened her chest, evoking a visceral empathy for her suffering. Gowon bit down on the bandage with her teeth. A task that should have been simple took her over an hour to apply the medication and wrap it up by herself. She waved her hands, gazing at her tightly bound fingers, resembling a zongzi, and nodded in satisfaction. Xiaohong glanced at her hands and scoffed. You have ice crystals, but still choose to suffer. Get lost. Go-Wan had finally managed to push aside the memory of the earlier gruesome scene, only for it to resurface once again. I wouldn't consume whatever you spit out. Xiao Hong momentarily lost her train of thought, then quickly retorted, "Who said you should eat what I spit out? How disgusting. I merely wanted to show you. There's a large chunk over there. Why didn't you say so sooner? You didn't give me a chance to speak." With a sway of her hips, Xiao Hong headed north, and Go-Wan followed closely behind. Suddenly, an ice block, approximately a meter in diameter, came into view, distinct from the others as it emanated a purple glow. Go-Wan couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my goodness, such a large piece. How long will it take to consume?" She immediately extracted a carving knife from her spatial storage. With a series of sharp strikes, she chipped off a small piece of the ice crystal and placed it into her mouth. The ice melted rapidly, and in that moment of melting, her injured fingers began to warm, akin to the sensation of being burned by chili peppers. As the ice completely dissolved in her mouth, the burning sensation in her hands faded away. Go-Wan tore off the bandage with her teeth, and the once alarming wounds on her hands had vanished entirely. Tentatively, she wiggled her fingers. There was no pain. "Wow, this really works. What is this?" Xiao Hong, assuming a dramatic stance, replied, "This is ancient ice, infused with the essence of the sun and moon, containing divine properties that can detoxify and heal wounds." At this thought, Go-Wan couldn't help but chuckle mischievously. "There's no one around. I'm taking this entire block of ice with me." Before Xiao Hong could react, Go-Wan swiftly stored the ice block in her spatial storage. When Xiao Hong turned around, the ice crystal had already disappeared. "Where's the ice?" Go-Wan shook her head, feigning innocence. "You said it was a divine object. It simply vanished." Xiao Hong, skeptical, looked at Go-Wan with suspicion. Feeling guilty under her gaze, Go-Wan responded defensively, "What are you staring at? Do you think I could hide such a large ice block on my person?" Xiao Hong circled around Go-Wan, and indeed, there was no visible container on her for the ice crystal. She scratched her head with her wings and murmured softly, "How strange. It just disappeared." Chapter 61. The siege Go-Wan led the way while Xiao Hong hurried behind her, the two of them making their way toward the South Sea. The daylight was bright enough to avoid the ice people and various beasts, but as night fell, visibility diminished, making it impossible to discern directions. Traveling in the darkness was undoubtedly perilous. One wrong turn could lead to a horde of ice beings awaiting them. Go-Wan lifted her gaze to survey her surroundings. Realizing that in her distraction, she had unknowingly wandered into an unfamiliar city. Towering skyscrapers surrounded her. Yet there was something peculiar about this place. The buildings were not encased in ice. Despite the low temperatures, relentless blizzards and snowdrifts several meters thick beneath her feet, this area remained unscathed by the ice. Is it true that the Ice Lord has yet to claim this territory, and that the Ice People will not appear? The absence of the Ice People is indeed a piece of fortuitous news. Go-Wan lifted her gaze towards Jingqing University, murmuring to herself, "How did I end up here?" Jingqing University stands as the foremost institution on Blue Star, having birthed countless researchers and eminent scientists. As Go-Wan entered the campus, she thought it prudent to spend the night here since it was on her way. Not long after Go-Wan stepped onto the campus, she observed a chaotic array of vehicles strewn across the road. Some collapsed under the weight of snow, while others held frozen corpses visible through the windows. The once vibrant campus now lay shrouded in desolation. Suddenly, she noticed pools of dried blood scattered along the road, with severed limbs strewn about, and some bodies still hanging from car windows, catching her attention. Goodness! Various corpses lay by the roadside, some headless, others missing their lower halves. Judging by their clothing and faces, Go-Wan surmised they were students from this institution. Could it be that the inhabitants here had mutated after consuming the snowmelt? She cast a terrified glance at Xiao Hong. If her suspicions were true, then she was unwittingly delivering sustenance to the mutated beings. Just as Go-Wan prepared to flee with Xiao Hong in her arms, a sudden sound of slicing air reached her from behind. Startled, she turned to see a small girl with 2 pigtails and elongated fangs, a hallmark of the mutated. The girl hurled a nearby vehicle at Go-Wan. Swiftly, Go-Wan sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the attack. The car crashed into the snow, producing a dull thud, and snowflakes erupted into the air, splattering across Go-won's face. The force was so intense that the snowflakes became sharp as knives, leaving her visage marred with scars. The little girl, frustrated that her projectile had missed, let out a piercing howl that reverberated around her, summoning various angry cries from every direction. Xiao Hong recognized her call immediately, exclaiming that the phoenix species primarily thrives in groups and possesses a unique method of communication to rally friends in times of peril. From the girl's actions, Xiao Hong deduced they were now engaged in coordinated combat. Go-won, clutching Xiao Hong, took off running. While she could handle one or two of them, a swarm would pose a significant challenge. Her fists could not contend against many. As a girl's cry echoed, numerous mutated beings surged from all directions to besiege Go-won. She drew her pistol, firing rapidly to eliminate the dozen or so mutants blocking her path, but could not stave off the encirclement. Go-won dashed towards a nearby building, sprinting up to the rooftop of the 7th floor. The rooftop was easier to defend, and one wave after another of mutants charged up, only to be felled by Go-won's gunfire. Yet, there were simply too many to count, and during the brief moments she spent reloading, several mutants nearly reached the rooftop. The staircase was stained red with a vivid green blood, and Go-won was driven to a frenzy. She had no idea how many mutants were pouring in at the staircase entrance. Down below, they were completely surrounded. Layer upon layer of mutants surrounded her, and judging by their youthful faces, they were all in their 20s. Could they all be students from this school? This institution could accommodate a staggering 100,000 individuals. If they had all transformed into mutants, it would take 30,000 seconds to eliminate them at a rate of 3 per second. That meant she would need to maintain her position and continue shooting for nearly 25 hours. It was impossible, absolutely unfeasible. She had to escape. Moving cautiously backward toward the rooftop, Go-won's gaze remained fixed on the staircase entrance, fearful that a moment's distraction would invite a horde upon her. Regret washed over her for having ascended to the top floor. While it was ostensibly safe, it presented a lethal dilemma. There was no way down. Unwilling to succumb to despair, she began to advance, stepping forward with each group of mutants she dispatched, gradually descending the stairs. Mutants surged incessantly, offering no respite, as she eliminated those in front. More pressed in from behind, stepping over the corpses of their fallen comrades. The narrow hallway provided scarcely any room for evasion, and she faced further disruption as one or two mutants occasionally emerged from nearby classrooms. Go-won had no choice but to forge ahead, her hands trembling, her body smeared with the green blood of the mutants, her clothing torn and ragged. This was the most disheveled she had felt since the onset of the apocalypse. Finally reaching the ground floor, she stood at the entrance, staring at the relentless tide of mutants in the distance, her frustration mounting. She had hoped that this area would be devoid of ice men, making her escape easier, but instead, she was confronted with a multitude of mutants, swarming like ants. In a flash of inspiration, Go-won hurled several grenades into the throng, igniting chaos as flames erupted and limbs flew in every direction. Seizing the opportunity, she prepared to dash through the school's entrance. Navigating cautiously, she still encountered a few mutants, swiftly dispatching them before they could raise an alarm. In the darkness, visibility was poor, and they too struggled to see. As time passed, what should have been a half-hour journey stretched into an entire night, as the sheer number of mutants made progress arduous. Every intersection was guarded by dozens of them. Go-won was forced to take a longer route. Her eyes locked onto the school gate, where hundreds of mutants obstructed her path. To avoid detection, she buried herself in the snow, fixated on the entrance, waiting for any sign of weakness to exploit. "Don't move, follow me." Suddenly, a pair of large hands covered her mouth and nose. Instinctively, Go-won threw a punch with her right hand, but he deftly evaded her strike. "I'm a human, follow me. The mutant king is coming." A man's voice whispered in her ear. Rising to her feet, Go-won beheld a man clad in black, his mask almost blending him into the darkness of night. Go-won nodded slightly, and only then did the man withdraw his hand, promptly tossing a black outfit to her. "This is the stealth suit we developed to evade the mutants. Hurry, put on. Follow me." Without uttering another word, Go-won donned the stealth suit, concealing little Hong in her embrace. Although she could not see him, she inferred from his speech that he must be a survivor from this institution, as he mentioned that the stealth suit was their creation. Given that escape was not an option, it seemed prudent to accompany him. The worst had already transpired. Could there be anything worse? Chapter 62. The survivor Go-won trail behind a man. Traversing the campus for quite some time until they arrived at a statue. The man adeptly caressed the statue's rear, seemingly searching for something. Suddenly, the statue split in two, revealing a narrow path. He gestured for Go-won to follow. As they stepped into the passage, the statue closed behind them, and in that instant, lights illuminated the path. The man removed his mask and stealth suit, revealing a handsome face before Go-won. He offered her a slight smile, exuding politeness. "I'm a professor at this school, and Yijio is also a survivor. There are still students and teachers, a total of 15. Go-won observed Yijio, appearing to be merely in his mid-20s, and pondered how he could already be a professor. In her mind, professors were typically of an older generation. "Hello." Yijio's voice drew Go-won from a reverie. "Hello. I am Go-won, a survivor like you. But how did you find me here?" Yijio did not elaborate, but walked toward a wall and pressed a button, causing the wall to display a comprehensive view of the entire campus, with every mutant clearly visible. "Where are you getting electricity?" The official power had been cut off months ago, unless they were all reincarnators hoarding supplies. All of this is powered by solar energy. Though the official power is out, the sun still shines, and we rely on these resources to survive. Yijio's words made Go-won's cheeks flush with embarrassment. How humiliating. Knowledge truly is power. Let's go. After a brief walk of 2 or 3 minutes, a group of individuals appeared before Go-won, all clad in white lab coats. Behind them was a room separated by glass doors, with tables covered in various chemical substances. "Professor Yi, is this the survivor from earlier?" "Yes." A teenage girl eagerly grasped Go-won's hand, her eyes brimming with admiration. "Sister, you are truly remarkable. You single-handedly defeated so many mutants." "Indeed. I couldn't believe it when I saw it. A girl so powerful." The crowd echoed their agreement, causing Go-won to feel a bit bashful. No, it was merely the instinct to survive. As Yijio recounted the events leading up to this point, Go-won began to grasp the situation. It turned out that a sudden snowstorm had trapped the students within the school, followed by a shortage of water and electricity. Some students had resorted to melting snow for water, and gradually they began to mutate, turning on their classmates. Those bitten soon transformed, and within mere days, the school had succumbed to the reign of the mutants. Those who evaded the calamity followed Yijio to this refuge. This place serves as the former director's research base, where we commenced our investigation into the origins of the virus, with the intent of rescuing those who have mutated. Just as Go-won was about to speak, she was interrupted by a woman's voice proclaiming, "Dinner is ready." Upon hearing this, the crowd gathered around, and a woman in her 30s placed a steaming bowl of porridge on the ground. Go-won joined Yijio, and upon closer inspection, what was presented could scarcely be called porridge. It resembled a thin rice soup with only a few grains of rice floating atop. The broth so clear that the bottom of the bowl was visible. "Is this all there is for so many of you?" Yvonne Kufunit. A girl emerged from the throng, her gaze directed at Go-won, filled with disdain. Go-won sensed that her previous tone might have sparked this misunderstanding, so she merely smiled. Subsequently, she unzipped her backpack, which held boundless space, allowing her to retrieve items from anywhere at will. As she opened a zipper, she pulled out bags of noodles, one after another. The crowd's eyes widened in astonishment as they watched Go-won continuously produce noodles from her backpack. It was only when the mound of noodles before her had formed a small hill that she ceased. Go-won stared at the abundance of noodles, momentarily taken aback. It had been so long since they had savored the taste of such sustenance. "Where did you get all this food?" the serving lady inquired. Go-won casually concocted a story to deflect her curiosity. "My family runs a grain and oil business, and we too have encountered mutated individuals in our area. My parents have already departed, so I compressed the noodles into cakes for convenience, ensuring I wouldn't starve regardless of where I went. Will you share with us?" The lady's voice quivered slightly. Go-won nodded in affirmation. The crowd erupted in cheers, We have noodles to eat. It's been ages. How wonderful. The serving lady, her eyes brimming with tears, picked up 5 bags of noodles from the ground and declared loudly, "Today, let's prepare a generous portion to ensure you all are satisfied." Her words ignited the crowd once more. After months of hunger, who could resist the allure of a warm bowl of noodle soup? As the lady retreated to the kitchen, fatigue washed over Go-On. She had gone 2 days and nights without sleep. Coupled with the exertion of the previous night, she felt utterly exhausted. "Hello, Yijio. Is there a place to rest? I'm quite tired." Go-On paused. "Even if it's on the floor, I just need a quiet spot." "Yes, you can go with Ling Er." Upon finishing her sentence, the girl who had grasped Go-On's hand earlier, now a teenager, bounced up to her. In a cheerful tone, she introduced herself. "I'm Yiling. Follow me, sister." Following Yiling, they ventured deeper, turning into a room. Inside, there were several beds arranged. These 2 doors must distinguish between the male and female quarters, Go-On surmised. Yiling pointed to the nearest bed and said, "Sister, this is my bed. You can sleep here, and I'll step outside so as not to disturb you." "All right, I'll rest now." Observing the lively night spirit bounding away, a slight smile graced my lips. Amidst the apocalypse, witnessing such cheerfulness is indeed a rare and beautiful sight. "Wake up!" Go-On exclaimed as she tossed Xiao Hong onto the ground, rousing her from slumber. "What now?" "I just need a little rest. Keep an eye out for me. Don't fall asleep. If you do, and there are bad people outside, we could all perish. One must always be cautious." This wisdom had been hard-earned by Go-On in these dire times. Xiao Hong, her sleepy eyes scarcely open, mumbled, I know, don't worry." Hearing this, Go-On felt reassured and quickly succumbed to sleep once more. Chapter 63. Another nap, Chun-Yi followed the trail of Go-On to the site of her overturned vehicle. Gazing upon the endless expanse of snow, he felt a pang of confusion. He could track down any person in the world, yet Go-On eluded him. After days of searching globally, he had sensed Xiao Hong's presence yesterday and immediately made his way here. However, upon arrival, her aura had vanished once again. This phoenix, it seemed, was oblivious to the number of naps it had taken. As a divine beast, Xiao Hong's slumber was a process of rebirth, restoring her strength. And during this rebirth, her essence would dissipate. It was no wonder Chun-Yi felt a sense of urgency regarding her. Go-On slept soundly until nightfall, only awakening when the clamor of people entering the room disturbed her. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she turned towards Ling Er, who had just entered, and after a moment of blank contemplation, slowly inquired, "Ling Er, what time is it now?" Ling Er scanned the surroundings and, noticing the absence of a clock on the wall, hurriedly turned to rush out the door, calling loudly, "Brother, this sister wants to know the time. It's 10 o'clock at night." Upon hearing the precise hour, Go-On did not hasten to rise, but lingered in bed a while longer, allowing her mind to clear. It was only when she finally sat up that she realized Xiao Hong was nowhere to be found. Could they have eaten her? After all, they had been ravenous for so long that seeing a chicken might make their mouths water. "Ling Er, have you seen my chicken?" "Chicken?" Ling Er replied with a puzzled expression, as she had not seen Go-On bring a chicken inside. "Perhaps it's under your bed?" remarked the woman who had clashed with her earlier, now resting on the adjacent bed. Go-On quickly crouched down to peer beneath her bed, where she found Xiao Hong sprawled out, sleeping soundly, the occasional snore escaping her lips. Go-On was at a loss for words. It was fortunate these individuals were kind-hearted. Had they been malevolent, guarding her with such an easy target would have been akin to inviting disaster. With a resigned sigh, she pondered how long it would be before Xiao Hong awakened from his slumber. "Thank you." She noticed the woman glance her way, quickly diverting her gaze in embarrassment. "It's nothing." Seeing her flustered, Go-On merely offered a faint smile before deciding to wash her face. After a day of rest, it was time to stretch her limbs. Exiting her room, she found the laboratory deserted, everyone having retreated to their quarters for the night. Go-On stared blankly at the wall, her mind flooded with images of Chun-Yi, and as memories of the avalanche resurfaced, her lips involuntarily pouted in a look of pitiful discontent. Suddenly, someone gently tapped her shoulder. She instinctively turned with a swift motion, her right fist aimed at the individual behind her. Noticing the warm smile on his face, devoid of any alarm despite her earlier actions. It was as if he had anticipated her reaction. "Apologies, I did not realize it was you." Go-on expressed regret. "It is quite all right. In these apocalyptic times, it is only natural for one to possess a sense of self-preservation." He paused before continuing, "I noticed you seemed preoccupied just now." Go-on touched her cheek, wondering if her feelings were that evident. However, she nonchalantly replied, "What worries could I possibly have?" Changing the subject, she inquired, "By the way, did you come to see me about something?" Night Joe was momentarily taken aback before a shy smile illuminated his face. It's nothing. I just noticed you were alone here, so I thought I would come and check on you." "Oh." An immediate silence enveloped them, the previous topic left unspoken. Go-on's gaze drifted to the wall as she slipped into her thoughts. Night Joe, glancing at her slightly puffed cheeks, couldn't help but feel admiration. Indeed, a girl who bravely confronts mutants and even risks herself to save others would certainly pique any man's interest. After a long pause, Go-on slowly asked, "Have you made any progress on a vaccine?" Though unsure why Go-on suddenly broached the subject, he replied candidly, offering a wry smile. "To be honest, there's been no advancement. We have only discovered that the blood of the mutants is infected with a virus capable of eroding genes. Beyond that, we have made no further progress." A profound sadness filled Night Joe's eyes as he spoke. Without a solution for the mutants, they would remain like rats, forever hidden underground, deprived of sunlight. Such an existence was suffocating. "I believe I know how to address the vaccine issue, but I require your assistance to venture to the South Sea." The journey to the South Sea would take over 10 days, and who knew what other mutant attacks might occur along the way. Having companions would at least double their chances of survival. The unexpected revelation left Night Joe momentarily stunned, and in the next instant he lost composure. Instinctively grasping Go-on's shoulders, his excitement palpable. Go-on forcefully extricated herself from his grip, exclaiming, "Brother, please don't be so excited." Since childhood, she had been particularly averse to any sense of restriction, which irritated her greatly. "You must know Yang, right? He also graduated from this school and is one of the most exceptional geniuses in recent decades. Only the brightest can attend this institution, and Yang is among the elite. Of course, I know him, the genius from the chemistry department, a legendary figure. Who hasn't heard of him? I consider him a friend," Go-on clarified, explaining the circumstances surrounding their connection. Finally, she added, "The whale blood from the South Sea can yield cells that revive genes, which is crucial for the vaccine. If you can send someone with me to obtain it, I believe Yang can develop the vaccine." Upon hearing Go-on's words, Night Joe's emotions surged. He had assumed the vaccine was beyond hope. Yet who could have predicted that the extinguished flame would be rekindled? "I am willing to accompany you." The excitement coursing through Yi Ju left him in a state of unrest, his voice trembling as he spoke in fragmented sentences. "You? Givon scrutinizit you." Noting his refined demeanor and the glasses perched upon his nose, which rendered him seemingly devoid of any combat prowess, he mused that it would be more prudent to seek out a muscular man who could serve as a shield in critical moments. From Go-on's tone, Yi Jiu discerned a hint of hesitation. He refrained from elaborating further and silently removed his glasses. In that instant, he transformed, his gaze sharpened, and the scholarly air about him dissipated entirely. Suddenly, Yi Jiu swung his fist towards Go-on with remarkable speed, nearly catching him off guard. The swiftness of the strike caused Go-on to lose his balance as he turned to evade, resulting in a rather undignified fall to the ground. "I nearly landed on my backside," Go-on exclaimed as he scrambled to his feet, rubbing his posterior with a grimace. "You could have just claimed you were strong instead of resorting to a punch." Chapter 64. Departure. "I apologize, but I feared you might not believe me. Hence the need for action." Yi Jiu extended his hand, attempting to assist Go-on. Go-on glanced at his hand, averting his gaze. "No need, I can manage." "Then let us proceed." Yi Jiu's voice brimmed with impatience. Now, despite the obscured sky, Go-on symbolically lifted her gaze. "Is that not feasible?" "It is not that it cannot be done. It's simply that it is dark now. Shouldn't you inform your friends and your sister? The path ahead is fraught with peril, and I advise bringing 2 more individuals along." Yi Jiu pondered for a moment, casting a thoughtful glance towards the room before turning back to enter. Moments after he stepped inside, The sounds of lively chatter echoed from within, and Go-won could faintly discern snippets of conversation. Really? I want to join you. Approximately half an hour later, the boisterous clamor subsided, replaced by the sound of approaching footsteps. When she turned to look, she found herself surrounded by a dozen individuals, each bearing a serious expression. A man, appearing to be in his 40s, regarded Go-won with an experienced gaze before adjusting his glasses. What evidence do you have to prove your acquaintance with Yang, and what assurance can you provide that you can develop a vaccine? Teacher, I implore you to moderate your tone. Yijio interjected, his voice laced with an undeniable authority. Xiaoyi, this woman is attempting to deceive you into leaving. I sensed something amiss from the very beginning. How could a girl survive amidst so many mutated beings? Moreover, in a world devoid of food, how could she possibly have any? Do not be fooled. Go-won, listening to his words, let out a scornful laugh. Did I ask you to accompany me? I think not. Why should your affairs concern me? As for my food sources, what business is it of yours? With that, Go-won seized a bowl she had just finished using, which had not yet been washed, and hurled it to the ground. It shattered with a resounding crash, fragments scattering in all directions. You refuse to let him go because you cannot bear to part with your bodyguard. Earlier that day, Go-won had been intrigued by Yijio's arrival to rescue her, questioning how such a seemingly frail man could be the one to come to her aid, especially when so many stronger individuals surrounded them. Only just now did Go-won realize that they were unwilling to part with their strength, using Yijio as a shield to confront the dangers that he was destined to face. Now that he intended to leave with Go-won, they were in a state of panic, devoid of protection. Go-won had pierced through the thoughts of most, and as they exchanged glances, no one dared to speak further. Yet Go-won was a person who would insist on his stance, unyielding to that group. His departure was his own affair, and should he perish outside, it was of no consequence to them. If they resented his provisions for the journey, he would take them all with him later. The elderly men were left speechless, their faces flushed with indignation, unable to muster a single word after a prolonged silence. Listening to Go-won's words, Yijio's eyes gradually sparkled with hope. An orphan raised in an orphanage, he had later excelled to become a professor, treasured by his mentors as a gem. A prodigy, he was a student who could bestow upon them endless wealth and glory. Thus they treated him with utmost kindness. Yijio was not naive. He understood that their affection stemmed from a desire for honor and riches, yet the yearning for familial warmth lingered deeply within him. As the apocalypse loomed, he fought against mutants to secure food for them, vigilantly watching over them at night. Brother, I will go with you. Night Spirit had long grown weary of their reliance on her brother's goodwill, compelling him to undertake every task. Even if he did not venture out, one day he would inevitably perish in search of sustenance. I will go too. The woman who had clashed with Go-won that day unexpectedly raised her hand, a gesture that caught Go-won off guard. No, Yijio cannot leave. What will we do if he goes? Exclaimed an older man, gripping Yijio's hand tightly. Little Yi, if you leave, how will the teacher survive? Go-won forcefully shook off the middle-aged man, holding Yijio's hand, and shouted, How will we survive? We shall die right now. Release Yijio and keep the provisions. If you refuse, I will take all the noodles with me. Go-won declared, striding into the room where Xiao Hong still lay innocently asleep beneath the bed. They were indeed willing to exchange Yijio for food, yet out of pride, they lowered their heads in silence. Their silence was, in their hearts, an acquiescence to Go-won's demands. Yijio observed this scene and could only smile wryly. He had anticipated such an outcome. You. Night Spirit gazed at their taciturnity, feeling a pang of injustice for her brother. After all this genuine camaraderie, it appeared to them less significant than mere provisions. Let us go. What more is there to say to them? Go-won emerged from the room, pulling along the irate Ling Er. Ling Er, find a bag and pack the food. With Go-won's command, panic ensued among the crowd. Didn't you say you would give it to us? How can you go back on your word? If you dare to make a move, we will not spare Yijio. If he dares to leave, we shall perish here. Let him bear the infamy of betrayal. Ling Er stood frozen, bewildered by Go-won's sudden shift. Why are you not packing? Whoever dares to obstruct me shall meet their end. Oh, fine. Go-won positioned her petite frame protectively in front of Yijio, placing Xiao Hong on the ground, hands on her hips, adopting a defiant posture. If you wish to die, then go ahead. In this apocalypse, who still remembers you? While my changing stance. Go-on's incisive remarks rendered them speechless, their faces flushed with indignation. Turning to Yi Jiu, Go-on raised an eyebrow and remarked, I fail to comprehend your kindness towards them. However, I believe one should remain true to oneself, for otherwise, life loses its meaning. Her words struck him like a revelation, dispelling the tumult within his heart. Teacher, I must go out, he exclaimed. Yes, brother, that's exactly how it should be. Night Spirit gathered a bulging sack filled to the brim and presented it before Go-on along with the girl. Ya Muntakan. The girl smiled for the first time at Go-on. Go-on swayed playfully and replied, Eoim Yevon. The four of them left the crowd and ascended. Go-on rummaged through her backpack, retrieving the thermal suits. A pang of sorrow struck her as she looked at the remaining garments. Having initially crafted 30, only 4 now remained, and they must be well protected. One by one, Go-on handed the thermal suits to them, saying, These suits will maintain a constant temperature of 26 degrees. You must wear them quickly. Sister Go-on, this is incredible. I truly feel no cold, exclaimed Ling Er, only for Go-on to promptly cover her mouth. Chapter 65. Survivors 2 She. She urged Ling Er to lower her voice, especially at this hour when mutants roam unpredictably. A slight sound could attract a swarm of them. Suddenly, a dog seemed to have caught their scent, charging towards them with alarming speed. Its massive form and protruding fangs revealed it to be a mutated dog. Go-on swiftly drew her pistol, aiming at the approaching creature. Bang! The mutated dog collapsed. Almost immediately, the air filled with incessant howls. Mutants had been alerted by the gunfire. Go-on surmised it would not be long before they were surrounded. Since they were cornered, their only option was to break through. Quickly, she retrieved her firearm and tossed it to her comrades, realizing that facing such a multitude of mutants without proper armament was futile. Go-on was incredulous. She had dispatched no less than 1,000 mutants the previous day. Together, the 4 of them should not fear the hordes. Prepare yourselves, she commanded. Within minutes, mutants attacked one after another, but just as they raised their weapons to fight back, the mutants abruptly changed course, heading into the buildings instead. Go-on looked up and saw that dawn had arrived. Could it be that they feared the light? Were they not akin to zombies, thriving on blood and shunning light? Was this not the very essence of a zombie? The 4 of them stood frozen in place until the mutants vanished, at which point Night Spirit clutched her heart and uttered, That was terrifying. Do these creatures fear the light? Yi Jiu shook his head, Absolutely not. I observed them through screens underground before. They move both day and night. However, why they are behaving this way today remains a mystery. Since pondering was futile, they resolved to seize the opportunity. Let's proceed. We must exit this city at once. Go-on urged them. Without any mode of transportation, the 4 could only rely on their own legs to escape. Go-on casually picked up a spacious business vehicle on the main road, complete with genuine leather seats and, most importantly, the keys. She invited the 3 of them to board the car while she walked over to the fuel tank, opening the compartment to continuously refuel the vehicle. Perfect. With a snap of her fingers, Go-on settled into the driver's seat, and the car sped away. Although it lacked the comfort of a motorhome, it was certainly better than traveling on foot. The 4 of them drove in the small vehicle, sipping the red wine Go-on had taken from her backpack, leisurely heading towards the South Sea. Yiling teasingly remarked that Go-on's backpack was a universal bag, containing everything imaginable. Go-on, no longer inclined to conceal her secret, candidly revealed the truth about her space. I have approximately 500 million worth of goods stored within. Rest assured, as long as you stay alive, you will have food and drink for a lifetime. Wow, Sister Go-on, that's incredible. This is truly impressive. Yiling exclaimed in auge. Go-on refrained from discussing her rebirth, as it felt too metaphysical, especially to researchers who adhere strictly to scientific reasoning, forgetting that the ultimate frontier of science leads to the metaphysical. After driving for a while, Go-on felt a bit fatigued. The current location was relatively open, so stopping to rest for a moment should pose no significant issue. The 4 of them set up a campfire, and Go-Won retrieved a variety of barbecue ingredients from her space: chicken wings, drumsticks, and lamb skewers. As the food sizzled over the fire, the mingling juices of skin and meat created a delightful aroma that made the three who had long been deprived of meat protest in their stomachs. It smelled heavenly. While Yi Jio and Mo Han managed to maintain their composure, Yi Ling, lacking their restraint, nearly drooled, her eyes glued to the meat. "Try my culinary skills." Go-Won offered the grilled skewers to them. "Delicious. So tasty. Sister Go-Won, I love it spicy. Add more chili." Yi Jio and Mo Han were soon full after just a few skewers, while Yi Ling continued to devour them. Observing Yi Ling's slender figure, yet her hearty appetite, Go-Won felt a tinge of jealousy. Some people could eat without gaining weight, while she had spent most of her life in a constant battle with dieting. "Go-Won, let me drive later. You could take a nap," Yi Jio suggested, and Mo Han quickly added, "I could drive too. We can take turns." This arrangement ensured that everyone had time to rest without delaying their journey. "I feel great. Try what I grilled," Mo Han said. Go-Won had always perceived Mo Han as an aloof person, and it was the first time she had seen her initiate conversation, especially with a male. Thank you," Yi Jio replied, glancing at Go-Won, who was eagerly urging her to accept the skewer. Reluctantly, she took it, and, at that moment, a blush crept over Mo Han's ears. Go-Won observed both Yi Jio and Mo Han, appearing as an amused bystander. Gossip is indeed best when it ignites from a single spark, transforming into a blazing fire. Guan's heart was already stirred with uncontainable feelings, yet she refrained from expressing them due to the presence of the man, Yi Jio. After a while, as Yi Jio stepped into the car to retrieve something, Guan could no longer suppress her thoughts. "Mo Han, do you have feelings for Yi Jio?" she inquired. Hearing this, Yi Ling, who was munching on skewers, also approached, exclaiming, "Mo Han, you like my brother." Yi Ling's voice was somewhat loud, prompting Mo Han to quickly place a finger to her lips, signaling her to lower her voice. In that moment, Mo Han's cheeks flushed as if they could roast the skewers, a stark contrast to the cool and aloof demeanor she had displayed upon their first meeting. Witnessing her embarrassment, Guan and Yi Ling embraced each other excitedly. "Sure, keep it down. We don't want it to hear." The mention of Mo Han's feelings only fueled their enthusiasm. Guan gently nudged her arm and raised an eyebrow. "So, how far have you two progressed? Have you slept together?" Yi Ling's explosive question turned Mo Han's ears crimson. "We haven't gotten together yet." "Then Mo Han, go for it," Guan urged. "Mo Han, have a bit of confidence in yourself. Don't forget, back in school, who did my brother converse with besides you? The biology department's abstinent male deity. He's a perfect match for you." Yi Ling chimed in. "What are you talking about?" Yi Jio's voice suddenly chimed in from behind, intrigued by Guan's excited demeanor and wanting to join the conversation. The trio's lively chatter came to an abrupt halt. "Nothing. Yi Jio, are you done with your tasks?" Mo Han replied, "Oh, I'm done. We can head off to sleep now." "All right, let's proceed to rest. Could you please help Mo Han tidy up the stuff on ground?" With that, Guan took Yi Ling, who was still enjoying her meat skewer, and hurried onto the car. Inside the car, Yi Ling, looking somewhat displeased, took a final bite of her meat and complained, "Guan Jie, I'm still hungry. Do you want meat or a sister-in-law?" "A sister-in-law." Guan affectionately ruffled her hair. "Such a good girl." She then pulled out an assortment of snacks, soda, potato chips, and beef jerky. "Enjoy these. Don't disturb the lovebirds." Okay. "Sister, do you have someone you like?" Yi Ling suddenly asked this question, and Guan's mind conjured the image of Chun Yi, her lips involuntarily curling into a smile. "Yes. You don't also like my brother, do you?" Yi Ling's brow furrowed as she snatched the potato chips from Guan's hand. "You should eat less. You're going to clog your brain. Is your brother some precious gem that one glance would make someone fall in love? Indeed, many girls fawn over my brother at first sight. Since you're so kind to him, I thought you liked him too." Guan gazed into the distance, her eyes brimming with affection. "What are you and Guan talking about? You seem to be having a great time," Mo Han said, her heart racing. This was the first time Yi Jio had initiated a conversation with her, and she was already ecstatic, yet she maintained a facade of calmness. "Oh, nothing much," she replied, as they traveled along the desolate road. The tranquility was occasionally disrupted by the sight of mutated dogs and wolves, which Ijo swiftly dispatched with the car, restoring the calm. In the distance, towering skyscrapers captivated the attention of the occupants within the vehicle. The buildings loomed high, obscuring the surroundings from view. The numerous corners presented a risk of ambush. Within the city, aside from the ice people, there also existed mutated beings, both human and animal, each encounter posing a significant challenge. Go-On sincerely wished to avoid traversing the city, yet it was an unavoidable route. She urged Yi Jiao to lower the engine's volume and to decelerate, striving to avoid startling the inhabitants of the city. Help! Help! A chilling cry for assistance resonated ahead on the road. The voice belonged to a woman, overwhelmed by a horde of mutated cats that had pinned her to the ground. Her clothing torn into tatters. The sharp claws of the aberrant felines raked across her body, splattering blood that quickly congealed into icy droplets. One of the mutated cats clamped its jaws onto the woman's unprotected head and face, its incisors tearing into her scalp and flesh, pulling away clumps of her dark hair, which it voraciously consumed. The woman emitted a more anguished scream. In the vehicle, Yi Ling gasped at the horrifying sight. It's too terrifying. Go-On covered her eyes with her hand and whispered gently, "Do not be afraid, do not be afraid." Just as the mutated cats reveled in their gruesome feast, 5 or 6 figures suddenly emerged around the corner, both men and women, armed with the most advanced weaponry. Each donned practical military attire, their faces and bodies stained with deep green blood. One young woman, appearing to be in her 20s with a neat, short haircut, drew a handgun and fired several shots, causing a few of the mutated cats to collapse in cries of agony. The group of cats feasting upon the woman's corpse seemed to sense the threat, scattering in panic at the sight of the newcomers. The armed individuals showed no intention of relenting, swiftly dispersing and pursuing the fleeing cats, firing repeatedly to eliminate the panicking creatures. Before long, dozens of mutated cats lay motionless on the ground. Go-On and her companions observed the scene through the car window, their curiosity piqued by the identities of the armed group, yet they remained inside the vehicle. After dispatching the cats, the group quickly regrouped, their gazes directed toward Go-On's vehicle. Holding their guns at the ready, they cautiously approached. "Hold your weapons steady," Go-On whispered, deducing from their demeanor that they were uninfected individuals. With no signs of infection, there was little to fear. "Let us disembark. They are uninfected. We might even forge a friendship." Yi Jiao recognized this truth as well. In this apocalyptic world, uninfected individuals should unite for mutual support. Go-On wholeheartedly agreed with Yi Jiao's sentiment. The efficiency with which they had dispatched the mutated cats suggested that their presence could mitigate the dangers on the journey to Nanhai. As the car door opened slowly, Go-On and her companions stepped out to face the advancing group. "We are uninfected. We are survivors of this world." The short-haired girl at the forefront raised her hand, signaling them a halt. "What brings you here?" Night Jiao spoke slowly. "For self-preservation, we wander aimlessly." Her words alleviated their defenses. Indeed, in this apocalypse, wherever safety lies, that is home. They too were but wayfarers. "Since you are also survivors, why not join my team? I can assure you of food and shelter," the short-haired woman proposed, her offer undeniably enticing. However, Go-On was disinterested. She had her own provisions and companions, and she would never stoop to servitude. "I decline. Our paths may have crossed by fate, but our journeys diverge. Let us proceed." With that, Go-On turned, preparing to step into the vehicle. Bang! A tire was punctured, and in an instant, it burst. Go-On glanced at the deflated tire as Night Jiao raised her firearm, aiming at the short-haired girl. Yet Go-On intervened. "There are 6 of them and 4 of us. No matter how swift you are, can you outpace their bullets?" Go-On fixed her gaze on the short-haired girl, whose smug demeanor ignited a flicker of ferocity within her calm expression. The short-haired girl brushed her bangs aside. "I admire your decisiveness, but I detest rejection." She smirked wickedly. "Join me, and I shall repair your vehicle. Indeed, if you align with our team, our leader will not treat you poorly. Our leader possesses abundant resources. To invite you is a privilege." The burly men behind the short-haired girl wore grotesque expressions. Chapter 67. Rebirth. Bah! Go-Won spat on the ground, dismissing her. As a fellow survivor, she could not be bothered to engage further. Yet, her repeated concessions only emboldened the girl. What do you mean by that? The short-haired girl shouted. Exasperated, pointing at Go-Won. Night Geo stepped forward, extending her arm to shield Go-Won. She cast a cold, indifferent glance at them, her eyes as frigid and solitary as stars in the night sky. That mere gaze sent a chill through the short-haired girl. What I meant is precisely what I said. Do you have an issue with it? Yes. Do you dare speak to my sister Go-Won in such a manner? Night Ling chimed in. Meanwhile, Emohan observed Go-Won intently, his eyes sharpening as if a fierce flame burned within. Repair my vehicle and do not obstruct our path, and I shall refrain from holding this against you, Go-Won stated. Ha ha! Refrain from holding this against me? Do you know who I am? The short-haired girl suddenly let out a raucous laugh, leaving Go-Won feeling embarrassed on her behalf. Go-Won remained unfazed. Who are you? Suddenly, a blizzard raged, and a fierce wind arose, making it difficult for everyone to open their eyes. Even Go-Won, clad in winter gear, felt an unbearable chill. The temperature seemed to plummet, dropping by several degrees in an instant. The wind grew more ferocious, forcing everyone to retreat despite shielding themselves from the gusts. Boom! Boom! A series of deafening sounds approached them. What is that noise ahead? Sister Go-Won, what is happening? The snow is too heavy. I cannot see. The wind howled fiercely, and the snow blinded the eyes of the crowd, rendering them unable to open their eyes. All they could hear was the deafening roar approaching them, yet they could do nothing to prepare. Night Geo, battling against the storm, seized Go-Won's hand and pulled her behind him, shouting, I see a colossal creature ahead. We must flee. Emohan, Yiling, get in the car. Just as the door swung open, a sudden whirlwind swept the entire vehicle into the sky, only to crash down moments later. Upon impact with the ground, the car shattered into pieces, its components scattering across the terrain. Xiaohong is still inside the car. From such a height, even a phoenix would perish. Go-Won, facing the wind, attempted to search for Xiaohong, but was halted by Yiling's sister Go-Won. It's just a chicken. Don't go, it's too dangerous. At that instant, the blizzard abruptly ceased, revealing a 10-meter-tall ice figure standing before them. Ice Master commands, obey, and you may be spared. The ice giant spoke, astonishing everyone with its ability to articulate human speech. The short-haired woman brandished her firearm, firing shot after shot at the ice creature. The bullets struck the giant's icy form like snowballs hitting the ground, leaving no trace whatsoever. Xiaohong. Go-Won was oblivious to the creature's presence. Her sole concern was for Xiaohong, still trapped in the wreckage. She hurried to the debris, kneeling in desperation to search for any sign of Xiaohong. Stop looking. I'm right here. Xiaohong emerged from an unexpected location, shaking her head, her wings portraying an air of defiance. Frustrated, Go-Won seized her wings, lifting her into the air. Why didn't you come out sooner? Yeah, I just woke up. The appearance of a speaking ice giant, followed by a talking chicken, left the other spectators, aside from Go-Won, utterly speechless, their eyes wide in disbelief. Obey the Ice Master, and you may escape death. The ice giant proclaimed again, redirecting the group's attention back to it. It was merely a human form conjured by the Ice Master, and it feared fire. Xiaohong whispered into Go-Won's ear. The short-haired woman's group continued to fire at the ice creature, undeterred by the futility of their actions. Especially the short-haired woman, whose pockets seemed endless, continuously producing bullets. Go-Won gasped in realization. Could it be that the woman possessed spatial abilities? No wonder the earlier individual claimed her resources were abundant. She could very well be reborn and endowed with such powers. Realizing the need for caution, Go-Won shouted, use fire. The ice creature fears fire. The short-haired woman, grasping Go-Won's message, swiftly retrieved a flamethrower from her pocket. Soon, all 5 of them wielded flamethrowers, directing the flames toward the ice giant. Indeed, the moment the fire made contact, the ice creature emitted a cry of anguish. The flames rapidly melted its left leg, followed closely by the right. During this time, the Iceman exhibited no resistance, not even a hint of defiance. In the instant when his right leg melted, his entire being transformed into snow, gently cast skating to the ground. The short-haired woman, upon witnessing the Iceman's disappearance, wore a triumphant smile, casting a glance at Go-Wan as if to assert her dominance. Go-Wan comprehended her implication, but dismissed it. After all, they were both reincarnators. Who among them held greater nobility? Have you made up your mind? Follow me. You must have perceived my strength. The short-haired woman sneered disdainfully. Go-Wan, cradling Xiao Hong, slowly approached her and whispered, "We are all reincarnators. Who is nobler than whom?" Go-Wan's words left the short-haired woman utterly stunned, as if a thunderclap had erupted above her head. She opened her mouth, but no words escaped. Therefore, let us each live our own lives without disturbing one another. Otherwise, you are well aware that I possess the means to deal with you. A resounding slap echoed among the crowd. A mark now adorned Go-Wan's face, her skin instantly reddening and swelling. With a swift motion, she retaliated with 4 slaps. And before the short-haired woman could react, delivered a kick to her abdomen. The force of the kick sent the short-haired woman sprawling several meters away. "Are you out of your mind? Seeking death, are you?" Go-Wan seethed, wishing nothing more than to end her. She had intended to have a civil conversation. Yet the woman had provoked her in such a manner. There is no chance for mercy. Go-Wan advanced briskly, pointing at the short-haired woman. "If you provoke me again, I will kill you." The short-haired woman shielded her face, her eyes blazing with hatred directed at Go-Wan, as if she yearned to strip her of everything right then and there. Go-Wan felt perplexed. What had she said about reincarnation to elicit such intense animosity? "You wretched thief, you have stolen my fortune." "Fortune? What do you mean?" Chapter 68. Fortune. Upon hearing Go-Wan's confusion, the short-haired woman burst into laughter. "You do not understand? Then I certainly cannot enlighten you." "Ha ha ha. Then don't say anything," Go-Wan retorted nonchalantly. "How absurd, to claim your fortune has been stolen, and yet resort to such childish tactics. I have no desire to inquire further, for in this world, I am the greatest." "You do not wish to know?" The short-haired woman was taken aback by Go-Wan's attitude. "I do not wish to know," Go-Wan declared, turning to leave, only to find her path blocked by the now-risen short-haired woman, arms crossed defiantly. "Everything you possess was taken from me. You are a thief." "Oh, if I have taken it, then so be it. But I am now the child of fortune. Can you blame me for your inability to grasp it?" Go-Wan chuckled, even suspecting that the woman was attempting to provoke her into anger. "You." The short-haired woman gritted her teeth. Go-Wan remained unfazed. "Get out of my way. You cannot defeat me, so move." With a sudden shift in demeanor, the short-haired woman dropped to her knees, startling Go-Wan, who instinctively recoiled. This left Go-Wan utterly bewildered. What trickery is this? The short-haired woman's followers gasped at the sight of their leader kneeling before Go-Wan and rushed forward to assist her. "Boss, what are you doing? Get up. Allow me to accompany you, for you are the chosen one, and I yearn to be by your side and discover the secret to immortality." The short-haired woman expressed her sincerity so earnestly that Go-Wan felt a twinge of embarrassment in refusing her. Yet, she would never entertain the thought of keeping a woman who had moments ago wished her dead close by. "I do not wish for your company. Please, just go away." "Go on. What were you two doing just now?" "One moment she strikes you, and the next she kneels before you," Yiling remarked, recalling a fool from her school days who exhibited similarly erratic emotions. Surely, this woman cannot be so foolish. Go-Wan shrugged. Who knows? Perhaps she has lost her mind. "Your face." Yizhou's gaze remained fixed on Go-Wan's swollen visage. It was only upon Yizhou's reminder that Go-Wan remembered her face was still inflamed. Sharp pangs of pain piercing her thoughts. "Oh, I hadn't realized how painful it was until you mentioned it. I shall fetch a bag to apply some ice." Yizhou offered. "There's no need. I believe it won't hurt as long as I don't touch it. We should hurry and get in the car. The Iceman should arrive soon." Yes. As Go-Wan slipped into the car, she cast a fleeting glance at the short-haired woman kneeling and gazing in her direction, murmuring, "What a lunatic." As the vehicle roared to life, Go-Wan caught sight of the woman springing to her feet and sprinting towards them. Go-Wan pressed the accelerator to the floor, feeling as if she had acquired an unwelcome tail that she could not shake off. The car sped away from the city, and just as Go-Wan thought she had evaded the madwoman, Yiling's astonished voice rang out from the back seat. That woman has truly lost her mind. She is chasing us on a bicycle. Go-on immediately glanced in the rearview mirror, confirming that the short-haired woman was indeed pursuing them on her bicycle. In such heavy snow, riding a dilapidated bicycle clearly indicated her intent to enact some form of emotional manipulation. Go-on slammed on the brakes, unbuckled her seatbelt, and prepared to step out and confront the situation. Go-on, what does she intend to do? Is she seeking a life-and-death confrontation with you? Yiling inquired. Go-on, do not go out. Who knows what this madwoman might devise to deal with you? Yijio warned. Go-on fell silent. They were correct, and she shared their sentiments. Yet, propelled by her curiosity, she felt compelled to discover the woman's intentions. A sudden transformation in a person undoubtedly stems from some occurrence, likely one of advantage. She possessed resources, and surely there was more than just a broken bicycle in her possession. It was evident she aimed to latch on to Go-on to fulfill her own objectives. Why not indulge her desires? Direct confrontation is easily avoided, but hidden threats are more challenging to guard against. If she remained close, they could benefit from her resources. Delighted, Go-on shared her thoughts with the group, garnering unanimous agreement. Go-on, you're like a little god of fortune delivering goods. One remarked. Indeed. However, with her presence, we shall need someone to keep watch while we sleep, lest she take advantage of our slumber and harm us without our knowledge. We can take turns. Mon suggested. With a unified plan in place, Yijio, uneasy about Go-on's safety, decided to accompany her out of the car. Just then, the short-haired woman pedaled her bicycle closer, joining them. Riding along the path, the short-haired woman came to a halt, panting heavily. Go-on stood nearby, listening anxiously to her labored breaths, fearful that she might collapse from the exertion. Once the woman's breathing steadied, Go-on spoke. What do you want? I want to follow you. That's not an option. I don't like you. And what if you try to harm me one day? Go-on rejected her plea. Please, let me accompany you. The short-haired woman sank to her knees, tears glistening in her eyes as she implored Go-on. Why do you want to follow me? For the same reason as before. Leave now. I won't take you with me. We each have our own paths. Your attempts at pity won't sway me. Well, Go-on, look at her. A frail girl. So pitiable. You should take her along. Night Geo interjected, advocating for her. No way. Night Ling, opening the window, chimed in. Go-on, this sister is formidable. Taking her along could help us if we encounter mutated creatures. Go-on felt a mix of amusement and apprehension, realizing that Night Ling was more ruthless than herself, ready to utilize her for their own benefit. She feigned a troubled expression, contemplating for a moment before responding. Since you all insist, I suppose I must agree. Yay! We have another powerful friend. Night Ling exclaimed joyfully in front of the short-haired woman. The short-haired woman smiled sweetly at Night Ling. Thank you, sister. Not at all. Night Ling waved it off, only to quickly turn to Mohan with a look of disdain, sticking out her tongue. If you wish to accompany me, you must obey my commands. Can you drive? Yes. Then get behind the wheel. By the way, what is your name? The short-haired woman replied. My name is Ma Xiao. A simple name that indeed suited her neat appearance. As they prepared to embark, Go-on felt compelled to issue a warning. Had it not been for their intercession, I would never have allowed you to stay. If you attempt any tricks, I won't hesitate to abandon you all. Ma Xiao looked up, her expression serious. Rest assured. As long as you permit me to follow, I will be loyal. Chapter 69. Chun-Yi. That evening, Night Geo volunteered to look after Ma Xiao for the first night. In turn, Ma Xiao demonstrated her loyalty by offering an array of delicious treats from her personal space. Cherries, potato chips, coffee, milk tea, beef, lamb chops, and Wellington steak, filling Night Ling's arms to the brim. Night Ling delighted in these offerings, often engaging Ma Xiao in light-hearted conversation. As Ma Xiao drove, she skillfully handled the occasional mutated animals that appeared, providing snacks and even sourcing fuel for the vehicle from her space. This was no mere little demon. She was indeed a treasure of an angel. The only drawback was the cramped quarters of the camper, making sleep uncomfortable, with arms and legs unable to stretch. After a night's rest, Go-on felt more fatigued than refreshed, yearning for her own RV, now buried beneath the snow. Suddenly, the vehicle came to a screeching halt. and due to inertia, Go-won nearly flew out, her head colliding forcefully with the front seat. Clutching her forehead, she pointed an accusatory finger at Ma Xiao. Sister, even if you despise me, you shouldn't disregard your own safety. It's not that. There was someone ahead, Ma Xiao explained. Go-won raised her head and beheld a towering figure ahead. Grasping the long knife beside her, she resolved to confront the foolhardy individual daring to obstruct her path. Before departing, she turned to Ma Xiao with an apologetic tone. I'm sorry, I overthought it. Night Ling, observing Go-won's fierce demeanor as she descended, remarked, My dear sister Go-won, you are quite intimidating. What sort of man could possibly tame her? Night Jiao followed Go-won out of the vehicle, and upon hearing Night Ling's comment, a subtle smile graced his lips. And Mohan had been fixated on Night Jiao, and upon noticing his smirk, her expression dimmed, revealing a bittersweet smile. The scene unfolding behind the vehicle was entirely captured by Ma Xiao, seated at the driving position. Who are you? Go-won inquired, hastening towards the towering figure. The snow-laden road was shrouded in darkness, and Go-won found the silhouette vaguely familiar, yet could not recall where she had seen it before. As the figure slowly turned, the surprise in her eyes was nearly uncontainable upon recognizing the face. Chun-Yi, how did you find me? In this moment, with no mobile positioning, locating someone felt akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Chun-Yi gazed intently at Go-won, his heart fluttering as he instinctively raised his hand to caress her face. After searching for over half a month, he had finally found her, guided by the lingering presence of a small red light that had appeared the previous day. Spotting the speeding vehicle had brought him a sense of relief. He had finally succeeded. However, as his fingertips brushed against Go-won's swollen cheek, pain shot through him, causing him to retract his hand. It hurts. Night Jiao, arriving shortly thereafter, misinterpreted the scene and assumed Chun-Yi was about to harm Go-won, promptly swinging his fist towards Chun-Yi's face. Chun-Yi tilted his head slightly, evading the blow. Who are you? He demanded, his gaze darkening as he firmly grasped Go-won's wrist, pulling her to his side and coldly declaring, Stay close. Go-won did not resist his hold, seamlessly standing beside him to introduce the two. This is Night Jiao, a good friend of mine, and this is Chun-Yi, who struck your face. Chun-Yi shifted the conversation. Go-won instinctively touched her cheek, exclaiming, Oh my, it still hurts. Night Jiao stepped forward, gently taking her hand. Don't touch it. I'll get you an ice pack shortly. No need, I have ice in my car. I'll take her now. Your car? Is it my RV? Yes. Let us go ahead. Night Jiao urged, You wait in the car for me. I'm going to surprise the Ling. Before he could finish speaking, Go-won had already been pulled away by Chun-Yi, covering several meters in an instant. In the distance, the RV glimmered with lights, and Go-won's heart leaped with joy. Although she was unsure how he had located the RV, she knew that now she could finally indulge in a good sleep. Inside the RV, everything remained unchanged, a wave of familiarity washing over her. Go-won still had a fondness for this little vehicle. Where did you find this car? She inquired, although she was well aware of its location. Her curiosity lay in how he had managed to retrieve it. Guess, he replied playfully. Go-won met his teasing gaze and, with a haughty turn of her head, retorted, You guess if I'll guess. Suddenly, Go-won found herself in his embrace as he rested his head on her shoulder, murmuring, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have argued with you. A warm breath, tinged with a delightful prickling sensation, fell upon her neck, momentarily freezing her in place. I, too, can be irritable at times. In his embrace, Go-won experienced an unprecedented sense of security, a reliance that gradually eased the tension in her brow. Neither spoke a word, yet the rhythm of their heartbeats quickened in this peculiar moment. Go-won, where have you gone? Brother is worried about you. Let me take a look. The voice of Yi Ling approached, accompanied by the sound of footsteps. With reluctance, Chun-Yi released Go-won from his hold, a hint of displeasure crossing his face at the unwelcome interruption. Go-won took a deep breath to steady her heartbeat before finally opening the door. I'm here. Observing the faint blush that lingered on Go-won's cheeks, Yi Ling asked, Is this your car? Yes, indeed. You can call them all over. We can do without that old clunker. Yi Ling tentatively stepped into the RV, which was wonderfully warm, stocked with food and drink. and spacious enough to accommodate a sofa bed for resting. After sitting on hard seats for days, her neck was already aching. Excitedly, Yi Ling surveyed the interior, exclaiming, "This is vastly superior to that old vehicle. Indeed, hurry and summon your brother and the others. We ought to discard that decrepit car." "Absolutely. With a Maserati, who would still ride a bicycle?" Before long, the group arrived at the RV. Go-Won introduced everyone one by one, patting Chun-Yi's arm as she said, "This is Chun-Yi." At the mention of his name, Ma Zhao's pupils flickered, her gaze darkening momentarily, a flash of intrigue crossing her eyes. After a brief introduction, although the RV had an autonomous driving mode, Go-Won still asked Ma Zhao to take the wheel. The RV was spacious, and Go-Won arranged for 3 additional sofa beds. Outside, the biting wind and relentless snowfall contrasted sharply with the cozy warmth within. With such delightful circumstances, "I shall prepare dinner," Yi Ling proclaimed excitedly. Gathering an armful of ingredients, she made her way to the kitchen at the rear of the vehicle. With no obstructions to her view, Go-Won watched as Yi Ling skillfully chopped and washed vegetables. Observing the large amount of produce, Go-Won imagined a grand feast. And despite her penchant for quick meals, she yearned for the comfort of home-cooked dishes. "Shall I prepare the rice?" "Rice paired with a side dish would be exquisite." "Absolutely. Absolutely. This is a side dish." Yi Ling busily continued her work at the rear, her head bowed as she washed vegetables, barely glancing at Go-Won while speaking. "All right." Go-Won cheerfully took the rice cooker and hurried to prepare the rice, utterly oblivious to the displeased expression on Yi Jio's face. This sister of his, it seemed, was attempting to cook for the first time. Just as the rice finished cooking, Yi Ling approached with a large bowl filled with a vibrant red broth, which instantly whetted the appetite. In essence, it was a hodgepodge concocted from hot pot base ingredients, brimming with an assortment of meats, seafood, and vegetables, topped off with slices of Wagyu beef. The exquisite vegetables draped in crimson oil, paired with a spoonful of rice, were undeniably delectable. I must admit this dish, infused with a variety of seasonings, perfectly catered to the palates of the group of young women. However, the 2 men, Yi Jio and Chun-Yi, both of whom preferred a milder diet, found the intense spice and heat utterly unpalatable, let alone edible. Yet, witnessing Go-Won relish her meal with such enthusiasm, they reluctantly picked up their chopsticks. Coughing violently after just one bite, Chun-Yi was overwhelmed by the rich and spicy flavor. "Slow down," Yevon exclaimed, hastily placing a cup of water into his hands. Yi Jiu let out a derisive snort, leisurely picking up a piece of richly seasoned beef, and, under Chun-Yi's watchful gaze, slowly brought it to his mouth. To Chun-Yi, this was nothing short of provocation. Men have a keen sense for reading one another, and upon seeing Yi Jiu's gaze toward Go-Won, he understood his feelings for her. Proudly, Chun-Yi set down the cup he was about to raise to his lips and grasped a generous portion of enoki mushrooms, laden with oil, chili, and sesame oil. Even the typically spice-tolerant Yi Ling couldn't help but swallow hard. "Chun-Yi, you are the spiciest eater I have ever encountered," Go-Won remarked, her face twitching. The spiciest? She realized she had never actually seen him eat anything spicy. "Big brother, can you handle it?" She couldn't resist asking. "I can handle anything," he replied, casting a glance at Yi Jiu as he popped the mushrooms into his mouth. The fiery sensation engulfed his palate, and he silently vowed to confront the deity of plants governing the world, determined to incinerate all the chili peppers. The large bowl of food had hardly been touched by the 4 girls, yet was quickly devoured by the 2 imposing men. In awe, everyone watched as Yi Jiu and Chun-Yi polished off a bowl of spicy hot pot. Had it not been for Emohan intervening, Yi Jiu would have even soaked his rice in the broth. They set down their chopsticks, their lips tinged red, appearing almost swollen. Emohan, feeling sympathetic, retrieved a bag of ice from the freezer and handed it to Yi Jiu, saying, "Apply this to your lips. I fear they may swell further." Meanwhile, Ma Xiao shyly offered a piece of ice to Chun-Yi, saying, "Chun-Yi, you should apply this too." "No need, no need." Both men protested almost in unison, pushing the ice away and turning their eyes toward Go-Won. Sensing their gaze upon her, she looked up and asked, "Do you still want to eat?" "No, we're done." And thus, this farcical episode came to a close. The vehicle was equipped with a shower, and after days of relentless travel, the girls, having been tainted by the blood of mutants, were in dire need of cleansing. Respecting the boundaries between genders, Go-won had thoughtfully set up a screen for privacy. After their showers, each emerged in comfortable pajamas, with their hair cascading elegantly. However, Ma Zhao's appearance took a sudden turn. She donned a snug white dress that subtly revealed her neckline, as pure as snow. The skirt reached her knees, cinched at the waist with a matching belt, accentuating her figure, captivating the attention of both men. In perfect harmony, Chun-Yi and Yi-Jiao averted their gazes toward the window. Three young women were fixated on Ma Zhao's swaying bosom, unconsciously lowering their heads to glance at their own chests. In the next moment, they instinctively tightened their sleepwear, casting glances at Ma Zhao that were tinged with envy and a hint of jealousy. Yi Ling whispered into the ears of her companions, "How remarkable." Go-won and Mo Han exchanged glances filled with wistfulness and nodded in agreement. "Indeed, she is remarkable." Yi Ling, annoyed, slammed her hand on the table and glared at Ma Zhao's chest with a fierce resolve. "Once the apocalypse is over, I shall find the finest cosmetic surgeon to enhance my own." She added, "Inherent flaws can be remedied." Go-won scoffed. "Aren't you afraid that your husband might feel the plasticity?" And Mohan couldn't help but smirk at this, lightly tapping Go-won's arm. "You should refrain from such inappropriate comments." "Sister, it's not like that." Go-won was too engrossed in her flirtatious banter with Mohan to notice Ma Zhao striding towards Chun-Yi. Go-won swatted away the arm that was teasing her. "Yi Ling, can't you see your sisters are in conversation?" "No. She's heading over to Brother Chun-Yi and Brother Yi-Jiao." The two instantly stood up and turned their gaze, only to find Ma Zhao already half kneeling in front of them, her bosom nearly exposed and much of her dairy visible. She tilted her head coyly, asking, "Brother Chun-Yi, what book were you reading earlier?" Chun-Yi, catching sight of Ma Zhao's alluring eyes and exposed body, replied coldly, "Do you like my book?" The mere sound of her sent chills down everyone's spines. A man lacking self-control might have pounced on her and torn her apart. "Here you go." Chun-Yi stood up, tossing the book in her hands, and as he turned to leave, he added, "Make sure to burn it after reading. It's filthy." Yi-Jiao, sitting beside him, also got up. "You can stay here if you like yourself so much." Go-won cast a sidelong glance at the embarrassed Ma Zhao, a strange emotion flickering in her eyes. Why was she trying to entice Chun-Yi? Why did she insist on following her? It seemed only a matter of time before she revealed her true intentions. Go-won could easily discard her at any moment. Yet her curiosity about Ma Zhao's ulterior motives prevailed. Instead of further tormenting Ma Zhao, Go-won activated the autopilot. She had been driving for an entire day and night. Even though she was a reincarnated individual, she was still human. Prolonged wakefulness concerned her, as she feared she might endanger everyone by driving off a cliff. "Ma Zhao, why don't you find something to wear? Your outfit is a bit too revealing. I worry you might catch a chill," Mohan suggested. "I'm fine. I didn't wear clothes at home before," Ma Zhao retorted, leaving everyone at a loss for words. "One couldn't simply say, 'Oh, what a coincidence. I don't wear clothes either.'" Chapter 71. A mistaken encounter in the dead of night. Aside from the driver's seat, a faint light flickered within the car, which was otherwise cloaked in darkness. The occupants of the vehicle were sound asleep. Just as Go-won was on the verge of dozing off, suddenly, a pair of hands tentatively slipped beneath her covers. A jolt ran through her, yet she feigned sleep, fully aware that Chun-Yi and Yi-Jiao were not the type to act inappropriately. As her hands groped beneath the covers for several moments, and finding no response, Go-won soon felt a pair of icy legs entwining her own, slithering like serpents over her thighs, occasionally shifting in a manner that was unmistakably seductive. When her hands inadvertently brushed against the intruder's body, she realized with a start that the individual had entered in a state of complete undress. Could it be that she had mistakenly crawled into the wrong bed? Was it Mo Han seeking the warmth of Yi-Jiao's blankets? Or perhaps it was Ma Zhao? Yet, could it be possible that it was Chun-Yi? Go-won was startled by her own thoughts as those hands began to wander indiscreetly across her form. Through the delicate touch of slender fingers, She confirmed that they belonged to a girl. Suddenly, the intruder turned and straddled Go-on, hands exploring with an intent that suggested she was searching for something. If Chun-Yi were lying there, she might have truly been violated. The hands continued their descent, probing and searching, and Go-on, growing weary of the incessant touching, decided to confront the mystery. "Sister, have you had enough of your exploration?" Go-on could no longer contain herself and spoke aloud. "What?" Upon hearing Go-on's voice, the figure atop her jolted in surprise. At that moment, Chun-Yi, who had not yet succumbed to slumber, sprang up and turned on the light. As the room illuminated, others followed suit, their gazes falling upon Ma Xiao, who was wrapped in a blanket, though it was evident that she lay beneath it completely unclothed, while Go-on stood fiercely at her side, hands on her hips. Go-on opened her mouth to clarify the situation, but was interrupted by Ma Xiao's exclamation. With tears streaming from her beautiful eyes, she whimpered, "Sister Go-on, you snuck into my bed in the dead of night, mistook me for Brother Yijio, and desperately tried to undress me." Go-on felt exasperated by her words. What a twisted accusation. Still, she had no grounds to retaliate, as they had indeed chosen their beds after the lights went out. Ma Xiao was fully aware of Mo Han's affection for Yijio, yet she resorted to such a ruse? Night Ling expressed her confusion, though she quickly reconsidered, acknowledging that Go-on's bold personality made it plausible. "Go-on, surely she is fabricating this?" questioned Mo Han. Chun-Yi's expression darkened, her silence weighing heavily in the air. She gazed down at the weeping Ma Xiao, the perplexed stares of the others, and the sly grin of Yijio nearby. "This is absurd. I would never stoop to such actions." Chun-Yi's voice, cold and chilling, cut through the tension. Go-on was about to offer an explanation when Chun-Yi seized her right hand, dragging her down from the vehicle, and with a surge of divine power, sealed the door, obscuring their bodies from view. Despite Yijio's desperate attempts, he could not pry open the door nor catch a glimpse of Go-on. "Do you have feelings for him?" Chun-Yi's expression was fearsome, her eyes swirling with tumultuous emotions. Go-on forcefully wrenched her hand free. "Are you out of your mind? Can't you see that Ma Xiao is sowing discord?" "Can't see it." Chun-Yi's retort left Go-on momentarily speechless. "I do not harbor feelings for him." "Then who do you like?" It was as if he were barely restraining himself, his demeanor suggesting that if the name she uttered was not his, he might just lose control. Go-on gazed intently at Chun-Yi and suddenly broke into a smile. This smile left him momentarily flustered. "What are you laughing at?" "I'm asking you." His expression revealed an unnatural tension, and a faint blush crept up his earlobes. "Yvonne is me de falterit." She did not wish to ignore the fondness blossoming within her. Life is fleeting, and if she did not take this step, she might regret it for eternity. Realizing this, Go-on's confidence surged. "I like you, and I don't know when it began, perhaps from the very first meeting." Upon hearing her confession, Chun-Yi suddenly grasped the essence of blooming flowers. In that instant, his heart blossomed with joy. Unable to restrain the overwhelming urge to embrace her, he pulled her close. Leaning his head on Go-on's shoulder, he whispered tenderly, "I really like you." His embrace was so tight that Go-on found it difficult to breathe. She gently patted his back and murmured, "I'm a bit short of oxygen." Chun-Yi then realized his earlier emotional outburst had crossed a line, and he hastily released her. An awkward silence enveloped them, and a sense of discomfort began to spread. Go-on inwardly mused, "Why is this so different from what I see in dramas? Shouldn't we be passionately kissing?" As Go-on looked up, Chun-Yi happened to glance down, their lips mere inches apart, their breaths mingling. Without hesitation, Go-on leaned in and kissed him. Chun-Yi, momentarily taken aback, quickly deepened the kiss. After a while, they both caught their breath. Through that kiss, they had solidified their feelings for each other. Go-on casually surveyed their surroundings and sighed softly. Chun-Yi, thinking she was upset about their earlier encounter, wondered why she was sighing, considering she had initiated it. "Why the sigh?" She shrugged. "In this freezing weather, there's no bed. According to the usual course of things, I should have taken you to bed." Chun-Yi brushed aside the hair that the wind had scattered across her face, saying, "I could consider sneaking into your bed later." No, that would be too noisy and might alert others." She certainly did not want to broadcast a live performance. Chun-Yi leaned down, resting his forehead against hers, affectionately tapping her nose. Don't worry, I don't snore. At that moment, Go-won realized that their conversation was completely misaligned. She stuck out her tongue at Chun-Yi, saying, sometimes, sleeping is not the same as sleeping, you know? As she spoke, she pulled a black bead bracelet from her pocket, a piece she had crafted after their first meeting when she visited a jewelry store. It was peculiar. That day, there were far more exquisite stones than this bracelet, yet she had been drawn to it immediately. Chun-Yi looked down at the bracelet resting in her palm, a spark of excitement igniting in his eyes. He couldn't help but recall a time long ago, beneath the bamboo, when a girl who had just emerged into this world gifted him a bracelet made of stones meant to protect her. After millennia, he had finally found her. Isn't it beautiful? Yes, indeed. I gift it to you. Consider it my betrothal gift for marrying you in the future. Chapter 72. The Little One Go-won. Are you both doing well? Night Ling quietly inquired, glancing at the two of them. It is of no concern. I have merely organized the events that transpired earlier. To prevent such occurrences in the future, I shall leave a light on while sleeping and ensure someone remains vigilant through the night. I cannot allow anyone to mistakenly invade my bed and then turn the blame upon me. After expressing this, Go-won's gaze fell upon the sobbing Ma Xiao. If you attempt any further tricks, you may leave at once, though I will grant you one more chance. Go-won was a person who could not tolerate any form of deceit. Had this been in the past, she would not have permitted Ma Xiao to remain. However, recalling that Ma Xiao had been quite decent just days prior, her demeanor had shifted with the arrival of Chun-Yi, and she had even gone out of her way to curry favor with him. Go-won surmised that perhaps Ma Xiao had exerted great effort to remain here solely for Chun-Yi's sake, though the specifics of her intentions remained unclear to her. Turning to Yijio, Go-won spoke with a serious tone. I harbor no ulterior motives towards you. It was she who mistakenly intruded upon my bed. Do not let her words create any animosity between us. Her words elucidated both the circumstances and her sentiments. Since she was with Chun-Yi, she wished to avoid any complications. Yijio managed a forced smile, feigning nonchalance. I understand. You would not. Hearing her words, the weight in Mo Han's heart lifted. Ma Xiao sat in her chair, not daring to breathe, her heart aflame with indignation. She distinctly remembered that the bed belonged to Chun-Yi. How could she have made such an error? It turned out that before they went to bed, Chun-Yi had found the position of Go-won's chosen bed, near the door where the wind blew, unsuitable, and had insisted she switch. Unbeknownst to him, this unintentional act had shielded him from unwanted romantic entanglements. Otherwise, he would have been in an inextricable situation, unable to return with his beloved as he now did. Suddenly, a blinding white light streamed in. The brightness compelled everyone to shield their eyes, followed closely by a hurried knocking at the door. Bang, bang, bang. Good yeah, open the door. Good yeah, open the door. Recognizing the voice of the little one, Chun-Yi and Go-won exchanged a glance, their hearts tightening in unison, and they immediately opened the door. The little one would not come to the safe house unless a significant issue had arisen. What has happened at home? Go-won swiftly pulled the little one into the vehicle, her voice laced with urgency. The little one was startled by the number of people in the car. Oh my, why are there so many people? Quickly, tell me what's wrong. Go-won pressed on, nearly frantic, with little time to spare for idle conversation. Do you know how vast the South Sea is? The little one shook his head. I do not know, but Nyanggu instructed me to tell you that this liquid can instantaneously dissolve 1,000 square meters of thick ice, and it also possesses anesthetic properties. This means, if you locate the habitat of the whales and pour it in, the whales will lose their capacity to attack, allowing you to extract their blood. Why didn't you bring it to us directly? Yi Ling inquired. The little one, realizing the oversight, smacked his forehead in frustration. I wondered why they were pursuing me. Thinking I had not brought enough things, I assumed they were merely concerned that I had insufficient food. The people in the vehicle were amused by the little one's antics. Ha ha ha, I will accompany you. Though he understood Go-won's earlier words, he could not suppress his feelings. All he desired was to follow her. Then let us not dawdle any longer. Let us be on our way. Under the urging of the little one, Go-won could only offer a few brief reminders to Yijio. Be cautious, Ma Xiao. She is not to be underestimated. The little one was driving a modified snow vehicle from the warehouse, yet Chun-Yi and Go-won knew she could teleport rather than actually drive here. As soon as they reached the little one's vehicle, she feigned mystery, saying, "Sister, wouldn't you like to arrive home in an instant?" Go-won played along, replying, "Absolutely. Then let us depart." "Oh, splendid." In a blink, when they opened their eyes again, the safe house stood before them. As they drove into the garage, a group of people awaited their arrival. It must have been the loud noise of the vehicle that startled them. "Wan, you have caused grandfather such worry." Chun-Shur patted her shoulder, tears glistening in his eyes. Suddenly, he turned to Chun-Yi with a serious demeanor and tone, commanding, "Little Chun, kneel." Chun-Yi obediently bent his knee, but was stopped by Go-won. "Grandfather, what are you doing? If he hasn't angered you, would you still have him kneel? Although we have found him, what if something had happened?" It turned out she was standing up for him, and warmth flooded her heart. "Grandfather, we did not argue. It was just that day I had a fever and exchanged a few words. Weren't you two quarreling over the matter on the bed?" And Ning immediately interjected. Both Chun-Yi and Go-won understood the implication of her words, and they instinctively lowered their heads, recalling the dishes on the table that day. Realizing they had overthought the situation, seeing their bashful expressions, the others discreetly found excuses to disperse, fully aware of the truth. It is already late at night. The Yang brothers are asleep on the third floor and might not have heard your commotion. It's too late to disturb them. You two should also retire for the night, and Ning suggested. In the blink of an eye, only Chun-Yi and Go-won remained in place. They exchanged smiles, surprised that a mere exchange of words had led to such speculation. That night, Chun-Yi had been left with a bleeding nose from the scuffle. "Oh, by the way, little Chun, your room is fully occupied. The only available room is on your side. You can make do there for the night." And Ning's timely assistance was appreciated by Chun-Yi, who mentally praised her. Yet he maintained a serious facade, stating, "Let us go. I will tidy your room tomorrow." After a long night, she too wished for a good sleep. Go-won brought over 2 blankets, pointed to one. "You can have that one. I tend to wrap myself in blankets when I sleep, so to prevent you from getting cold and falling ill, we shall each have our own bedding." Chun-Yi casually gestured towards the blanket, feeling a twinge of annoyance. He simply wished to hold her while sleeping, yet he was relegated to his own blanket. Chapter 73. The Bed Beneath the Moonlight. Chun-Yi gazed at the peacefully sleeping Go-won, experiencing an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. He gently smiled, his fingers softly brushing against the ends of her hair. Despite his delicate movements, he inadvertently startled her awake. Go-won slowly opened her eyes to find him staring at her, a flush immediately spreading across her cheeks. In the next moment, a glimmer of mischief danced in her eyes. Seizing the opportunity while Chun-Yi was distracted, she slipped into his blanket, her long legs entwining with his. "What's wrong?" Go-won remained silent, her hands continuing to explore his body. Only when she sensed Chun-Yi's breath grow heavier did she slowly speak. "If Ma Xiao hadn't mistakenly crawled into the wrong bed just now, would you have reacted to her?" Chun-Yi understood the implication of her words. With a charming smile, he rose and pinned her beneath him, gently brushing his nose against hers. "No one, but you can have me like this." As flowers fall, he leaned in to kiss her. Suddenly, the incessant ringing of the alarm clock on the bedside table shattered their intimacy. Chun-Yi reluctantly pulled away from her lips, extending his elegantly defined fingers to silence the alarm. He felt a mix of amusement and irritation at the interruption, which had so abruptly disrupted their tender moment. Even Go-won's face reflected a flash of anger. "Chun-Yi, do you wake up this early every day?" He glanced outside. Dawn was just breaking, and the clock displayed 4:30 a.m. He felt exasperated, wondering why his grandfather insisted on rising at such an ungodly hour. Previously, it was his grandfather who had slept in this room. "Shall we continue?" Chun-Yi murmured. The two exchanged awkward glances, both looking down at their bare bodies. Realizing their clothes were nowhere to be found, Go-won pouted in frustration, her mood having been thoroughly disrupted by the alarm. No continuation, the feeling is gone. Chun-Yi felt a mix of sweetness and yearning in his heart. A personality like hers was unique in this world. Beneath her prickly exterior lay a soft, clingy essence that was impossible to escape from, nor did he wish to. Alas, He lamented being the sole bearer of his unquenched desire. With no desire to sleep any longer, he planted a gentle kiss on the already sleeping Go-won before heading to the bathroom for a cold shower to cool his ardor, all the while hoping for another opportunity, yet wishing for fewer interruptions. The next day, Go-won finally awoke at noon, glancing at the now empty bed beside her. Looking down at her unclothed body, memories of last night began to surface. Oh my goodness, I was completely dazed last night. Go-won was notoriously prone to confusion while sleeping, and her actions from the previous evening were a blur. She called out, "Chun-yi, Chun-yi, where did you go?" "I'm here." His voice echoed from upstairs, and moments later, he appeared at the top of the staircase, slowly descending. Instead of approaching the bed, he paused at the staircase, hesitant to come closer, fearing her embarrassment at being unclothed. Though they had nearly crossed a significant threshold the night before, he still worried she might feel shy. However, Go-won's next words made it clear he had overthought the situation. "Chun-yi, where are my clothes from last night? Can you help me find them?" She felt a wave of panic. There was no way she could search for her clothes in such a state of undress. It would be mortifying. Chun-yi was taken aback by her assertiveness, his heart racing as he felt a flush creep up to his ears, and he gradually walked toward her. He had placed her top and shorts by the bed the night before and picked them up effortlessly. However, the undergarment, he surmised, must have been discarded in the bed last night. Go-won took the night clothes from his hands, which consisted only of a top and shorts. Upon glancing back, she noticed that Chun-yi's face had turned as red as a boiled lobster. They were confronted with three possibilities. 1. To be picked up and searched together. 2. For Chun-yi to accompany her to her room to find a complete outfit. Both remained silent, their gazes fixed intently on the nightwear, likely contemplating the same dilemma: how to retrieve the undergarment without incurring embarrassment. Suddenly, inspiration struck Go-won. He had removed it himself last night, and now he was feigning the innocence of a naive youth. "Chun-yi, do you think I can go out without wearing any underwear?" "Absolutely not." "Chen, you feed me rejected, Herr Notion. I know where I left it." Quickly rummaging through his blankets, he retrieved the item and presented it to Go-won, his eyes remaining tightly closed throughout. As she accepted the garment, she couldn't help but notice his face growing even more crimson. Her heart swelled with delight. It was the first time she had seen Chun-yi in such a state. "I didn't know when you all would wake up, so I didn't leave anything for you," Ning remarked. "It's all right, I'll take care of it." Chun-yi intercepted Go-won's steps. "What would you like to eat?" Observing the tenderness radiating from Chun-yi's gaze, which seemed almost palpable, Go-won whispered, "Rein in your emotions. They will surely tease us if they notice. If they notice, then so be it." With that, Chun-yi took her small hand, encasing it in his palm, and before the onlookers, led her into the kitchen. Go-won entered with her head bowed, her face flushed under the intense scrutiny of everyone present. No sooner had they crossed the threshold of the kitchen than a cacophony erupted outside. "I knew they would make it. I'm going to retrieve the heirloom for Go-won. Finally, the day has come. If I live for 2 more years, I'll be able to hold my great-grandchild." Hearing the jubilant cheers from outside, Go-won's cheeks flushed, and she playfully thumped Chun-yi's chest. "It's all your fault." Chun-yi, admiring Go-won's face, which was as rosy as a ripe apple, found her utterly adorable. Even with the crowd gathered outside, the tide of affection swelling within him was unstoppable, and he leaned in to plant a firm kiss on her charming visage. Their lunch unfolded under the knowing smiles of the onlookers. Although both felt a wave of embarrassment, they persevered and finished their meal. Just as they set down their chopsticks, Ning pulled Go-won into another room, persistently rummaging through the wardrobe, draping various garments across Go-won's figure. The outfits were rather revealing, covering only the most essential areas while leaving much to the imagination. Some even hinted at private areas, barely concealed beneath sheer skirts. "Sister Ning, these clothes are not suitable for me." After a prolonged tug-of-war with Ning, she finally relented and allowed Go-won to exit. However, before leaving, she forcefully shoved a piece of enticing sleepwear into Go-won's hands. Concealing the garment from Chun-yi, Go-won hastily tucked it into a corner. She then led Chun-yi to the 3rd floor, which had been transformed into a chemistry laboratory. Since recovering, and Yang had spent nearly all his time immersed in experiments, clearly eager to contribute his efforts to assist Go-On. And Anyang, is this the de-icing agent? Go-On and his companion donned white lab coats, and upon entering the laboratory, they were greeted by the sight of a glass bottle containing a white, powdery substance. Turning to Go-On, Anyang was filled with excitement as he set down his experimental samples. Pointing at the de-icing agent, he exclaimed, "Indeed, this is the high-intensity de-icing agent I invented, which also possesses anesthetic properties. It will be immensely useful for capturing whale blood." Peering into the bottle, which was only half filled with powder, Go-On expressed skepticism, pondering if it would suffice for the vast expanse of the South China Sea. Isn't this a bit too little? Whales are the largest mammals on Blue Star, reaching lengths of several dozen meters. Wouldn't it take a substantial amount of substance to sedate one? Not at all, Anyang reassured him. I have refined the anesthetic and de-icing agent to an astounding purity of 1 in 100 million. Just 1 gram is sufficient to sedate a blue whale of considerable length. Anyang's words gradually eased Go-On's doubts. Anyang delicately picked up a fragment of the powder with a sterilized tweezer. Had it not been for Go-On's exceptional senses, he would scarcely have noticed the minute particles. With a swift motion, he lowered the tweezers into the fish tank, and in the blink of an eye, the fish within flipped onto their backs almost instantaneously. Impressive, Go-On commended, giving Anyang a thumbs up. Now that the de-icing agent is ready, what were you busy with earlier? At this, Anyang's cheeks flushed, and he shyly scratched the back of his head. I was developing a soil nutrient solution for Lin-Jie. Exchanging knowing glances, Go-On and Chun instantly grasped the underlying sentiment. Oh, Lin-Jie. They chorused playfully, elongating her name. Anyang, embarrassed, lowered his head and remarked, I should go to the estate now. Are you coming? Of course. The trio quickly made their way to the estate. Having access to the fingerprint entry, Go-On entered without knocking. As soon as she stepped inside, a vibrant green tapestry unfolded before her eyes. Her gaze was captivated by the endless fields of green wheat and corn. My goodness, I was gone for less than a month, and the changes are astonishing. Go-On's exclamation immediately drew the attention of everyone present. Upon recognizing her, they set aside their tasks and rushed towards her, each face adorned with joyous smiles. To them, Go-On was akin to a deity. Now, they thrived on their own efforts, enjoying sustenance and leading fulfilling lives. They could hardly fathom the joy that awaited them once the crops matured. Miss Go, we are immensely grateful for the assistance Lin-Jie provided. It has spared us considerable effort. Indeed, only then did Anyang realize that Lin-Jie was absent from the group. Where is Lin-Jie? Oh, she's over there in the wheat field, collecting soil samples. One of the older women pointed towards the distant field, where a beautiful figure could be seen blending with the wheat. Upon seeing this, Anyang immediately rushed over. Let us join her and have a word. You all carry on with your tasks. And Yang arrived at the wheat field, closely followed by Go-On. Lin-Jie, look who has come. A wave of joy surged within her, causing the soil she had just gathered to nearly slip from her grasp. Brother Chun, sister Go-On. It's been such a long time. Lin-Jie set down the specimen she held and made her way to the wash basin beside the field to cleanse her muddy hands. Go-On observed Lin-Jie, whose attire and face were smeared with dirt, and found it difficult to reconcile this image with that of the delicate young lady she once knew. One was frail and willful, the other spirited and poised. No wonder she could captivate hearts. Lin-Jie led them to her usual resting place, collapsing wearily into a chair. Perhaps feeling a bit overheated, she boldly rolled up her pant legs, a gesture that spoke to her newfound resilience. Sister Go-On, look, these are all my achievements. Remarkable, aren't they? Lin-Jie gestured grandly, revealing the expanse of the field. Indeed, you are the most impressive, and Yang chimed in affectionately. Truth be told, I only grasped some planting techniques. It was Yang who resolved the soil issues. This land, initially of poor quality and situated near the mountains, posed significant challenges. The tilling machines could not operate. Each shovel revealed only stones, necessitating manual labor with a milling tool, which slowed progress considerably. With fertile soil, the effort became far more rewarding. Yes, especially thanks to my sister adjusting the greenhouse temperature to a delightful 26 degrees, which plants adore. And the rooftop being equipped with photosynthetic devices, allowing for optimal growth, Lin Jie exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as she spoke of her passion for planting. Gu Wan observed the vivacious Lin Jie and reflected on how profoundly the environment could transform a person. They engaged in further delightful conversation until suddenly, a dark figure fell before Gu Wan's gaze. Looking down, she spotted a small insect crawling at her feet. Its body was flat and dark brown, with long, filamentous antennae. A cockroach. Gu Wan's brow furrowed in an instant. She glanced around. The surrounding area had been constructed according to safety standards. Not only were insects unlikely to infiltrate, but even the wind was kept at bay. How could a cockroach possibly appear here? It seemed improbable unless it had somehow mutated. Gu Wan abruptly stood, her gaze sharp as she scanned her surroundings. Chapter 75. The mutated cockroach Lin Jie was startled by her sudden movement and stood as well, feeling a wave of anxiety rise within her as she observed Gu Wan's serious demeanor. What is wrong, Sister Gu Wan? The appearance of one cockroach signifies the potential presence of many more. It is highly likely that somewhere within the estate lies a cockroach king, already established in its nest. Have you encountered cockroaches before? Lin Jie asked, her brows knitting together in concentration. After a significant pause, she replied, yes, but only one or two at most. Lin Jie promptly called for others to gather, urgency in her voice. Come quickly, I have something to discuss. Noting Gu Wan's heightened alertness, she dashed off to summon help. The nearby Chun, Yi, and Enyang, hearing the commotion, approached. Enyang remarked, there are cockroaches here. Confuset, anyang cuestionet. Isn't it normal to have some insects in a place with fields and water sources? What is the issue? Chen Yi, understanding Gu Wan's concerns, patiently explained. Have you seen other insects here? After some contemplation, Enyang realized that indeed there were none. How could cockroaches appear here, even if they came in with people? Given how cold it is outside, do you think ordinary cockroaches could survive? It was evident that the cockroaches here were of a mutated variety. At that moment, Lin Jie, breathless, rushed over with a group of people, saying, go on, if there is something to address, please let us know. Everyone, she continued, I suspect there are mutated cockroaches here. Let us form teams of 3 and search the dark, damp areas, especially beneath the wheat and corn stalks. I suspect there may be a cockroach king. Her words elicited gasps from the crowd. I saw a few just a few days ago. Goodness. Let us hurry and find them. We cannot allow mutated beasts to destroy our hard-earned home. With that, the group instinctively divided into teams of 3, arming themselves with shovels, clubs, and various weapons. Gu Wan and her companions began their search. The expansive 100-acre estate would take 2 hours to traverse, let alone search through the dense wheat fields, which undoubtedly added to the difficulty. As they entered the fields, many began to report good news. I found several here. Me too. It wasn't until nightfall, after 5 or 6 hours, that the 100-acre estate had been thoroughly searched. They had captured approximately several thousand cockroaches of varying sizes, concealed within the moist soil, their brown bodies blending in, making the task arduous. Gu Wan meticulously observed the captured cockroaches. Their sizes varied, and some even exhibited different external shapes. The larger cockroaches showed signs of tusks protruding, a typical characteristic of mutated creatures. Yet, the largest was merely the size of a palm. Could such a creature possess such formidable reproductive capabilities? Have we searched everywhere? The group looked at each other and nodded in unison. Miss Gu, we've even searched the restroom and sleeping areas. I can confirm that we've covered all locations. Hearing their assurances eased Gu Wan's previously anxious heart. The mutated beasts were excessively aggressive, having completely lost their control and exhibited bloodlust. Few could escape when encountering them. As the night grew darker and seeing that everyone was faring well and the mutated cockroaches had been eradicated, the group swiftly grabbed anything that could serve as a weapon and headed towards the water tank. On their way, a baby crawled towards them rapidly, its face filled with fear, a fear emanating from the infant. With vacant eyes, upon seeing familiar faces, it desperately waved its limbs, glancing repeatedly at the water tank. Gu Wan instantly recognized this as the child she had saved. She had anticipated that it could already crawl. "Be careful," Go-on exclaimed as she pulled Chunny, who was heading toward the water tank. The water tank is connected by two enormous pipes, each as high as Gyun himself. One pipe leads to the wheat fields for irrigation, while the other directs water to the kitchen for the people to drink. Gyun's conjecture coincided with that of his companions. He had shut off the water tank because the fields were too saturated. Suddenly, the pipes connecting to the tank ran dry, and, unbeknownst to anyone, a small child had crawled out of the enclosure and into the pipe to play, perhaps unaware of the serendipitous encounter with the Cockroach King. Lin Jie murmured her discontent. She had previously complained about the feeble water flow and the sluggish irrigation, deriding the impracticality of the pipe. "Why don't we burn to death?" someone suggested. "No. What if the fire spreads and consumes the whole house?" came the retort. "I think we should poison it." Various strategies were proposed, yet each was swiftly dismissed. Chun-Yi gently tapped Gyun, who was lost in thought. "Do you think it might be stuck inside?" With his extraordinary vision, Chun-Yi discerned a large cockroach trapped in the middle of the pipe, its expression fierce yet unable to escape. This pipe was no ordinary conduit. It was crafted from cold iron, and even Chun-Yi would struggle to free himself if he were ensnared, let alone such a small creature. "Stuck? Surely not," someone exclaimed. "We have witnessed the formidable strength of mutated beasts." The group collectively rejected Chun-Yi's assertion, each presenting their own opinions. "No. Consider this. If a cockroach the size of a person had entered with us, wouldn't we have noticed?" Gyun's words prompted the others to look at one another, their faces reflecting confusion. Indeed, who could be so blind as to overlook a person-sized cockroach trailing behind? Lin Jie suddenly had an epiphany. "I understand now. This cockroach must have entered as a juvenile, scuttled into the pipe, and was unaware of its transformation. It grew larger and bore many offspring. When it finally sought to escape, it found itself trapped." "Exactly. Otherwise, given the bloodthirsty nature of mutated beasts, it would never willingly hide in a pipe," and Yang added. Gyun conceived a plan and directed everyone to mix some cement to dismantle the pipe, sealing both ends before transporting it away. Additionally, they would bore a hole in the pipe, fill it with alcohol, and set it ablaze. Chapter 76. The Slaughter. Gyun, feigning courage, cautiously approached the pipe and peered inside. A pair of glowing red eyes fortuitously met her gaze, the ferocity in their stare sending a chill down her spine. However, she quickly regained her composure. She scrutinized the Cockroach King, noting its protruding fangs and legs that had morphed into scythe-like pincers. It was firmly lodged within, appearing to be about Gyun's height. Gyun speculated that had it not been trapped, it would have long since emerged to feast. With that, Gyun, accompanied by Chun-Yi and the others, gathered sand and cement. They applied thick layers of cement to both ends of the pipe. The pipe was excessively long and heavy, and, after much effort, the group, in the frigid temperature of -100 degrees, was drenched in sweat from their exertion. After carrying the burden for nearly 3 kilometers to a location close to the manor, some individuals could no longer endure the weight. Sister Hua, despite her robust physique, was merely superficially strong and was the first to relinquish her grip, collapsing onto the pipeline, panting heavily. "Miss Gu, is this not a plastic pipe? Why is it so heavy?" she exclaimed. It took a dozen people to lift it, and one could hardly fathom how plastic could possess such substantial weight. "Go on," slightly embarrassed, responded, "This is not an ordinary pipe. It is made of cold iron, which explains its heft." After sealing both ends of the pipeline with cement, Go-on utilized a drilling machine to create an opening. From her spatial storage, she retrieved several hundred bottles of cheap Erwo 2, which, rather than being considered wine, resembled industrial alcohol mixed with water. One by one, the bottles were uncorked and poured out. The group worked swiftly, and within half an hour, they had nearly finished. In the pipeline, the cockroaches seemed to sense the influence of the alcohol, beginning to thrash wildly within, producing a series of thunderous sounds that caused the pipeline to bulge ominously. Except for Chun-Yi and Go-on, everyone else was frightened enough by the commotion to retreat several meters away. Go-on flicked her lighter, releasing her grip on it as it plummeted downwards. Boom! A tremendous flash of fire erupted within the pipeline, followed by the anguished cries of the dying cockroaches, their desperate wails piercing the air. It took half an hour for the alcohol to burn out completely. The pipeline, charred and rendered unusable, prompted Go-Wan to smash open one end of the cement. Peering inside, she found no cockroaches remaining, only a heap of black powder left behind. Confirming the demise of the cockroach king, Go-Wan sealed it once more with cement to prevent any potential toxins from being released. Since the pipeline was no longer functional, it was best to thoroughly seal it to avert future calamities. As night approached, she intended to rest well, planning to set out early the next morning to procure whale blood and expedite the vaccine development, thus ensuring the completion of her mission. He had mentioned a desire to study soil issues, but Go-Wan was acutely aware that his true motivation was merely to be closer to Lin Jie. Upon approaching, she discovered they were harvesting vegetables, with a basket of chives already half full. "What delicious dish are we preparing today?" she asked, glancing at the table laden solely with chives, a sense of foreboding creeping into her mind. "Surely we cannot be eating only chives today?" "Not at all. Go take a look in the kitchen. We're making dumplings today," and Ning pointed towards the kitchen. Go-Wan adored chive and egg dumplings, and she was certain the kitchen staff had already prepared the egg pancakes. With excitement, she dashed into the kitchen, only to be taken aback. There were no eggs, no egg pancakes, only a basket full of oysters. "Are we having chive and oyster dumplings today?" Go-Wan called out from the kitchen. "Indeed, they are incredibly delicious," came a reply. Go-Wan could only manage a wry smile, thinking to herself, "Yes, and highly nutritious as well," fearing that if she lingered, Chunny might be overwhelmed by their culinary delights. She resolved that since she could not resist, she might as well join them. She had not made dumplings with her friends and family in quite a while. With the assistance of Chun, Yi, and Go-Wan, the pace quickened significantly as they tackled the basket of leeks. After washing the leeks, it was naturally Ning who took charge of chopping and seasoning, as the others were utterly devoid of culinary skills. And Ning had lamented more than once about being the most capable and industrious among them. Consequently, when it came to kneading the dough and rolling out the dumpling skins, it was clear that the others had no role to play. And Jie finished washing the strawberries and handed them to Go-Wan. "Thank you, Sister Jie," Go-Wan said, settling onto the sofa to join them in watching a palace drama. Occasionally, Go-Wan and Jie would exchange remarks about the show. Suddenly, Chun, overhearing Go-Wan's voice, hastily set down his book. "What's wrong?" he asked. Go-Wan, pouting slightly, replied, "It's sour. I bit into one that was particularly tart, and it looked so red. How could it be so sour? Strawberries are generally sweet. You must have gotten one from the bottom, which is why it tastes sour." Jan retorted coldly, and Jie was left speechless, as she was hardly a fruit sugar detector to ascertain sweetness just by looking. "Are you putting sister in a difficult position? How would she know if it's sweet or not?" And Jie feigned a hurt expression. "Oh, this is how my own brother treats his sister. It's disheartening." Quietly clutching a dumpling, and Ning chimed in with a laugh. "You're being lazy, and now you're eating dog food. Hurry up and help with the dumplings. You eat the best ones, leave the rest for me," she added. Both in Ning and in Jie froze momentarily. At home, Chun-Yi was possessive of his utensils and clothes, refusing to let anyone touch his belongings for fear of them being dirty, let alone consume food that others had eaten. "As long as you don't mind, I'd be more than happy to leave the strawberry-esque bottom for you." Go-Wan winked at Chun-Yi. "All right, if it's too sour, I'll just not eat it." Soon, steaming dumplings were served, each filled with a succulent oyster paired with leeks, a delightful combination. Go-Wan couldn't stop herself from devouring them one after another, occasionally flaunting the size of the oysters in her dumplings to Chun-Yi. Chapter 77. Sleep. Go-Wan followed Chun-Yi into his room. Upon entering, she discovered that her wardrobe had already been moved in. She offered a resigned smile to Chun-Yi, exclaiming, "Are you forcing us to cohabit? What is wrong with living together?" Chun-Yi replied. Go-Wan feigned contemplation, pouting as she murmured, "I'm happy, but I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it." After saying that, she dashed towards the wardrobe, leaving Chun-Yi with his outstretched arms, a faint smile of resignation on his lips. She always teased him and then ran away. He felt as if he was utterly captivated by her. Opening the wardrobe, Go-won sought her pajamas to take a shower. As she had perspired profusely at the manor this afternoon and felt sticky all over. The moment she opened the wardrobe, she froze in place. "Oh my heavens!" she exclaimed. None of the clothes were hers. They were all the sleepwear that Ning had given her earlier, which could only be described as intimate apparel. Go-won found herself both amused and exasperated, as it seemed they were being compelled to work overtime today. Gowan selected the most modest outfit from within, picked up a towel, and entered the bathroom. The bathroom was constructed of glass, allowing visibility from within to the outside, while the exterior could only discern vague outlines of the interior. Gowan gazed at Chun-Yi, who was seated on the sofa, and without a second thought, removed her clothing. It was not as if he had never seen her body before. They had explored each other's forms extensively, so why should he feel shy? He endeavored to avert his gaze, yet found himself utterly unable to do so. The sensations from the previous night ignited an undeniable reaction within him, as if a fire were slowly kindling in his heart, consuming his reason. After an extended period, the sound of raindrops ceased, and Chun-Yi exhaled deeply. Relieved that the half-hour had finally come to an end, it felt like a punishment. "You're done. You can come out," she called. The fabric she wore resembled more of a sheer skirt than a garment, presenting herself nearly nude before him. Gowan playfully twirled in front of him, teasing, "Do you find me alluring?" In truth, her earrings had turned crimson. Though dressed this way made her bashful, with a thick enough skin, one could conceal their embarrassment. "Are you trying to seduce me?" Chun-Yi murmured, his voice laced with restraint. "One might say so, but this is not my attire. It belongs to Sister Anning." As soon as the words left her lips, Chun-Yi sprang to his feet, swiftly gathering her into his arms, striding towards the bed. As a normal man, he believed no one could resist such temptation laid bare before him. Chun-Yi's breath brushed against her ear, and soon, kisses began to rain down upon her. The kisses grew deeper. Initially, they lingered on her lips, but as his breath grew heavier, they slowly descended to her neck, her collarbone, and further down. Meanwhile, his hands began to wander without restraint. When a sharp pain pierced through her, Gowan could not help but let out a soft cry. "It hurts." "Is it very painful?" Chun-Yi paused his movements, his voice filled with compassion. Gowan shook her head vigorously. Her heart longed to be with Chun-Yi, to share every moment with him. Chun-Yi gently caressed her head, cradling her in his embrace, softly patting her back, whispering in her ear, "If it hurts, I can stop." Gowan playfully bit her shoulder. "Do you wish for others to feel pain?" Understanding her well-intentioned comment regarding emotional release, Chun-Yi remained silent, increasing his intensity. Gowan, feeling discomfort, lightly punched him. Chun-Yi sighed softly. "If you feel pain, so do I." Gowan could not comprehend the euphoric sensations others spoke of. All she felt was pain, excruciating pain. Half of Chun-Yi's attention was devoted to Gowan, shamelessly admitting that he needed to practice more in such matters, or else he would remain awkward. They continued until dawn, both sinking into profound slumber. Upon awakening the next day, Gowan noticed the sky was still dim. Believing it was not yet dawn, she glanced at her phone, only to realize they had slept until the afternoon. Perhaps they had exhausted themselves the previous night, for as she moved her body, she felt an overwhelming soreness. Her sudden movement roused Chun-Yi, who had been holding her close. The two exchanged glances, their minds inevitably drifting back to the provocative exchanges of the previous night. Truly a testament to desire clouding their judgment. How shameless they had been. Their faces flushed crimson in unison. Go-on, concealing herself beneath the covers, murmured, I need to get dressed." Suddenly, a beam of light illuminated the bed, and Chun-Yi playfully leaned in, teasing, "I think it's still early. After all, it's only the afternoon of the next day." What? Chun-Yi too had not anticipated sleeping in so late, but having experienced that first time, how could he bear to relinquish it? He had come to understand the meaning behind the phrase, "A night of passion is fleeting," and thus the sovereign does not attend morning court. Go on, wrapping her arms around his neck with a seductive smile, urged, "Come on, let's get up. I'm already hungry." After several gentle nudges from Go-on, Chun-Yi reluctantly rose from the bed. As they donned their attire, and opened the door. They were met with a sofa full of people. Each held a sunflower seed, occasionally erupting into laughter. "What are you watching?" Go-won inquired curiously as she approached. "Oh, come on, let me make you something to eat." Once Chun-Yi and Go-won entered the kitchen, a lively yet hushed conversation erupted among the group on the sofa. "I bet within a year, Grandpa, you'll definitely have a great-grandson," Ning declared confidently. "I wager 2 years. Nowadays, young people love to play," and Jia chimed in. A little one piped up, "I bet 1 month." "Shoo shoo, you little child, don't spout nonsense." And Chun affectionately ruffled the child's head, explaining, "It takes 10 months for a person to be pregnant." The child, half understanding, nodded, pondering the time constraints of bringing a new life into the world. In the kitchen, Chun inquired about which jam to use for the bread. Go-won frowned at the mention of bread, suggesting instead to stir-fry some vegetables or cook rice. "All right." And Ning observed Chun-Yi bustling about in the kitchen and couldn't help but shake her head. Go-won, believing in Ning's expression reflected discontent, opened her mouth to explain, but was interrupted as Jia took her arm. "Wan, I had thought this guy was destined for a monastic life. Always so serene and detached." "Detached? Last night in bed, he seemed anything but," and Ning continued, "I fear this fellow might extinguish the Chun family's lineage, leaving our vast estate without an heir." Chapter 78. The family fortune. Upon hearing Ning mention the family fortune, Go-won remembered that before the apocalypse, Chun-Yi's family was among the wealthiest, although those assets held little value now. Once a vaccine was developed and they triumphed over the Ice Sovereign, everything on Blue Star would return to normal, and wealth would regain its significance. "How much money does your family possess?" And Ning pondered. "Actually, our family is rather divided. We were once a small company, but after my parents separated, the shares were split into 3 parts. Later, Xiao Chun took a share and ventured out on his own. In just 5 years, he turned Chun Phone Group into the world's leading corporation." 5 years? He accomplished this in merely 5 years. Her parents had toiled their entire lives without achieving a public listing for their company. He was indeed a prodigy. Therefore, I have no idea how much Xiao Chun possesses. You might as well inquire with him. As Go-won's eyes sparkled with curiosity, she resolved to seek out Chun-Yi for clarification. Was she truly a person of mundane tastes, or did she possess a more profound affinity for gold and jewels? Go-won hurriedly made her way to another room. But due to the late hour, both decided to postpone their visit to Yijio and the others for another day. Upon entering, Go-won found Chun-Yi engrossed in an ancient text. The moment he heard her approach and lifted his gaze, their eyes met, and his expression softened instantly. "Why not come closer? What are you gazing at?" Go-won dashed into his embrace, her large eyes blinking up at him, her long lashes brushing against his cheek. "I just heard Sister Ning mention some things about you," she said. Chun-Yi smiled, naturally taking her hand in his and gently squeezing it. "What things? Are you very wealthy?" she inquired. Chun-Yi affectionately pressed his forehead against her cheek. "I suppose I have a modest amount of wealth." "The world's richest man refers to it as a modest sum? In that case, what does that make her family, beggars? Have you ever bought gold or diamonds? Once this turmoil subsides and the Blue Star returns to normal, those items will surely retain their value. Do you like them?" Go-won shot him a look, as if to say, who wouldn't appreciate money? "Of course, I adore it. I am, after all, a person of simple tastes, enamored with gold and silver." "Then come with me." Chun-Yi took her hand and led her up to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor, devoid of beds and used typically as a storage area, was seldom visited. Upon arriving, they turned right into the last room. Go-won followed Chun-Yi with a mix of skepticism and trust, certain that he would not bring her harm. "What is this?" As Go-won stepped inside, the room illuminated with a sudden brightness. Before her lay at least 100 boxes of varying sizes, with everything but the space they occupied filled to the brim. Noticing her bewilderment, Chun-Yi merely smiled and opened a nearby box. As the lid lifted, the unique gleam of gold reflected dazzling rays of light, causing Go-won to squint. Once her eyes adjusted, she beheld an entire box filled with gold. In disbelief, she glanced between the box and Chun-Yi. Seeing him nod in affirmation of her unspoken thoughts, the smile on her lips could no longer be concealed. The room was packed with boxes, each containing gold, signifying that this space was a veritable treasure trove. Golden, radiant gold. This was no mere modest wealth. It was a magnificent fortune. At that moment, Go-on pondered another question. How could he possibly acquire so much gold? In truth, it was not just gold. Other boxes contained diamonds, jade, antiques, and artworks. Chun-Yi enveloped Go-on in his embrace once more, gradually revealing the reason behind his actions. After my grandfather was taken by the authorities, I anticipated the impending apocalypse. I liquidated all my assets, shares, and stores at a low price, and subsequently purchased these valuables to store here. Upon hearing Chun-Yi's explanation, Go-on was profoundly shaken, not merely by the gold, but by the sheer audacity and determination he exhibited. It should be noted that at that time, the authorities could only speculate. His reckless disposal of his shares suggested that without an impending catastrophe, his 5 years of hard work would be rendered futile. Chun-Yi cast a glance at the box. These are mere material possessions, yet if it brings you joy, I shall bestow upon you 100-fold as a bride price in the future. Go-on, observing his serious demeanor, understood he was not jesting. When did you begin to harbor feelings for me? This question had lingered in Go-on's mind for 2 days. Although she possessed a certain charm, in comparison to him, her beauty was overshadowed by countless others, and her temperament was far from agreeable. Long ago, Chun-Yi replied. Liking someone is simply that. There is no reason behind it. Long ago? Just how long is that? A peculiar feeling stirred within Go-on. At merely 23, having never crossed paths with him before, she pondered why he would use the term long ago. Did it hold a deeper significance? With this thought, Go-on extricated herself from his embrace, fixing her serious gaze upon Chun-Yi, enunciating each word. Do not attempt to weave a narrative of unrequited love. We have never met before. If your heart harbors another, you must clarify this at once. I will not indulge in a love born of deceit. Sensing Go-on's fury, Chun-Yi felt a pang of anxiety, yet maintained an exterior of strength and composure. As a child, I visited my grandfather's home, and I glimpsed you through the crack of the door. Upon hearing his explanation, Go-on recalled her frequent visits to her grandfather's house in her youth. What unrequited love! You are my one and only. No matter how many girls resemble you, I would recognize you, for you are truly unique. After listening to Chun-Yi's subsequent explanations, Go-on pouted. I suppose I shall reluctantly believe you. She paused before continuing. If I ever discover that you have deceived me, I shall not hesitate to cast you aside and ensure we never meet again. Chun-Yi gently rested his chin atop her head, while she nestled in his embrace, oblivious to the unusual glint in his eyes. He had not lied about his feelings, though his affection may have been nurtured longer than she realized. He wondered if she would be angered by this revelation in the future. His hand around her waist tightened slightly, his lips curving into a smile as he drew her closer, enveloping himself in her warmth. He leaned down, brushing his cheek against hers, a mischievous grin gracing his lips. The bride price has been set. Should you not now fulfill the duties of a wife? Go-on's cheeks flushed, and she turned her face away. Did you not claim it would be 100-fold? This is insufficient. Enough, he asserted. Enough? Go-on questioned, puzzled. The entire 3rd floor is filled with treasures. It exceeds 100-fold. What? The realization struck her that an immense trove had always been before her eyes, unbeknownst to her. Elated, Go-on planted a kiss on his cheek. I adore it. Do you love money or me? I love you, she replied, pausing for a moment, her eyes sparkling with amusement before adding, but I still love money more. Who doesn't T want to shop? He gazed at the enchanting figure in his arms, a tender smile gracing his lips as he slowly descended the staircase with Go-on in tow. He gently placed Gyun on the bed before heading to the bathroom to wash up. Turning back to gather his toiletries, he left the bewildered Gyun alone on the bed. Frustrated, she pounded the quilt, wondering if they were not supposed to be making significant moves according to the plot. Hearing the sound of water cascading from the bathroom, she lay on the bed for a while, yet sleep eluded her. She slipped on her slippers, preparing to watch some television on the sofa. As she approached the bathroom door, curiosity got the better of her, prompting her to pause. Although they had revealed their true selves to one another, it had only been under the covers, and she had yet to behold his physique. while she seemed to have felt his abdominal muscles. Seeing them in person would undoubtedly be more thrilling. Just as she concentrated on peering inside, the bathroom door swung open. Chen Yue emerged, a white towel wrapped around his waist. His perfectly sculpted body presented before her eyes. She was caught in the act of peeking, and her gaze met his in a moment of shock. Startled, her eyes widened, and she instinctively recoiled, only to slip and fall backward. Chen Yue's expression shifted in surprise as he swiftly reached out, wrapping his arms around her waist and pulling her into his embrace. Gyun, still reeling from the fright, flailed her hands in an attempt to steady herself, inadvertently grasping an inappropriate area. Though separated by the towel, the impact was still quite significant. Chen Yue let out a muffled groan, his grip tightening as his body stiffened. Gyun, however, felt no pain. "Are you all right?" Gyun instinctively asked, realizing that most of the weight and impact had fallen upon him. Chen Yue winced slightly, but managed to suppress the discomfort with a light chuckle. "I'm fine. If you'd like to join me next time, feel free to give me a heads up." "I'm not interested," Gyun retorted, attempting to push him away to rise. However, Chen Yue stepped forward, pinning her beneath him. Gyun instinctively glanced up at the dazzling chandelier. Her gaze meeting his, filled with desire. She pushed against his chest. "Isn't this a bit inappropriate?" "I find it rather delightful," he replied, and as the words left his lips, the room was suddenly engulfed in darkness, kisses raining down upon her. The following morning, Gyun was awakened early by the alarm she had set. "We can't delay any longer," she urged Chen Yue to get up. After they packed their belongings, they were ready to depart by around 7 o'clock. The small RV was brimming with items, and she watched as people continued to load more. Gyun opened her mouth to speak, but closed it again, realizing it would be futile. They could not dampen their enthusiasm, and it was only when the vehicle could hold no more that they ceased their efforts. "This is my greatest teleportation distance to date," the little girl said shyly, lowering her head. "That's all right. We'll reach our destination in 100 miles by the end of the day." Gyun reassured her, giving her shoulder a gentle pat. "Gyun Jia?" When the little girl looked up at Gyun, she suddenly noticed a double vision in Gyun's eyes, as if there were another shadow beside her. "What's wrong?" Gyun responded, observing the little girl's puzzled expression. The little girl shook her head, firmly convinced she had not erred. Indeed, there was an additional shadow beside Gyun. Suddenly, she leapt up with joy, exclaiming, I knew it." "Knew what? What do you know?" the two inquired in unison. The little girl, however, chose to be coy, sticking out her tongue and declaring, "This is a secret that cannot be revealed. Chen Yi, even you cannot fathom this." A flicker of doubt crossed Chen Yi's mind. If he could not discern it, he was all the more curious to know. Just before alighting from the vehicle, the little girl could not resist offering Gyun a piece of advice. "Sister, refrain from fighting every day. It would be unwise to harm yourself. Rest assured, I will not engage in any brawls," Gyun replied, which eased the little girl's worries. The little girl possessed the unique ability to control life and death. With the power of clairvoyance to discern newly pregnant individuals and even ascertain their gender, an ability unmatched in the world. Even Chen Yi could only determine the child's presence once it had formed in the womb. Inside the vehicle, Chen Yi pondered for a long time, but could not unravel the meaning behind the little girl's words. What could it be that eluded his comprehension? He strained his mind, yet nothing came to him. The laws of the world and all its beings were under his dominion, and the four realms existed because of him. Noticing Chen Yi's silence as he sat in a daze by the window, Gyun surmised he was contemplating the little girl's remarks. She approached and patted his shoulder, saying, "Don't dwell on what the little girl said. She is merely a child, speaking whimsically." To Gyun, the little girl was like a half-grown child, whose words were spontaneous and not to be taken seriously. Chen Yi was swayed by Gyun's words and chose not to dwell further on her comments, considering they were likely just whims. Since Gyun and the others had set out early, despite the slippery roads due to the snow, they managed to reach Yi Jiao and the others before nightfall. As they approached the vehicle, the door opened before they arrived. Yi Jiao took long strides, unable to conceal the joy on his face. "Everything is well with us," he said, while Gyun cast him a flirtatious glance. However, Yi Jiao's smile abruptly ceased. He recognized that she had already developed feelings for someone else. Ma Xiao was the last to disembark, following Yi Ling to join them. Sister Guan, did you bring the de-icing agent? She asked. Guan proudly pointed to the nearby, small vehicle, declaring, of course I brought it. And there's plenty. Chapter 80. Arrival at Nanhai after chatting for a while. They could no longer endure the biting cold, and hurriedly transferred all items from the small vehicle to the larger one. Although Guan had mentioned discarding the small vehicle, she secretly stowed it away in her space when no one was watching. It was inconceivable to abandon good equipment. After a journey of half a month, they finally arrived at Nanhai. Though throughout the trip, Ma Xiao had been relatively well-behaved, occasionally teasing Chen Yi, but he always responded with a cold demeanor. Gazing at the plaque inscribed with the characters for Nanhai, they then looked up to behold the vast expanse of the sea, or rather, the ice sea. A blanket of white stretched everywhere, with the ice's thickness so profound that the depths remained utterly concealed. The ocean, unfathomably deep, remains deceptively frozen at a mere surface temperature of -100 degrees. Yet, beneath the depths of 10,000 meters, marine creatures continue to thrive. Guan produced a de-icing agent. With just a few drops, an expansive area of at least 1,000 miles could swiftly thaw. However, a pressing concern lingered. Despite the rapid melting, the frigid temperatures necessitated the urgent search for the blue whale before the surface could freeze once more. Observing the seemingly ample supply of de-icing agent, Guan felt a creeping anxiety about its sufficiency. Most marine animals breathe through gills within their branchial cavities, absorbing oxygen from the water while expelling carbon dioxide back into it. Some deep-sea fish, like the big-eyed fish and baleen whales, possess the ability to store oxygen within their bodies, allowing them to swim in the depths for extended periods without needing to surface frequently for air. As the de-icing agent dripped, the ice on the surface of the ocean melted at an astonishing rate, prompting Guan and the others to retreat to the shore. Approximately half an hour later, the once solid surface had been replaced by the sea. Goodness, so many fish, exclaimed one, as a sheer multitude of fish surged upward, gasping for the long-awaited oxygen as the ice melted. During the testing phase, the fish had been anesthetized. How could such a phenomenon occur? This predicament brought distress to Guan and the others by the shore. Fish leaped eagerly from the water, with some exerting such force that they landed upon the surface. Initially, 2 fish were caught, and the group felt a mix of joy and awe at this rare spectacle. Yet, as more and more fish began to jump ashore, the situation escalated into a veritable fish disaster. The fish possessed considerable strength, and their impacts were painful. Yet, retreat was not an option. Missing the chance to catch the whale would be disastrous. Each person held an umbrella in a futile attempt to shield themselves from the deluge of fish. Unfortunately, it proved ineffective. Smaller fish could be warded off, but larger ones shattered the umbrellas with ease. "What a massive shark!" came the exclamation as a colossal shark plummeted from the sky with a resounding crash. Chen Yi clung tightly to Guan, never loosening her grip. Thus, the group waited from daylight until nightfall, as the surface gradually froze once more, staring at the towering piles of fish with a mix of bitter amusement. The hardship lay in their prolonged wait with no sign of the whale, coupled with the physical discomfort from being struck by the fish. The irony was that although they had an abundance of natural fish available, they were tainted and thus inedible. Consuming them could lead to unforeseen mutations. After standing all day, their legs felt swollen and weary, yet Ma Xiao Chun Yi seemed unaffected, moving about with ease. Once back in the RV, the others rubbed their sore legs. Collapsing onto the sofa bed, utterly exhausted from the exertion of merely standing. "Feeling comfortable?" Chun-Yi asked, as she placed Guwan's legs upon her lap, gently massaging them to alleviate her discomfort. "I'm so hungry, yet I don't wish to move," Night Spirit lamented, massaging her own legs. "I'll take care of it. As a martial artist, this is but a trivial challenge," Ma Xiao declared, heading to the kitchen and soon returning with bowls of savory noodles. The noodles were spicy and fragrant, perfectly catering to Guwan and Yiling's taste. Watching them relish their meal, a smug smile crept onto Ma Xiao's face. Once the meal was finished, everyone sought their respective beds to sleep, and Guan felt particularly more fatigued than usual. By 10 o'clock that evening, the entire carriage was enveloped in slumber. Yvonne, Ye, Ma Xiao suddenly opened her eyes, slowly sitting up, tentatively calling their names. Seeing no response, she confirmed they were deeply asleep. No, they were likely unconscious. After numerous failed attempts to entice Chun Yi, Ma Xiao had resorted to this method. She had deliberately dosed Chun Yi's bowl with a potent aphrodisiac, believing that even a god would struggle to resist her concoction. Meanwhile, Chun Yi, reclining on the sofa, began to react. A restless heat surged through him, a fervor yearning for release. Abruptly lifting his head, he saw Ma Xiao approach, kneeling before him. Her gaze invitingly fixed upon him, her alluring curves on full display. Chun Yi, eyes closed, shoved her away, wanting to step outside for a breath of fresh air. Yet Ma Xiao mistook this as the drug taking effect, believing he could no longer control his actions. Lying on the floor with her arms outstretched, she seemed to await his embrace. After a few moments of silence, panic set in as she stood up, only to catch sight of Chun Yi lying in the snow, attempting to extinguish the fire of desire within him. Watching him through the window, an unprecedented sensation welled up within Ma Xiao, jealousy. Her hands clenched into fists, every emotion consumed by this envy. Why was it that despite her superior beauty and intellect, he remained so loyal to her? Rising to her feet, clad only in an oversized white shirt that barely reached her thighs, accentuating her long, slender legs, she walked barefoot to Chun Yi's side. Leaning in close, her voice a sultry whisper dripped with temptation. Be with me. Let me replace Guan, always by your side. If I eliminate her, I can cultivate in her stead. Do you not see that I possess greater talent than she? Why? Chen Yi questioned. Ma Xiao replied with a dismissive huff, a smirk of disdain gracing her features. By obtaining your power, I can transfer her fortune to myself. I shall become the child of destiny. With that, she slowly drew closer to him, gradually shedding the scant clothing she wore, revealing her alluring shoulders. Suddenly, without hesitation, she lunged into Chun Yi's embrace, her enchanting form wrapping around him like a serpent. Just as she believed her victory was at hand, Chun Yi unleashed his divine power, sending her sprawling several meters away. In the instant she fell, he materialized before her. Her gaze was as cold and terrifying as her voice, devoid of warmth. Do you understand why you cannot replace her? Ma Xiao was shaken, her complexion changing as she spat out a mouthful of blood, her insides ablaze with pain. Yet, she remained undeterred, pressing on with her inquiries, unwilling to accept that, as a fellow reborn, she should be denied shared fortune. Why? Chun Yi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, casting her a disdainful glance. His voice icy. As one approaches death, I shall clarify matters. Though I am the God King, capable of governing all affairs of the world, I cannot dictate Wan's fate. Her tragic demise in her previous life was my error, compelling me to wield my primordial power to reshape time. However, this time, you appeared unexpectedly, having fortuitously acquired my essence to be reborn. Am I merely a coincidence? Ma Xiao's expression shifted, her eyes betraying a hint of hysteria as she regarded Chun Yi. To live again by taking advantage of another. To presume oneself extraordinary while merely stumbling upon a fortuitous occurrence. Who then was she truly? Chun Yi, weary of further discourse, lamented his initial failure to eliminate her. Will you choose to end your own life, or shall I intervene? When did you discern my intentions to poison you? I did not uncover your plot. I partook of it as well. Although I am unaware of the origin of your aphrodisiac that affects me, my love for her remains. Ma Xiao laughed bitterly, as if mocking her own absurdity. She was destined for death, merely fortunate enough to seize another's fortune, while audaciously aspiring to usurp the rightful heir. In the end, she had become a jester in her own tragic play. He glanced at Ma Xiao on the ground, sighing softly. Her fate was a consequence of his oversight. In his haste to save Guan, he had failed to realize the scattering of his essence, only to find Ma Xiao resurrected. Had he foreseen their encounter, in her ambitions to supplant Guan, he should have eliminated her then to prevent future troubles. With her head bowed, Ma Xiao trembled, a manic smile creeping across her lips, her gaze sharpening with a vengeful glint directed at Chun Yi's back, manifesting a long sword in her hand, the god-slaying sword. Traded for the remnants of her life with the system, she declared, "If you wish for my demise, you shall accompany me to the grave." As her words fell, Ma Xiao's eyes narrowed, and the sword flew from her grasp, aimed directly at Chun Yi's back. In an instant, a golden light emanated from him, shattering the sword into fragments. Before Ma Xiao could comprehend, Chun Yi seized her by the throat, his voice resolute. "You may die now." As her limbs, once thrashing, fell limp like a marionette with severed strings, she succumbed to death. Chun Yi cast her body to the ground, reflecting on the fatal error that had led to this moment. He had not obliterated her soul, hoping she might soon be reincarnated. Casting a final glance at Ma Xiao, he gestured with his finger, causing her to vanish from sight. A mechanical voice resonated in her mind. "Host has perished. System collapse. Entering dormancy." Chun Yi entered the vehicle, observing the sleeping figures within, choosing not to awaken them, nor intending to disclose the events of the day to go on. "When she awakens, I will tell her that Ma Xiao has already perished. I shall not disclose the reasons for her rebirth, only that he desires to spend more time by her side. Aware of his identity, he fears she may harbor reservations. All he wishes is for her to find joy." Chun Yi sits beside her, observing her peaceful slumber, a smile blossoming from the depths of his heart. Such days, he muses, are precisely what he has yearned for over the years. The following morning, one by one, the others roused from their slumber. "I slept so soundly last night. It feels as though dawn arrived in an instant," Night Spirit remarks, rubbing her stiff neck. Go On and Yi Jiu echo her sentiments, expressing their own fatigue. "Me too. I feel exhausted after just one sleep." Indeed, Chun Yi pours the warm water he had prepared earlier, placing it before Go On. "Drink some water." Go On naturally accepts the cup and takes a sip. "Last night, it was Ma Xiao who drugged you all." Drugged. The group scans the vehicle, but Ma Xiao's presence is nowhere to be found. "Where's she?" Go On inquires, looking up at Chun Yi. "She is dead." "Dead?" Go On thinks she must have misheard, her voice intensifying with disbelief. Chun Yi nods, saying, "Yes, she drugged us all last night, intending to kill you. I took her life." Silence envelopes the vehicle. In this apocalypse, murder has become a grim norm for them. If you do not kill, someone will kill you. A sigh from Go On shatters the brief stillness. Chun Yi stiffens, momentarily lost in thought, then softly asks in a raspy voice, "Are you unhappy that I killed her?" All eyes turn to Go On in an instant. She replies calmly, "How could I be? I will support whatever you do. It's just that I have yet to uncover why she followed us. The only reason I have tolerated her until now is to discover the truth. Sister Go On, since she harbored murderous intent towards us, we must set aside all other reasons. Our self-preservation is paramount." Night Spirit interjects. Go On contemplates their words and concedes that whatever the reason, it has now ended with her demise. She feels no further need to dwell on the initial cause. "Alas, I am simply famished after a night's rest." Her stomach protests loudly. "Me too." Night Spirit pouts, her large eyes glistening with a hint of grievance. "Let us get up and find something to eat. Shortly, we must go whale hunting." With that, Go On rises from the sofa bed and heads toward the kitchen, only to have her hand grasped by Chun Yi. "The meal is prepared. We can eat once you tidy up." Emohan watches with admiration, almost turning to envy. At the tender care, Chun Yi shows Go On. In recent days, his gentleness towards her has been nothing short of enviable. Night Spirit casts a knowing glance at Emohan, as if silently asking when she might experience such sweet affection. Emohan remains silent, merely shrugging in resignation. Chapter 82. The blue whale approaches after the five of them finish their meal. They return to the location where the ice had melted yesterday. However, this time they are well prepared. They have driven the RV to the seaside, ensuring that when the fish leap from the water, they will not land on anyone. Night Shadow gazes at the melting ice, unconsciously rubbing her bruised arm from the previous day. The sensation is truly unpleasant. Occasionally, a fish leaps from the sea, splashing its tail against your face. As the surface of the ocean melts, Today's school of fish is noticeably more abundant than yesterday's. The moment the ice begins to thaw, fish eagerly breach the surface, gasping for air. By the time the water is entirely melted, the sea resembles a chaotic stew. The once clear water is now obscured by a flurry of fish, vibrant and colorful. Go-On steps forward, ushering everyone into the RV, escaping this aquatic calamity. Just yesterday, she learned that when a blue whale surfaces, it emits a low-frequency, deafening sound. This sound can sometimes exceed 180 decibels, louder than the roar of a jet during takeoff. Thus, there is no need to stand vigil. Hearing the sound is sufficient to know when to venture outside. The five of them simply need to wait quietly in the vehicle. Boredom sets in. I feel like I've been here long enough to grow mold. Yiling gazes out the window for an extended period, but when nothing happens, she finally loses patience and begins to grumble. The others exchange glances, their lips curling into smiles. She is merely a teenager, in the prime of her playful years, and confined to this cramped space. It is natural for her to feel discontent. Ling, come here. I have something wonderful for you. Go-On calls to Ling, with an air of mystery, then retrieves a large bag of cosmetics from her backpack. Everything from skincare products to lipsticks and foundations. Wow, where'd you get all these skincare products? Yiling's eyes sparkle with enthusiasm as she watches Go-On pull out one high-end product after another. They're all for you and Sister Mohan. Yiling joyfully plants a kiss on Go-On's cheek. Thank you, sister. You have no idea how dry my skin has become. And Mohan, usually reserved, cannot help but give Go-On a bear hug upon seeing the array of skincare items. There is not a woman who does not love beauty and the allure of cosmetics. And Mohan touches her own parched skin, lamenting, I can hardly recall the last time I felt my face. Yiling adds, when I wanted to take skincare products, my brother wouldn't let me. She casts a plaintive glance at Yijio. However, Yijio, in a straightforward manner, retorts, it really isn't necessary. You look the same now as you did before. Useful, useful, useful. The three girls exclaim in unison, their eyes wide with indignation. Yijio, taken aback by their reaction, lowers his head in defeat. Chun-Yi gazes down at the myriad glass bottles filled with colorful liquids, his brow furrowing in contemplation. What purpose do these serve? They are all chemical concoctions. I have dry skin. I have sensitive skin. I have oily skin. Then this one is good. It controls oil and moisturizes. This one is gentle and non-irritating. An array of terminology inundates the ears of the two men. While they recognize the individual words, the combined meanings elude them. Yijio nudges Chun-Yi with his elbow. Does controlling oil and moisturizing mean applying oil to the face to achieve hydration? After some thought, Chun-Yi considers that he might be correct. That must be it. Chun-Yi, which of these do you think looks nice? Chun-Yi turned at the sound and beheld Go-On holding 10 identical red lipsticks, challenging him to select the most aesthetically pleasing one. He thought to himself, aren't they all the same? His lips parted and closed, caught in contemplation. Ultimately, he randomly chose one, feeling resigned to the uniformity of the lipsticks. The second one is quite nice, he mused. Your taste is commendable, Chun-Yi. This color was quite popular not long ago. Yijio cast a look of admiration at Chun-Yi, who, despite his inability to discern the differences, managed to identify a distinct shade. Chun-Yi smiled ruefully, silently sweating for his own sake, grateful for the fortunate accident. He hoped this would not become a recurring dilemma. The intricacies of feminine products were utterly perplexing. A single jar of cream could yield hydrating, oil-controlling, morning, and evening varieties. He had witnessed Go-On spend a good half hour at her vanity, layering product upon product, time and again. A person who typically grew impatient while gaming displayed endless patience for such rituals. I think that male celebrity is incredibly handsome. His kissing scenes are so tantalizing, exclaimed Yiling, her enthusiasm erupting. Ah, yes, I feel the same. I've replayed that kissing scene several times. It's both enticing and pure, perfectly to my taste. The three girls seamlessly transitioned from discussing cosmetics to gossip and subsequently critiquing life. Unbeknownst to them, the afternoon had slipped away. Just as they were engrossed in their animated conversation, A distant cry echoed, sending a wave of unease through them. The five hurriedly disembarked, preparing to pursue the whale. As they stepped onto the ground, a colossal shadow suddenly leapt from the depths of the ocean, resembling a moving island, breathtakingly magnificent. "I'm diving to catch the whale," Go-On instinctively declared, disregarding everything else. She thought, if it escaped now, who knew when they would find it again? Chun-Yi stepped in front of her, cautioning, "Stay calm." Suddenly, the whale soared once more into the air, its magnificent gray-blue light radiating from its sleek form. Strangely, its body appeared to shrink rapidly within that radiant glow. Under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the whale soon transformed into a tall young boy. He looked youthful, perhaps no older than a teenager, yet stood impressively at around 19 meters tall. His eyes were a striking red, and his fair skin glimmered with a faint gray-blue luminescence. Everyone, except for Chun-Yi, was left in awe at the transformation of the whale into a human. Even Go-On, who possessed powers, could not help but gape in disbelief. The boy scanned the crowd, his gaze ultimately settling on Chun-Yi. He sensed no divine power emanating from him. Where had the divine aura he had felt moments ago originated? How peculiar! I thought I was destined for greatness. Why are these humans here? Upon thinking of humans, a fierce killing intent suddenly erupted in the boy's gray-blue eyes, his cold gaze slicing through the crowd like a blade. "The detestable humans, I shall eradicate you." As the words fell from his lips, the boy almost instantaneously appeared before Chun-Yi. Chapter 83, Little Blue. He swung his fist towards Chun-Yi's face, who deftly tilted his head aside to evade the blow. In the next moment, Chun-Yi grasped the boy's wrist. Despite his vigorous attempts to break free, he could not. At that instant, he sensed the divine aura emanating from Chun-Yi, and in that fleeting moment, he was certain it was the divine essence bestowed upon him by Chun-Yi. "Do not reveal my secret." "Yes, divine." In a heartbeat, Go-On, standing behind Chun-Yi, suddenly trembled violently, her expression twisting into something bizarre. The blue whale boy ceased his resistance, obediently following Chun-Yi to stand before the crowd. He cheerfully waved to everyone. "Greetings, I am Little Blue, a whale transformed into a human." The abrupt shift in emotions left them momentarily dazed, but more than that, they were astonished. Transformations of animals into beings were only seen in television dramas or mythical novels. Now, witnessing it unfold before their eyes, how could they not be exhilarated? "Are you truly an animal turned into a spirit?" Night Spirit inquired, her heart filled with trepidation, and she promptly hid behind Night Geo, peeking out. Little Blue blinked. "Yes, indeed, but I am quite the gifted whale. The wisdom I possess is beyond that of ordinary creatures, a talent that cannot be cultivated." He stole a glance at Chun-Yi and continued, "However, I am no longer a spirit. I have become a semi-mortal. Once I transcend the heavenly tribulation, I shall be the first to attain immortality in this ocean." With that, he puffed out his chest with pride. The tension and fear among the crowd dissipated with his humorous words. "Now, tell me, what brings you to the South Sea?" Go-On stated bluntly, "We require your blood." The directness of the statement caused Little Blue to lose his balance and plop into the seawater. "Sister, if you intend to kill me, must you speak of it so matter-of-factly? The blood is needed for vaccine research. Just 500 milliliters will suffice," Go-On added. Little Blue gazed down at his slender frame, pondering whether he could withstand the extraction of 580 milliliters. He cast a mournful glance at Go-On and sighed in resignation. "Alas, I can give it to you, but..." "But what?" "You humans have brought this upon yourselves. Even if I save you this time, there is no guarantee there won't be a second." Night Jew respectfully bowed to Little Blue, speaking earnestly. "Esteemed Little Blue, why do you say so?" Little Blue regarded Night Geo with polite scrutiny, and as he rose, he adopted the demeanor of an elder. "It is a long story. I only learned of the frozen plight by chance when I encountered a mermaid. It turns out, humans have been recklessly capturing mermaids as test subjects, leading to a vengeful sentiment among them. Subsequently, one mermaid escaped with the vaccine they developed, daringly injected it into herself, resulting in a genetic mutation that allowed her to transcend the heavenly tribulation and attain the status of an immortal. Immortals possess the ability to wield natural forces, and she transformed the virus into snowmelt that fell upon Blue Star, causing mutations in all living things. Since humans would not allow them to live, they decided to resolve their plight in the same manner. Upon listening to Xiao Lan recount the events that preceded the snow, Go-On suddenly recalled a thunderclap she had heard before the snowfall. It must have been the thunder of the merman's tribulation. Go-On had managed to piece together the sequence of events, yet she was taken aback by the nature of marriage. How was she to vanquish the Ice Sovereign? After all, she had already ascended to immortality. But why had she not been infected? Go-On harbored suspicions that everything in the sea had succumbed to infection. How could he stand there unharmed? Perhaps his words were laced with deceit. I am the first to cultivate to semi-immortal status in the ocean. How could mermen, relying on some mutated vaccine, possess venom potent enough to harm me? Xiao Lan spoke with evident pride, particularly disdainful when mentioning the merman. A delightful aroma wafted into Xiao Lan's nostrils, prompting him to crouch and sniff the air. His gaze eventually settled on a vehicle, his throat moving as he fixated on it. Go-On found his gluttonous demeanor rather amusing, but then a sudden thought struck her. She had chicken soup simmering on the stove. "Oh no!" she exclaimed, darting towards the kitchen. The white clay pot on the stove resembled an irate volcano, with the bubbling broth erupting like molten lava, steam billowing forth incessantly. In that instant, Go-On's mind felt as if it had been sucked into a vacuum. Instinctively, she reached out, only to be met with a searing pain that coursed through her fingertips like electricity. She instinctively clamped her hands over her ears and shouted in an earth-shattering expletive. "This is scalding hot." At some point, Chun-Yi had approached her from behind, gently patting her shoulder. "Let me handle it," he said, as he lifted the pot with a towel and set it aside. Meanwhile, Xiao Lan entered the RV, drawn by the enticing aroma, and approached the two. Unable to resist the fragrant chicken soup that filled the room, Xiao Lan finally inquired, "May I have a taste?" Go-On nodded, granting him permission. Perhaps emboldened by his thick skin, Xiao Lan promptly seized the pot and found a spot to indulge in his feast. The five of them formed a circle, watching as Xiao Lan devoured 3 whole chickens. Each chicken weighed 5 pounds, and Go-On had chosen the largest pot to stew 3 of them. He seemed unfazed by the heat, finishing the meal in just over 10 minutes, averaging merely a few minutes per chicken. Xiao Lan, unconcerned with his image, appeared oblivious to the audience surrounding him, reclining contentedly in his chair after satisfying his hunger, even letting out a burp of satisfaction. Observing him as if he had not had a full meal in 800 years, the others exchanged puzzled glances. "The ocean is vast. Haven't you eaten?" Night Spirit inquired. Xiao Lan's expression dimmed as he recalled the ocean. Millennia ago, Blue Star was home only to animals, and the ocean was pristine and untainted. However, as civilization advanced, marine life gradually succumbed to pollution. For the past 6 months, I have been starving in the sea, surrounded by mutated creatures I dare not consume. The more he spoke, the more he reflected on his pitiful existence over the past 6 months in the ocean, lamenting, "Each day, I watched food I could not eat, going to bed hungry, only to wake up and repeat the cycle." Go-On could no longer tolerate the pitiful display and, pressing her forehead, interrupted him. "Enough. You could survive a whole year without food. Just tell me if I can borrow some blood." The revelation of his intentions left Xiao Lan trembling as he replied, "I can lend it to you, but there's a condition." "What condition?" Though Xiao Lan's words seemed absurd, they were not without merit. Chapter 84. Accompany him, taking him along, may merely waste some provisions, yet it ensures the purity of the blood and allows for convenient access. How enticing. Contemplating this, Go-On cast a glance at the slumbering Xiao Hong, who seemed to know nothing but sleep. "Very well, I will provide food and lodging, but you must maintain a human appearance. My vehicle cannot accommodate your large frame." Go-On clasped her fists together, assessing the space within the vehicle. The 3 deliberated for a moment, exchanging glances and nodded gravely in agreement. Without wasting a moment, Go-On seized Xiao Lan, and they began their journey back. A group of people gathered around a table, reveling in a spicy hot pot feast, while outside, a violent snowstorm raged like a wild beast. Inside, however, The atmosphere was warm and comfortable. Suddenly, a deafening explosion startled Night's spirit, causing her to drop her chopsticks. What was that? The crowd leaned towards the windows, peering outside. Oh no, it's a volcano eruption. Go-On's pupils dilated in alarm. In the distance, red lava surged forth from the mountain's peak like a fiery dragon, clawing at the very fabric of the earth. The molten rock cascaded down the mountainside, rushing towards Go-On at an alarming speed. Boom! Boom! 3 resounding blasts echoed simultaneously as 3 nearly identical mushroom clouds erupted into the sky, with white and golden lava spilling forth, creating an encircling threat. Goodness, speed up! Go-On immediately commanded the autonomous vehicle to accelerate. Night Joe swiftly calculated the flow rate of the lava, as well as their escape speed. There was no time. It was utterly insufficient. And Mohan's expression darkened. How could the vehicle possibly outrun lava? Xiaolan erupted in frustration. What rotten luck. Just as I step out, a volcano erupts. Xiaolan's outburst sparked an idea in Go-On. Xiaolan, aren't you a demigod? Can you teleport a few people away? Although Xiaolan possessed such abilities, they were limited to transporting only 3 individuals at a time, requiring a rest of 1 to 2 hours before being able to teleport again. I can, but Xiaolan hesitated, and Go-On, impatient, snapped. Just give me a straight answer. All right, I can only teleport 3. Upon hearing the number 3, Go-On paused for a moment. There were 5 people in total, meaning 2 would have to remain behind in peril. No worries, you take those 3. Go-On pointed at Mohan, Night Geo, and Night Spirit. She did not choose Chun-Yi, knowing that her decisive nature would likely lead to hesitation about who among the 4 should stay behind. Was she truly unafraid of Chun-Yi's fate? The thought echoed not only in the minds of the 3, but even struck a chord in Chun-Yi, who wondered if she had somehow discovered something. On a day by the seaside, when conversing with Xiaolan, he noticed the peculiarities surrounding Go-On. Initially, he attributed his surprise to Xiaolan's identity, but upon reflection, perhaps she was aware of something. Yet, how could she know, given that he communicated through mental energy? I will not leave. I refuse to go. Go-On, I won't abandon you. The 3 of them expressed their unwavering determination, and Go-On chose not to elaborate further. Unwilling to depart, Xiaolan, in exasperation, swiftly knocked each of them unconscious and carried them away. With a light-hearted tone, he pondered what matters a deity might be involved in. Go-On, linking her arm with Chun-Yi, sighed and mischievously blinked. Do you think we can escape? Just as Chun-Yi was about to reveal his identity, Xiaohong suddenly awoke and broke free from Go-On's embrace. Boom! The resounding cry of the phoenix pierced through the clouds and fog, akin to the resonant clang of metal. Its feathers seemed to blaze with a fierce flame, dazzling and intense, transitioning from deep crimson to golden hues, culminating in a brilliant orange-white. Xiaohong revealed her true form, gazing out at the phoenix. Go-On never anticipated that Xiaohong would be her savior at critical moments. Come, witness the prowess of my phoenix, Xiaohong declared midair. With a scoff, Go-On hurriedly pulled Chun-Yi onto Xiaohong's back. A piercing phoenix call reverberated through the valley, echoing into the heavens as Xiaohong soared towards the volcanic crater. Xiaohong, are you courting death by flying into the mouth of the volcano? What? Hold on tight. Xiaohong plunged them into the molten lava, and a wave of sheer terror overwhelmed Go-On, leaving her breathless. Who dares to leap into lava? Do not fear, I am here. In an instant, he held Go-On tightly, enveloping her fragile form in his embrace. His grip was firm, causing Go-On to fall against him, the faint scent of wood enveloping her senses. Through the thin layer of his white shirt, she could distinctly feel Chun-Yi's scorching chest and strong heartbeat. Chun-Yi glanced down at Go-On, silently resolving to reveal everything to her upon their arrival at the Phoenix clan, no longer concealing any truths. Suddenly, as they descended further, the temperature of the lava intensified. Despite Xiaohong's wings providing some insulation, Go-On still experienced severe burns. She blinked, her vision blurred, and a deafening buzz filled her ears, accompanied by overwhelming dizziness. She struggled to articulate words, her consciousness fading swiftly into darkness. Before losing awareness, It seemed she could hear Chun-Yi calling her name repeatedly. Go on, go on, go on. Chapter 85. Arrival at the Phoenix Clan bursting through the scorching lava. They emerged past a vibrant barrier. The scenery before them transformed abruptly into an endless expanse of verdant ocean, as if nature had spilled a palette of green, alleviating their tense emotions with a sense of relief. Various small birds perched atop the treetops, akin to nature's melodious minstrels, generously showcasing their delightful songs. Beneath one's feet lay a myriad of vibrant wildflowers, adorning the earth like countless stars, while the air was suffused with a refreshing aroma. And the temperature was perfectly tempered, as if nature itself had meticulously crafted an atmosphere of comfort for humankind. In the arms of Chun-Yi lay the unconscious Go-On, his brow furrowed with a visage of concern, utterly devoid of any inclination to appreciate the beauty surrounding him. Gently, Chun-Yi descended from the back of Xiaohong, now in need of a shelter to observe her condition. At this moment, Xiaohong had transformed into a human form, appearing to be merely in her early 20s. Her skin as fair as snow, and her phoenix eyes exuding an aura of authority that, at first glance, seemed unremarkable. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern an extraordinary charm emanating from her. This place was a sanctuary for the Phoenix Clan, where one could shed the constraints of the outside world and assume human form. Xiaohong cast a glance at the unconscious Go-On, her brow knitting in concern. Logically, with her wings to protect her, she should not have succumbed to the lava. How could she have fainted? Chun-Yi, brother. I shall take Go-On to find a place to rest and ascertain her condition. Chun-Yi remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Suddenly, a robust voice resonated through the air, suggesting the presence of an elder. The two turned towards the sound, and there approached an elderly man with a head of white hair, his eyes sparkling with vitality, striding with confidence toward them, flanked by numerous youths, each adorned with a feather of distinct hue, save for the elder, whose crimson feather matched that of Xiaohong. With hands clasped behind him, the elder cast a sweeping glance over Chun-Yi. However, as Chun-Yi was focused on Go-On, he did not perceive the elder's scrutiny. Elder, still aware of your transgressions, Xiaohong remarked, for she was the next in line to lead the Phoenix Clan, inherently mischievous, having once evaded the watchful eyes of her kin to venture alone into the human realm. In a gentle tone, though tinged with age, he inquired, his voice resonant and commanding, causing the very air around them to tremble. They are benevolent souls. They rescued me. Xiaohong maintained a humble demeanor, recognizing her fault, yet resolute in her determination to save her friend. Elder, could we possibly be granted a room? Chun-Yi's gaze remained steadfastly on Go-On as he spoke. Not daring to look up, the elder glanced down at Go-On, his eyes drawn to her scorched arm, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. This is the burn from a firelight pearl entering the body. The firelight pearl is a spiritual gem formed over millions of years from the Earth's magma, safeguarding the core from pollution, and is also the protective jewel of the Phoenix Clan. Legends say that those who bear the firelight pearl can elevate their cultivation directly to the celestial realm. The young girl before him had indeed been afflicted by the firelight pearl. Her frail body could not withstand its power, causing her to faint. An ordinary human cannot endure the might of a divine pearl. Surely, her body is engulfed in excruciating pain. The elder said slowly, she is beyond salvation. She has already faced loss twice before and cannot bear to hear that word uttered in her presence again. CHNY raised her head, her blood-red eyes coldly fixed on the clan leader, her voice imbued with aggression and a chilling menace. No one can determine my life or death. The moment CHNY lifted her gaze, the clan leader was taken aback, and even those standing behind him widened their eyes in astonishment. Isn't that the statue of the revered figure enshrined within the palace? The clan leader's attention remained fixated on GWN, oblivious to the unusual reactions of those around him. In an unexpected turn, the clan leader suddenly dropped to one knee, his excitement rendering him speechless. Clan leader, what are you doing? I understand my mistake. There is no need for you to kneel before me. YRN swiftly approached the clan leader, attempting to help him up, equally bewildered, as she was accustomed only to being reprimanded. never to receiving such reverence. The clan leader, suppressing his inner tumult, extended his hand to gently push Y.R.N. aside, addressing Sich-NY with profound respect. Your Majesty, it is I, a mere mortal, who has inadvertently offended you. As he knelt, the others followed suit in unison, proclaiming, We pay homage to your Majesty. Y.R.N., utterly shocked, could scarcely articulate her disbelief. Gazing at Ch-NY in astonishment, her mind momentarily blank, she fixated on Ch-NY, grappling with the incredibility that the figure before her was the God King. The Creator, clan leader, surely you jest? Y.R.N. managed a wry smile. Yet, the clan leader abruptly pulled her to his side, compelling her to kneel. Whispering a warning, Do not speak foolishly. This is indeed the God King. What folly to wander away from the main hall daily. I require a chamber, one that is tranquil, and Y.R.N. shall accompany me. Yes, prepare the room at once. The clan leader commanded to those behind him. Immediately, someone rose to fulfill the request. Yes, Y.R.N. led Ch-NY to a recently tidied chamber, where Ch-NY gently laid G.W.N. upon the bed, standing by the bedside, her gaze filled with sorrow. The pain of fire coursed through her. Yet she could not voice her suffering, the ache constricting her breath. Observing Ch-NY's stillness, Y.R.N. could no longer remain passive. She disregarded the celestial status of the figure before her, knowing only that during her recent rebirth, it was G.W.N. who had tenderly cared for her. God King, you love my sister. Why do you not save her? Ch-NY did not turn, a bitter smile gracing her lips. Even the God King has moments of helplessness. G.W.N. is my helplessness. A cruel irony, for the one I love cannot withstand my divine power. Her very essence clashes with it, hastening her demise. But what shall happen to my sister? Will she perish? Y.R.N.'s tears flowed as she spoke. Fear not. She shall recover soon. Ch-NY reassured her. No, I must see how she fares. Y.R.N., skeptical, rushed forward, her humanity seemingly inadequate against the ethereal forces. She extended her palm, conjuring a sphere of crimson flame that swept over G.W.N. After a moment, she exclaimed, Sister, there's a spiritual energy within her that does not belong to her. It emanates from you. Y.R.N. stared at Ch-NY in bewilderment. What did you just say? Ch-NY naturally comprehended the implications of her words, yet instinctively extended his palm for a brief exploration. As he lowered his hand, the furrow in his brow instantly relaxed, and an involuntary smile graced his lips. She carries my child. What thrilled him even more was that G.W.N., now expecting, no longer recoiled from his divine power. After this revelation, he again reached out his right hand, from which golden rays began to emanate, gently enveloping G.W.N.'s form. As his divine energy gradually permeated her being, the tension in her brow dissipated. A few lights, she exclaimed loudly. After thousands of years within their clan, only 5 lights had been preserved, and yet he casually claimed several. It felt as though he were raiding their treasury. Is there a problem? She stammered, startled by his icy demeanor. And no, of course not. You're the boss. Your word is final. Upon exiting the room, she turned and approached the clan leader, conveying Ch-NY's words verbatim. The leader nearly dropped his teacup in shock, stammering, Gee, give it. All right, she replied, already at the door when the leader added, Just a little less. She turned her back and rolled her eyes. Humph, so stingy. The following morning, upon awakening from a deep slumber, G.W.N. felt her entire body was sore and her head throbbed painfully. Yet she distinctly sensed a significant surge in her strength. Host, upon merging with the Spirit Pearl, your cultivation has ascended to the realm of immortals. Defeat the Ice Lord, and you shall rise to godhood, the system informed her. Confused by its mention of a Spirit Pearl, she refrained from inquiring further, instead blinking her eyes open and gazing vacantly at the ceiling. Where am I? The discomfort in her body made movement seem unthinkable, but the memory of Ch-NY holding her flooded her mind. With great effort, she sat up despite the agonizing pain. Ch-NY, who had been dozing beside her, stirred awake at the commotion. You're awake. How wonderful. Seeing her sitting up, relief washed over him, and he swiftly embraced her, his voice brimming with emotion. This is fantastic. You're finally awake. GWN was momentarily bewildered by his exuberance and wished to push him away for clarity, but her aching body rendered her helpless. Merely sitting up had exhausted her strength. After a considerable time, CHNY reluctantly released her. Are you feeling all right? He inquired. GWN swayed her body. The soreness remained, but was bearable. I'm fine. But where exactly are we? Her curiosity piqued. CHNY narrated everything that had transpired while she was unconscious. Goodness, what an incredible coincidence. GWN marveled. Was her fate truly this fortuitous? With that thought, disregarding her aches, she nimbly leaped from the bed. She felt as light as a feather, a formidable energy coursing within her. With a mere flick of her finger, a teacup on the table soared into her grasp. She was filled with an exhilarating sense of omnipotence, and unable to contain her excitement, she leaped into CHNY's arms, exclaiming, this feeling is absolutely wonderful. Be cautious, do not be so overly excited. Upon hearing Chinyi's words, Go-won believed he was concerned about her health and loosened her embrace around him. She jumped a few times in place, exclaiming, Look at me, I am perfectly fine. Don't worry about me. Chun-Yi shook his head helplessly, his gaze falling upon her abdomen as he gently pulled her into his arms and whispered, You are pregnant. His voice brimmed with joy. Go-won, unable to believe it, looked down at her own belly and then at Chun-Yi, repeating the motion several times. Upon seeing the resolute expression on his face, a smile involuntarily graced her lips. Is this real? Am I truly pregnant? This is incredible. You are remarkable, hitting the mark every time. Go-won's enthusiastic praise caused Chun-Yi's face to flush with embarrassment. He nodded, resting his chin atop her head, and softly said, I'm truly delighted to experience this moment in my lifetime. Go-won nonchalantly replied, That's fine, just treat me well. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from outside. The two exchanged a smile and released each other. Go-won opened the door to find Iran, who flashed a hint of confusion in her eyes, but quickly regained her composure. It's Iran, not Xiao Hong, she stated, tossing her long red hair aside with grace. Sister Go-won, given your current condition, it would be best for you to rest as much as possible. Saying this, Iran took her hand and guided her to the bedside, pulling back the covers for her to sit down. Once everything was arranged, Iran returned with a bowl of freshly stewed bird's nest and placed it beside Go-won. Try it. My culinary skills have been perfected after a whole day's effort. It melts in your mouth. Go-won lifted the bowl, but the unpleasant odor that invaded her nostrils immediately deterred her. She covered her nose, frowning, and handed it back to Iran. I can't handle this. It smells too foul. Chun-Yi promptly stepped forward, took the bowl, and sniffed it, finding the aroma delightful and far from unpleasant. Suddenly, Iran slapped her forehead. Sister, that's a pregnancy reaction. It's mentioned in the books. The two exchanged glances, realizing there might be some truth in Iran's words. Then you go ahead and eat. Chun-Yi placed the bowl beside Iran. I won't hold back then. This is something even the clan leader cannot easily obtain, she said, eagerly accepting the offering. As she ate, Iran inquired, What do you crave now? I'll arrange it for you. They say sour for boys and spicy for girls. What do you want? Yevon fruklid, idesiria phoenix miot. Seasoned with cumin and sprinkled with chili powder. Just thinking about it makes my mouth water. Iran laughed, finishing the last bite in her bowl. Sister, you wouldn't dare to share with me, would you? I'm just too adorable. Indeed, your cuteness is unmatched. Chapter 87. Memories under Chun-Yi's attentive care. Go-won recovered in about 2 days, her bodily aches dissipating. The Garden of the Phoenix clan is truly unlike anything I have ever seen, Go-won remarked, gazing at the unfamiliar flowers in the distance. As she contemplated the sea of blossoms, Chun-Yi prepared to discuss a matter with her. Go-won, I'm not human. Meeting his gaze, Go-won paused, as Chun-Yi's unexpected revelation left her momentarily stunned. At this moment, Go-won exhibited no surprise, skepticism, or astonishment, emotions that ought to have manifested only gentle warmth. Do you know? She sighed softly, a faint smile gracing her lips. Fool, I'm not Navi. I discerned your telepathic conversations with Xiaolan, though I chose not to expose you. Go-on lifted her gaze towards Chun-Yi. My Lord God King, may I inquire about everything now? I am rather dull-witted and would prefer not to guess any longer. Very well. Chun-Yi took Go-on's hand and seated himself on a nearby chair. He began to recount the tales of millennia past. In the primordial days, I emerged from the absorption of spiritual energy, followed later by the advent of humanity. Among humans, some possessed extraordinary talents, gradually mastering the methods of cultivation, relying on the gifts of nature to harness its powers. Over countless years, 5 realms emerged: human, demon, ghost, god, and immortal. From the moment of my birth, I stood atop the pinnacle, basking in the adoration of many, revered as the God King. Alone, I have never departed the divine realm. Solitude over time has rendered my disposition melancholic. As he spoke, Chun-Yi's voice diminished in volume, and though Go-on could not fathom the loneliness of 1,000 years, she felt a pang of sympathy. Standing in such high regard, who could truly comprehend the chill of isolation at such heights? Although many gods later appeared and numerous goddesses expressed their admiration, I rejected them all. Eventually, wearied by solitude, I created a separate space for myself to inhabit. I once contemplated that perhaps if I died, I could reincarnate as a human and experience the joys of mortal life. At this, Go-on could not restrain herself from asking, "Did you die then?" Chun-Yi chuckled. "If I had died, I would not have met you." After an indeterminate passage of time, recalling this brought forth laughter from Chun-Yi, for it was the most beautiful moment of his life, encountering Go-on. Go-on, caught off guard, joined in his laughter, sensing that this mirth was somehow intertwined with her. One day, I whimsically took a jug of wine to the mountaintop to admire the stars. The more I drank, the lighter the flavor became, igniting my curiosity as I feigned ignorance to observe which creature dared to pilfer my wine. A pair of delicate fingers, seizing the opportunity, poured clear water into my jug. Swift as a flash, I grasped those hands. That was the first moment I beheld you. Having encountered countless individuals and experiences throughout my life, I had never before locked eyes with anyone as I did with you. In that instant, your gaze was pure and crystalline, akin to a stone stirring ripples upon the tranquil surface of my heart. At that moment, I was bewildered by an unfamiliar sensation of affection. You, seizing my moment of distraction, withdrew your hand and fled in a flurry. By the time I regained my senses, you had vanished from sight. Curiosity surged within me. Wondering how a girl had appeared in this secluded sanctuary of mine, I would have certainly known had anyone entered. Often, curiosity marks the inception of deeper emotions. And then what happened? Go-on inquired. Subsequently, you could not escape my little world, for there were no creatures to be found. You often ventured into my abode in search of sustenance. You always visit my chamber in the dead of night, and during those long hours I await your arrival, my eyes growing heavy with dark circles. As time elapsed, we became intimately acquainted, and you eventually took up residence with me. At this point, the light in your eyes began to dim. Ordinarily, your outings would be brief, prompting my anxious searches for you. It was in the bamboo grove that I discovered you enduring a thunderous tribulation, and it was then that I comprehended the reason behind your silent appearances in my secluded realm. You, like me, were born from the essence of the heavens. Yet the purity of that essence had deteriorated over millennia, now tainted beyond recognition. You were nurtured by the heavens, but lacked the innate strength I possessed. You required trials to gain your power. Witnessing your torment during the thunderstorm softened my heart, and I attempted to lend you my divine strength, inadvertently defying the celestial order. In an instant, you were reduced to ashes, leaving no trace behind. It dawned on me that my transgression led to your demise. Had I refrained from intervening, you would have endured, and we could have spent eternity together. At this juncture, Chun-Yi paused, gazing at Gyun, his heart seemingly trembling. From that moment, I departed from my secluded realm, embarking on a quest to trace your soul, a pursuit that has led me to this very moment. I discovered that you had been reincarnated, and I chose to remain by your side, albeit invisibly, too fearful to disrupt your life, lest I inadvertently cause you harm once more. Eventually, I assumed a human form and became the grandson of the Chin family. I witnessed your transformation from an infant to a toddler, and then into a charming young girl, blossoming into the ethereal beauty I had first encountered. I believed that merely being near you was sufficient. Yet who could have anticipated the emergence of Song Qing, who harbored feelings for you? In a moment of desperation, I seized his body to pursue a romance with you. Upon hearing this, the faces of those present reflected astonishment. As she finally grasped why he had reacted so intensely during their lengthy conversation with Xiaoang, it was because Gyuan had always loved Chenin. Gyuan playfully scolded, "Fool, why must you love me under another's name?" Chenin offered a bittersweet smile. "I thought this would allow me to remain by your side. Yet I still defied the celestial order. The heavens forcibly separated me from Song Qing, proclaiming that in this lifetime, only you could seek me out, or else I would lose you forever. Fear gripped me, and I resolved to cease my disturbances. When I next received news of you, it was to learn that you were on the brink of death." Chenin paused, holding Gyuan tightly in his embrace, having endured the agony of losing a wife twice. He could not allow it to happen again. "You are aware of what transpired thereafter." Gyuan remained silent for a considerable time after he finished recounting his tale, a foreboding sense stirring within her. Could the girl, Chenin, spoke be her? After all this time, was it possible she had assumed a different visage? Or perhaps she merely bore a coincidental resemblance? "Chenin, are you certain I am she? Why do I possess no memories?" CHNY appeared to have anticipated her inquiry, a knowing smile gracing his lips. "No, I, CHNY, shall never mistake GWN. The restoration of memory is merely a matter of time. Should you wish to hasten the process, I possess the soul-gathering lantern. Simply place it there, and you shall know." Chapter 88. Memories 1. Alright. The absence of certain memories does indeed present an intriguing allure. As GWN spoke, she urged CHNY to seek out YRN. Now aware of her pregnancy, she remained restless, often unable to restrain herself from grand gestures, much to CHNY's delight as he consistently reminded her to be cautious. "Take care," he would say. In such instances filled him with joy. What greater happiness could there be than this moment? GWN playfully stuck out her tongue at him. "Understood. The soul-gathering lantern? What purpose do you have for that?" She relayed everything to YRN, who nonchalantly replied, "Feel free to use it," gesturing toward the oil lamp flickering on the table. "You intend to use the soul-gathering lantern as a mere candle?" GWN exclaimed in astonishment. From CHNY, she learned that the lantern was a treasure of the Phoenix clan, imbued with immense divine power that protected them. Yet, YRN's casual use of it as a candle revealed her esteemed status within the clan. "The clan leader instructed me to keep it. Seeing it burn brightly, I thought it would suffice as a candle. Quite practical indeed." With YRN's words, GWN found merit in the idea. A divine artifact need not be confined to a box. Its utility is what renders it truly valuable. CHNY grasped GWN's hands, their eyes locking, causing her to tremble slightly. She noticed tears welling in his eyes, lips pressed tightly together, striving to hold back the tide of sorrow. A wave of emotion surged within her, despite having heard about their past from CHNY. The sight of his distress led her to suspect unspoken matters lingered beneath the surface. As she opened her eyes, she beheld the lush greenery of towering trees above her. She quickly rose, her clear, bright gaze scanning the surroundings in search of something familiar. After surveying her surroundings, a frown creased GWN's brow. An unsettling darkness enveloped the area, filling her heart with an inexplicable emotion, her eyes brimming with tears. She had just been born and did not yet comprehend this sense of fear. She wandered the woods in circles until she reached the mountaintop, where a familiar figure finally materialized before her. His presence felt so comforting that she could not help but draw near. She stood dazed behind CHNY, and suddenly, she witnessed him pouring something from a jug into his cup. Curiosity piqued, GWN stealthily approached him on light, delicate steps. Noticing that he was oblivious to her presence, she lowered her head, a playful smile gracing her lips. Cautiously, she lifted the wine jug to her lips and took a generous sip. Sweetness flooded her mouth instantly. Delicious, so sweet, she marveled internally, her hands continuing their endeavor as she drank deeply, soon reaching the bottom of the jug. Observing that Chny remained gazing skyward, she followed suit, only to see a blanket of stars. GW shook her head in confusion, yet her curiosity deepened. Was this man foolish, unable to notice that the contents were gone? Gowan made a face at him from behind, then stealthily dashed towards the stream nestled within the woods. Standing behind Chny, she secretly observed him, waiting to see when he would notice that the wine was amiss. After a considerable time, the man continued to drink cup after cup, causing Gowan to harbor doubts. Could it be that he truly was a fool? Was he unable to discern that it was merely water? Curiosity piqued, she crept closer to him. Yet he remained oblivious to her presence, further confirming her suspicion that he must indeed be simple-minded. She once again extended her hand cautiously, hoping not to be discovered. But this time she was caught. Their eyes met, and she found his face strikingly beautiful. Though Gowan had never seen another's visage, she was nonetheless captivated by his allure. His raven hair was loosely tied with a silver ribbon, lacking any crown or hairpin. A few strands danced in the wind, intertwining with the ribbon, creating an ethereal effect. His deep black eyes and handsome features exuded an air of cold elegance. Chny, upon realizing the newcomer was a girl with clear, unblemished eyes, felt a ripple of emotions stir within him, akin to a stone cast upon the still surface of a pond. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Coming to her senses, Gowan noticed him in a daze and seized the opportunity to slip away from his grasp, vanishing like a wisp of smoke. Once deep in the woods, she turned to see no one pursuing her and let out a sigh of relief. That scared me to death. He is not a fool after all. On her way back, she chanced upon Chny walking in her direction. Where could he be headed? Was he leaving? Would following him lead her out? Or perhaps to some sweet water? Gowan contemplated as she trailed behind him. Concealed in a corner by the door, she watched him enter a wooden cabin. The moment he stepped inside, the previously dark cabin illuminated brilliantly. Gowan cautiously extended her foot into the doorway, then withdrew it. She was torn between her desire to peek inside and her fear of being discovered. She lingered at the entrance for a long while, too afraid to enter while inside. Chny awaited her arrival. Thus, they both waited through the night until the first light of dawn began to appear on the horizon, at which point Gowan noticed the light within Chunyi's cabin dimming. Gathering her courage, she stealthily slipped inside, guided by the faint glimmers of morning light. Bang! Gowan, with little regard for subtlety, kicked the door open, creating a loud clamor that startled even herself. Oh my goodness, that frightened me. Lying in bed, Chny found the situation amusing. He had never encountered such a clumsy thief before. He turned to bury his head in the covers. Upon entering the room, Gowan quickly noticed numerous wine jars adorning the table. Her heart filled with delight as she rushed forward to grab several jars and fled. Finding an open area, she eagerly settled down and tore open one jar, a fragrant aroma wafting up to greet her. Wow, how can this person's water be so fragrant? It's nothing like the stream. One was brewed from divine fruits, fermented over 1,000 years, while the other, mere ordinary water, could not compare. Chapter 89. Memories 2. The following day, as Gowan opened her eyes, she realized it was already dusk. Sitting up abruptly, she gazed at the setting sun sinking on the horizon, lost in thought. She felt an overwhelming sense of loneliness. How did she end up here? Why was there no one searching for her? A myriad of doubts surged within her mind. Unbeknownst to her, the sky had darkened once more, and her stomach, rather uncooperative, raised its protest. Hearing the gurgling sounds emanating from her belly, Gowan's eyes darted around. Surely there must be something to eat. She pilfered her first morsel, and soon thereafter, each night she would sneak in, sometimes swiping a few bottles of wine, other times snatching fruits, and on fortunate occasions, delectable meals. Over time, Gowan had come to regard Chunyi's abode as her personal dining hall. In the dead of night, Gowan tiptoed quietly as she opened the door. Initially believing Chny would be slumbering in his bed as usual, so she hardly glanced in his direction. The array of pastries on the table instantly captivated her attention. So much food. She hurried forward, but before her hands could touch the pastries, the room suddenly came alive with sound. Instinctively, Gowan turned around, only to find Chny gazing at her with a warm smile. I'm not I didn't eat. I want to come again next time. Go stammered, her words tumbling out in a flurry. Realizing he had startled her, Chun felt a pang of regret for being so eager to appear before her. It's all right. You can stay here, he hastily reassured her, fearing she might flee once more. She stood there, head bowed, torn between the urge to escape and the desire to eat, yet afraid of upsetting him. Caught in this dilemma, she pouted in frustration. Aren't you going to eat? Are you inviting me to eat? Go lifted her gaze. You are welcome to dine here. Just don't come late at night. It's easy to trip, Chun-Yi said gently. My name is Chun-Yi. I am called Go-won. It's a name I gave myself. With Chun-Yi's permission, Go-won promptly settled into a chair and began to eat heartily, devouring one piece after another, her mouth stuffed to the brim, as she couldn't help but chat with Chun-Yi. Chun-Yi, how did you know it's easy to trip? Have you fallen before? From her words, it was evident she had experienced falls outside, which tightened his heart. Have you fallen? Yes, I have fallen. It hurt, but the ground outside is still flat. The paths on the mountains are truly treacherous. Go-won often tumbled down from the mountaintops and slopes. She only knew that falling hurt, and red blood would flow from her wounds, which she would wash in the stream. Have you fallen on the mountain as well? Go-won replied proudly. Of course, look. As she spoke, she rolled up her sleeves to reveal an array of uneven bruises and scars from scrapes against small stones, her arm devoid of unblemished skin. By the way, you are so kind. Can you take a look at this for me? Go-won was swift in her actions. Before Chun-Yi could fully comprehend her words, she had turned and stripped off her clothes entirely. To her, there was no distinction between genders at this moment. Chun-Yi was taken aback, instinctively averting his gaze. What are you doing? Go-won, sensing his mixed surprise and anger, retorted, I'm not doing anything. I just need you to check my back. I can't see it myself, nor can I wash it. Hearing her words, Chun-Yi lifted his gaze to her slender back, which was marred by numerous marks of friction. Some had healed, while others still bore fresh blood, indicating they were recent injuries. You put on your clothes. I shall fetch the medicine for you. With that, Chun-Yi fled in haste, his face flushed with embarrassment, experiencing such a lapse for the first time as a divine king. He glanced up at the brightening sky, and the image of Go-won in her nakedness flashed through his mind, stirring a reaction within him. Shaking his head in anger, he muttered, Beast, how could you be this way? What was happening to him today? What is this? Go-won inquired curiously, eyeing the bottle in his hand. It's for treating your wounds. He replied, You can apply it yourself. Upon hearing this, she burst into laughter. How can I do it myself? Chun-Yi paused, realizing the impossibility of reaching her back alone. The propriety of men and women forbade him from aiding her in such a manner. Why don't you let me help you? I feel you're quite kind. What? Though he had anticipated her implication, hearing it directly from her lips struck him like a thunderbolt, leaving his mind buzzing. The propriety of men and women forbade such intimacy. It was inappropriate. Oh, very well then. Go-won took a couple of steps closer, tilting her head and asking, Am I a man or a woman? Under her scrutinizing gaze, his throat bobbed. You are a woman. Oh, then you are a man. Isn't it inconvenient for you to give me the medicine? Could you tell me how to get out of here? I can't leave. Once I do, if I get hurt, I can find someone to help me apply it. You seem quite nice, and the food was delicious. The medicine should be good too. If she were to venture out and seek help, what if she were deceived? Contemplating this, Chun-Yi found himself in a dilemma. You can't leave here. If you remove a little clothing, I can help you apply it, but don't take it all off. After all, he was a man, a mature man, who could restrain himself the first time, but he could not guarantee he would do so the second. As his fingers brushed against her uniquely smooth skin, his emotions wavered slightly, causing his reactions to slow momentarily. Chun-Yi, why are you not moving? Have you fallen asleep? No. By the time he finished applying the medicine, morning had arrived. The temperature in the small world was quite low, and, as Chun-Yi exited the room, beads of sweat adorned his forehead. Helping her with her wounds was indeed more exhausting than battling a demonic beast. The following morning, Go-won awoke on Chun-Yi's bed. Upon opening her eyes, she saw him sitting at the table where she had dined the previous day, engrossed in something. Curiously, Go-won rose and approached him, at which point he noticed her presence. When did you wake up? Just now. What are you looking at? Reading. Reading? The term was unfamiliar to go on. Not understanding, she observed his intense focus and thought it must be fascinating. She too wished to read. Chapter 90. Memories 3. I want to read too. Shall I teach you? Yes, yes. Go on, exclaimed joyfully, springing up. Intelligent and quick-witted. She recognized most characters within just a few days, needing only to inquire about a few remaining ones from Cheney. Cheney's collection of books is vast and varied, encompassing numerous genres. However, Guyen does not particularly enjoy those that expound upon profound principles. She prefers tales filled with narrative. From these stories, she has come to understand the distinctions between genders and has realized that the peculiar expression on Cheney's face that day was, indeed, the manifestation of shyness. One afternoon, Guyen rested her right hand on her head, gazing quietly at Cheney. He was accustomed to her penetrating stare and rather relished the moments when she looked at him in such a manner. He always found great pleasure in these instances. She murmured, "Could you let me go outside? I wish to venture out. Will you accompany me?" Cheney set his book aside, turned to her, and with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, playfully tapped her nose with his right hand. "Where would you like to go? Would you care to join me in the divine realm?" Upon hearing Cheney's affirmative response, Guyen joyfully leaped up, exclaiming, "To the divine realm. We can go outside." She then dashed off, saying, "I'll fetch something to take along. The book mentions that there is gold in this stream, which we can use to buy things." With that, she disappeared from sight. Cheney chuckled softly. The divine realm does not require currency. As long as she is happy, that is sufficient. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the small world. Cheney heard the sound of thunder, his gaze snapping upward, his pupils dilating in alarm. The thunder tribulation. Guyen. In this place, he was not alone. Only Guyen was present. The thunder descended, evidently targeting her. He had often wondered about Guyen's origins and had attempted to uncover her secrets. Yet he had failed to ascertain her true identity. Cheney rushed toward the direction of the thunder. As he approached the forest, he heard Guyen's anguished cries, each one a chilling lament that sent shivers down his spine. Guyen. When he arrived, he found her half kneeling on the ground, her complexion pallid, her lips stained with blood, her body trembling violently, drenched in crimson. A massive white light encircled Guyen, and Cheney was taken aback. This was a barrier imposed by the heavenly Tao. For all things in existence are bestowed by it. Although he was a god king, he could not breach the barrier enacted by the heavenly Tao. He stared at Guyen, blood-soaked and vulnerable, unwilling to accept that he could not save her. "I refuse to believe it. Not even the heavens can restrain me." Inside the barrier, Guyen managed a pained smile as she looked at Cheney, who was frantically colliding with the barrier, using his spiritual energy, his eyes blazing red like a bloodthirsty demon. Guyen felt agony coursing through her entire being. The torment she endured was beyond comparison, rendering her previous sufferings as mere trifles. Once, twice, countless attempts ensued, and he was flung back by the barrier repeatedly, his body unharmed, yet his garments soaked in blood. Both appeared as though they had just emerged from a graveyard, their faces ashen and chilling to behold. A booming sound reminiscent of ancient thunder filled the air, and Cheney panicked. This was the final 10 bolts of tribulation. He had already been a god king, and these last 10 bolts contained the most potent spiritual energy in existence. He had nearly lost his life after enduring the thunderstorm. Upon hearing this thunder, Cheney finally grasped Guyen's true heritage. Like him, she was destined to be a god king, a celestial goddess. Yet both were bound by the constraints of the heavenly Tao. Throughout his life, he had traversed the path of solitude, with Guyen illuminating his darkened journey like a light in the night. Yet now, someone sought to seize that light from him. He would not yield. Who dared to attempt such a theft? Ah, who would dare? A piercing scream erupted from Chun Yi's lips as he suddenly opened his eyes, which shimmered with golden light. A terrifying aura surged forth, accompanied by a raging inferno of crimson flames. He stepped forward, 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, breaking through the barrier. In that fleeting moment of crossing the threshold, a wail escaped Guyen, leaving Chun in no time to respond as she vanished before his eyes. Guyen, a heart-wrenching cry, more inhuman than human, erupted from him. He dashed toward the spot where Guyen had knelt moments before. desperately hoping to grasp her and keep her with him. But he grasped at emptiness, crashing violently to the ground. Chunni, no one can endure the tribulation in her stead. It was you who allowed her to perish. An ancient, resonant voice echoed from the heavens. 1 bolt, 2 bolts, 100 bolts of divine thunder struck him relentlessly, each blow as vivid as the memories of past lives converging upon him. When Guan opened her eyes, tears streamed down her face. "Do you still hurt?" she whispered as she leaped into Chun Yi's embrace. He refrained from speaking of the events that had transpired in her absence, believing the scene would not linger in her memory. Yet, fate had revealed it to her. He had been unconscious for over 1,000 years, enduring a relentless cycle of memories with Guan within his little world. He found himself unwilling to awaken. "Elder sister, elder brother, I am still here. Hurry and feed me. I'm starving." Iran's voice shattered the tender moment between them. Guan chuckled, wiping away the tears from her eyes. "Iran, can't you be quiet while others are in love? But it's already night. Aren't you too hungry? I'm on the verge of starvation, yet I dare not leave." Iran complained. Only then did they realize that darkness had descended. A whole day had slipped by unnoticed. It was no wonder Iran expressed discontent, as she had been the one to keep vigil for them all this time. After all, this was where their journey had begun. The next day, she truly found it hard to part with him. After such a long time together, she couldn't bear to let go. There was another reason. With the God King present, the clan leader dared not punish her. If he were to leave, the leader would surely make her kneel until the very floor of the ancestral hall was worn away. All right. Chun Yi has already spoken to the clan leader. You can rest assured. Guan reassured him with a smile. Chapter 91. The safe house. Upon seeing the safe house, both were rendered speechless. The vast space appeared to be engulfed in white flowers, with white canvas and flags hanging everywhere, resembling a sea of purest white. The sound of mournful music wafted through the air, echoing like weeping. They exchanged glances, their hearts already understanding. It required no contemplation to deduce that all of this had been prepared for them. Surely, they believed that they had already passed from this world. Were they to hold a funeral for the two of them? Instead of focusing on vaccine research, they were caught up in this atmosphere of mourning. Gowan forcefully kicked open the door, exclaiming in frustration, "What on earth is going on?" The individuals inside, adorned with white stripes, were drawn to the sound of the door's crash. Upon seeing the two of them, their previously sorrowful faces, akin to a sky thick with clouds, instantly transformed into expressions of astonishment, akin to chameleons, and then blossomed into joy, reminiscent of spring flowers. You are alive." Gowan crossed his arms in disbelief, of course. He observed the surroundings and noted the enlarged photograph of himself and Chun Yi, which occupied nearly half the wall. As the crowd confirmed Gowan's presence, realizing he was flesh and blood and not a specter, they rushed to embrace him and Chun Yi. "Wonderful. You're not dead. What a relief. You both scare me to death. How could you frighten your sister like that?" Overcome with joy, the crowd wept tears of happiness. "Remove these eerie decorations," Gowan said, pointing at the photographs and the white flowers perched on the stair railing. Chunshur wiped away the tears from his face and chuckled. "Hurry up and take them down. They vex me." With that, he took each of their hands and led them to a nearby sofa. Gowan refrained from disclosing everything, merely stating they had narrowly escaped the crisis without mentioning the matters of the Phoenix clan. She feared that while they might keep silent now, they could eventually share the story with their descendants, potentially leading someone to seek out the Phoenix clan. They were thriving in their underground existence, and Gowan believed it was best to maintain the status quo. Gowan glanced around, not spotting Mo Han and her companions. "Grandfather, where are Mo Han and the others?" "Oh, they went to the manor to study the vaccine. I asked them to stay here, but Egio preferred a tranquil setting. So he went to the manor to find an open space and constructed a research facility there, which is exceedingly peaceful." And Yang initially planned to join them after the funeral. Upon mentioning the funeral, a hint of embarrassment crossed Chinshur's face. Conducting a funeral while the main subject is still alive would surely invite ridicule. "And Yang, how far along is the vaccine research?" Gowan could hardly contain her anticipation. She was eager to resolve the issue with the Ice Master and bring all of this to an end. And Yang pondered, plucking a white flower from his hand. Perhaps another 2 days. Gowan felt a surge of admiration for their efficiency and talent. In just a few days, what would take a research team of hundreds a considerable time to achieve, they had accomplished. The effort pales in comparison to natural aptitude. Even if Gowan were to forego sleep for a year, the research would remain unattainable. She considered visiting the manor, but an unexpected wave of fatigue compelled her to abandon that thought. She could not comprehend why she had been so drowsy lately. Sometimes, she would doze off while lost in thought, finding herself perpetually weary throughout the day. Perhaps it was a symptom of pregnancy. She stood and surveyed the room. And Ning and the others were busy at work. Would it be inappropriate for her to sleep now? In the early stages of pregnancy, drowsiness and lethargy are indeed common. All right, you all take a rest. I'll call you for dinner in the evening. Yes, yes. As the two entered the room, Gowan immediately collapsed onto the bed. The soft, comforting quilt enveloped her like a cloud, and the sensation lulled her into a state of drowsiness once more. Gowan's sleep was fleeting. She would awaken every hour, inevitably roused by the pressing need to relieve herself. She estimated her pregnancy to be barely over a month along, yet the changes in her body felt overwhelming. A nagging doubt crept in. Could it be that she was afflicted by another ailment? Frequent trips to the restroom surely indicated a problem with her kidneys. Emerging from the bathroom, Gowan lay on the bed, cradling her head in her hands. Gazing despondently at Chun-Yi. Do you think I might be ill? She pondered aloud. Chun-Yi furrowed his brow, intrigued by her concern. Why do you say that? Look at me. I'm always sleeping, and I'm constantly running to the bathroom. I see others who are months into their pregnancies traveling without a care, while I can barely keep my eyes open. What if I have cancer? Listening to her articulate her worries with such conviction, Chun-Yi couldn't help but smile indulgently as he offered her the book that lay beside him. What you're experiencing is quite normal. Once the child is born, everything will return to normalcy. You may encounter hormonal changes such as acne, irritability, and heightened desires. He paused momentarily, wary of her understanding, and added, that is, your hormones will surge. She responded with a half-comprehending "oh" before flipping through the pages of the book he had given her. However, she soon tossed it onto the floor. What's wrong? Chun-Yi asked, his concern piqued by her sudden display of frustration. Nothing. I just find that book uninteresting. Is there something else bothering you? Her tone still crackled with irritation, but Chun-Yi understood the delicacy of the situation and replied, no, just being a bit cheeky. The once mighty king, accustomed to being revered and bowed to by many, now found himself treading lightly in Gowan's presence, hardly daring to breathe too loudly. Satisfied that he hadn't provoked her, Gowan snuggled back under the covers and drifted into a deep slumber. Chun-Yi cautiously stepped toward the sleeping figure, an unsettling premonition stirring within him. Her temperament might become quite formidable in the latter stages of her pregnancy. Yet, as she was his beloved wife, he could only indulge her whims. Otherwise, they might find themselves at odds before even tying the knot. Chapter 92. Careful attention, little Chun. It's time for breakfast. And Ning shouted into the room, successfully rousing the two from their slumber. After washing up and preparing themselves, they hurriedly exited the room. As soon as they opened the door, they were greeted by a wave of tantalizing aromas. Chun-Yi inhaled deeply, unable to suppress a series of sneezes. Ashu, where's this overwhelming scent of chili coming from? Today we're having hot pot, so of course it's spicy. And Jia announced as she emerged with a platter of beef tripe. Hot pot, Gowan's favorite, especially the spicy 9-square hot pot, was her utmost delight. The mere mention of it made her mouth water as she eagerly pulled Chun-Yi to sit beside her, waiting for her grandfather to join them before they began to eat. In the massive copper hot pot, thick and vibrant red oil bubbled vigorously, emitting a chorus of gurgling sounds. The crimson waves of oil continuously surged, intertwining with the moisture in the air, forming a hazy mist that enveloped the entire room, exuding an alluring fragrance. Before long, Grandfather emerged from his room and made his way to the head of the table. Let us dine, he proclaimed, prompting everyone to eagerly grasp their chopsticks and reach for the steaming dishes in the pot. Ning picked up a piece of luncheon meat, and while it was still too hot to eat, she seized a moment to discuss the events that transpired while they napped during the day. In the late afternoon, They arrived, but upon hearing that you were resting, they refrained from disturbing you. They were eager to proceed with their vaccine research and left. Yet they mentioned that the vaccine might be ready within the next couple of days. With the vaccine's imminent release, Go-won's mood was understandably buoyant. That's splendid. I shall go visit them tomorrow, she declared as she fished out a piece of tripe coated in red oil, adorned with vibrant chili peppers and brown peppercorns. The first bite was a delightful explosion of numbing spiciness and rich flavor. However, Go-won, cautious of the scalding heat, placed a morsel into a bowl filled with scallions, minced garlic, chili, cilantro, and sesame oil. Ning, could you help me find my clothes? I wish to change, she requested. The outfit Ning had prepared was rather revealing, offering little more than a modest cover. While it was somewhat acceptable within the confines of their home, given that it was only the two of them, it would indeed appear quite inappropriate outdoors. And Ning, eschewing her previous teasing, simply stated, "They are in my room. I will bring them over tomorrow." As Go-won reached for the tripe with her chopsticks, she suddenly realized her bowl was missing. Caught up in conversation with Ning, she had not noticed when her bowl had been taken away. "Where's my bowl?" she inquired, looking up at the serious-faced Chun-Yi beside her. He remained silent, merely offering her a bowl of plain congee, softly saying, "That is too spicy for you. It wouldn't suit you." Before he could finish, Go-won, her expression darkening, pushed the congee away, a strange feeling of frustration bubbling within her. "No, I want to eat this. But you cannot eat something too spicy right now." The others exchanged puzzled glances, sensing the unusual tension. Go-won had always been someone who could manage her emotions. What had caused her to become so irate today? "Go-won, what troubles you?" And Jie inquired. And Ning turned her gaze towards the bowl of condiments in front of Chun-Yi, instantly comprehending the source of Go-won's ire. Yet, she remained puzzled as to why such a trivial matter could provoke such anger. Despite her confusion, she reproached Chun-Yi. "Xiao Chun, just because you dislike spicy food doesn't mean you can impose it on Wan-Wan. Isn't that a bit excessive?" At that moment, Chun-Yi felt unjustly accused. The literature he had read indicated that pregnant individuals should avoid spicy foods. Surely, he could prepare a milder hot pot for her later? He had forgotten that for Go-won, a non-spicy dish did not qualify as hot pot. It was merely boiled vegetables. Chun-Yi fell silent, wanting to check on her, but fearing she would ignore him in her anger. Little Wah picked up a piece of baby bok choy and, as she savored it, remarked, "Brother Chun-Yi, getting upset during pregnancy is not good for the baby. You should hurry and soothe her." "Pregnant? Pregnant? What?" Upon hearing the words pregnant, everyone was momentarily stunned, followed by an eruption of ecstatic shouts. Especially Chun-Shi, whose eyes widened in astonishment, unable to contain the smile that spread across his face. And Jie, and Ning, and Dawah were all left speechless, their mouths agape. Only Chun-Yi exhibited an unnatural expression, an inkling of bashfulness crossing his features. "Indeed, it is true. I shall go check on her now," thought Chun-Yi, seeking to escape the awkward atmosphere where all eyes were fixed upon him, accompanied by mischievous grins that made him uncomfortable. As soon as Chun-Yi stood, he was seized by the arm by Jie. "Little Chun, you've done well." Initially, they had worried about his prowess, but now they marveled at his robust constitution. "Little Chun, why didn't you invite Wan-Wan for hot pot?" Chun-Shi inquired, filled with curiosity. "The book says one shouldn't consume spicy foods," exclaimed Ning. "Oh dear, little Chun, have you lost your wits? No wonder Go-won is upset. If it were me, I would have torn you apart," she retorted indignantly. "Is that incorrect? Even if Chun-Yi is a genius, everything in this world follows rules. Yet pregnancy is unique, each case being different." Sighing softly, Chun-Shi remarked, "When your mother was pregnant with you, she indulged in spicy food. And look how splendidly she gave birth to you 3 sisters. Grandfather, are you implying that it is acceptable to eat?" Chun-Yi, now facing fatherhood for the first time, felt somewhat flustered. "Little Chun, let her eat whatever she desires. Being pregnant is arduous enough. If you impose restrictions on her diet, it would imply that you do not love her." And Jie's words struck Chun-Yi like a thunderclap, leaving his mind momentarily blank. How could he possibly not love her? His choice would always be her and their child, Go-won. In a moment of clarity, Chun-Yi realized the gravity of his previous missteps, recognizing his lack of understanding towards her. "I shall go see her. I understand now, sister," he declared, entering the room, where discussions about the impending arrival erupted at the dining table. Chun-Shi's voice trembled with excitement. "I can hardly fathom the thought of holding my great-grandchild. Isn't a great-granddaughter delightful?" And Jia replied with feigned grievance. All right, I will be pleased with either. What do you think? Will it be a boy or a girl?" Little Hua chimed in. "Twins would be splendid. Our family could manage 3 or 4 more." Chapter 93. The initial stages of vaccine research. Upon entering the room, Chun-Yi found no sign of Go-Won. Only the quilt on the bed formed a small mound, as she had ensconced herself within it. Whenever she felt discontent, she would retreat into the covers, a habit that persisted from the past to the present. "I was mistaken. I should not have blindly trusted the text while disregarding your feelings. I shall amend my ways," he said earnestly, half kneeling beside the bed, offering a sincere apology. Peeking out from the cocoon of blankets, Go-Won noticed his earnest demeanor and revealed a mischievous glint in her eyes. "Let this one slide, but you must fetch me a lemon." "Lemon?" Chun-Yi swallowed back the acidity that surged in his mouth. "No hot pot, just lemons?" Go-Won forcefully kicked off the covers. "What's wrong with that?" "All right, I shall go cut one," he responded, sensing her reluctance and hint of sarcasm. "I sense a hint of unwillingness in your tone." "No, truly not," Chun-Yi protested. "Then why aren't you going?" "Oh, fine." Chun-Yi could hardly wait to finish his words before hurriedly heading to the kitchen to prepare sliced lemons. Standing at the doorway, he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, a result of his nervousness. The attention of the crowd was captivated by Chun-Yi's anxious demeanor, prompting Anjia to inquire. "What is wrong, Xiao-Chun?" "It's nothing. She wants to eat lemons, so I'm going to slice some," he replied before stepping into the kitchen. Shortly after, he emerged with a platter of freshly cut lemon slices. Observing the juice glistening on the lemon wedges, everyone's mouths began to pucker with the sourness. "Pregnant women truly have peculiar tastes," a little girl murmured. "Go on, are you thirsty? Are you hungry? Be careful." Ever since they learned of Gu-Wan's pregnancy, they had become overly attentive, buzzing around her like bees. Anjia was the most exaggerated, planning to sleep in the living room so that she could quickly prepare food for Go-Wan in case she felt hungry in the middle of the night. After all, among them, her culinary skills were considered the finest. By taking the responsibility of caring for Go-Wan's needs, she felt she had distinguished herself amidst the crowd. As the clock struck 8, Go-Wan, who had been lying down all day, rose to stroll into the living room. Upon opening the door, all eyes immediately fixed upon her. In the next moment, before she could react, and Ning and the little girl were at her side, each grasping one of her arms, claiming it was to prevent her from falling. Go-Wan glanced down at the smooth floor, thinking that a normal person shouldn't trip while walking on it. She withdrew her arms from their grasp, saying, "Sisters, don't you think you're being a bit excessive? There's no water on the floor, so how could I possibly fall? You're overthinking it." Her words, however, reminded Chun-Shi nearby. "From now on, who will mop the floor? After mopping, be sure to wipe it with a drying towel. We must avoid any water stains." Go-Wan felt that her grandfather was being overly cautious, certain it would lead to their discontent, yet everyone nodded in agreement, with Anjia being the most dramatic. "Grandfather is right. I think we should simply kneel on the floor to wipe it, then use a fan to dry it. Also, next time, let us drink water in the kitchen instead of wandering around with teacups. What if someone spills a little water and someone falls? Who will take responsibility for that? That is quite excessive." And Chun concurred. "This child in our big family must be treated with utmost care." They held the highest hopes for the unborn child. How could they not shower it with affection? Watching how much they cared for her child, Go-Wan felt an indescribable happiness, though their actions seemed rather exaggerated. Sitting on the sofa, she watched a palace drama unfold on television. As she raised her hand, someone promptly offered her warm water and pre-sliced fruit. She shifted her waist, and the little girl brought out a massage chair, allowing her to sit comfortably in the living room for 2 hours. Throughout, she hardly moved her lips, as everything she desired was brought to her side. Is this the treatment one receives during pregnancy? How delightful! In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. Go-Wan wished to visit the estate, but Ning and the others stopped her, citing slippery conditions due to the snow. Seeing their concern for her, she felt reluctant to disappoint them. Once she had dreamed of a life filled with eating and sleeping, yet now that she was truly living it, she found it rather dull. All day long, she flitted from one end to the other, under the watchful eyes of many who observed her every move. Guan lay on her bed, staring vacantly at the ceiling. Suddenly, the vibrant voice of Yi Jiao resonated in her ear, filled with excitement. Guan surmised that the vaccine must have been developed. She swiftly leaped from her bed, opening the door to meet Yi Jiao's eager gaze. "I've done it. Go on," he exclaimed, holding back the urge to embrace her. He was already aware of her pregnancy, although he harbored feelings for her. He knew it was crucial to maintain a respectful distance for her protection. Under the scrutinizing eyes of Chun, Yi, and the others, Yi Jiao approached Guan with measured steps. He placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, his gaze unwavering. "From here on, it's up to you." Understanding his words, Guan realized that defeating the Ice Monarch was the next step to restore everything to its original state. A gentle smile graced her lips, her eyes brimming with an unprecedented resolve as she turned to Chen Yi, who nodded in comprehension. With their current strength, vanquishing the Ice Monarch could be a mere moment's endeavor. They refrained from acting hastily, wishing instead for the Ice Monarch to personally scatter the vaccine like snow across the world. Though Guan and Chun Yi were nearly at their peak power, they chose to grant the Ice Monarch an opportunity for redemption, recognizing that human actions had ultimately led to her plight. Guan and Chun Yi discreetly ventured out, slipping away undetected. Upon entering the estate, the fragrant aroma of fruits wafted through the air like a sweet spring, invigorating their spirits. Everyone worked diligently like industrious bees, harvesting the bountiful produce from the fields. "Why not go in?" "Ye iu inwit. I can't right now. I'm not in a position to help, and I would hinder your progress," she replied. "They miss you dearly. I'll return once the world settles back to normal." With that, Guan ushered Chun Yi into a small RV, which promptly roared to life and vanished in an instant. Chapter 94. The Departure Within Mere Seconds. Guan pinpointed the exact location of the Ice Monarch using her mental prowess. The Ice Monarch resided in the farthest northern reaches, the coldest place on Earth. Before the apocalypse, it was a desolate land, a death zone where no human could survive the extreme conditions. It was also home to a myriad of colossal creatures, which explained the Ice Monarch's choice of dwelling. In an instant, Chun Yi and Guan teleported to the extreme north and soon arrived at the Ice Monarch's cave. The sudden appearance of two individuals took the Ice Monarch by surprise. She quickly regained her composure and adopted a defensive stance. "Who are you? What brings you here?" At last, Guan beheld the true form of the Ice Monarch. Before her stood not just a figure, but a breathtaking mermaid. Her elongated body, approximately 2 meters tall, bore the upper half of a graceful woman, delicate and enchanting. Two pristine shells, as white as jade, shielded her modesty, forming the entirety of her upper attire. Her lower body was adorned with a fish tail, which was covered in scales of a fiery red hue, radiating with a dazzling brilliance reminiscent of flames. Her hair cascaded in tumultuous waves of crimson, while her eyes sparkled like two burning rubies. Guan did not engage in excessive conversation. Instead, she extended her palm, unleashing a radiant light that sliced through the air towards the Ice Sovereign. In an instant, the Ice Sovereign raised her arms in an attempt to shield herself from the onslaught, yet the disparity in their powers was insurmountable. Guan had already ascended to the realm of the celestial, while the Ice Sovereign could only be deemed a mere demon. Despite her exertion, she could not halt the relentless advance of Guan's force. With a thunderous crash, the Ice Sovereign was propelled backward, colliding violently with the wall behind her. She plummeted heavily to the ground, and the wall that had briefly shielded her now bore a massive fissure. As she lay on the floor, her mouth and nose bled simultaneously. Her entire body felt as though it had been hollowed out, leaving her limp and powerless. She attempted to speak, but found herself utterly devoid of strength, and soon succumbed to unconsciousness. When she finally regained consciousness, the pain that had once engulfed her had vanished entirely. Alert! She sat up and surveyed her surroundings, spotting Go-won and Chun-yi seated before her, gazing intently in her direction. "Did you save me?" she inquired. Go-won nodded in response. "Why?" The Ice Sovereign was perplexed. Why would they wish to spare her after seeking her demise? "Do you recognize this place?" Go-won evaded her question, shifting her gaze to the left. The endless expanse of ice was unmistakable. The Ice Sovereign realized that this was her homeland, the North Sea. It was here that she had been captured, and as the thought crossed her mind, her expression darkened. "Were it not for you humans, I would still be thriving in the sea. Should you transform this vial of vaccine into snow to blanket the globe, thereby remedying the calamity you have wrought, I can use my powers to conceal your kind, ensuring that no one will ever uncover your presence again." As she spoke, Go-won rose and seized the vial of vaccine from Chun-yi, casting it before the Ice Sovereign. "I understand your plight, and that is why I did not end your life. Does this arrangement seem advantageous to you?" The Ice Sovereign remained silent for a long while, contemplating, her gaze fixed upon Go-won and Chun-yi. Both maintained their formidable aura, which the Ice Sovereign could sense far surpassed her own. After a considerable pause, she sighed softly. "I consent." It was her best option. She knew she stood no chance against them. Having exacted ample revenge upon humanity, a compromise seemed equitable. With a graceful flick of her exquisite fishtail, she began to chant incantations. As she cast her spell, the water before her underwent a wondrous transformation, gradually crystallizing into translucent snowflakes. The snowflakes descended gracefully, as light as feathers and as lively as sprites. They did not linger. Instead, they danced through the air, scattering gently with the wind to distant places. Watching the snow form from the vaccine liquid, Go-won felt a weight lift from her heart. She used her celestial powers to enshroud the merfolk's dwelling in a barrier, ensuring that humanity would be forever barred from entering. Chun-yi grasped Go-won's hand, and they vanished from the Ice Sovereign's sight, their endeavor proving even more seamless than anticipated. The door to the room was secured with a code, allowing only the two of them entry. Their decision to keep this a secret stemmed from a desire to shield others from the knowledge of the Ice Masteress' defeat. As for their identities, they had resolved to keep them undisclosed, choosing instead to lead a life of simplicity and tranquility. "Allow me to comb your hair," one offered, noticing the disarray caused by the fierce winds of the far north that had tousled Go-won's hairstyle. With that, he retrieved a wooden comb from the drawer and approached her. Go-won, obediently sitting up from the bed, allowed him to gently gather her warm, dark locks with his left hand while his right hand delicately maneuvered the comb through her enchanting strands, smoothing them out with care. As Go-won bowed her head, a flush of crimson graced her cheeks. Despite their parenthood, the demands of life had often kept them busy, leaving little room for such intimate gestures, making this moment their first of its kind. With the trials behind them, Go-won believed there would be many more such days ahead. After finishing her hair, Chun-yi softly enveloped Go-won, whispering sweetly in her ear, "With you by my side, I am truly happy." Leaning against him, Go-won closed her eyes, inhaling the faint, pleasant aroma that lingered about him. As time passed, she drifted into slumber, only to awaken to the encroaching darkness. Groggy and disoriented, she fumbled about her surroundings, searching for Chun-yi. After a prolonged moment of fruitless searching, she finally opened her eyes. Her gaze remained vacant for a while until she resolved to see what Chun-yi was up to, hearing sounds emanating from the kitchen. She entered to find him donned in an apron, preparing a meal. Reflexively, she glanced at the clock, noting it was already 1 a.m. With narrowed eyes, she stealthily approached him from behind and gave him a warm embrace, playfully exclaiming, "You've worked hard. I'm so hungry." Chun-yi, freeing his right hand, patted the top of her head affectionately, replying, "As long as you're happy with your meal." Chapter 95 concluded as Go-won exited the kitchen to turn a palace drama. Before long, the table was laden with a feast. Every dish imaginable was present, including an astonishing pot of rice. Glancing at the clock again, she realized it was 2 a.m. Who eats rice at this hour? She mused, feeling satisfyingly full. Half reclining in her chair, she rubbed her round belly, contemplating how she would surely gain weight after the child was born. "What is this television show about? Is it interesting?" she inquired, Noticing Chun-Yi stealing glances at the drama she watched daily. The screen displayed a throng of women surrounding a single man, leaving him puzzled about its appeal. You don't know this drama? It's about the fourth master, Go-won exclaimed. Chun-Yi shook his head, revealing he had rarely watched television, considering it too fictitious to capture his interest. With a resigned sigh, Go-won realized that one must immerse themselves in the drama to appreciate it fully. She decided to paint a vivid picture for him to help him experience it. Imagine yourself as the emperor, surrounded by the most beautiful women in the world. Tell me, wouldn't that be exhilarating? Chun-Yi remained silent, deeply immersed in contemplation. After a considerable time, he turned to Go-won with an unprecedented seriousness, articulating each word with utmost sincerity. No woman besides you could ever bring me anything but annoyance. Go-won burst into laughter, her cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment. She playfully tapped Chun-Yi's chest with her delicate fist. Are you speaking as if this were a drama? There's no need to lay bare your heart. Chun-Yi chuckled lightly. I take pleasure in it. My heart has always belonged solely to you. This is merely the truth. Go-won, with her hands playfully molding his handsome face as if it were soft clay, teased. I've noticed your will to survive has grown stronger, and your shamelessness has reached new heights. Chun-Yi nodded, seemingly pleased by the compliment. For you, I possess an immense desire to survive. His words rang true. He was genuinely anxious about Go-won's satisfaction, fearing that any discontent might result in him being banished to the sofa for the night. Just 2 nights prior, he had been sound asleep when Go-won abruptly woke him, claiming she had dreamt he had run off with other fairies, promptly sending him to the sofa under the pretense of needing solitude. Fortunately, Go-won was a sensible girl, allowing him to sleep on the sofa inside, thus preserving his dignity. However, fearing his wife was not entirely a negative trait. He relished it, for such fortune was uniquely his. The following morning, Go-won was roused from her slumber by the sound of rain cascading against the window. She jolted upright, confirming it was indeed the rain, and dashed barefoot to the window. Outside, dark clouds loomed, and the snow on the ground had thinned considerably since the previous night. A torrential downpour fell, the pea-sized raindrops relentlessly striking the snow, melting it away. As Go-won opened the window, a refreshing breeze swept in. She calculated in her mind that it was springtime, and the temperature was just as it should be. Gazing at the scene before her, a torrent of emotions surged within her. The journey had been fraught with challenges. A slight misstep could lead to being devoured by a mutated beast or falling prey to others' designs. Everywhere, caution was paramount. But now it seemed she could finally step out of her home with confidence, and the entire Blue Star would once again come alive. It was raining. The outside world was warm again. Everyone should come out. The jubilant cheers from the neighboring house reached Go-won, awakening the still slumbering Chun-Yi. He rubbed his sleepy eyes, and when he opened them again, he found Go-won kneeling before him, her large eyes fixed upon him. It's raining outside. Everything has returned to normal. Should we go out and explain things to them? Go-won nodded eagerly, about to open the door when Chun-Yi halted her, exclaiming helplessly, I haven't dressed yet. You can't let me go out in my bare skin for everyone to see. Go-won sheepishly dropped her hand from the doorknob, apologizing. I'm sorry. I forgot about that. Hurry and get dressed. I'll wait for you here. Chun-Yi moved swiftly, completing his preparations in just over 10 minutes. Dressed in a gray tracksuit, his hair slightly longer from days spent indoors, the strands fell just above his eyebrows when he lowered his head, lending him a gentle and inviting appearance. Go-won noticed that ever since he learned about his impending fatherhood, he exuded a nurturing aura. With a resounding thud, the door swung open, revealing a throng of familiar faces that filled the evening. Suddenly, Go-won's gaze fell upon 2 individuals, and her body trembled uncontrollably. Her eyes instantly glistened with unshed tears. Her lips moved silently, and with a deep breath, she steadied her emotions and, with a quivering voice, uttered, Mom, Dad. Indeed, Dawa had sensed a shift in the atmosphere the previous night and had surmised that Go-won and the others had succeeded. Go-won's parents, upon hearing this, were filled with both pride and heartache. Go-won rushed forward and threw herself onto her parents' shoulders. Mom, Dad, I missed you so much. Her parents embraced her with boundless affection, gently patting her back to comfort her, though tears streamed down their cheeks uncontrollably. "My child, you are our pride. You have endured so much." Blushing slightly, she took hold of Chun-Yi's arm and shyly introduced him. "This is Chun-Yi." Without hesitation, Go-won revealed her feelings for Chun-Yi to her parents, having already firmly established him in her heart. Chun-Yi felt a surge of joy, yearning to hold Ji-won close, yet he restrained his impulses, mindful of the presence of her parents. He slightly inclined his head and addressed them. "Aunt Go, Uncle Go, the apocalypse has passed, and I wish to formally propose to your daughter once the snow melts in a few days." Go-won shyly nudged his sleeve, signaling him to refrain from further words. After all, she was a girl and felt the natural embarrassment of the moment. Go-won's parents, having heard of Chun-Yi's remarkable reputation, were thoroughly pleased with him as a prospective son-in-law. Chapter 96. The next generation. Go-won's parents scrutinized Chun-Yi, their expressions radiating satisfaction, especially her mother, who grew increasingly fond of him with every glance. Go-won playfully pouted, "Mom and Dad, you can't just focus on your son-in-law now. Your daughter might get jealous." "Haha, we won't look anymore. We'll focus on our precious daughter." They chuckled in unison, affectionately ruffling her hair. 8 months later, as spring blossomed, everything resumed at a pace surpassing Go-won's expectations. The authorities had issued commands to expedite recovery efforts across the land. Humanity's civilization and technology sparkled like brilliant stars, eternally radiant and never fading, making continuity seem effortless. Particularly in the early days of the apocalypse, the authorities had safeguarded a vast array of books and electronic data, ensuring that science and technology flowed like an unceasing stream. Numerous scientists and technicians had persevered through the trials of the apocalypse, becoming a formidable force propelling human development. The individuals who had remained at the manor transformed it into a popular attraction, with the safe house becoming one of the most sought-after sites. Meanwhile, Chun-Yi and Go-won casually purchased a more spacious residence, now shared with grandfather and Ning and Jie and Go-won's parents. Initially, they planned to buy each of them a separate house, but they all refused to leave Go-won's side. They say that a child requires someone to care for them upon birth. This is the first child of the Chun family, and the postpartum caregiver and infant nurse are strangers, which makes them uneasy. Go-won reclines in a lounge chair on the balcony, enveloped in warm sunlight that brings a sense of comfort and warmth. Suddenly, a movement ripples across her round belly, fleeting yet noticeable. Go-won seems to sense the commotion within her, and her brows furrow slightly as she slowly opens her eyes. "Could you please stop kicking? It truly hurts," she murmurs, gently patting her belly with a tone imbued with complaint, yet her expression radiates fondness. "Have you awoken?" Chun-Yi approaches from outside, carrying a bowl of soup that he places before Go-won. "Drink up. It's made by your mother." As he speaks, he deftly moves the tea table closer, setting the soup down, and skillfully schemes off the grease before presenting it to her. "Go-won, it's not oily anymore." Go-won glances at the soup, noticing once more that it is chicken broth. "Oh, my dear mother, it seems she has nearly simmered every type of chicken available on Blue Star." "What kind of chicken is this?" "It's turkey." "Can turkey even be made into soup?" Go-won scoffs, placing the bowl aside. "You drink it. I've had enough. Yesterday was free-range chicken, the day before was wild chicken, and the day before that was silky chicken. I feel like I'm turning into a chicken myself." Chun-Yi casts a glance at the chicken soup, feeling an unexpected wave of discomfort in his stomach. Not only Go-won, but he too has had his fill of chicken broth this past month. Since it was made by his mother-in-law, he cannot refuse it, sighing for his poor wife. "How about I pour it out for you?" Chun-Yi tentatively suggests. "Go ahead, please do. I'm quite tired of it. Let's go for a walk. I'm feeling so bored." "Very well." After Go-won tidies herself up, she heads downstairs, where her parents and Jie and Ning, along with her grandfather, gather around her, deducing her intent to go out. "Are you going out? A little exercise would be good. It will help with the delivery. By now it is September, with weather that is neither too hot nor too cold, perfect for an autumn outing." The streets are bustling with activity as Go-won and Chun-Yi make their way to the underworld to meet Xiaohua and Awa. The two head straight for the king of Hell's palace. Since the apocalypse ended, Dawa and Xiaohua have been promoted, One as the king of hell and the other as the deputy king. Go on, sister, you're here. Xiaohua rushes to greet her from afar, gently patting Go Wan's round belly. Your twins must make your belly quite large. It must be exhausting. Go Wan chuckles softly. It's manageable, just a bit sleepy. I feel tired just looking at you. How is Shun? Upon mentioning Shun, Xiaohua's voice diminishes considerably. They had implored Shun Yi for quite some time before he finally relented, allowing them to reunite in the underworld after Shen's passing. Thinking of this, Xiaohua pouts slightly. King of gods, did you block that ink spot? Do you realize Shun is seeking death every day in the mortal realm? Others think he's gone mad. When Xiaohua speaks of Shun, both Go Wan and Shun Yi cannot help but laugh heartily. Ha! Go Wan clutches her belly, laughing so hard that tears form her eyes. Xiaohua, could you refrain from making me laugh? I'm truly afraid of going into labor from this. And Shun, in his quest for death, finds himself in countless perilous situations, whether jumping off buildings or ingesting poison, despite not having reached the end of his lifespan. He seems to engage in reckless acts without succumbing. Sister Xiaohua, there is a young man causing a stir on the road to the underworld. He even said, you have received a message. At that moment, Go Wan's phone chimed. She opened it to find a message that read, the renowned genius Shun tragically choked to death while drinking water at home today. Go Wan couldn't help but chuckle, and Shun Yi, taking the phone from her, also succumbed to laughter. With a resigned sigh, Go Wan reclined on the sofa, exclaiming, I am so exhausted. Why is it that others conceive in an instant while I am enduring such a sluggish pace? I can hardly sleep or eat well, and every time I close my eyes, I have to rush to the bathroom. I take only a few bites and my stomach feels full, only to grow hungry again shortly after. My legs are swelling, and I feel as though I'm gaining weight all over. When I was pregnant with you, I couldn't keep anything down for the first 4 months. I would eat only to vomit, and later I struggled to sleep. Just a few more months to go until I give birth. Guma entered from the kitchen, washing several tomatoes and handing them to her. Now in the later stages of pregnancy, Gowan needed to monitor her blood sugar, so Guma frequently brought her tomatoes to eat. Gowan picked up a tomato, wrinkled her nose, and upon raising her gaze, noticed Chun Yi's eyes glistening on the verge of tears. She understood that he was pained for her. Despite being the ruler of the world with boundless power, he could do nothing to alleviate her suffering during this time. Each night, he would hear the bathroom door opening and closing, over and over again, a sound that echoed his helplessness. As Gowan focused on eating her tomato, a sudden and intense pain gripped her abdomen, causing her to involuntarily cry out, "What is wrong? What is wrong?" The others were startled by her exclamation. While Chun Yi immediately leaned down to grasp her hand, his expression tense. "What is happening? Does it hurt?" The pain vanished as quickly as it had come, as if it were merely an illusion. Gowan shook her head. It seems to have subsided, but in the next moment, she bit her lip, stifling a moan as the pain returned. Experienced Guma recognized this as a sign of impending labor and shouted, "Wan is about to give birth. Quickly, let us head to the hospital." This declaration sent the group into a flurry of activity, a mix of excitement and fear flooding their hearts. Some rushed upstairs for supplies. Others scrambled to get the car, while only Chun Yi remained, holding the pain-stricken Go Wan tightly, his expression grave, his hands trembling involuntarily. In under 10 minutes, the entire family arrived at the pre-booked maternity hospital. Upon entering, Go Wan's contractions had suddenly ceased, and she soon realized that the discomfort she had felt was indeed labor pains, estimating that they came every 20 minutes, lasting for 2 minutes each. And Ning went to handle the admission paperwork while Go Wan was led into the delivery room by the doctor. Outside, Chun Yi paced anxiously, overwhelmed by a whirlwind of emotions, elation at the thought of their child soon to be born, and dread at the thought of Go Wan enduring unbearable pain. Is Go Wan all right? Is Go Wan all right? During the 4 long hours that followed, every time a nurse emerged from the delivery room, Chun Yi would rush forward to inquire, even though he relied on his handsome visage to ascertain the circumstances surrounding Go Wan. It is a fact that charm has its limits. After over 150 inquiries from Chun Yi, the nurse, unable to resist the allure of that handsome face, finally relented. "Family member, the absence of news is indeed a good sign. please refrain from asking further. Even we nurses are hesitant to come out. Chapter 97. Conclusion. 18 years later. Teacher. All right, we shall go. The couple hastily prepared, expressing their gratitude. Go-won hung up the phone, her previous obsequious demeanor instantly replaced by a stoic expression, her gaze fixated on Chun Mu-won and the nearby Chun-yi. After a brief silence, Mu-won murmured, "Dad, it seems Mother is in a murderous rage. Alas, this rebellious child, at merely 18, has sought a girlfriend at school. While that is permissible, he has even gone so far as to propose." At this point, Go-won cast a sharp glance at Chun-yi, for this son bore an uncanny resemblance to him. The ire had shifted. She seized a nearby pillow and hurled it at Chun-yi. "You share the same faults." Chun-yi, somewhat exasperated, removed the pillow still perched upon his head and waved his hand in resignation. "Isn't it fine to share similar traits? Come now, let us go see our daughter-in-law." Mu-won cast a furtive glance at Go-won. In her household, when her mother was angry, silence reigned, for no one dared provoke her wrath. In the university, a series of knocks echoed at the door of the teacher's office. Inside, Mu-yi stood beside a sweet and charming girl, while a couple sat on the sofa to their right, their expressions grim as they glared at Mu-yi, their eyes ablaze with ire, seemingly wishing to do him harm. One could hardly blame them. Who wouldn't be incensed if their prize cabbage was ravaged by a pig? "Please come in." Before the couple stood a woman in her 40s, adorned with black round-frame glasses, her demeanor stern. Hello, you must be Teacher Lin," Go-won said, guiding Chun-yi gently into the room. Go-won's eyes were immediately drawn to her future daughter-in-law. She mused to herself, "How adorable and beautiful," completely disregarding the disapproving glares of the girl's parents. Mu-yi raised his gaze to the two, arching an eyebrow, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. "Mu-yi, why did you summon your parents? And what of your siblings?" Teacher Lin assessed Chun-yi and Go-won, who appeared to be merely in their 20s. The man bore the same visage as Mu-yi, yet he emanated a certain aura beyond Mu-yi's reach. "We are indeed his parents, merely youthful in appearance," Go-won interjected, presenting her identification to the teacher. The ID revealed her age as a startling 44 years. Go-won dismissed the astonishment of those present and boldly approached the girl's parents. "My sincerest apologies. It seems my child has acted rather presumptuously." With that, Go-won playfully thumped Mu-yi on the chest. Go-won cleared her throat and proclaimed their lineage. "My family has been of impeccable reputation for generations. While we may not be affluent, we are devoid of any vices, and our genes are undeniably excellent, a point you may take comfort in." Before the girl's father could utter a word, Go-won interrupted, "I understand the necessary courtesies. We shall visit tomorrow to formally propose. Is that not so, esteemed in-laws?" As she spoke, Go-won grasped the hand of the girl's mother. The mother, entirely captivated by Go-won's visage, smooth and delicate, devoid of any wrinkles or traces of cosmetic alterations, merely nodded, seemingly oblivious to Go-won's words. Observing her agreement, Go-won seized the moment, casting a knowing glance at Chun-yi. Mere minutes after Chun-yi stepped outside, 10 boxes filled with gold were laid before the onlookers. Dazzling their eyes, typically reticent, Chun-yi, for the sake of his son's happiness, lowered himself to speak. "Esteemed guests, I apologize for my child's boldness. Both of these young individuals are now adults, and if they hold mutual affection, I present this as our betrothal gift. We may formalize their engagement now, and they can marry when they choose. This is our family's sincere intention." Initially, the girl's parents felt a twinge of resentment. Yet the courteous demeanor of Chun-yi's family alleviated much of their displeasure. Primarily, they were impressed by the family's distinguished lineage. Wealth and grace in dealings assured them that their daughter would not face hardship if she wed into such a family. "Seeing that you remain silent, I shall take it as your consent," Go-won declared. Turning to Mu-yi, she added, "You truly are foolish. Who approaches a proposal empty-handed?" Monty. Mu-yi has also brought something," the girl interjected, her cheeks flushed like an apple, her words buzzing out in a flurry. Upon exiting the school gates, Mu-yi gave Go-won a thumbs up. "Mom, I admire you. You completely dazzled the girl's parents and secured our relationship." Upon returning home, Mu-won was away traveling. Noticing his sister's absence, Mu-yi concocted an excuse and slipped out for a date. Inside the house, only Chun-yi and Go-won remained. Go-won expertly linked her arm with Chun-yi's, resting her head on his shoulder with a soft sigh. These two children, I suspect they have run off to date. She mused. Chun-yi smiled without responding. In the next moment, he swept Go-won into his arms, their noses brushing against each other. With a deep, hushed voice, laced with soft breaths, he murmured, "Stay with me for a while. Finally, we are free from distractions.